And welcome to one more session here at the Japan Sake Future Summit 2020, brought to you by Sake On Air and the Japan Sake and Shochu Makers Association. Today, we are here to examine concepts of sustainability in the sake and shochu industries. While there are a lot of arguably very sustainable practices that have been sort of grandfathered in throughout time into the current generation, sustainability as a concept and as a way all of us around the globe are approaching it today, and sort of what that looks like in concrete terms across these industries is really a recent conversation. And it's potentially one that these industries could be in a strong position to lead in, not only within Japan, but as a leading example across the globe. So without further ado, I want to make sure we have enough time to dig into everything here today. So I want to go ahead and introduce our guests. First, we are joined by Mr. Takenosuke Yasufuku the 13th, who is the president of Kobe Shushinkan Breweries Limited. Kobe Shushinkan is based in the Nara region of Kobe, which is a region that has recently received its own geographical indication, something that belongs to only a small handful of sake brewing regions in the entire nation. As you might have caught on in his introduction there, Mr. Yasufuku represents 13 generations of sake making at this historical and respected brewery. Our next guest is Mr. Shinsaku Kuroki, and he is the president at both Kuroki Honten as well as Osuzuyama Distillery. His approach to deepening the relationship between shochu and agricultural products and the agricultural products that they're crafted from in recent years have brought both his craft as well as the product to the forefront of Japanese spirits, working together with local farming groups, and his emphasis on what he calls natural cycle farming and the integration of sort of the byproducts from shochu back into the agricultural process has really helped create a new model for sustainability within local farming and that community. And that's unique. You're starting to see some similar patterns in the sake world. However, in the world of shochu and spirits, he's arguably very much leading in that category. And today we actually have a very special guest acting as facilitator for this session. Today we are very lucky to be joined by Ms. Sayuri Daimon, who is a journalist and the former executive operating officer and managing editor at the Japan Times. She originally joined the Times in 1991, and since then she has covered various fields as a staff writer ranging from politics to business, and she became the domestic news division manager in 2006, eventually becoming the managing editor as well as the executive operating officer in 2013, making her the first woman to take that top editorial position in the newspaper's history. She actually became an independent journalist just last month, as of September 2020, striking out on her own. Throughout her tenure at the Japan Times, and personally, her focuses have been across many different fields, but are certainly not limited to things such as women's rights, global politics, and areas of sustainability, which is our focus today. With that, I want to go ahead and get started. So, Ms. Daimon, I think I will turn it over to you, and let's get started with today's session. じゃあ、皆様よろしくお願いいたします。
はい。ありがとうございます。ジャスティンさん、ありがとうございました。改めまして、本日のファシリテーターを務めさせていただきます、元ジャパンタイムズ執行役員の大門さゆりと申します。私自身はですね、日本のことを伝えるために、英語で今まで原稿を書いてきたんですけれども、お酒を飲むことも好きで、もっと勉強して日本の良いお酒を世界の人々に知っていただきたいなというふうに思っています。ここ2年間はですね、ミス日本酒の審査員をさせていただきました。さてですね、今日は、サスティナビリティとお酒と焼酎を考えるというセッションなんですけれども、早速自己紹介も兼ねてですね、株式会社神戸出身館の安福竹之助社長にまずはお話を伺いたいと思います。サステイナブルのお酒作りをされているということで、それからですね、スウェーデンのノーベル賞受賞の晩餐会でもお酒もね、提供されたという、本当に実績もあるすごい酒蔵さんなので、よろしくお願いいたします。それでは、安福社長、お願いします。
はい、よろしくお願いします。はい。 それでは、株式会社神戸出身館社長の安福武之助と申します。本日はどうぞよろしくお願いいたします。それでは早速ですけれども、当社のお話をさせていただきたいというふうに思っております。当社はですね、創業法暦元年、1751年、日本酒の名城地、灘御影号において清酒の製造を始めました。安福家による家族経営で270年続いており、私でちょうど13代目になります。私はもともと吉高という名前だったんですけれども、社長になった2011年に竹之助を襲名をいたしました。神戸出身館はですね、4つの蔵からなる複合施設でお酒を作ります福寿蔵、できたお酒を販売する豆苗蔵、お酒と料理を楽しむ水明蔵、それからお酒を飲みながら落語とか音楽コンサートを楽しめる芳名蔵からなります。日本酒のファンになっていただくためのゲートウェイになることを目指しており、16言語のウェブサイトやパンフレットを用意して酒蔵見学などを行っております。見学の後には利き酒を用意をして福寿の味わいを楽しんでいただいております。国内だけではなく海外からも合わせて年間約15万人ぐらいの観光客の方がお越しいただきます。私たちは日本酒の造り酒屋なんですけれども、清酒製造業、観光事業、飲食事業の一体化による価値の創造、これを目指しております。1995年1月の阪神・淡路大震災により、木造蔵がすべて倒壊したほか、倉庫内の製品が散乱するなど、酒造りの危機が危ぶまれました。缶作りの真っ只中でですね、兵庫県の北部、田島地方の杜氏や蔵人は被災をしたんですけれども、幸いにも無事だったのが救いでした。その後、各方面からご支援により復興しまして、1996年に神戸出身館を設立いたしました。当社の銘柄は福寿と言います。この銘柄は七福神の一つ、福禄寿に由来をしておりまして、このお酒を飲んでいただく方々に財運がもたらされますようにと、そういう願いが込められております。このブルーのボトルに入っているお酒が私たちのシグネチャー、看板商品である福寿の純米吟醸酒になります。お酒の原料は米と水です。原料がシンプルだからこそ、良い日本酒を作るために、良い米、良い水はとても重要なものになります。当社の酒造りは、六甲の恵みを受けながら、伝承に革新を積み重ね、新たな伝統を作り出しています。当社では、神戸市北区大蔵地区の農家と村米制度による特別な契約を交わしており、丹念に栽培されたYamada-Nishikiなどの米を用いて酒造りを行っております。また、日本の名水百選である宮水は六甲山系からの伏流水で、花崗岩を主とした岩盤を流れてくる鉄分が少なくて、カリウムやリンが多く含まれている酒造りには適した水です。当社の酒造りは、この六甲山の自然の恵みの結晶である水の力を生かす酒造りといっても過言ではありません。伝統の技で磨き上げられる灘の木一本は全国的に知られていますけれども、私たちの目指すスタイルは灘の木一本のもっと発展をした味わいです。芳醇な味わい、エレガントさ、バランスの良さを追求しています。当社は酒の個性に応じて灘伝統の宮水に純水をブレンドし、凛とした骨格に加えてまろやかで優しい口当たりを有する唯一無二の味わいを実現をしています。社員のイノベーションによって品質の向上を実現し、全国新酒鑑評会やインターナショナルワインチャレンジなど国際的なコンクールで金賞を受賞するようになりました。また、海外における試行調査、社員による酒造りによって生まれたのが、この当社の看板商品、福寿純米吟醸酒です。日本酒ではあるんですけれども、少し熟した桃のような豊かな香り、そしてフレッシュで果物と滑らかな米のうまみが味わえる、そういったお酒になります。 このお酒は2008年からノーベル賞公式行事で提供される日本酒に選ばれるなど、国内外で高い評価をいただいております。日本酒の生産量は平成30年度で49万キロリットル。私が生まれたのが昭和48年なんですけれども、それをピーク時にもう現在は3分の1にまで減少しています。日本酒の需要が長期低落傾向にある日本では、酒蔵の継承と発展には限界が生じており、日本酒の出荷数量の減少、また製造者数の減少という問題が起こっています。このような問題に対して、当社はクオリティの追求という限定された目的のためだけではなく、持続的生産にも目を向けようと、目を向ける必要があるというふうに考えました。そして私たちは品質、イノベーション、持続可能性を経営の軸とし、サステナブル経営を目指しています。サステナブル経営というのはですね、環境負荷の低減を目指す環境価値と、売上の増加やコストダウンを目指す事業価値を両立することによって、酒蔵の継承と発展につなげようというものです。このグラフをご覧いただきたいんですけれども、赤い線が示すように、2010年からの7年間で生産量が3倍に増えたのに対し、青色の線で示しているエネルギーの使用量、並びに黄色の線の CO2 の排出量を 12% 削減することができました。また、緑色の線で示している水の使用量の増加を 35% に抑えることができました。生産工程のデジタル化により、品質と生産性の向上、さらに温暖化防止、水資源の保全と節水、酒粕の再利用、瓶、ボトルの再資源化、生物多様性への配慮、有害物質への対応に取り組むなど、省エネ、省資源による環境負荷の低減と、福寿の品質向上の両立を実践し、福寿ブランドの付加価値を上げて、生産を効率化することで、サステナブルな酒造りが可能になり、大きな成長につながりました。環境価値と事業価値を両立し、酒蔵の継承と発展につなげたことが評価されて、2019年、エコプロアワード財務大臣賞を受賞をいたしました。海外のワイナリーでは、エコプロダクツ、環境負荷の低減に配慮した製品やサービスが推進されていますが、日本ではまだまだ海外のワイナリーのように、環境への配慮を重視した日本酒造りを徹底し、サステナブルな取り組みを付加価値につなげる戦略というのがまだ議論されていないのが現状です。最後にですね、私たちのサステナブルな取り組みを3つご紹介をさせていただきます。まず1つ目はですね、ICT を活用したYamada-Nishikiの栽培技術の向上です。神戸市、JA 兵庫六甲、コニカミノルタなどと連携し、ドローンを用いた画像解析、生育判断、そして神戸市の下水道から回収した高品質な再生リン、これを肥料として用いた生育調査を行うなど、SDGs を軸とした循環型農業の推進を行っています。この取り組みにより、生産者は収量の最大化、労働力の省力化、技術の継承などの課題を解決し、持続可能な生産体制の構築することができるようになります。2つ目の取り組みは、持続可能な酒米作りです。神戸市北区にある湯気牧場では、バイオガスプラントと呼ばれるメタン発酵施設を導入し、施設内から排出される乳牛糞尿や食品残渣などのバイオマスから再生可能エネルギーであるバイオガスと消化液、発酵残渣ですね、を得る取り組みをされています。私たちは食料生産においてもサーキュラーエコノミーの概念を導入したいというふうに考えまして、 この有形牧場にお願いをして、この発酵残渣である消化液を分けていただいて、これを今、山田錦の栽培に使用をしています。3つ目はですね、神戸市日産自動車と災害連携協定を締結し、災害時に不可欠である飲料水を酒蔵から電気自動車、リーフを使って市民に供給します。阪神・淡路大震災で被災した酒蔵が果たしうる役割を学び、来たるべき台風や地震などの自然災害に備えるということも大変重要です。阪神・淡路大震災の記憶を風化させることなく、共助によって防災力を高め、将来にわたって人々が安心して暮らせる神戸であり続けることを目指しています。当社は創業から一貫して同じ家族による経営であり、伝統を尊重しながらも、常に新しい技術を品質の向上のために取り入れ、270年にわたる酒造りを行ってまいりました。これからもサステナブルな循環型社会の構築に向けて努力してまいりたいというふうに思っております。ありがとうございました。以上です。
安福社長、ありがとうございました。いや、本当になんかいろいろな努力をされてるんだなっていうのを本当に今見て分かりました。ありがとうございます。次にですね、宮崎の黒木本店の黒木社長にお話をいただきたいと思います。黒木本店さんもね、有名な焼酎がたくさん作っていらっしゃって、私も100年の孤独とか、うさぎの走りとかも大好きなんですけれども、焼酎を世界の本当にブランドにされたと言ってもいい、本当に方だと思っております。それではですね、黒木様、よろしくお願いいたします。
はい、ちょっと私も、資料を共有させていただきながらお話しさせていただきたいと思います。はい、では今ご紹介に預かりました黒木本店の黒木新作と申します。私は宮崎県にあります、高鍋町で、代々本格焼酎を作っております。こちらが私の畑です。これは作物は麦になります。ちょっと本当にあえてちょっとモノクロの写真をご覧いただいているんですけども、次は山の風景、ふるさとの山、おすず山蒸留所という私の2つ目の蔵もあるんですけども、こういった山の自然の中にある蔵です。そしてこれが、空であったり、すず山の、水の様子です。本当にこの土地とともにですね、この自然の恵みを、麹を使って発酵させて、お酒を作ることで、代々、地域に貢献して、商いを続けてきました。そのような、蔵になるんですけども、私が今、おすず山と申しましたけども、実はちょっと、初めてお会いする方には、複雑に思われるかもしれませんが、黒木本店という蔵が、こちらの蔵が私が代々5代目になるんですけども、宮崎の土地で焼酎を作ってきた蔵。そして真ん中にあるおすず山蒸留所は、今から1998年に新たに立ち上がった蔵です。共通している部分として、この2つの蔵を、この一番下にあるよみがえる大地の会という農業法人、いわゆる畑ですね、原料を栽培する畑によって支えている、そのようなものづくりを、私たちは行っています。ただ、原料を作って焼酎を作る、それだけでも、素晴らしいことだと思うんですけども、私たちはさらに発展して、この土地に自然の恵みを循環させて、より良いものづくりを続けられるような取り組みをしております。今日はそのことについて触れていきたいと思います。今ちょっとお話した黒木本店、こちらが焼酎を作っている蔵なんですけども、代表銘柄、芋でいうと記録、麦でいうと100年の孤独であったり、なかなか、のうさぎの走り、これは米焼酎。すみません。ちょっと宣伝チックですみませんけど、ぜひ見かけたら召し上がってみてください。そして、おすず山という山の中にある新しい蔵。こちらはですね、実は、焼酎という山猫 山猿、山杉、同じ芋、麦、米というカテゴリーの焼酎を作っているんですが、全く違う芋の品種であったり、麦の品種であったり、また作り方もより伝統的な手仕事を大切にした小さい仕込みの蔵をこちらで今立ち上げております。さらに新しい取り組みとして、私たちが培っていた麹技術を使って作った焼酎をベースに地元の柑橘であったりスパイスであったりさまざまなボタニカルを香りに移した新たなジンに取り組んでいたり、自社畑の麦を栽培してその麦から手仕事で麦芽、原料となる麦芽を作って醸して作る新たなジャパニーズウイスキー、こういったことも取り組んでおります。ちょっとこれは、せっかくなので蔵の中の雰囲気も、ご覧いただこうと思っているんですけども、これは地元の手前に金の板が見えると思うんですが、こちらが地元の杉で作った古式という麹用の米ないし麦を蒸す本当せいろのような蒸し器です。これで蒸すことによって、麹に適したですね、柔らかくならずに硬さを保ったまま麹が好ましい蒸し具合に仕上げています。その他にも木の麹の箱で、温度と湿度を管理して麹を作って発酵させたり、アルコールが育つ環境も木桶で発酵しています。私の名前が黒木という名前でしたが、名前にも木がついているぐらいですから、作りにも思いにもですね、地元の木をたくさん使って、土地とともに、地元の作物と酵母で、お酒を作っております。もちろん、ご存知、焼酎は蒸留酒ですね。また蒸留機がいくつか、いろんなタイプ違いでございます。そして今回の大事な話題である、サステイナビリティ。そういった部分で、うちが他の蔵であまりやっていない、うち独自の特徴としては、この農業法人、よみがえる大地の会というんですけども、こちらで原料から栽培して焼酎を作っている。そこが特徴的なんですが、なぜ私たちが農業を始めたのか。蔵は1885年から焼酎を作り続けてきて、この見ていただいたこの畑の方は2004年に法人化しています。取り組みとしては実はもう1998年には取り組み始めていて、もう20年以上畑をやっているんですけども、現在は少しずつ畑の栽培面積を広げていて、43ヘクタール以上の畑を私たちで管理しています。日本ではあまり大規模な農場というのはないので、東京ドーム10個分みたいな日本的な言い方をするんですが、なかなかの面積を管理して、芋と麦と米の栽培を中心に、一部はですね、こういった野菜もやっています。これはうちの無農薬の野菜のクレソンにはなるんですけども、こういった取り組みも行っています。これは、実際食べられるので、ずっと芋と麦と米っていう農業、焼酎の原料を栽培してきたんですけども、新たにこういった直接生で食べられた、無農薬で土地に、負荷のかからない農業をやっていることをよりダイレクトに、お客様であったり、正直、焼酎を飲めないような方や子どもたちにも私たちの取り組みを知ってもらって、それが未来の飲み手であったり、この土地の愛着を持って伝えてくれるような人たちが続いてくれるような思いを願って、野菜作りや食材にも取り組んでおります。そして、なぜじゃあ畑農業を始めたのか、焼酎蔵が。そこがちょっと問題になってくるんですけども、実はこれがこの一番の理由になった写真なんですが、焼酎というのは蒸留酒です。麹を使ってご覧いただいた芋や麦や米を発酵させるんですけども、蒸留酒というのは透明の液体ですよね。熱を加えて香りだけ、お酒、アルコール分だけを抽出した液体です。なので、日本酒でも同様ですけども、焼酎カスという残渣、いわゆるゴミ、廃棄物が残ってしまいます。それを私たちは自分たちで、実はこの写真の場所で肥料化しています。一部はさらに 別のラインでは飼料ですね、家畜の餌にも変えています。そうすることによって、私たちが焼酎を作って、そこの焼酎かすから肥料であったり飼料を作る。そしてその肥料をもとに土作りを行って、また原料を栽培して、またその原料から焼酎を作る。この土地で循環という形を私たちは行っています。私の先祖がもともと神主だったりしてですね、この土地の願いであったり、敬う気持ち、そういった思いも込めて、農業を始めていき、より深い、お酒って嗜好品ですけども、何か同じ飲むならば、土地への思いであったり、環境に負荷がかかってない、そういったところにも、より今後は価値を見出して、より多くの方にですね、飲んでいただければなと思います。現状、私たちの蔵は、特に受賞歴等もなくてですね、細々とこういった自然循環のことを行っていますので、今回、英語で配信されたり、より多くの方に知っていただいて、興味を持っていただけると嬉しいなと思いますので、引き続きよろしくお願いいたします。以上です。
黒木さん、ありがとうございました。本当にすごく大きな農業法人を持っていらっしゃって、すごいなというふうに思います。本当にお二人の蔵はすごくいろんなことをサステナビリティという意味ではやって、皆さんのね、参考になることをやってらっしゃると思うんですけれども、翻ってその全体像っていうのをちょっと私もあんまりそのお酒業界すごく詳しいわけではないので教えていただければと思うんですけれども、例えばその他の蔵さんも含めて業界全体ではですね、例えば農業の方と提携して一緒に米作りから一緒に作ってらっしゃるっていう方もいらっしゃる、桜さんいっぱいいらっしゃると思うんですけれども、今どんな現状なんでしょうかっていうのを少し教えていただけますでしょうか。安福さんいかがでしょう。
そうですね、日本酒の業界においてはですね、やはり酒造りは米作りからというメッセージを発信している酒蔵さんというのもやはりいらっしゃいますし、サステナビリティを考えてお酒を作ってられる蔵元さんというのは少しずつ増えているというふうに思っています。2019年には農と言える酒蔵の会というものが設立されまして、農業と醸造が一体となって酒蔵自らが農業に関わる環境を整えていこうと、そういった動きもあります。
なるほど。農と言える酒蔵の会ですか。
農の農っていうのは
農民、はい。ありがとうございます。黒木さんはいかがですか。何かご存知なこととかおっしゃりたいこと。
イエスと言える酒蔵を目指しているそういうわけじゃないですけど、実際やっぱり農業法人がやってるっていうのですごく特徴的で、業界ではかなり早い段階、20年以上前からやっているので、近年、特に清酒蔵の方から米の畑を直接持たれたり、逆に既存の農家さんと連携して取り組む、そういった相談をよく受けるようになっているので、実際、地元の米を使うようになっている。やっぱりもともと酒造りと農業というのは分離されて、やっぱ米が年貢米であったり、やっぱ政府に管理されていた時代、それを分け与えていただいてお酒を作っていた時代もありますので、完全に分離していたんですけども、そこの垣根が年々なくなってきて、より個性的な商品を作りたい、より土地の思いを伝えたいという方が増えています。なので、ただ実際農業に入ってくると、ただただ農業をやっていくだけではなく、より土地に環境を良くしなければ、よりお酒作り続けられないという、自分たちもそういう思い、共感している方は増えているように思いますので、今後はより注目されると思いますけど、ただ、それが目的であっては自分は良くないんじゃないかなというふうにも思っています。
ありがとうございます。皆さんの、ね、意識もだんだん高まってきているということなんでしょうね。ですからこんなセッションが多分できたんだと思いますけれども。はい。それからですね、私も ESG と、取材したりなんかも知ってたことがあるんですけれども、安福さんのところは CSR レポートを結構酒蔵にしては私珍しいなと思うんですけれども、作られているということなんですけれども、これを作られたきっかけとかですね、あと皆様からどんな反応っていうのをもらったりしていますか？
はい。 そうです。今、私はですね、日本酒造組合中央会の海外戦略委員会の委員をさせていただいておりまして、これまでフランスのビネクスポだとか、ドイツのプロバインといった世界的なワインの展示会に定期的に参加をしています。で、そこで私が見たものっていうのは、やはり世界のワイナリーは、やはり環境への配慮を重視したワイン作りを徹底していて、このサステナブルな取り組みを付加価値につなげるっていう戦略をやはり推進されているっていうことでした。毎年、モーストアドマイヤードブランドって言いまして、世界で最も称賛されるワインブランドが選ばれます。これはクオリティの評価だけではなくて、環境への配慮であるとか、社会貢献などの情報をワイナリーが開示をしていて、それを評価するっていうフレームワークがもうすでにできているんですね。実際、そのフランスのような伝統国というよりは、どちらかというとオーストラリアとかチリとかニューワールドのワイナリーが特に積極的にこの CSR に力を入れていて、CSR レポートを作成をしています。で、私たちがこの CSR レポートを作成したのはですね、私たちのそのサステナブル経営が評価された2019年のこのエコプロアワードの受賞、財務大臣賞の受賞をいただいたということが一つのきっかけです。ただ、残念ながらですね、まだ業界内ではあまり反応というのはほとんどないんですけれども、海外のバイヤーですとか、やはり国内においても、いわゆるエシカル消費に関心の高い企業だとか、消費者の方からには高い評価をいただいています。まだ実際、その日本酒の業界において、サステナビリティに関する認知度とか理解度っていうのは低いというのが現状かなというふうに思います。
はい、ありがとうございます。もっともっとね、認知を高めていってね、皆さんが切磋琢磨して CSR レポートを作るような感じになるといいですよね。はい、ありがとうございます。今、ワインのお話出たんですけれども、黒木さん、フランスで実は今は焼酎とジンを作っていらっしゃいますけれども、ワインのちょっと修行にも行かれてたというお話も伺ったので、海外に行って、例えば、ワイナリーなんかの方と交流した中でね、学んだこととかですね、彼らの、CSR の取り組みなのか、サステイナブルな取り組みなのかというようなことで、何か皆さんとシェアしていただけることってありますか？
やはり彼らもその土地を表現して自然と対話しながら共に農家であり酒造りを行っていると、自分はブルゴーニュという地域を見させていただいたので、それを強く感じました。本当にこの土地を愛しているし、農業も楽しんでやっている、その姿勢に僕は憧れて、ワインそのものというよりかですね、そういった背景や思いに強く惹かれたので、すごくいい経験だったなと思うんですけども、やはりさっき、なんか CSR だったり、そのサステイナブルが目的となってほしくないなっていうのをさっき申したのは、やはり何か、例えば売上の利益がこれだけ出たから何%こういうふうに当てましたみたいなものではなくて、自分たちのうちの焼酎作りは、この農業をした、循環もした、こういう環境も一緒に保全しながらじゃないと、うちの品質はできない、そういうふうに思っているので、もう作りと経営とそういった循環、CSR、それすべても一体化してやってるという誇りを、持っています。そういった意味で、ワイナリーの人たちも、なんかそういった、そんなに考えてやってないことにしても、例えば収穫したブドウの枝を焚き火にして肉を焼いて自分たちの酒を楽しんで飲んでる。でそれを
美味しそうですね。
香りが全然違うんですけど、他にもブドウもちろんカスもまた土に返すようなことをしたり、いろんな、もちろん一部はブランデーを作ったりいろんな使い方があるんですけども、やっぱり本当に土地への愛だなと思ったので、自分たちも無理せず、自分もそういった影響を受けて、いっぱいウイスキーも100年ほどの樽を使って寝かしているんですけども、今は地元の木を使った樽なんかも積極的に作っていますけども、どうしても熟成を何回か使うと廃材になってしまうので、それ今まで処理してもらっていたものも、自分の庭でサウナに使って熱源として浴びたり、なんかこの土地への愛を磨いて、またお酒も より思いを持っていただけるような、自然との付き合い方みたいな、そういった部分も感じてほしいな。僕らの心がそうやって豊かでないと、取り組み、作り、またその周りも巻き込んでいくことってやっぱできないと思うので、なんかそこにコストのこと、お金のことだったり、精神的なストレスばっかりとかだと、やっぱり何十年、何百年続けられないことなんじゃないかな。そういう意味では、ヨーロッパの人はすごく楽しくやってるように僕は見えました。
ありがとうございます。やっぱりね、楽しくないとサステイナブルじゃないですよね。
そうですね。
すごい贅沢、羨ましいです。
あるものだけで身近なもので作ります。まあ、子供たちがそういった憧れてくれるようなスタイルじゃないと、お酒の消費が減ってるっていうのは、ちょっと悲しいことなので、そういった部分にもつなげていきたいな。もちろん、お酒だけでそれをやる必要はないんですけど、それがきっかけが野菜だったり、いろんなものでいい循環が生まれると嬉しいなと思ってます。
はい、ありがとうございます。いろんな、ね、形で伝統的な手法でお酒を作ったり、それから先ほどちょっと安福さんからもちょっとお話がありましたけれども、ちょっとやっぱり技術革新ということでドローン使ったりっていうのもやってらっしゃると思うんですけれども、そういうちょっとバーサスってことではないのかもしれないんですけれども、いいものをずっとその伝統的な手法をやりつつ、その新しいものを取り入れていって、それがサステイナビリティにつながるっていうことがあるんじゃないかなというふうに思うんですけれども、安福さんのところは結構いろいろなことをやってらっしゃいますよね。少しそのお話もしていただけますか。
そうですね。省エネとか省資源による環境負荷の低減っていうと、どちらかというとイメージ的に最新鋭の機械を導入したりとかしてエネルギー効率を高めるっていうそういうイメージがあるかなと思うんですけども、私たちが取り組んできたことは、従来ベテランの杜氏による熟練の経験とか技術によって成り立て。
Chris, you want some karasumi?
All right, and good morning, everyone.
Nice. Can I have one?
I know.
So, good morning, everybody. Thanks so much for joining us for another day here at Sake Futures Summit 2020. Apologies for the slow start this morning. We ran into a little bit of technical difficulties, but everything should be smooth sailing from here on out, fingers crossed. We are bringing you this with the fantastic support of the Japan Sake and Shochu Makers Association and broadcasting from the Japan Sake and Shochu Information Center here in the heart of Tokyo. First, thank you so much for tuning in all day yesterday, and thank you so much for coming back and joining us here again today. With regards to the previous session, due to the late start, what we're going to do, I apologize, we had to cut that off early. What we're going to do is we're going to run that show in its entirety at the end of today's program. So that will become the last session of this summit. So I apologize to those of you who are enjoying it. Toward the end is when it really builds and there's a lot of really great, really fantastic information at the end of that program, and we really want to get that entire program to you. So we're going to go ahead and do that at the end of the summit here today. And so in order to kind of keep things on schedule and keep moving, we're going to jump into our next session here in just a moment, but I wanted to do just a real brief apology here in Japanese for our Japanese listeners, and then we'll go ahead and move along. 皆様おはようございます。2日目の、サケフューチャーサミットにも、参加していただきまして、誠にありがとうございます。今朝はですね、ちょっと最初の方にちょっと、テクニカルの問題がちょっと発生してしまいましてですね、全体的にちょっと20分ほど、遅れが出てしまいましたけれども、先ほどの、サステイナビリティについてのセッションなんですけれども、途中でちょっと、終わってしまったっていうのもあって、でも非常に、重要かつ、大切な、メッセージがたくさん詰まっているセッションでございますので、本日はですね、サミットの最後の方に、6時から、そのセッションを、最初から、きちんと最後まで、再生させていただきたいというふうに思っておりますので、見逃してしまった方々も、改めて、見ていただく機会にはなると思いますので、ぜひ、最後まで、付き合っていただければありがたいなというふうに思っております。はい、大変失礼いたしました。 All right, and we're back. And what I want to do is I want to go ahead and jump right into our next session because time is indeed clicking along and we've got a lot of great programming lined up for today. And there's a lot of sake and shochu to be had, so we're going to go ahead and get at it here. If we can go ahead and jump into our next session, we're looking at the relationship of food and sake, and we've got some incredible chefs and beverage specialists joining us today from the western side of the United States. So if we can tune in here, is everybody there? Are you all hearing me?
Yes.
Loud and clear.
We got everybody? Hey, there they are. There they are. Wonderful, wonderful. For this, thank you so much for getting up and joining us this morning. I really, really appreciate it. Sorry for the little technical trouble as we were getting started here. I want to make sure we go around and introduce everyone here, but I think I will turn it over to our moderator for this session, Ms. Sachiko Miyagi, the sake expert at Tipsy. Good morning, Sachiko.
Ohayou gozaimasu.
Ohayou
This
gozaimasu.
is 3 p.m. in Los Angeles.
That's right.
But
That's
I'm
right.
happy to join you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. We have a fantastic lineup here this morning. We are joined by Chef Nobuo Fukuda from Teeter House in Arizona. Chef Fukuda, good morning, good afternoon. Thanks for joining us.
Good afternoon, good morning. Ohayou gozaimasu.
Ohayou gozaimasu. Thanks so much. Great to see you.
Yes,
Oh,
よろしくお願いします。
And along with Chef Soma over at Hanyato and Kamonegi in Seattle. Good morning, afternoon. Ohayou gozaimasu. Lovely to see you. Thanks so much for joining us today. And last but certainly not least, we have the team at Shibumi down in LA, Chef David Schlosser, along with their beverage director, Christopher Gomez. How are you doing today, gentlemen?
Good, how you guys?
Good. Excellent. I'm so looking forward to hearing what you've all got to share here. So I want to go ahead and get started. I'm going to disappear here a few minutes and pass the baton to Sachiko, and we'll check in here with you in about 50 minutes or so, all right?
Okay, thank you.
All right, じゃあ Sachiko, よろしく。
どうぞよろしくお願いします。So we will start with a kanpai, as appropriately, since we came prepared, I think. I have a bottle of Joyo. It's called Joyo it's the last remaining brewery in the city of Joyo in Kyoto. Tipsy, which is an online shop, is doing launching a Kyoto campaign soon. So we were very, very lucky to have this unique vintage sake. That's just showing that off though, whoops. And another one from Kyoto is the Soku. This is curated by Richie Houghton, which is also part of the Sake Future 2020 Summit. But that's what I'm drinking. I think Nobuo-san is also, everybody's drinking something special.
Yes,
What are you
so
drinking?
let me see. I have Arizona homemade sake from Arizona sake in Holbrook, Arizona. And this is a Navajo tea brewed. Actually, you could see maybe tea stems. The color is almost golden yellow to greenish. It's a sweet, it's a little spicy and kanpai.
Kanpai. And then Hanyato no Soma, what are you drinking?
I'm drinking Dewa Sansan from Dewa Zakura.
Nice.
It's nice dry sake. It has nice coconut note. If you eat with like fig, tastes like chocolate. So amazing.
Awesome. Goodbye.
Like chocolate. I can't wait to taste it.
Yeah. Chef David, you actually have a otsumami too. That was very smart. You're getting us jealous. Appropriately, you have something in front of you paired.
I have a long day today, so I have to eat something, of course. But yeah, today we're having a sake from Fukushima. It's called Aizu Chusho. It's a tokubetsu onjozo. And it's a nice all-day drinking sake, all-purpose, I think. We drink, I don't know, with food, without food. Today I have some kanas, which we make here at Shibumi every January. Unfortunately, I have too much, which I could share with all of you. So I'm just gonna eat it now with Chris. So come by.
What is karasumi for people that don't know, and for a lot of people come by?
It's called botarga, and it's a silver mullet fish that flourishes in the wintertime in Nagasaki. There's also other regions of Japan that has this fish, but Nagasaki is famous for having the fish this coming and has full of eggs in the wintertime.
So it's dried and fermented?
Salted, not fermented, salted and then dried, and that's it. At Shibumi, and then after we smoke it in cherry wood for about 7 minutes, and now it's ready.
Sounds delicious. Anything salty, fish would go really well with sake for sure. Chris, what are you having? You're also at Shibumi. It's awesome that we can see the background, the bar that you're usually behind.
Yeah. Oh, now I'm in front of it. But I'm just drinking Shichida Junmai. Just super simple for me.
In a very kind of cool glassware.
Mm-hmm.
It's part of the big fun of service.
It's from Chef David. He got it in Kyoto, so I get spoiled working here.
All right, so I've been taking sips, but let's do a kanpai so we can start this off.
Bye.
Kanpai! Thank you. Yay. Sorry, it's 8 a.m. in Japan, but so let's talk about this food and sake relationship. Sake and shochu, sake, which includes shochu too, where everybody in this conversation has had and enjoys. Sake, along with Japanese food, has come a long, long way in America. So back in the days, you know, this is a land where sashimi, a raw fish, used to be poison. And nowadays, Japanese food is everywhere. Even, you know, in the middle of Indiana, people are having sushi and are introduced to Japanese food. At Tipsy, which is an online shop, we like distribute or ship to every, you know, almost every state in America, and everything that everybody starts with nigori, right? And then like flavored sake and what's available, and then the journey about learning about sake kind of goes from there. And then we have these culinary experts here today that have their unique take on the relationship between food and sake. So starting with Nobuo-san, who has been in the States for 40 years or so, works in a very quaint place in a way, of Phoenix, Arizona. We want to hear from you what your take on sake and shochu is in your kitchen, how you incorporate sake and shochu in your program, or how you create dishes. Like, what is sake and shochu to you?
Well, I started out, it's wine pairing for last probably 20, 25 years. And I happened to blow my mind. I didn't think it's sake with, I do a lot of rich style foods, not just the Japanese style. I do all international with wine pairing. That's how I used to. And one time I was gonna bring sake in my tasting menus. Is probably beginning or end of kijoshu, something like that, not through the dining tasting.
So it was a challenge when you started this career. It was a challenge to incorporate sake because you were trying to entice people to have Japanese food or Japanese style food, and you would pair it with wine. Yeah,
with wine. So it's just like a little challenge, and I didn't know what to do. And actually, the one day I tasted very different, unique sake, blew my mind. That kind of changed the chef. Sake could be pairing with a bunch of different stuff. And
so I'm gonna start screen sharing here.
Sure.
This is Nobuo at Teacher House. It's a really quaint place. It's a remodeled house, right?
Well, it's not much remodel. It's an original house built in
Still have, yeah.
Yeah, so it's a lot of histories behind. But small kitchen is a challenge to do this about 35 seating. And I have a counter for omakase. That's like to do all the time. But yeah, so I had a sake from Japan. It's told me sour. And I thought sour sake will be, that's me. But that's something changing on the Japanese sake. And I was so excited about it to open the bottle.
And I found a photo of it, I think. Tell me if this is the correct one.
Yeah, this is Alamasa from Amaneko.
Is this it?
Yes, that's it. And me and my wife's American. So she was okay with it. I told her, whoa, this is way too sour, sake. Sake should be sour. And I drank about a half and kept it in the refrigerator, revisit on next day to see any change or not. Actually, sake didn't change. My brain changed. I got reset of, I said, it's just like wine. Then I started thinking, sake is changing with the pairing what I thought about. It's gonna be so many out there. So I start to study and look for more what's out there. And I do a lot of sake only pairing too. It's so unique beverage. I should have knew long time ago.
And this is, you had this sake in Japan because this is not available in America at the moment, correct?
Right. Well, they bring, some souvenirs I get that from friends.
So thinking about like the acid, salt, fat relationship
to my
that
food
helps.
Yes, because I have about 8 different also tasting menu, and a lot of them is a rich, fatty stuff compared to, I'm not doing too much Japanese dishes. So, for example, this sour sake, it's contrasts well with some rich food. And some sweet sake, I used to don't like sweet. I like dry, just like wine too. But then again, if you have something sour, would make like a lime juice and ayu fish sauce to make a ceviche. Think about your tongue is shrink because so sour. Then sip a little bit of a sweet sake, your tongue is gonna be changed back to comfortable zone. Right away, people think, oh, that's awesome pair. It's almost kind of like a no-brainer, but it's interesting to wow to the guest with a pair with beverage, with food, not just only food. So that's pretty much what I'm doing.
I'm gonna go to the next slide just so that I can share my experience at your place. But what you're talking about, is it kind of like what Chiba Marie-san talks about in food pairing, where it's like a puzzle piece? There's a piece that's missing, and then there's a piece that sake has, and when it combines in your mouth, which is how Japanese people enjoy food, it like completes the dish, kind of thing.
Yes, I think that's why I was not too much in sake in the beginning, because the wine has a long tail, like 40, 50 seconds. Then if you get something fishy, food that goes well, you have not good moment for a little longer. And I was understanding sake would be short tail, so it's color off the fishiness, but actually sake does have some long tail too. So to do with what you tasted and what you drink or sip sake to be stay happy in your mouth for long much as possible. That's my goal. Sometimes it's complement, but sometimes it will be contrast. So that's what I like to do course meal, to be up and down on the flavor of each beverage and also each food. So another one is have the hinoki little shredded. That makes, a lot of food has a lot of smell. Sake and wine has a lot of smell. So smell will be not fun to have a contrast too. So like what you're saying, it's all puzzle to me. So very excited about what's going on the sake.
Yes, and what Nobuo-san's talking about is this photo on the right. It has some ogakuzu, which is some shavings of the cypress, Japanese cypress, or what people commonly refer to as Japanese cedar. And he soaked it in water to really bring out the aroma, and it set the stage for this hinoki, which is like the Japanese ono, or a show, a very traditional show. And this was a coursed meal that was orchestrated this way, paired with all these amazing sake. And right in the middle, you see the Arizona sake, which was the #1 sake in 2018. That was the first year that they had incorporated the American sake in a Japanese competition. They got first prize, and it's like a very inaka, very out in the boonies in Holbrook, Arizona. He's been collaborating, and this sake kasu uses their sake kasu, correct?
Yes, that's
so that was
beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah, so building that like well. And I just want to mention this one from the left, the second one from the left, because this is the meal that I got to enjoy. It is marinated in natto, which is fermented soybeans, that some Japanese people can't have because it's so, the texture is very stringy and kind of like glue, but it's marinated in it so that there's none of that texture, but all the flavor of natto, which is amazing to me. But not to take on too much time, there was a dish that you mentioned or sent a photo to me of, this yoga guinea fowl.
Yeah.
And some pairing journey that you made. Can you give us an insight into how this pairing came about? This is the sake that you're drinking too, correct?
Right. Yes. I have relationship with a bunch of different vendors, and Lalabom local, not everything. So one of the guy who makes chicken and eggs, he bring over one day guinea fowl, and I never, Japan, I think horo-horo-cho, I never used that before, and that gave me idea to see what I'm gonna do, and I end up to doing this, but 18 different kind of spice, brine and glaze, and kind of like a Peking duck style almost, but presentations of anything that I like to guest will be little surprise, wow. And usually this kind of big spice I like to pair with rustic tea flavor, spicy Pinot Noir, Burgundy. But now Sakurai-san Arizona Sake makes this Navajo blue tea, has a hint of little medicine on aftertaste and a little sweet in front, and goes well to bunch different spice to cut down, I think. So that's what the pairings are.
I know, and that reminds me, Soma, of what you were talking about with the taruzake. You had a taruzake and some pairing that you did, and some inspirations that you were drawn to from it. Oh, you have the bottle. Awesome. I know. What did you try it with again? That was like sparking your...
Best one is salami. Like a little bit cumin or like, salami. Eat with this sake. Taste became Japanese curry. Like flavor change, like super unique.
Yeah, so I think with Japanese sake in Japan, you enjoy it, regularly you enjoy it with the ochoko, like drinking it in a wine glass is kind of more of a modern way of drinking in Japan. But here, when you learn about sake, you're like taking notes, Chris, you know this, like you're taking notes, you're talking about anise, you're talking about baking spice, all these things that people aren't picking up when you get so intimate with the sake. And then that plays into the culinary world, I think, in America is what it seems like to me, which is actually really like going the really modern route of what's happening in Japan. I'm going to start sharing a different screen now and go to Shibumi because I want to get some insight from David-san. Can you see the tuna now? David-san's tuna? Yeah? Okay, I just want to show this because I think Shibumi in downtown LA is amazing and badass and crazy at the same time for doing something like this, but you're always sort of attacking a very fully Japanese concept in the culinary sense that is very, very LA at the same time. So this is a question for David and for Chris, which is you work kind of side by side to do pairing and in different dishes. So I think my guess from just looking through your Instagram is that your culinary journey, or when you start a dish, you start with the material, the sozai, what's available to you. Seek out the best ingredients first, and then you start with your creation. Am I right?
Yeah, we try to highlight, I guess, first Japan, but also we are in Southern California, which has some of the best produce in the United States. So we try to highlight those vegetables or products here, but also speaking about Japan as well. Or there's a moray eel. So yeah, we have to highlight that eel because it's special and nobody can get it, and we got it. So we served that. That was a special day.
I know. So with the tuna too, I mean, that's like at least 50 people or more feast of a tuna. And you had your aha moment, I think, when you were, was it in Kyoto? Or you were a chef in Japan, is when you were inspired by some foods, but were there some aha moments in pairing? Did it happen before working with Chris, or do you have any?
Yes, so a lot of the aha moment, I guess, with pairing, a lot of the times comes with when I was having chinmi. And the chinmi is really Japanese way of expressing the arts of umami.
Mm-hmm.
When you eat these chinmi, the ato-aji, the aftertaste that you have with the sake, you really start understanding what Japan is about. And that's really what I fell in love with.
Mm-hmm. And how do you take what David has made, which is very, very, like, to me is very Kyoto traditional, but also like very modern in its ingredients that he seeks out? How do you go from there to pair it with sake and shochu?
So you had mentioned that we work side by side, but we literally work side by side since we're a couple restaurant. I'm like right on his right hand side, and we're just facing the guests. And I start with his food first, and I just really had to delve into the world of sake and shochu because that really pairs best with the type of cuisine that we do here. A lot of umami. I don't think a lot of wine can handle the type of food that we do, and sake and shochu at different temperatures work the best. And really, it's just from years of drinking.
Years of drinking.
Yeah.
Toast to that. Cheers.
Ah, cheers. Because there's so much out there that it's insane. But there are.
And when you're talking about like looking back, what's available today and what was available 5 years ago is so different. There's much more such like elegant kimotos and exploration with the not only like the vessels that you serve it with, where Shibumi I think is amazing to offer like really one of a kind experience for all of your customers, but you have noticed that there's just a huge, like a wide range of things that drink like wine, like pops in acidity, like Nobuo-san was saying, to a really mild kimoto, or kind of what I like to call oyaji sake, which is like a go-to thing for me. And then you had an opportunity to go to Japan to kind of appreciate your understanding of the culture firsthand. This is, I guess you're not in this photo, but this is when you're mixing the kimoto, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I got to go to Izumibashi and work there for a day.
Mm-hmm.
That was really fun because they grow their own rice too. And yeah, as you were saying, like maybe just 5 years ago, the selections that you get here sake-wise were pretty minimal. Like you had like a few big companies that brought really safe or really expensive sake.
Mm-hmm.
And now you have people bringing in really cool, funky, earthy sake with a lot of depth, a little more personality, I think. It's not for everybody, but
yeah, I think a lot more like, sorry.
I just think that what's coming in now goes with more rustic stuff, which is what we do here in a way.
Kind of like like all the natural wines that you have. It's sort of like the it's really in touch with the land.
Yeah,
and
I mean, a lot of the brewers are like that, so I don't really like to say like it's the same as like natural wine or natural sake. But like where Justin Potts used to work, Kido Izumi, them, Terada Honge, and there's a bunch of really cool sake breweries that we're just starting to get in America now.
Mm-hmm. And so, as the front of the house, how do you use that experience to convey to the customer? Because like we have that important role of conveying accurately, you know, what the product is and how much depth there is in understanding the product.
I mean, first off, no one's going to remember any of this stuff because the terms are in Japanese and they're just going to remember the label and if they like it or not. Or the experience or all of the above. But I think, like me, I have to give guests the opportunity to drink different things. Because all they've had up until now is probably like hot sake, like really, really hot, bad sake, or something that's like not really memorable. And so like maybe doing a flight, or what we do here is like a beverage omakase that pairs with the food. They get to try a bunch of different types of sake and shochu. I love that shochu.
I brought this up because this is a memorable moment for me when I was at Shibumi and you served a cocktail with this aged potato shochu. And then the kitchen staff was like, oh, wait, we'll serve you something, a little nibble to go with that. And it was a dried sweet potato that they torched in front of me. And so those little moments of service and that collaboration for me is really what defines omotenashi, or a Japanese way of pleasing the customer, which is sort of at the core of thinking about service and sake. And before we get too comfortable, I want to start sharing about Hanyato as well, which is Soma's sake bar that opened after her kamonegi creation. So Soma-san, I have a different one here. I was going to start with this. You are always doing these eclectic challenges and crazy things. Like you were recently, you did like 50 days of top ramen challenge and, you know, of course became the champion. I think before that you had a Kewpie mayonnaise what is it, competition? Or is it a competition that you made on your own? And then now you're doing a hosomaki challenge so that you are, yeah, it kind of reminds me of like in America, there's this show called Top Chef, and they always have like the junk food challenge where you have to make a culinary creation with like junk food, like Snickers bars and things like that. But you are so like down the line of that. So like we want to get an insight into how you start with your creations, how sake and shochu plays into your mindset and how you approach food. And I just have this photo, which is one of the days of your creation, right? From the top ramen challenge.
It's a top ramen fried rice.
Top ramen fried rice, yeah, paired with honkara from Eiko Fuji honkara from Yamagata Prefecture, which is very, very dry, but also like fragrant and clean. It's a honjozo. I love that sake. So maybe walk us through what you go through, because at Kamonegi, which is your soba restaurant, you go, like, to me, it's still very traditional base. You know, you hand make your soba every day, couple times a day sometimes, and it's tempura, and you went to sushi school, which are like the three culinary inventions of the Edo era. And you love shochu. Your daughter's name is Hibiki, so we know how much you love Japanese beverages. But if you could walk us through what goes on in your head when you do your creations and what role sake and shochu has for you.
So at Hanyato, I always think beverage first, then think how I can highlight this sake. Like example, I was talking about Dewa Sansan. This has nice dry like coconut note. So I try to like make this taste like chocolate. So I make like a fig dish, dry fig dish. And if you eat together, it tastes like chocolate in your mouth. So I just try to create like a wow moment, like how to like remember like this sake. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So all challenge in doing myself, just looking for new combination, like what's new, and eating this together makes what, and what should people drink.
And kind of like what Nobuo-san was saying, like when you break that barrier and step outside of what you think it should taste or what you think it should do, is when it makes sense to you.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you're looking for. That's why, like, you're trying to break 1,000 rules to have an aha moment for every dish, is sort of my take on that. And then you have your newest creation, the pairing for this one, which is your omachi rice sake. You say it's your, I don't know if you're writing this, but it's your favorite omachi rice sake from Kuroshi. And then paired with your gyudon soaked tofu.
So when you make gyudon, I sneak tofu inside while gyudon is cooking, and you take tofu out and eat with karashi mustard and just drink. Then you finish meal with gyudon. It's utilizing liquid.
And with the, I can only imagine with like the omachi, the depth of that sake rice coming through, and the option of warming it up and things like that. I can't believe we're running out of time. We have like 10 minutes including Q&A. But throughout this culinary journey that everybody is facing today, of course, with the pandemic and shutdowns and challenges in restaurants and services, this year has definitely been a challenge for everyone, changing gears and things like that. But I still think there's so much hope, and especially, sake and shochu, which is not the most affordable beverage in America. Like, you can go to Costco and buy white wine in a box for a very, very affordable price. But with America being the top export of sake, right now, and then shochu being a hot topic amongst a lot of culinary experts and beverage experts in Japan, I think, or in America, I think there's a lot of hope into the potential that this can lead to. So if we can quickly go over your hopes and aspirations for how sake and shochu can really elevate the culinary experience in America. I'd like to quickly do that, starting with Nobu-san, if you are available. I will stop
Yes,
sharing.
like we've been talking, is sake is changing so much, and like even Arizona makes sake too, but in Japan, it's a lot of younger generation. It's a lot out of box. And what happened is, I think it's America or any other country, they'll accept it more than Japan. They like out of box. So I think it's sell sake shochu here, even Arizona, inland. It's a lot of potential. And I think I love to have that story with each bottle more than just a drink and food that has a memory stays in there for a long time. And once they get those wow moment for them, they'll trust us. And now we have to kind of share that passion to the guest. Hey, try this one, try this one. Therefore, they open mind and a lot of potential. And I'm so excited about it.
I know, it's like it's because when you have that experience, that aha moment, it's so special that like trying to do that for somebody else is just as much rewarding, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. David-san and Chris-san, what do you think about like we talked about kind of the now of sake and shochu in the like culinary programs in America, but how do you feel about the future, what you would hope people take, or like what happens, or what direction we should really go to head towards?
Chris, why don't you take this?
Sure. I think people care a lot more about what they're putting into their bodies now, like the quality things. Any market I go to, I see organic everywhere, and people, they just care so much more. So rather than just grabbing something cheap, they want like the story, experience. They want to get their money's worth, I think. And what better place than shochu and sake? Like, these are like masters that have been doing this for 1,000 years. Like some of them in the same family, and they know what they're doing, and it tastes great. And I hope to see more places like Hanyato and Teeter House where you have like an experience. Because if I really wanted to, you could just grab a bottle at like a market of sake, and it's okay. It's gonna taste great, but the more memorable experiences that I have are with friends or at like great restaurants. And I do see the sake and shochu like evolving in America. Like we said earlier, that there are way more importers that are bringing stuff in, and not just like what our uncles or dads or grandparents would bring in. It's
not the old man sake that I like.
Yeah, no, I mean that's still here and that has a place. I mean, I enjoy it too, but I just like the variety that is available now.
Yes, I think you hit the nail there, that there's so much value that's behind each bottle that is just, you just can't ignore, I think. Does that go for food too, David? Like, are there more and more things that are available culinary-wise? I know I didn't show the marijuana leaf tempura, which I was fascinated with when I went there. But I know you source, really exquisite stuff from Japan. Is that trend helping you to,
Domestically, I don't think there's more access than there was 4 years ago. But I do think there's more access to international products. That is something that we could never get.
Broadens.
Yeah, certain fish from Japan 5 years ago was, just you had a couple companies. But now there's some more options for import of some very rare fish that you couldn't really get. Like the moray eel, for example. 5 years ago,
That's beautiful.
You're not going to get that 5 years ago, 10 years ago. Because you can't even get that in Japan. So. But now there's just more access for food, for sure.
So it's like the possibilities are endless with the new type of sake and shochu and everything that's available. So, Soma-san, what do you?
Sorry.
Sorry, no, please. You just want sake to be
more mainstream, because that's what this is all about, really. But what we have to realize is that wine is in the way. Wine is the competitor. Really, let's just talk about it. It just is.
I think also,
rare from everyone in any restaurant. It's wine. So how does
accessibility? Yeah.
Get in wine drinkers? What
I think
they have to do is not charge much more than wine. That's the problem. The wine is handmade, artisan made. They grow the fruits versus the sake brewery buys the rice. So don't tell me it's the same work. I mean, it's more work to make wine than to make a bottle of sake. I just think it is. It is. If you've ever been working on a winery, so then why is it cheaper? You should tell me. That's the problem. I think that's the big problem that we should talk about. Wine is just as much, but it's more money. Sake is just more money per bottle. So, and I think that's the problem. And they need to figure something out.
I think accessibility, price, all those things come into play on what people reach for. But after somebody has an experience at, Shibumi or Nobu Theater House or at Hanyato, people are definitely looking on the shelves a little bit more. And of course at Tipsy, that is our mission, to make it more accessible and more mainstream. And we have to ride this wave that is going up and really drive this culture, I think. And then Soma-san at Hanyato, what do you think of the future roles of sake and shochu? I know you don't serve shochu at Hanyato at the moment. You're focused on sake because there's a lot to play with, and you don't need more. Not to say that we don't enjoy shochu and whiskey and everything else and wine together sometime. But what is your take on the future of sake and or shochu?
I think because of internet, everyone is so close to each other, right? Like sharing information is much easier. Like today, I have everyone's aha moment. Like, oh, I want to go Nobu-san place, like Shibumi, and try this. So just sharing your aha moment or amazing pairing, small things is important, I think, by social media.
Yes, because we are limited to not being able to show it in person these days. So that does become key. And videos, I know you post simple recipes for people so that they can try it at home. We're obviously doing this over Zoom because we are limited to being, in the same place at the same time. So I understand that. And Justin-san, sorry, we have 1 minute or less than 1 minute for questions if there's any. There's just so much more to cover with amazing talent in one Zoom. Sorry that I have 1 minute, but if there's any questions, please pose it our way.
Here, Doc, can you bring it back to the studio?
But thank you for everybody. Oh, should we do a last kanpai too? Arigatou gozaimashita. Thank you so much.
How is it? We got them in here with us? Oh, we got everybody?
Yes.
We got everybody? Excellent. Thank you so much, everybody. Yeah, I mean, as far as questions, I mean, we didn't have a whole lot going on in the chat, but I mean, I'm just curious. I mean, just straight up, you were talking about, sort of accessibility. You're getting access to more ingredients. You're getting access to more different things. What gets you excited? Like right now, if you've got a bottle of sake, you got customers. If you can open up tomorrow, everybody's looking for an experience. What's got you excited? I mean, how about the Shibumi guys? David, Christopher?
Me? Well, if we were open tomorrow, then I guess we would start by just throwing a huge party.
Fair enough.
Like, how to promote sake. I mean,
yeah.
Everyone's in sake production mode right now, so I don't know. Maybe do a live Zoom thing with a brewer or something like that. Maybe Chris could help us out.
Obviously it's incredibly challenging right now with everything being down and, unable to do it, what you're used to doing every day. Is there anything in sort of the nature of the setup of things right now? I imagine some of you, experimenting with takeout and other different types of service. How are you looking at maybe your role or how you can facilitate people's, relationship with your food and then with sake sort of in the current circumstance? Is there anything that, Soma-san was just talking about the use of the internet. Are these tools lending anything to you in any way that you feel like has been really substantial?
Yeah, I think so. Right? Like everyone's staying home right now, so people watch more SNS, like social media. So, like I start following like sake pairing hashtag, and I see like lots of new recipe and idea. It's really fun. Mm-hmm.
And I've actually enjoyed at Shibumi, because they were forced to do takeout only, their bento creations with the sake pairing that Chris would choose, like their shimesaba and the senkin omachi and stuff. Like for me, as a bystander or as a customer, it's like, wow, like we would not be able to see a culinary bento creation from these amazing chefs unless it was this time. So as much as it's unfortunate, it still really excites me to see new creations that you wouldn't, in a different context, because their talent can go like in many ways and show amazing things for me.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, all of you, for making time this morning or this afternoon. I said these time zones are messing with me all over the place. That was absolutely fantastic. I am very, very eager. I say, we're doing okay. We're not exactly suffering over here in Japan. We've got access to a few good things, but I'm so eager to get on a plane here really soon and head to the West Coast and pay you all a visit. That was, thank you so much for making time. I recognize how, challenging things are right now. How can we help you? What do you guys, just, sake and stuff like that aside, in just given the state of things right now, what can our viewers, our listeners, what can people do to help you right now? Is there, of course, if you're in the area, of course, takeout, but is there anything that you, ladies and gentlemen, need or that anybody listening here can do to support you guys?
Chris?
I mean, I think supporting your local business is the number one thing to do right now. But I love what you're doing with this, Justin. Like, everyone's pretty much at home right now. So just spreading the knowledge so when we can come together again, we can just be in person and share all this physically.
Absolutely. Yeah, I said, again, thank you so much, you guys, for making time. I really, really appreciate it. There's only so much we can do here, via video stream, but I can't wait until, we're going to come up with another opportunity here. This is the first summit. We're sorting this stuff out. We're going to keep working on different ways to kind of bring people together. And I love that, you know, jumping from Shibuya to Hanyato to Teeter House, you know, I imagine you all didn't have the time or resources to be able to do that before. And so this sort of cross-pollination, I'm just super honored that we're able to just even put you all in the same space, even just for an hour. And I hope that, you know, it really generates something for all of you, and that, you know, you can, you know, of course we can support you and consumers can support you, but I hope it, you know, helps facilitate a way you guys can support one another as well. And I just want to, yeah, just say thank you, you know, given everything that's going on, I just really appreciate it. And Sachiko, thank you so much for putting all the, bringing all these wonderful folks together. I can't thank you enough.
Thank you. And I have to add, just for that, supporting local businesses. Local businesses is, you know, like where the heart is and where they are showing you each and every product with an experience. So even like during this hard time, it is really important to pay attention to what local businesses are doing, where they need help. You can buy sake from Tipsy, of course, which is, you know, easy, you click it, but the knowledge that people are spreading also, like Tipsy can't carry namazake, but all these local places can.
Yeah.
And namazake, which is unpasteurized and not really shippable.
Yeah.
So like right now especially, it is really, really important. Please support local businesses as much as you can. Just pay attention to what they're saying or reach out. You know, anything is going to help, I think, right now. As much as it might help, you know, hopefully it helps shochu and sake makers in Japan for every bottle that you purchase. So I think that's how you can support.
Yeah, absolutely.
Drink more.
Yeah, right.
Drink more.
At the end of the day, that's about the extent of what we can do.
Yeah.
Right, absolutely. You know, thank you so much. Nobuo-san, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Soma-san, David, Christopher, thanks so much for getting together with us here this afternoon. Sachiko, thank you for a fantastic session. I look forward to seeing you all on the West Coast and in the desert as well, in Phoenix here, very, very soon. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
See you soon, everyone. Bye.
All right.
Hey,
No, it's
back to the studio.
right. Yeah, back to the studio. We're back. I say we're kind of back in rhythm again here, and yeah,
Hey.
it's so.
Are we not live now?
Oops.
I don't think we're live
The
now.
restaurant industry right now is obviously going through a whole lot, and we saw that in some of yesterday's sessions. But I really like, you know, we can't jump into the restaurant the way that we, you know, like to before, and maybe it's not the same, you know, using social media and the tools that we have. But I thought it was, you know, the fact they're saying, you know, these are tools, these are the viable tools that we have, and the fact that people are actually able to pay attention, and they're able to, you know, look at, you know, people have the time to step back and say, oh, here's what the restaurants were doing in my area, and actually see visually, oh, these are the proposals, these are the ideas, and people are able to kind of sit with that. And the work that they've been, that the chefs and, you know, have been doing for so long, you know, it's actually, in a way, it's an opportunity, I'd like to think, for people to discover what's, you know, what's out there. So.
Fully agree. That's what we were saying yesterday about shochu distillery visit as well.
Yeah.
Whereas there was a little bit of an offer on sake breweries.
Yeah.
Very few pictures of shochu distilleries.
Yeah.
And so this time that we can take to take a step back is definitely offering that opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, yeah, do what you can, support your local businesses out there, support your local business, support your local chefs, restaurants, and drink sake. You know, that's not the worst way to spend a weekend or an evening.
So we're moving into distillates.
We are. We're heading to the Okinawan Islands for this next round. We're getting back to shochu. So yes, and Aomori gets lumped in the category of shochu, but it is something. I at least for me, you know, Aomori is something kind of in and of itself. It is Japan's indigenous spirit. You know, it wasn't a shochu, it was the shochu, you know, originally. And so in Okinawa, you've got 46, 47 distilleries left. And when you talk to people from there, they'll say, we've got 46, distilleries there, which is amazing. You look at, in this very small space. Across the small collection of islands, you've got 46 distilleries. But at the same time, you look at, you've only got 46 distilleries in the whole world. Like, that's it. You know, you can't take Ryukyu Awamori and just transplant it someplace else. You know, it's protected, and it's something very, very special. But it's still, the access to those places is still, it's tough to get there. A lot of those places are definitely not on the tourist trail. A lot of the stuff doesn't even make it to Tokyo. Honestly, even just trying to go and find a really stellar selection of awamori in Tokyo is a challenge. And so, you know, we wanted to give our viewers, our listeners, a chance to, one, learn a little bit about the category, because even though people are starting to hear about shochu a little bit, a lot of times people don't always touch on awamori. It doesn't get it into the package with everything else. So a little opportunity to kind of learn what that is, as well as get an idea as to the depth and breadth of sort of the cultural relationship, and just how rich culturally this beverage is, and the things that make it really, really unique, because there are a lot of completely unique characteristics of this beverage, not just in, you know, the profile and things, but in the way that it's handled, the way that it's matured. You know, there's just so many elements to this. And so what we did, we paid a visit to Chuko Shuzo, which is on the main island in Okinawa, and they have invested in their tradition and in the culture as much as they have in innovation. And they've just really created not just an incredible product, but an incredible space to really get a feel for, you know, what it is I think a lot of people don't have the opportunity to experience. And so, you know, out of all those lines, we'd love to pull together, you know, a dozen distilleries, but it's you know, it's a challenge, and they were just incredibly graceful with their time. And the current president, Mr. Oshido, he took us on a little tour. And so we went on a little tour, and we ran around not just the distillery, but the space. And I think there's a lot to, I think it'll be eye-opening for a lot of folks who are maybe heard the term awamori, but have not necessarily had the opportunity to dive into that. So with that, we will go ahead and take a look at awamori, Japan's original indigenous spirit. Go ahead and go.
Welcome back to one more session here at the Sake Future Summit 2020, brought to you by Sake On Air and the Japan Sake and Shochu Makers Association. We are back here with one more special session, and this one is particularly special because this is the only session that we're going to have focusing on awamori, specifically Ryukyu awamori. Among the different types and styles and varieties of shochu, awamori is significant because it is the original. It is Japan's original indigenous spirit, and it is unique to the Okinawan Islands and uniquely tied to the people and the livelihoods and the culture that has thrived there for centuries. Today, we are very lucky to be joined by Mr. Tsumu Oshido, who represents 3 generations at Chuko Awamori Distillery in Okinawa. The work that they have done there to not only preserve culture, but to push innovation and to really spread the unique character and the qualities and the potential of this really, really fantastic and spectacular beverage is really something special. So we're very, very excited and honored to be joined by him today. So without further ado, we'll go ahead and get started. 大城さん、おはようございます。
おはようございます。
はい、今日忙しい中、貴重な時間を、いただきましてありがとうございます。今日は短い時間なんですけれども、ぜひよろしくお願いいたします。
はい、よろしくお願いします。
はい。そうですね、ぜひ、まず、中古さんについて、そのちょっと背景とか、多分今日、のお話を、聞いてくださっている方々がですね、多分なかなか青森、飲まれる機会は多分そんなにないと思うんですけれども、
はい、
まずはですね、中古さんのこともそうなんですけれども、そもそも青森って何っていう、少しそういった背景の含めて、少し、教えていただけますでしょうか。
はい。よろしくお願いします。
はい、よろしくお願いします。
じゃあ最初に、自己紹介をさせてください。
はい。
中古酒造株式会社代表取締役の大城勉と申します。1956年、中古酒造の3代目として、生まれました。大学は、東京農業大学 醸造学科を卒業しました。卒論は、高温耐性酵母の育成でございました。そして卒業後、国税庁の醸造試験所で1年間研修をいたしました。その研究のテーマが、亀の熟成のメカニズムの解明、あるいは、麹菌の黒麹菌の若麹、ひね麹の研究、それは、日本の焼酎青森の第一人者である西谷隆道先生のもとご指導をいただきました。そして、2006年には日本醸造協会技術賞を受賞しました。その研究テーマは、シー汁浸積法の研究。これは泡盛の古式製法の研究でございました。そして、2019年には、泡盛業界に尽力をしたことで、宝珠褒章を、受賞しております。はい、それではこれから、泡盛の魅力を皆さんにお伝えしたいと思います。
ぜひよろしくお願いします。
はい、まず最初に、麗しき文化あるところ、麗しき先合い。これは農芸、科学者、微生物学者である発酵と醸造の研究で世界的権威者である坂口健一郎博士の、言葉です。それでは、麗しき沖縄の文化、麗しき泡盛を、ご紹介します。泡盛が誕生した沖縄は日本の南の島でございます。沖縄はトロピカルアイランドで、人口が140万人、そして、観光客が年間950万人訪れます。長寿と美しい島で知られております。海に囲まれた沖縄は韓国、中国、台湾、東南アジアとの交易で、栄えてきました。はい。沖縄は青い空、青い海、自然が豊かな島です。世界遺産も、数多くあります。その一つである首里城には泡盛を貯蔵、熟成するための蔵がありました。お客さんをおもてなしするために泡盛が必要だったからです。交易により各国の文化を取り入れながら独自の文化を形成してきました。琉球料理は長寿の食事として知られています。ワインと同様に泡盛は料理に使われてきました。肉を柔らかくしたり、香りを改善したりと。そして、空手。空手は沖縄で生まれた、ブドウで世界中に広まっています。泡盛を市場へ運ぶとき、空手家を盗賊から泡盛を守るために活用してきました。沖縄独自の琉球舞踊、そして音楽。はい、そして、陶器。陶器は食器として、また泡盛の貯蔵容器として用いられてきました。琉球ガラス、そして、紅型、芭蕉布、ミンサーなどの織物、漆器、小さな島国である沖縄で様々な文化が形成されてきました。まさしく麗しき文化を作ってまいりました。そして、麗しい酒である沖縄の誇りである琉球泡盛を生み出してきました。青い海、青い空、トロピカルな自然のもと、麗しき文化を生み出してきました。 それらの関わりの中で、麗しき泡盛が誕生しました。まさしく、麗しき文化あるところ、麗しき泡盛ありです。泡盛の起源は、600年前にタイ、中国から蒸留機が伝わったと言われています。蒸留機の伝来と沖縄の発酵技術の融合、黒麹との融合により蒸留酒である泡盛が誕生しました。泡盛は600年前に沖縄で作られた日本最古の蒸留酒です。泡盛の定義として、米を原料とし、黒麹菌を使用する。すべての米を麹にする全麹仕込みであるということです。全麹にすることによって、麹菌の酵素により、リッチな成分が醸し出されます。4番目に、単式蒸留で蒸留をすることです。この蒸留機は我が社で使用されている単式蒸留機です。単式蒸留機の特徴は、アルコール度数を高めるとともに、原料の特徴である香味を引き出すことにあります。泡盛の原点である黒麹菌を紹介します。日本の種類の生産に使われている麹菌が3種類です。麹の特徴は、麹の役割は酵素を作ることです。泡盛に使われている黒麹菌、クエン酸を生成します。そして、その変異株である、焼酎麹、これ白麹菌と呼ばれています。酒麹、イエロー麹と呼ばれ、日本酒、味噌、醤油等に使われています。黒麹の胞子の色により、黒麹、白麹、黄麹と呼ばれています。日本酒は空気がきれいでバクテリアが繁殖しない寒い時期に製造を始めます。味噌醤油はバクテリアを抑えるために塩分を使用します。沖縄は気温が高く湿度が高いためバクテリアが繁殖しやすい環境にあります。その環境の中、アルコール発酵ができるのは黒麹菌を沖縄の先人が発見したから泡盛が誕生したのです。黒麹菌は昔から泡盛を製造する際に使用されてきました。黒麹菌は大量のクエン酸を作り出します。そのクエン酸は室見の発酵中、pH を下げてバクテリアによる汚染を防いでくれます。泡盛の特徴として熟成させる文化であるということ。泡盛は全麹で仕込むことで香味成分が多く形成されます。貯蔵することで揮発成分の減少、香味成分の熟成変化、そしてアルコールと水の慣れにより熟成されていきます。泡盛は年数とともに熟成します。泡盛、熟成によりフレーバーとアロマが豊かになります。3年以上熟成された泡盛はフースと呼ばれます。次に、私ども中高酒造の経営理念をご紹介します。泡盛文化の継承と創造。それが私どもの、経営理念でございます。泡盛文化の継承とは、泡盛製造方法、保守文化を継承するということ。その具現化として、 泡盛を熟成させる甕を自社で開発しています。泡盛文化の創造、新しい製造方法の開発、酵母菌等の研究です。新たな出資への挑戦です。琉球ぐすく焼きは中高酒造の2代目である私の父の大城茂により生み出されました。土作り、ドクロ形成、焼き、独自の研究により琉球ぐすく焼きが誕生しました。その思いは泡盛がよりよく熟成する甕を求めてでありました。中高酒造は泡盛熟成用の甕を自家製造する唯一の酒造メーカーです。私どもが甕作りに求めたのは、アルコールが蒸発しない焼き締める甕を作ること。それには土の配合が大切です。2番目に手作りへのこだわりです。一つ一つドクロを回して作ります。で、3つ目に窯変、火の芸術です。同じ景色が一つとありません。4つ目に美的であり、泡盛を熟成させる容器としての機能性です。以上が、泡盛のご紹介です。これから、私どもの施設をご紹介、したいと思います。
はい、吉野さん、ありがとうございました。先ほどちょっといくつかちょっと質問なんですけれども、ぐすく焼きはですね、そういったこれから多分ご案内していただくと思うんですけれども、開発された背景ってどんな感じだったでしょうか。多分もともと青森を甕に熟成させるっていう多分文化は昔からあると思うんですけれども、新たに開発しようとされたきっかけとかその理由とか、について、お聞きしたいんですけれども。
私どもの2代目の社長である大城茂が、どうして甕作りをやるようになったかというと、平成元年に美濃焼、多治見の美濃焼に見学に行きまして、そこの、体験のドクロを回す体験に、初めて、ドクロを触ったときに、簡単にお茶碗と湯飲みができちゃった。で、そこで、そこの陶芸、教室の先生がおっしゃったのは、これまで何千人の方々が、体験にお見えになったけど、最初に土を触って、こんだけものができたのは初めてだということで、その時に体験道場に、連れて行った、方は、私ども取引している、時期の当期の会社の社長さんだったんで、それで、まず土とドクロと、それから、陶芸用の小物を送ってくれと。で、これが私どもの会長が最初に、先代が最初に作ったお茶碗です。
素敵ですね。
これで、それで、これ要するに、そういったドクロを、体験したことがなく、それとも最初にこういうのができたんで、だったらできる、自分でやってみようということで始まったのが、甕作りです。で、それが平成元年の8月から始まって、約3ヶ月である程度その形にすることができました。で、それでじゃあ、これからどうしようかということになって、で、さっき、私が、国税庁の醸造試験所で、その研修を行いました。その時の研究テーマが、 その亀熟成のメカニズムの解明ということで、要するに泡盛を亀に、その熟成することによっての成分変化、あるいは、その香りの変化がどうなるかという研究をさせてもらったんで、亀についてはある程度、そういう、非常に興味があったということで、私どものその先代が、亀作りをやろうということになったときに、泡盛の600年の歴史の中で貯蔵容器として亀だったんですね。熟成容器として。であるならば、要するに私の中高酒造が自社で亀を作ることによって、泡盛文化のその根底の部分を我々が携わることになる。あるいは青森文化の根底を我々が、掴むことになる。やっぱり青森にとってやっぱり空想文化だと。それも亀に熟成させる文化だと。やっぱりそれが世界に青森を伝える、要するに物語にもなるし、差別化にもなるし、あるいは九州の焼酎との差別化にもなるということで、中高酒造が独自の土俵作りができるんじゃないかということで、亀作りを始めました。
いや、素晴らしいですね。その亀熟成の研究された時にはですね、特にやはり、瓶とかと違って、その亀に熟成させることによって、さらに効果的なファクターだったりとか、なんか面白い発見とかなんかありましたでしょうか？
亀は土からできてます。土はいろんな金属の塊です。鉄分、銅分、マグネシウム、亜鉛とかいろんな金属が要するに、土の中にあって、で、その亀に熟成青森を入れることによって、その亀からいろんな金属イオンが要するに出てきます。その金属イオンがその泡盛の熟成の熟成というのはある面で化学反応ですので、その化学反応を早める触媒的な効果があるというふうに、言われています。で、亀に入れることによって金属イオンが、抽出されて、それが青森の熟成を早めてくれるということ。で、2番目は、亀というのはやっぱりその遠赤外線効果が持っています。やっぱりその遠赤外線効果によって熟成を早めるという、そういった効果があります。実際に、やはり私どもでその亀に熟成させることによって、やはりタンクの貯蔵の泡盛。で、亀で熟成させた泡盛だと、やっぱり亀の方が、その香りが非常に、そのバニラみたいな、バニリンみたいな香り、それから、そういった熟成の香りが、非常にリッチに、作れます。それと同時に、味の滑らかさも出てくるということで、やっぱり、亀というのは、やはりその青森にとって、熟成容器として非常に適しているというふうに感じています。
なるほどですね。その最初に作ろうとされた時にはですね、多分以前から一応亀熟成っていった形で、いろんなメーカーさんが普通に亀熟成とかされたりしてたと思うんですけれども、その自社の亀を開発しようとされたときに、どういったところ改善点として、見てらっしゃったのでしょうか？
それまでは、3所坪とか、あと5所坪とか、それは、その販売用に、我々もその陶器の会社から仕入れてやってきました。それは青森メーカーすべてそうです。ところが、やはり、泡盛が漏れる亀が結構あったんですね。例えば、5年経った、10年経ったら、蒸発して、中身がなくなってきたということもありましたんで、私どもとしてはやはり、例えば子供の誕生記念に、求める方もたくさんいらっしゃいます。そうすると、 で、子供の誕生記念に、その青森の亀を買って、その思いというのは、子供が20歳になった時に一緒に青森を、熟成された青森を飲みたいなと。子供の成長とともに青森も熟成して、それが、その20歳の成人式に青森を、飲みたいなというのがやっぱり親の思いです。そうすると、その蒸発して、中身がなくなったということにとっては我々は非常に心苦しい。であるならば、やはり熟成、要するに蒸発しない亀をまず作るということ。20年、最低20年置いても、その亀から青森が、漏れることがないような、その亀を作るという、これが一番の思いです。で、後で紹介するんですけど、そのためには焼き締まる土。焼き締めることによって、そのアルコールが、青森が逃げないような亀を作るという、それが我々の第一番目の要するにテーマでした。
なるほどですね。いや、素晴らしいですね。まだいろいろお聞きしたいこといっぱいあるんですけれども、じゃあ次は、じゃあちょっと、貯蔵庫とか、そちらの方にぜひ、見てみたいと思いますので、そこら辺ちょっと、見させていただきながら、また引き続き、いろいろ、聞かせていただければなと。
はい、よろしくお願いします。
はい、引き続きよろしくお願いします。
これが、中高の、貯蔵庫でございます。で、これは木造の貯蔵庫で、沖縄は、建物は、コンクリートか、鉄骨で、がほとんど、なんですけども、木造の建物、貯蔵庫というのは非常に、珍しい、建物でございます。はい、中に入っていきます。
はい。
はい。実は、この、木造の貯蔵庫、沖縄では最大、一番、大きい、木造の、建築物でございます。で、ここには、私どもので作った亀の、熟成を行っております。約1000個の亀が貯蔵されています。で、あと、ステンレスのタンクが熟成されています。で、沖縄の8月の気温というのは、温度が30度を超えます。沖縄の建物というのはほとんど、さっき、説明したように、コンクリートが、鉄骨です。もう30度を超えると、もうとても日中の暑さで、熱がこもって、その夜中になっても、その熱がこもって、温度が下がらないという、そういった中で、木造の建物にすることによって、気温が、夏は涼しく、そして、冬は暖かいという非常に、青森の熟成にはいい環境を醸し出すということで、私どもは木造の建物を作りました。非常に、夏はその木はどんなに、気温が高くても、その部屋の温度はそんなに、上がりません。そういった意味では、温度と湿度が非常にいい環境にあるというふうに言えます。はい、次は、陶器の工場に参ります。
先ほどの、
はい、
タンクと、 亀の熟成、どういうふうにそれを、使い分けてらっしゃるんですか？
基本的に、一般的にはもう、ステンレスの貯蔵がメインです。ほとんど。で、やはり、亀というのは、大きい亀がないですから、どんなに、やはり、1000個ぐらいあっても年間で通して約500リッターぐらいしか、提供できないという状況なんで、亀熟成については約、8年から10年ぐらいの亀熟成の泡盛を年に1回、限定品として、イベントの時に、提供してます。あとはほとんどが、ステンレスのタンクになります。
なるほど、なるほど。
基本的に私どもが、望んでいるのは、やはりメーカーとして亀熟成をたくさん作るということは難しい。泡盛の亀の一番いいところは、お客様が自ら、亀熟成を楽しめるということになります。先ほど説明したように、子供の誕生の時に、泡盛を求めたら、それが自分の、要するに、家の酒、家の宝として、お客様自ら、熟成を楽しむという文化があります。それは、子供の誕生記念であり、あるいは結婚記念であり、家の新築記念であり、そういったいろんな記念日に、亀を求めることによって、自分で泡盛のその熟成を楽しむ。それが泡盛の一番の魅力だと思うし、それが泡盛の大切な文化です。それは他の蒸留酒にはない、僕は、楽しみだというふうに思っています。
じゃあ一つ一つの家庭の中に本当にそういう熟成させたりとかいつ飲まれるかとかそれぞれの家庭の文化が青森と結構身近な存在って言いますかね、非常に近いもの
ですね。ですから、ある程度アパートなんかは置くスペースはあれなんですけど、一つの一軒家だと、ほとんど一家に一亀というぐらい多分、その亀があると思うし、中には、3つ4つその亀を並べて棺という文化があります。要するに一番古いのから、飲んで、2番目の古いものから、その継ぎ足していくという棺という文化があります。これはもう各、家庭で、やっている文化だというふうに思っています。
なるほどですね。
はい、うちの陶器の工場です。まず、土についてご説明をします。この灰色の土は沖縄の、南部の土で、アルカリ性の、土です。そして赤い土、これは、北部の、沖縄の北部で取れる、赤い土で、これ酸性の土です。アルカリの土と酸性の土をブレンドして、その粘土を作ります。これが出来上がった粘土です。そして、粘土を作る機械がこちらの方に、これが粘土の、作る機械。これは、よく、見たことあると思うんですけど、日本酒の絞る機械とよく似てます。矢蓋式によく似た、粘土を絞る機械です。日本酒の場合は液体を日本酒にするんですけども、我々は、カスの部分が粘土となって、その粘土が、分離されます。で、次に、ドクロの形成に、参ります。左側が、ドクロを回した直後のものです。で、真ん中が、乾燥後、そして焼き上がりが右側。 これ、同じ、そのものでございます。で、非常に、収縮して、してきます。容量にして約半分ぐらいの容量になります。かなり、焼き締まったその陶器になります。多分、世界で一番焼き締まる、その土だと思います。非常に、焼き締まるだけ非常に金属音がします。それは、かなり、焼き締まって、先ほど説明した通り、泡盛が逃げない、蒸発しない、紙になってきます。
ですね。
今、泡盛の亀を作ってます。小さな、3畳5畳の亀は、ドクロを回しながら一気に引き上げてくるんですけども、一頭亀とかそれ以上の大きな亀は、これ紐作りと言いまして、その亀に練り込みながら上げていくという方式をとります。一頭以上の亀になると一気に、ドクロを回して引き上げるというのは非常に、難しいです。で、このように、練り込みながら、形を上に上げていきます。
そちらにその亀の職人さんは何名ぐらいいらっしゃるんですか？
今はちょっと少なくなりまして、もううちの職人を、独立させて、今外注に、してます。で、今、作っているのは私どものその常務であります、私の弟の大城幸雄が作ってます。ですから、私どもので、育成した、投稿を今、もう独立させて、そして、それを外注に我々、に出してやっているという状況です。
それでまたその職人さんは育成って言いますかね、育てられるような環境もできているわけなんですね。
はい、そうですね。
素晴らしいですね。
はい。じゃあ次行きます。次は焼成焼きです。で、今、焼く前の陶器です。で、これが向こうの釜の方に入っていきます。で、私どもの大きな特徴というのは、これ、下の方を見てください。下の方は一回焼いた亀です。で、上の方はこれから焼く亀です。実は、私どもは、2回亀を焼きます。2回亀を焼くことによって、要するに、完璧に焼き締めるという方法をとっています。これは多分2度焼きというのはほとんど、どこの、 陶芸もやってない、やり方です。それはそのアルコールの蒸発を防ぐため、そして同時に、その紙にその用品という景色をつけるために行う製法です。
じゃあかなり手間かかるプロセスなんですね。
手間かかりますね。だから二度焼きというのはほとんどどこもやってないと思います。二度やることによって、焼き締める、そして、その景色を、要するにヒーローをつけるということです。で、これが子供の誕生記念に子供の手形、足形を入れ、そして、その生まれた年、合併を入れ、身長、体重を入れ、それが子供の誕生記念として、その多分おじいちゃん、おばあちゃんから、プレゼントされたんだと思います。あと、結婚記念であったり、あとは、ここにあるのは、住宅の家を作った時の新築記念として、友人や親戚からこういった紙が送られてきます。そのようにして、各家庭にそれぞれのその思い出の記念として、紙がプレゼントされてきます。そしてそれが、各家で泡盛を、熟成させる楽しみがあるということです。それではまず、その泡盛のご紹介をしたいと思います。まず泡盛のその古酒であります。5年。10年。15年。そのように、年代別に泡盛は、販売されています。熟成させる文化でございます。
普段市場に出されている青森って大体何年ぐらいのものが多いですか？
そうですね。通常は3年、5年が多いですね。
なるほどですね。それはなんか最近のいわゆる市場の需要によってなんか若くなったりとか、さらになんかスタイル的により熟成系が多いとかって何かありますでしょうか？
そうですね。まだやはりその泡盛その高年数というものがまだまだ、要するに、その認知されてないということですね。まだ、そういう意味ではその一般的のその食事あるいは、その飲食にとして出るのはその新しい、新種というのが多いです。
その先ほど、おっしゃったその棺について少しお話、されたと思うんですけれども、
はい、
青森の甲州っていうのは何年ぐらい熟成させてから甲州って言えるものなんですか？
は、3年以上。
それは3年以上なんですね。
はい、
でも棺の場合は、いわゆる要するにそういった若いものとか少し足したりとかすることにもなって、
はい。ですから、棺というのはもう、その青森メーカーとしては、要するにやりにくい部分。例えば、10年ものに5年ものを棺をすると、これ5年ものとしか表示できないですね。例えば、10年ものが、その9割あって、その棺として5年ものを1割入れたら、この泡盛というのは、5年ものとしか表示ができない。そのブレンドした棺した、若い年数のものを、その年数表示ができるということなんで、そういう意味ではそのメーカーとしては棺というのは非常にやりにくくなった。ただしやっぱり棺というのはやはり各家庭でやっていただきたいというふうに思っています。
まあでもそれまたね、青森ならではの、まあ、味わいだったりですとか、楽しみ方だったりですとか、まあ、技術だったりですとかっていうのもあるから、まあ、そういったまたその、まあ、ブレンドに対する、まあ、良さっていうか、ところを、まあ、これからまた、まあ、広めていくことによって、またこれから結構可能性があるような気がしますね。
そうですね。で、次に、我々のその研究で、できた泡盛です。まず、先ほど、これ CU 親戚法といって、古宿製法で、私どもの社員が博士号を、取った製法、そして、日本醸造協会技術賞を取った製法です。で、一番の特徴は、香りが青りんごの香りを醸し出します。で、2番目が4日麹。で、通常、その青森の麹、あるいは日本酒の麹、味噌醤油もそうですけど、2日かけて麹を作るわけですけども、私どもは、4日かけて、時間をかけて丁寧に、麹を作ることにしました。そうすることによって、今までの泡盛の香り、香味とは、違うタイプ。多分それは、4日間で、酵素の作り方が、酵素、アミラーゼ、プロテアーゼ、リパーゼという酵素が、何らかの、その変化を醸し出し、新しい、その香りを従来のない青森のタイプになります。一番の特徴は、洋梨の香りです。
いや僕もその、
非常に
はい、その4日麹の非常に、まあ、とても美味しくて、とても個人的には好きなんですけれども、その、もともと、そもそもそういった4日麹っていう、まあ、あまり概念がないって言いますかね、まあ、日本酒にしても何にしても、そもそもそこにたどり着かれたなんか経緯とかきっかけみたいなものは何かありましたでしょうか？
やはり、現場で、いろんなことをやっていく中で、特に、若い麹を作ったり、ちょっと、その、ひねした麹、時間をかけて、実際に3日かけて作ったりもしてきました。で、その中で、じゃあ3日まではできたんだけど、じゃあ4日どうかということで、現場で挑戦してみたら非常に素晴らしいのができたというふうに思っています。これ日本酒なんかですと非常に、その3日4日麹を作るというのはかなり難しいと思います。というのは、泡盛は、前半温度を上げて後半温度を下げていく過程なんで、そういう面では、その後半の温度の落とし方によって4日までできますけども、日本酒は逆に、温度を下げながら後半に温度を上げていくという、工程を取るんで、4日間、あるいは3日間麹を引っ張るというのはかなり、難しいことだと思います。そういう意味では、4日麹というのは青森がその黒麹の、製造過程の、時間と温度の要するに、そのコントロールができれば、その4日麹が出来上がるという、その結果として今までにないようなフルーティー、洋梨のような香りを醸し出しますし、非常に、アルコール感のないような味わいになっています。はい、次に。次に、
どうぞどうぞ。
はい。で、次に、私はマンゴー酵母という、マンゴーから取り出した酵母です。これは、その泡盛の古酒の香りである、そのバニリン、バニラの香りを醸し出す、その酵母です。これは、その国税庁の試験場の鑑定官でありました、小関先生が、泡盛のバニリンは、どこから生成されてくるかというと、お米のフェルダ酸、表面にフェルダ酸があります。そのフェルダ酸を、酵母が食べて、 4VG という物質を作ります。その 4VG が、熟成してバニリンになるということを、小関先生が解明してくれました。で、我々は、じゃあそのペルダ酸をたくさん、を食べて 4VG をたくさん作る酵母を、見つけるという作業を、沖縄県の研究機関と一緒に研究しまして、バニリンをたくさん、作る酵母、それは、沖縄の特産品であるマンゴーの実からそういう酵母を、見つけ出しました。非常にウイスキーのシングルモルトの甘い香り、それが、樽熟成しなくても醸し出されるという、そういった、マンゴー酵母、バイヤーの香りです。そういった、いろんな味わい、風味、それができるのもやはり、私どものいろんな研究を通してで、勝ち取った、味だと思います。今、我々は香りシリーズということで、青りんごの香り、洋梨の香り、そして、バニラの香りということで、今後、それらを商品化していきたいなというふうに考えています。
そうですね。いや、じゃあ、そういった、いわゆる青森はですね、そういった、結構、伝統的な、ルーツが非常に強い、ある意味結構、沖縄の縮図的な存在、ではあると思うんですけれども、と同時に、中古さんも結構こういった、何ですかね、その青森の、また新たな、形みたいなものを結構、積極的に、取り組んでいらっしゃるんですね。
そうですね。ですから、よくいろんな方に言うんですけども、日本酒の、その論文が、ドクター論文が1000ページある。ビールが1000ページある。ワイン、ウイスキー、あるいは、その論文が1000ページある。そういった中で、泡盛の論文というのが、3名、うちの、あった和志含め4本しかなかったんですね。青森論文というのが。やっぱそういう面では、その青森というのはほとんど研究されてきてない。研究されてきてないということは、まだまだ多くの可能性を秘めているということなんで、我々はこれからもやはり青森の可能性を求めて、もっともっと品質の向上を求めて、いろんなことに挑戦をしていきたいなというふうに考えています。
大城さんは今特になんか力入れてらっしゃることだったりですとか、非常に伝統的な製法だったりとかそういった部分もそうですし、こういった新しい形の青森の例えば飲み方だったりですとか、提供し方だったりですとか、特に可能性を感じてらっしゃるところってどんなところでしょうか？
飲み方はたくさんあります。要するに、青森というのは、その水割りであったり、オンザロックであったり、ソーダで割る、あるいはカクテルで作る。いろんな飲み方があります。で、食中酒、食前酒、食中酒、食後酒という、それぞれの楽しみ方があるんですけども、でも今、私が一番おすすめするというのは、さっき、4日麹という言葉が出ます。4日麹のパーシャルショットです。マイナス30度で、このトロトロ感、マイナス30度で冷やした、アルコールが 43% ありますんで、凍りません。その代わり、そのとろみが出て、多分、いろんな、パーシャルショットがあります。テキーラとか、テキーラ、ジンゴッカ。その中で、その4日麹、やっぱり、麹菌が醸し出す、その味の柔らかさというのが、パーシャルショットにすることによって、非常に味が滑らかに、なって、スーッと喉を通っていくという、今、私が一番勧める、その新しい、青森の、飲み方の提案です。
なるほどですね。そちらの4日麹は、43度っておっしゃったんですけれども、 まあちょっと今更なんですけれども、青森の普段は原酒として出来上がるものは多分まあ商品によって様々だと思うんですけれども、平均みたいなものって
平均はやっぱり45から46です。
で、まあ例えば焼酎でしたら結構まあ水で割ったりとかして、まあ加水して、まあ20度、5度とか結構商品として出されるところ多いんですけれども、青森の場合はいかがでしょうか？
基本的な一般の要するに、家庭で手軽に飲むという度数は30度です。で、あと、やっぱり古酒に、熟成させる。まあ、その原酒としてやっぱり44度で熟成をさせる。で、やっぱりなぜ44度かというと、45度以上というのはやはり、前の税法ではそのスプリッツになってたんで、青森のとして貯蔵するには44度ぐらいで熟成させて、40度から43度で5年、10年寝かせて世に出すということをやってます。
なるほどですね。じゃあまあ一概には言えないんですけれども、でもまあ全体的には普通って言ったらあれなんですけれども、本格焼酎に比べると、まあ青森の方が若干平均的にちょっとアルコール度数若干高めですね。まあ普通に商品として、
ね、
はい、あるんですね。
というのはやはり泡盛というのは全麹にしますんで、その香りの成分、味の成分がリッチに含まれる。やっぱそのためにはその度数の高い方が香り成分、味の成分が、要するにそのアルコールで、その香り、その風味が、閉じ込められているんで、度数が高い方が味わいがあるというふうに思っています。
大城さん、本当に今日まあ、短い時間でしたけれども、貴重な、お話と、ご案内、していただきまして、本当にありがとうございました。
はい、ありがとうございました。
はい、そちら本当に沖縄の方でもうそういった、まあ、非常にもうお天気も良くて、非常になんか、はい、なんか穏やかな雰囲気も本当にこの前映像だけ見てるんですけども、もう早く行きたくてしょうがないっていうはい、気持ちで今日
もう、はい、11月に入ってもまだまだ半袖で過ごせるという非常に温なところで非常にいいところです。
はい、素晴らしいですね。じゃあ、今日はご案内していただいたところは、例えば普通の、まあ、一般の方が、訪れたら、普通にある程度見ることが見学できる範囲なんですか？
はい、
そうなんですね。
できます。で、それはもう通常私どもの蔵に来ていただければ、ご案内、しているサービスです。
はい、素晴らしいですね。じゃあ、まあ、青森の、まあ、これまでとこれからのいろいろと、触れてみたいという方々が、まず、中古さんの方に足を運んでいただければ、また、そういった世界にもハマってしまう。そこのお罠が、そこにございますということで。
そうですね。まあ、今日は、お伝えできなかったんですけども、手作りの工場もありますし、それで青森製造工程が、見れるということ、そしてオーナーズという、地下の貯蔵庫があって、5年間、最長20年間預かりますというサービスのことです。これも、私どもの蔵に来ていただければ、ご案内させていただきます。
素晴らしいですね。じゃあ、今はまあいろいろ、ちょっと複雑な世の中にはなってるんですけれども、少し落ち着きましたら、早く、伺いたいと、思いますので、ぜひまた次回、また現地の方でぜひまたお会いできれば嬉しいです。
はい。はい、お待ちしてます。
はい。じゃあ今日本当にありがとうございました。
はい、ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。ぜひまたよろしくお願いいたします。はい、よ
ろしくお願いし
ます。And that will do it for this session on Aomori here at Sake Future Summit 2020 from Okinawa. And we will be back with more Sake Future Summit right after this.
What an amazing tour. I mean, that's again the power of the internet to be able to bring us into such a facility. And thank you so much to Oshiro-san for sharing all that with us. I mean, from my personal travel experiences in Okinawa, I can say that the importance of awamori in the local culture, in the local social life, is definitely second to none. And I should even say, I mean, was, because one of the problems that the awamori is facing at the moment is like Nihonshu in the rest of the country, the consumption tends to decline. And we can only hope that with, well, not only our program, but all the firms, all the actors that are actively promoting awamori overseas, we can contribute to changing that because we will open some export markets for awamori. But again, it's about changing the way Okinawans look at their own culture and at their own spirit.
Yeah, absolutely. It's in visiting. It's a challenge. A lot of people's tastes and palates are changing. People are shifting to, lighter, fruitier. They're switching to highballs or lemon sour type, beverages and things like that. And so you got a lot of producers that are trying to figure out how can we sneak awamori in there, but sort of with our, at least locally, but kind of with our session last night, we had a couple fantastic bartenders, mixologists on last night, and basically they were saying, that's not it. That's not going to get you anywhere. It's got to be anchored in something that is inherent to that beverage. And that's why I really, really liked what with Chuko Distillery. That's what I really like what they're doing. You can see how incredibly invested they are in the tradition. Like, that's there. It's rooted. It's available. It's a foundation, and it's available. And it's something that is tangible. Well, at the same time, their offerings, toward the end there, they started looking at more of their, how can I say, new style sort of offerings and proposals. And it's not they weren't trying to sneak into sort of a pre-existing space. They were really defining a style of awamori that was really itself and really was, doing something on its own terms. And so to really just have those coexisting in the same space was just, it's just a really, really lovely example. And it's a place that's accessible, that people can, if any of that resonated with you, that you can actually go and, engage with.
We had a topic about jukuseishu or koshu yesterday, and we saw one picture in particular of sake being aged at Tsukino-Katsura. And I'm wondering if there could be a sort of a cross-fertilization between Chuko and Tsukino-Katsura about aging Nihonshu in ceramic jars.
Yeah, right. It's happening a lot more. I don't see why not.
And I can see we're slightly
we're
just behind schedule.
Just a little bit.
We should
just
switch
a little bit. So we'll keep going on. Koji, this one isn't about sake. Well, it is about sake. If it's about koji, it's entirely about sake. Because without koji, you have no sake. You don't have sake. You don't have miso. You don't have soy sauce. You don't have the foundation of everything that makes the Japanese cuisine that the world adores. It's gone. It is erased without koji. The nice thing is that vocabulary, that word, is starting to slowly work its way into the more global lexicon. Little by little, it's still got a long ways to go. But it's starting to get there, and a big part of it is due to the types of work, like our next guests that we have joining us. And so we're really, really lucky to be joined this time. I'm super excited to have this combination together of guests. Mr. Jeremy Umansky, who is the chef and owner of Larder in Cleveland, Ohio, and also the co-author of Koji Alchemy. An incredible book that's communicating the potential for what the mysterious power of koji, what it can do, and what's really, really possible out there, and really, really defining it. And he's joined by Mr. Koichi Higuchi, who is the director of Higuchi Matsunosuke Shoten, which are one of the very small handful of producers of koji here in Japan. And so to get these two gentlemen together is a huge treat. And so I want to welcome them into the studio now, and we're going to explore the world of koji. Gentlemen, are you with us?
Wow.
Good evening, good morning.
Good morning.
There we are, everybody. So amazing to have you both in the studio. I'm so excited to be able to have you here. We can't run around the world and get together, but it kind of puts a smile on my face every time we say go and these faces pop up and we're all in the same place. This is good. I like this.
We're very, very happy to be here. Very excited.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us. I introduced you both briefly just a moment ago, so that folks kind of have an idea as to who we've got in the studio today, and we'll get into that a little bit more. I'm really excited to share your work, both of yours with Koji, because they're so intrinsically tied, but on very different ends of the spectrum, and I'm so excited to be able to share both of those today. But I'm just curious, the type of work, say, for example, Jeremy, that you're doing, and Higuchi-san, being based in Japan in this very traditional industry, up until very recently, they were very separate worlds for a lot of people. And I'm just sort of curious, how did the two of you get connected? Where did this relationship come from? Higuchi-san, how did you and Jeremy get together?
Actually, he is my customer.
Okay.
I'm joking. So from 2016, so we have been, from 2016, we have been receiving from many inquiries from the international customers. And most of them, they talk about Mr. Jeremy Mansky. In 2016, I didn't know about him, but most of customers say his TED presentation was so impressive. So most of them are getting interested in using Koji for their cuisines. And they are very talented chefs. So we have never received the purchase order from the talented chefs till 2016. And then I tried to watch his presentation. So at the time I was shocked. Yeah. So the way of thinking for Koji, my way of thinking is completely changed. And I think at the same time, Jeremy Mansky contacted me directly for purchasing our Koji starter. Now our conversation is started from 2016, and we shared many ideas. And actually last year I visited his place in Cleveland, and he served me many fantastic foods like his charcuteries and sandwiches, pastrami, and fried chickens. Everything has Koji. Yeah. Koji cured food. Yeah. It was impressive. So.
Excellent. And then Jeremy, where did this affinity for Koji come from? Of all the tools you have to play with out there in the world, what was sort of the impetus for this route of exploration?
For me individually, prior to my working with Koji, I was already doing a lot of charcuterie making, and I was a vinegar maker. So to make vinegar, I had to make alcohol and was very familiar with those processes. And I'm also a wild mushroom expert. So I do a lot of work with mushrooms in the forest, and then also helping farmers with them, using them in restaurants. And when I was introduced to Koji, at that point, I thought I knew all there was to know. And there was so little that I actually knew. I was asked to make a miso. And when I went to go make the miso, I came across Koji. And from there, things just snowballed with me. Being someone who works very closely with other types of mushrooms, other types of fungi, I was able to kind of make a connect with, Koji isn't too much different from some of these other ones that we use in food, some of the ones that we use in charcuterie and cheese making. Why isn't it being used there? And that started me just exploring everything and anything that I could do with it. And thankfully, Koichi and I had a mutual acquaintance, Kiko Katayama, who is in New York City here. has a great show called Japan Eats. And I've been a guest on her show a few times, and she said, you and Koichi are going to be good friends. And you have to work together, and you have to buy his koji spores. So if Akiko said it, that's exactly what I did.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I said, so, right, I guess, when you put it in those terms, if you look at it as a fungi, it's not, it feels foreign, but it's not entirely removed from, things that are a little bit closer to home and things that we're, familiar, a little bit more familiar with, which means that, it should be accessible. It's a tool. It should be a resource that we have. But, this koji stuff, this koji business, people hear about it, or they hear this word, but it's hard to kind of, even though it is, technically a fungi, it's hard for people to kind of wrap their minds around, what that is and what that means in this term of something they're not used to seeing. Higuchi-san, would you mind kind of explaining a little bit about exactly what it is that you do? I mean, what does it mean to supply producers, in this case, well, in Jeremy's case, chefs, but what does it mean to supply them with koji?
So I'd like to explain about my business.
Please do, yeah.
Yeah, I'm working as the director of Higuchi Machinosuke Shoten. Our company is founded in 1855. So our company is running for 165 years. So far, it's a very traditional company. So we are supplying koji spore for sake brewers, miso and soy sauce manufacturers, and shochu distillers, and also mirin and mazake producers. So koji is fermented rice or fermented barley. So we are manufacturing a deeply fermented rice and a deeply fermented barley. And we harvest only spore from them. And we are dealing with 4 kinds of species of Aspergillus, Aspergillus oryzae, Aspergillus soya, Aspergillus lutruensis. 3 kinds of species. Yeah. And mostly we are manufacturing Aspergillus oryzae.
Okay.
And Aspergillus lutruensis is very interesting spore. And this is exclusively used for shochu distillers.
Yeah.
But like Jeremy-san and the talented chefs are interested in using Aspergillus lutruensis because it can expose a rich citric acid.
Yeah.
So in general, koji has a sweet taste and it has umami. But the citric acid lutruensis koji has very sour. And so our business field is only for Japanese traditional food manufacturers, but recently it's getting changed. I will talk about that later.
Yeah, yeah. Did you have some visuals or something to kind of show that maybe our listeners, our viewers could kind of see what it is we're talking about?
Yes, I do have some photos. Can I share the screens?
Yep. Let's see.
Just a moment, please.
Yep, no problem. Oh.
Right. So this is our koji starter. So we have 2 types of product, granule type and the powder type. Of course, we have various kinds of koji starter for each purposes, but for sake brewers, for domestic sake brewers, we are supplying both granular type and powder type. And I'm showing the granule type koji starter for sake and shochu. And left one, this one is Aspergillus oryzae, a very typical Aspergillus oryzae koji starter. And this one is white mutation of Aspergillus oryzae. And mainly this is for white miso and mazake and shio koji, salted koji. And this is Aspergillus lutruensis. And this is original strain for shochu. And this is white mutation, but actual color is deep brown. And this is for barley shochu. So, and this is, I show the granule type koji starter. So we harvest just a spore and we add extender. This is most of the case potato starch. We mix that, finally we harvest, we get a powder type koji starter. We are selling powder type and granule type. That's it.
Excellent. Right, and so that's, I mean, that's super concentrated, right? So I mean, in order to use that, you don't need a whole lot. Right.
So our koji starter, for example, our koji starter for miso has 30 gram per bag, and one bag koji starter is for 200 kilo raw material.
Yeah. Yeah.
So our koji starter is not so expensive.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, when you think about it, yeah, what you're able to do with one little packet, that's absolutely, absolutely.
For customer, one bag purchase is enough for their purpose.
Yeah. I'm sort of, this is sort of an aside, but has that price for koji, has that gone up or down in recent years, or is that something that's been stable or fixed?
Very stable. But a few years ago, we make the product price raise a little, very little.
Yeah.
So we are supplying very stable quality and price both.
Yeah, yeah. There's a lot I would like to ask about that actually, to get in there, but maybe we'll come back to that a little bit toward the end, because I want to kind of get into then Jeremy's role. Then you take, you've got this powdered form of koji as a resource. How do you then, in your position as a chef, with a restaurant serving customers, your goal is to make delicious things. I imagine that, bring joy to people and, that want them to, they can have a place to come and enjoy, great food in their community. How do you then interpret the role of koji in what you're doing, and then sort of how does it manifest itself in your work?
Yeah, so I think what's really interesting too to kind of get into, because it segues into that, is the type of restaurant I have. We are very focused on buying all our ingredients directly from farmers, which also makes our food very seasonal. Yeah. So for example, even with our pickles, in the Jewish delicatessen, they have something called a kosher dill pickle. And most of the time that's a cucumber pickle. But here we have a very short growing season. So we only get fresh cucumbers for maybe 2 months in the summer. Okay. And then after that, I make the same pickle, but I use green tomatoes. And then in the winter, I use carrots. So we are this type of restaurant where we're very focused. And not a lot of restaurants in America are focused this way. Yeah, a lot of people get industrially sourced food. Yeah. So when we approach using koji, we approach it with the same sourcing guidelines that we do for a carrot or for a steak. And being able to connect with Koichi and see it's a small family business doing one thing incredibly well. They've been around for a long time. It really matched for us in that sense. So it's made us very happy to be able to support him and his family and his company, and to be customers of theirs. It's wonderful. Absolutely. So for us to, getting to the core of your question, the koji already makes everything more delicious. It makes things taste the most delicious version of what they already are. Yeah. So if you eat a steak that has had koji applied to it in some way or shape or form, whether it's soy sauce or you grew the mold on the meat, it is going to taste like the best type of steak you've ever had. That is just what koji inherently does, and how its enzymes work, and how we interpret that on our taste buds. Yeah. So getting people to enjoy delicious things made from koji is not the hard part, because koji does all the hard work for us.
It's inherently, it's in there.
Exactly. Yeah. It is there. That's koji's job. That's how it evolved, and that's what it wants to do. Yeah. The hard part is getting people to not be afraid of the word mold, which koji is a mold. Yeah. So sometimes for us, we don't put those words on our menu. We'll say koji, but we don't say mold. We'll say it's a fungus that grows and does certain things, and we educate people that way. Yeah. And once people are comfortable and understand it a bit, even if it's the smallest bit they understand, then we can use the word mold and go from there and that sort of thing. Yeah. But generally, we let the foods talk for themselves. Yeah. we let people eat our fried chicken sandwich, which the bread has koji in it. The chicken is bathed in koji before it's cooked.
Yeah.
The pickles on there, they have koji in them, so does the sauce.
Yeah.
And then we can say to them, oh, it was in everything on there that you really enjoyed.
Yeah.
And then people are very understanding, and then they're intrigued. They want to eat more foods that have koji in it.
Yeah. By the way, that was permeating every ounce of your experience there. Right? Do you have something you could share? I think I've clearly, people who a lot of people have been following your work very closely. People who have your book have an idea, but I think maybe some of our listeners maybe aren't necessarily familiar with. They're hearing the words that you're saying, but exactly what form that takes. Do you have some you could kind of show us to kind of give our viewers an idea as to what that means and sort of how it manifests itself?
I'd love to, and hopefully some of these things will be eye-opening for some people.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, I'll start here. And so this is a dessert we made with koji. And if you look at the bar that's in there, that's stuck in this is, first it's an ice cream on the bottom that was made with a miso made from chocolate, from cacao beans. And then we have some crushed koji on there. And then the grains in the bar there, it's kind of like a Rice Krispie treat, which is an American marshmallow and puffed rice snack. Yeah. Well, this is puffed rice and barley koji. So we grew the mold on them, then we puffed them up and coated them with sugar and wrapped it all with marshmallow. So these are some of the things that we're doing. Here are some of the vegetable-based charcuterie that we make. So these are a mixture of beets and carrots. We cook them in the smoker. We season them with salt and spices, just like you would for the making of other charcuterie. We then grow the koji on the outside, and then we dry it. And you slice this thin, just like you would prosciutto or bresaola or these other types of European cured meats, but this is vegetable-based. And we can't really do this without koji. Here's the inside of some of the beets and what they look like. And the texture becomes almost very meat-like a beef carpaccio, or some people even say like lox, like a cured fish, is what the texture of the vegetable turns into. There's another picture. There's some daikon in this picture also. This is something we found super interesting. This in the next, I think, couple pictures. So this looks like tempeh, but this is not. This is the Hashimoto variety from Koichi-san that we grew on black beans. And it forms such a dense mat that we can slice it and cut steaks and sear them, and we can serve this to people. Here's another. This was an early test with some white beans. And you can see in the previous picture, we get a much thicker mat. And then this is some of that has been aged with salt. This was 2 years old. So this is very similar to the Chinese duchi.
That's beautiful.
I believe is it hamanato in Japanese?
That's a super sweet, snack.
So, and then we use these in cooking. We do other things too. So this is some maitake mushroom that we grew koji on. We grow it flat first, and then about 1 day in, about 24 hours in, the koji matures at about 36 to 40 hours, typically, depending on what we're doing. We roll this up like a sausage, and it's made just of koji and mushrooms. And this is something that we can dry and slice thin, and people eat like charcuterie, or we can cook this up and make a mushroom burger for people. Here's another example that we did recently, and this is the maitake mushroom and squash and apples all together. We're into fall here, and these are some of the ingredients that we've been working with. So, and this is all held together with koji, and it cooks up absolutely delicious. And then we'll go into some of the meats. This is a venison charcuterie. So this is meat that's been salted. We grow the koji on it, and then we dry it. This is an example of what we use, one of the ways we use black koji. So this is Aspergillus luchiensis, and this is the black variety. This is a blood sausage, which they make in Spain, they make in England, they make in France, and various places. Even throughout Southeast Asia, there's blood pudding cakes. So this is black koji rice with chicken and some dried fruit. And it's just very, very wonderful. And the citric acid really heightens the dried fruit in there. And it tastes very lovely. This is some meat that we grow koji on. So sometimes we grow the koji on it and then we hang it to dry like charcuterie. And then other times we grow the mold on the meat and then we cook the meat. And this is a really fun process because in this steak here, which has had koji growing on it for about 30 hours, 36 hours, it has a very similar taste to dry aged beef that's 30 days old. Beautiful. So we can replicate a very intensive, expensive product in a much shorter period of time. And here's more. There's every food you see on this board, from the cheese to the pickles to all the meats, these are all made with koji. And these are all things that we serve all the time. And look at this, Koichi-san enjoying some Kenny fried chicken sandwich and some of the koji foods.
That's my favorite.
That's your favorite, that is. And you know, even cheese. This is a local cheesemaker, Yellow House Cheese, just a little bit, about a 30-minute drive south of my restaurant. And this is a cheese this is not brie mold on the outside. This is koji growing on there. Yeah. And it gives the cheese a very different flavor than the traditional molds use. So a lot of that's still being developed and worked on, but some of them are coming out fantastic. And very different how people grow koji in other parts of the world. This is how we grow in America in some places. Yeah. This is a dehydrator cabinet with metal trays and plastic tubs, and we can hold the temperature and grow them in there. And I know we're always tight on time. Yeah. A couple more here. No so worries. This is for making something like shochu, so like a soy sauce. Okay. But this is all our leftover bread. And eventually this whole container gets filled and becomes one big cake of koji breadcrumbs from rye bread. And then we add salt water to it and make a sauce. So we make products very similar to miso out of bacon and out of caviar. So the eggs and the sperm sacs from fish, we take and we add koji and salt, and we get these wonderful, wonderful foods that we use. We even use them in breads and desserts and pastries. And then some of the products we make, this is made from insects in koji. Every 17 years where I live, this insect comes out in great numbers, and we harvest a lot of it, and it makes just wonderful, wonderful shrimp tasting foods. And we also make vinegars, and we make all sorts of different types of miso-like foods and soy sauce-like foods all the time, and most of these involve using koji.
Excellent. Jeremy, that's brilliant. And I'm glad that before you started doing that, you actually did touch on sort of the agriculture point and sort of the seasonality of it, because in a way, the idea of using or thinking of koji almost as sort of an agricultural product is actually something you source, and tying that into that seasonal nature. In a way, it's actually, looking at Japan and Japanese cuisine, there's a lot of affinity there as well too. If you look at the way that things have been traditionally pickled and things in Japan, all those things they're super hyper local to those seasons. Not like, you know, across 3 or 4 month season, but across like 2 week seasons, you know, and that's how a lot of people pickled things here. But koji didn't necessarily, in a lot of different ways, make it, you know, into that. There were, you know, other tools and resources and rice brands and, you know, nukadokos and things like that. But then, so now was sort of but then by taking something like koji that's so deeply ingrained in you know, kind of our conversation today, say like the brewing, you know, industry, it didn't quite make that leap. But at the same time, when I look at what you're doing, it has an amazing affinity for just the approach to food and cuisine and people's, you know, living with food that's been here for a long time. So it feels like like a really natural extension of kind of things that were already happening here for, you know, hundreds of years.
Yeah, I'm glad you say that, because like as we worked with these foods and as we developed our use of koji here, it was very natural for us. Yeah. And I think the only difference is between myself and Koichi and yourself, you know, people in different parts of the world, is we all view the ingredients we have to work with and our society at large with just a different set of glasses on.
Yeah.
So when you leave everything else the same, the affinity for seasonality, working with local product, and then the love of working with koji, and you just put on a different frame of glasses, you end up with all these wonderful different things that people across the world can do.
Yeah, it's a universal playing field that everybody's sort of sharing, right? We're on this shared foundation, right? That's really universal there. Absolutely. And so, Higuchi-san, you know, obviously, so you look at the things that, say, Jeremy's doing with all these amazing creations. That's a very new approach, clearly. You know, that's something that, as you said, up until 2016, you just wasn't even, you know, you couldn't even fathom that that was even a possibility. I'm curious, just kind of stepping back a little bit, you know, koji has obviously been around, you know, integral to the food culture here in Japan for so long. Were there any, you know, it's almost taken for granted in a way that it's just there. You know, these things like sake, miso, shochu, it's almost a given. People don't even think about it. It's so just ingrained there. And in a way, it kind of undervalues the work that you guys are doing a little bit, I think, too. But has there been any events in Japan that have sort of shifted people's awareness around koji or how it can be used? Maybe not to the degree that maybe what Jeremy's doing, but sort of how is the application and the use of koji? You know, were there any turning points or anything historically or things that have happened that really sort of changed your approach and, you know, what koji can be used for here in Japan?
Actually, I don't know the whole history of koji, but as far as I think is the biggest turning point was 2010 or 2011. That year is salted koji year.
Okay, yeah.
So the Koji Honten in Oita Prefecture in Japan has launched the salted koji, their salted koji and cookbook as well. That was very impressive historical moment in this society. Until 2010 and 2011, whenever the people ask me my father's job, it was very hard to describe because very few people know about the koji, the title of the koji. But after the Shio Koji showed up, we can very talk about our business smoothly.
Yeah.
And after the few years, the amazake is getting popular in Japanese market. It was 2013 and 2014.
Yeah.
And in addition, there is a very interesting manga in Japan. The title is Moyashimon.
Yeah.
So our company name is Higuchi Matsunosuke Shoten, but our brand name is Higuchi Moyashi. So in other way to say our business, we are Moyashi company. So Moyashimon means the guy who work at Moyashi's company.
Yeah.
And he is actually the university student, but that manga is very interesting. But that manga doesn't describe about the job of our work, but that describe about the many kinds of microorganisms and the school days. It's very interesting. But anyway, Moyashimon helps us to describe our business. And then 2016 is very second biggest turning point because Jeremy Mansky-san's appeared.
Yeah, I remember just even for me personally, 10, 12 years ago when all of a sudden the dots kind of connected that all these things that were integral to the things that were kind of supporting my livelihood here, where it was miso or sake or whatever, that through line was koji. And I remember it was kind of right on the cusp of when you're talking about the salted koji or the shio koji, and what Myoho-san and them down at Koji Honten, when they were really doing that. It was, when you started looking for even information in Japanese on koji, there was nothing, and it was really, really hard. And now, like, as you said, probably even a lot of people in Japan, even if they don't understand koji, you can say shiokoji, or you can at least say amazake to somebody, and that means something to them. Whether you understand koji or not, it means something to them. But even 8-10 years ago, that wasn't even the case. It's just sort of, like I said, it was sort of taken for granted in a way, that it was something here, just been kind of held behind the scenes, but it's such a foundation for everything that was happening in the food culture here. Jeremy, I'm sort of, before, in Japan, it's got all these roots and all these traditions here that arguably are kind of lost on a lot of people, and you've really taken those and tried to, really are redefining what that looks like, what that could look like. But before you were kind of getting into exploring, and when you were kind of first getting started, what were kind of your initial reference points, or sort of, what inspired you for that sort of exploration? Where did you go? What was that hook?
Yeah, I was very fortunate. I grew up, just in terms of being inspired as a cook, my grandmother was a caterer for kosher foods here in Cleveland. So at a very young age, I was always very interested in cuisine and cooking and food, and especially how people enjoyed the food. At a young age, seeing, being 13, 14 years old, seeing something that I made in my grandmother's kitchen for an event, and then putting it on a table and seeing a couple hundred people go and eat it and enjoy it was the biggest thrill in the world. So, it all kind of started there. But going forward, I think, in working with koji specifically, it is such a wonderful and beautiful organism. It itself, how it grows, how it smells, how it tastes, and then all of the wonderful unlimited possibilities it gives us, not just in food, but I know at least here in the United States, since the 1980s, different types of laundry detergent and soaps, they've used koji's enzymes in them to create these more environmentally friendly and biodegradable cleaners. Space agencies now are looking at taking koji to Mars and to the moon to help create, foods for astronauts, because you can go up with a little packet of spores and it doesn't weigh very much, and then you could grow it on something and end up with a lot more of something. That doesn't really need the same type of circumstance or environment that, say, growing wheat or a tomato plant or something on another planet would need. So there's really, when I say unlimited possibilities like that, I'm so intrigued by that. You can do anything that you want when it comes to koji. If you can dream it up and think that it's delicious and that you would enjoy it, and that hopefully at least one other person enjoys it too, it's worth doing it. And just that potential that koji gives us is fantastic. I mean, me as an outsider looking into Japan and, even some of the other cultures in Asia that use koji, the way I look at it is Asia and Southeast Asia, the most people in the whole world live there. There's more people that live there than the rest of the world. So more people are aware of maybe not koji itself, but the foods made with it, the soy sauces, the alcohols, the sake, the miso. They know those foods than people that don't know those foods. So I feel in some regards that myself and other chefs in the West, we're going really fast to catch up because we're at least a few hundred years late, if not a few thousand at this point.
I imagine, Higuchi-san, when you first visited Larder, that was probably a bit of a shock. You probably also didn't imagine the idea of, koji going to the moon at that point either. But I'm curious, as sort of the access to koji starts to, right now it's sort of expanding, it's starting to diversify. How do you interpret that potential? And sort of, where are you feeling that there's different areas for possibility from your end as a supplier and as a producer?
That is a good question, Justin-san. When I visited in Jeremy-san's place and he served many foods for me, mostly Japanese people has very conservative mind for koji. because we can access only miso, soy sauce, and this kind of koji fermented food in Japan. And these has sort of similar flavor. How do you think about Justin about it? We have a conservative mind, right?
Yes, I can say yes. It's I was like, I don't know if conservative is the right word, but it's locked into a very specific. It's very siloed off into very specific applications. Yeah.
Surprisingly, Jeremy-san's cuisine has no these kind of flavors, but all of them are used with koji.
Yeah.
But I can say his foods are very fantastic because it has rich umami. And recently, we, as I told you, we have we received many inquiries from international customers, and most of them are miso manufacturer or talented chef or personal koji enthusiasts, and sometimes the sake breweries. And interestingly, whenever I receive the inquiries from them, I ask the job title and the purpose of koji using to avoid spreading to our koji starter to third party.
Yeah.
But at the same time, this works as marketing for us. And I usually hear the job title, the fermenter.
Yeah.
This is very interesting job title for me.
Yeah.
Because there is no words in Japan. I translate to Japanese, it is like hakoka.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have never heard that job title in Japan.
Yeah.
And they are making miso or amino paste with koji. And an interesting guy from Australia visited in our place last year, and he brought his samples, and he gave me, and I tasted that they are looking as miso, but the taste was very interesting because it has very cheesy flavor. But it's not contaminated for sure.
Yeah.
But it has cheesy flavor. Japanese will never think about this. So the big influence is, in most of the case, big influence is come from the overseas.
Yeah.
So the US and the European market is very interesting. It will be very interesting more in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting because I mean that's sort of how, in a way, food culture evolves, right? If you look back over hundreds or thousands of years, as people have moved and shared different things and shared knowledge, that's how, even the things that we interpret as being very traditional, it's through the influence of, a lot of other people and places and cultures. And so, Jeremy, I'm curious then, so, given where you're at, so say with Larder, you're a Jewish deli, you're the integration of koji into, you already have something that's very ingrained, in its own culture and its own style. How in your offerings, they really exemplify, kind of how people's cultures and have sort of evolved, and there's a lot of sharing of that knowledge. Sort of how do you view your role, sort of in the culture of food and as a place, and what kind of has you excited for the future?
Oh wow, that's putting me on the spot. That's a tough question. My personal, my individual role.
Yeah.
I feel so blessed to be able to do what I want to do. I know many people in life that what they do for their job is not their life. That they dreamed or wished they would be something else in life, but what they do works for them, and then they have a life outside of that. And me, it's all one and the same.
Yeah.
My fun and my play is my work. And I consider myself extremely fortunate and blessed for that.
Yeah.
My goal is to just keep pushing, keep making, keep getting people hooked on koji, because I'm so in love with it. I want to spread that love, and I want other people to be able to enjoy it. I want not just other chefs to be able to use it and create it, but anybody at home should be using this.
Yeah.
I honestly feel that within the next 10 years, now we already have, there's already a product that worldwide, almost every household has at least a little bit of, and that's soy sauce.
Yeah.
Whether you have it from a Japanese company or a Chinese company or a company that makes it in your country, it is everywhere.
Yeah.
Whether you have a little packet or a big bottle of it, almost every household across the planet uses it.
Yeah.
So I feel in the next 5 to 10 years, we're going to see more koji products and koji itself make more of an appearance in home kitchens.
Yeah.
And that there, I think, is the big push, is getting home cooks and just everyday people to realize that this isn't the province of people with special skill sets that, work all day making delicious food. You too, in your home, can do the same thing and have the same enjoyment. And I think once we start to see more of that happen, we'll hopefully see a lot more stability too in the market for everything koji, from spores to awamori.
Yeah.
I think people will become intrigued and be like, wow, I can get this and I can make it too.
Yeah. Absolutely, it's a good point. It's one thing, they talk a lot about how, sake or shochu is kind of one of the reasons we're doing this is that it just isn't recognized, and that, a lot of those producers are struggling to find ways to sustain themselves. And there's one is, selling the liquid, consuming the liquid, which of course is, a fantastic experience in and of itself, and something obviously that's, that's why we're here. But on a really foundational level, the base, that in this case the koji, really has to be valued and appreciated. So finding ways to get people to consume more koji could be not only the fastest route, but also the most stable in a way, because you're building a really solid foundation on something that's rooted and anchored in something really, really, really powerful and really meaningful.
I think that in itself is interesting too, because here in America, craft beer and cider are very big. The movements around them are very big.
Yeah.
And you have lots of what they call microbreweries who make these very, very stylized, hyper-local alcoholic beverages based on the ingredients and the seasons they have. And you have a lot of people who really follow them also make their own beer at home.
Yeah.
Or their own wine. Yet they still go to the microbreweries because it's this whole give and take culture that has surrounded it. And I really think within the next 10 years, we'll start to see much more of that in the koji world. Yeah. People will say, oh, I can make miso at home, and this is the one I made and it's really special, but I don't want to use it all the time. I want to use it when I have a nice family dinner or some friends over, that sort of thing. Yeah. For my everyday, let me go support this company out there that's making it too.
Yeah.
So I feel very strongly that as more people use it at home, they'll also support the greater community.
Can I comment a little about this?
Yeah, please do.
So as a koji starter manufacturer, the koji should be more diverse in the future. But the big difference between the beer brewing and the soy sauce brewing and the sake brewing is the koji is solid state fermentation. The yeast is liquid state fermentation. The solid state fermentation koji is more sensitive compared to yeast and lactic acid bacteria fermentation. Yeah. So if people want to do with the unique materials like lentils and chickpeas, they are unusual material of koji fermentation. Yeah. So safety and stability must be secured.
Yeah.
So dealing microorganism is very, very sensitive.
Absolutely.
So please not eat.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
So I agree with that 100%. Like food safety, understanding what can go wrong, and also learning about the processes to make sure you don't make mistakes and things don't go wrong. For both myself and Koichi-san, that's the number one thing all the time.
Yeah.
And that's why too, in the book that I helped write, we say, do not grow your own koji spores. No. Just don't do it. Yeah. There are people dedicated to this. They can be contaminated both very dangerously and also disgusting taste-wise. Yeah. So, let the people that do this and do it well and do it regulated with food safety controls do it. and then you can have your fun within reason, within certain food safety controls, and create almost anything you'd like in a safe manner.
Yeah, absolutely. And that goes back, I mean, the fact that, Higuchi-san, with your company, you've been doing this for 100+ years. You've developed the ability to do that. And what you offer to people who are looking to utilize those resources is so incredibly valuable, right? And it's because you've been able to cultivate that knowledge and that skill over so much time. They were able to have these really, thoughtful and amazing applications. I'm curious, we're kind of running down on time a little bit, but because, Higuchi-san, because you are able to, create such consistent quality products, safe products in the environment that you do, are there any experiments, or is there anything that you're working toward, or are there any new projects or anything that, that's kind of unique to, your relationship with Koji that you're working on?
Our latest unique project is egg Koji project.
Egg.
So egg.
Excellent.
So we are working with QP.
Yeah.
This is the company is the biggest mayo manufacturer, and they are consuming 8% of total egg consumption in Japan. Yeah. And they have been thinking about how induce umami from egg. And they try to contact us to improve the egg ability. And they have many kinds of egg materials, and we fermented egg. But that experiment was so hard because egg has very rich nutrient. So that means it's very easy to contaminate it. So finally, we succeeded to ferment egg without any contamination. And finally, they made aged egg yolk. That is like a hollandaise sauce. And they are adding for many kinds of food products, like pasta sauce and dressings. And in the future, they will use more many kinds of foods. This is very interesting project.
That's incredible, and that's something that your role specifically that you're able to do. I mean, that should come with a big sign. Do not try this at home.
We selected the best strain for this project. We have thousands of stocks.
Yeah, that's incredible. That's absolutely incredible. We're kind of winding down. We're going to have to check out here pretty quickly. The world is in kind of a wild place. There are a lot of challenges right now. Jeremy, is there any last words, anything you want to share with anybody before we check out, or anything you want to tell them about, the restaurant or how people can support you?
Well, I think overall is the message is to support Koji.
Yeah.
Look up Koichi-san and get some spores and buy them from him. Find your favorite local sake maker or your awamori producer and buy their product and enjoy it. Find a miso producer you love. Support them through as much as you can. That's the most important thing right now. Yeah. I'm sure Koichi has better numbers than I do, but right now I think there's 6 or just 7 Koji spore producers left in Japan, and one time there was hundreds. Yeah. It just goes to show if something isn't supported, we could lose it.
Yeah.
And Koichi's job right now is so important because when you support him, he then invests in the biodiversity of Koji. As he said, they have thousands in their stockpile of things that do different things or very specialized Kojis. And he can preserve that for future generations. And he can help chefs like me or companies like QP find something very specific for a very specific task we're looking to do. And it's great that him and his family are out there being able to do that. So supporting him and supporting the people that grow Koji from his spores and make fantastic products is what you do. Drink more sake.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to travel right now, but yeah, as you're camped out at home, and everybody's possibly got a little bit more time, spend that little extra time and go out, find something that you like and integrate that into your day to day, and hopefully as a result, then everybody wins. Higuchi-san, Jeremy, thank you so much for making time this afternoon, this evening. That was absolutely wonderful, super inspiring and insightful, and I can't wait to be in the same space with you guys in the near future, just diving into heaps of koji in some form or another.
Yes.
It was an eye-opener, Jeremy. Really, it really was.
Thank you.
Excellent. And Higuchi-san, thank you so much. Hopefully we'll cross paths here in Japan here very soon.
Thank you.
It was an absolute pleasure. Thanks so much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We back in studio?
Well,
There you go.
I was so surprised.
Right?
and so were our listeners and viewers, actually.
Yeah.
A lot of wow and amazing. And
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, it's, you got to look at what when you really boil it down, it's something that is just really fundamental. Like it's not magic per se. It's, if you just look at, here's a resource that is available, that's been readily available, and you've got, in Japan is so special in that way. You've got places like, with Higuchi-san, with his company that has invested so much time and energy into be able to make stuff like this possible. Maybe they didn't envision it being done in that way, but the dedication and the craft and the skill that they've developed over time, and cohesion with nature to be able to do that makes sake possible, makes shochu possible. So I mean, you look at that, a lot of reviewers might look at that and be like, that charcuterie, like, what is that? Where does that come from? But at the same time, a lot of people, they're looking at shochu, awamori, sake, and thinking the same thing, going, wow, that koji is that through line. What, koji does this? Why does it taste like this? Why do we get, it's all in there. And so, the more we can sort of spread that good word, I think, is a win for everybody.
Coming from nowhere in the sake map, on the sake map or miso map, who is starting to develop all these new applications, because as far as I'm aware, in Japan, the use of koji remains relatively limited in terms of the
application.
The application.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. I said it's and all of a sudden you got somebody who's in a position to. That's why it's important to look outside your immediate vicinity every now and then, because some of your greatest advocates and allies could be right next to you or right behind you, and able to really expand what that means, and not just do something new, but he's clearly he's doing it in a very thoughtful way. That's very honest and very it's rooted in what koji and all that is all about. So anyway, take a deep breath. There's a lot to digest in there, and from there we are going to jump over to. We going to Osaka next?
Yeah.
I think we're going to Osaka next. I want to go to Osaka. It's been too long since I've been to Osaka.
Not Osaka City, but very near Osaka
very
City.
Close. Yeah. It's Osaka. That's kind of where my roots are here in Japan, and so I always feel like I'm going home when I'm going back to Kanzake. But we got another live session lined up, and we're going to be joined by the gentleman at Daimon Shuzo. With Marcus and Daimon-san have taken a very unique approach to continuing the operations of a brewery that's been around for a long, long time. You've been to Daimon-san's
Yes,
place?
absolutely.
Yeah?
I'm talking about taking a deep breath. I mean, as you leave Osaka, the big city, and you get close to the brewery, and suddenly you face this hill with a lot of trees, and you enter Daimon-san's garden. That's where you take a real deep breath.
Yeah, absolutely. So what we're going to do is we're going to jump on over to Osaka here in just a minute, and connecting with them is none other than Mr. John Gauntner, sake evangelist himself. And what they're going to do, they're going to look at, as you maybe have seen in some of the stuff we've been putting up online, continuing the operation of a sake brewery in Japan right now. There's a lot of, how should I say, there are a lot of struggles that places are up against, and trying to figure out how to, keep these places going. They aren't able to sustain themselves just on the local market, just on the Tokyo market, and they're trying to figure out how do we, create a business that can continue to thrive in an ever-evolving global market. And the approach that Nihonshu-ya has come up with is one of unique collaboration. It's maybe not the only solution, but it's certainly a solution, and it's an approach that I think more breweries are starting to explore what that could look like. And so it'll be interesting to sort of get a little bit of insight as to where that came from and the benefits of that, the challenges of that, and I think it would be an interesting look into another avenue for sake brewing and management as well. And so what we're going to do, I hope we got these guys on the line here. It's right at 11 o'clock. If everybody is here, we will jump over to our team in Osaka. How are we doing? Do we have everybody down there?
You have everybody as far as we're concerned.
There we go. That looks like everybody. That's everybody we were hoping for.
Excellent.
Excellent. Good morning, gentlemen. How are y'all doing?
Ohayou gozaimasu. I think we're doing well.
From the garden that you were just describing.
Perfect.
Well, just for the record, that's not a green screen. That's a real Japanese garden behind them.
That's the real deal.
Welcome to Osaka. Welcome to Diamond Brewery.
I was just saying that's where I wanted to be. You've delivered, gentlemen. You've delivered in full form. Perfect. I don't want to take too much of your time. John, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you to introduce these gentlemen and get this session started. We're going to step behind the scenes. You take the time you need, and we will jump in with you here again in about 50 minutes or so and play catch up.
Sounds great. And we'll handle questions at that time. Is that correct?
Yep, that's the plan. Yep, we'll kind of do some questions and things. So I'll turn it over to you, and we'll be kicking back in our recliners here in the bar.
Enjoy it.
Yeah.
Hope you guys enjoy this.
We'll see you on the flip side here.
And so greetings to all of our listeners and viewers today. This is John Gwantner, as introduced. And welcome to this session, the traditional sake brewing under non-traditional management session here at the Sake on Air Sake Future Summit. I think, as an introduction to what we're doing to get this all rolling, that everyone will agree, or at least almost everyone will agree, that change is inevitable in the sake industry. And being able to adapt to and change with the change that's happening is one sure way to increase the likelihood of being able to survive and stick around to brew sake well into the future. And the summit is all about the future. And I think this session will be particularly representative of this point. I'm joined today by two gentlemen. They are business partners, or the two representative directors of Daimon Brewery in Osaka. And I'll introduce them one at a time. By way of quick introduction, Mr. Daimon, Mr. Yasutaka Daimon, is the 6th generation owner of Daimon Shuzo in Osaka. Daimon-san and I go way back. I'm thinking almost like 25 years. Seriously, about 25 years back, we've been good friends and we've been working together in a number of capacities. Without a doubt, Daimon-san is the Kuromoto, the brewery owner with whom I've interacted the most over the past 25 years. And he supported me more than any other brewer in the industry, for sure. I think a lot of people know I run a course, a 3-day or a 5-day course. I call it the Sake Professional Course. And when I wanted to first do this in 2003, I called up Daimon-san and started to bounce the ideas off of him. And he was very encouraging. He's like, you have to do this. Yeah, you should do it. You can do it. You're the one to do it. And you should do it in my brewery. And so, in fact, the first 2 Sake Professional courses were run inside that beautiful brewery you see behind them to the left. Furthermore, almost every single year, obviously it got too big and I didn't do it at Daimon Brewery after that, but almost every single year, the last night of the course, we end up in Daimon-san's brewery in a restaurant that's converted from the eaves of the old brewery. You've got you're sitting in the eaves near the roof of the brewery. It's just gorgeous. And at that time, those of the people that have taken the course here in Japan and ended up there will remember Daimon-san very well as a magical person that's got the ability to go to every single person, talk to them one at a time, and make you sure that you're the only person in the room. It's really, really a great skill. So that's what's great about him. So Daimon-san, welcome. Good to have you on here. It's an honor to be able to interview you here.
It is my great honor in being invited to this exciting event. So yes, we have lots of good memory.
Indeed.
Very much supporting us. And today, I hope the event will be very enjoyable for the viewer. Thank you very much.
Very much. I'm hoping so too as well. Sitting on Daimon-san's left is Mr. Marcus Consolini, who's just as magical, albeit in different ways. I met Marcus several years ago when he stepped in to work with Daimon-san in running the operations at Daimon Brewery. So while I haven't known him that long, we've spent a lot of intense time together, and I'm sure we'll continue to do that. So I feel like I know him pretty well for the small amount of time that we have been hanging out. Today I want to talk to Marcus and Daimon-san about many things. And this is one of these topics when you talk about non-traditional management of a very, very traditional company in a very, very traditional industry that could go on for hours and hours. But we've got less than 1 hour to do it. So I do want to jump in some of these things. And again, as a preface to what we're going to talk about, we're talking about traditional sake brewery management and ownership under, non-traditional management under traditional management of a traditional company. What am I trying to say? Traditional sake brewing under non-traditional management is what I'm trying to say. And the point is that Daimon Brewery is a very old, classical, beautiful, traditional sake brewing company, but now it's under decidedly non-traditional management. So it fits the bill absolutely perfectly. And when I talk about what traditional management is, I think what many people may know, but it's worth conveying again, is that sake breweries are basically family-owned operations. Of the 1,200, well, I won't go that far, but there's currently 1,200 breweries in Japan right now. And there were 2,500 when I got to Japan in '88. There were like 3,500 in the '70s. So they are dropping away. But historically, they were passed from parent to child, most commonly from father to son, but not exclusively. And they pretty much stayed in the family. Traditionally, they're family-owned and operated. What that means is there's no board of directors. There's nobody that you have to answer to. They're not publicly traded companies with perhaps 1 or 2 exceptions these days. Now, what this means is there's huge freedom to do what you want. However, there's massive responsibility and huge risk as well to being a family-run operation like this. So Daimon Brewery, until a few years ago, was owned by Mr. Yasutaka Daimon, the 6th generation of the family to run it there. Due to the challenging environment in modern times and a whole host of things that popped up all at once, a bunch of factors combined to make Daimon Brewery impossible to continue in the form in which it existed at that time. And so Mr. Daimon was seriously considering closing down the operation. And he got very, very close to that, probably within several days. And then out of nowhere, in waltzes Marcus Consolini, and things turned around 180 degrees, and they're moving in completely a very positive and opposite direction from the way things were. And that's where I want to start this conversation. That's the background on it. And that's how things unfolded. And it's an interesting story. We'll ask Marcus to elucidate that in a minute. And then we'll go on and talk about some of the challenges and some of the joys that they are facing as they manage this traditional company under non-traditional means. So Marcus, why don't you tell us the story of how you met Daimon-san and what happened when you did?
Serendipity. That's the only way to describe it. And I think that as you get to know Daimon-san, most of his life has been guided by serendipitous moments. I'm one of those moments. So what happened, I was in Kyoto on a project. I was involved with the renovation of a group of machiyas, and I was working
with
a
group of what?
Machiyas, traditional
machiya,
Japanese housing in Kyoto. And I was talking and having conversations with an architect, and the architect told me, "You are extremely interested in Japanese architecture. I know a lot. I've studied on my own quite a bit." And he said, "There is one place you have to visit." And I said, "Where's that?" And he said, "Nihonshu-ya." And I said, "Okay, why?" And he said, "Well, very interestingly enough, in the 1970s, 80s, when the bubble was going great here in Japan, a lot of traditional sake breweries were tearing down their facilities and building concrete production warehouses. And it's advancement of society. Daimon-san chose not to do that. And so the structures that we work with are actually based on 3, I guess you could say, geographies. The traditional garden, which you see with the house that Daimon-san grew up in, which is closer to 300 years. The brewery itself, which is 200 years, and then a modern production facility, which is over 60 plus years old, but was the first concrete structure that an Osaka brewer created, but it's only a small portion of the brewery itself. So the architect said, you have to go see this place. And I was on a business trip. I was based in Hong Kong over the time, and I've been in finance for most of my career. This was a side project, and he said, you have to go. It's raining. It's a little bit of a journey. It's kind of far. I don't know, 50-50. I'm debating. I was traveling with my wife and my daughter and a business partner of mine, and my business partner and I are looking at each other and said, okay, let's just do it. Let's just do it. And we walk in the door, and I am seated right now at the entrance to what you referenced earlier as the restaurant, Mukone. And we walk in the door, it's just me and my business partner, and Diamond-san's walking out. And we kind of greet each other, and we were under the impression that our architect, because he was panicking about our attendance at this meeting, had set up a formal meeting. So we thought this was very serious. However, we found out that the architect had not set up a formal meeting, and Diamond-san didn't know that we were walking in the door. So unannounced, we walk into the door, and Diamond-san's walking out on his way to another event, and we hit, boom. And he turns to us and in his very jovial way, what are you gentlemen doing here? And first of all, my friend and I are looking at him like, did he just say that in English? No. And I start speaking to him in Japanese. I have okay command of Japanese, and so I'm speaking to him in Japanese, and he's answering in English. And I'm saying, wow, this is very interesting. Anyway, he postponed his evening to give us a lot of time. And what we very quickly learned is that the brewery was at a certain crossroads. And it was a crossroads that required pretty quick decision as to how and when to get involved or do something, otherwise it would change. And Diamond-san references bulldozers. That was a reality. There would have been bulldozers here to destroy this absolutely beautiful environment and this continuous brewing history of almost 200 years. And so basically what I did, and my partner and I, we looked at each other, okay, is this a project we want to tackle? And we put together a research team, and we did analysis about the international sake market, the domestic sake market. And then I came to Diamond Brewery and basically slept in a sleeping bag for a period of 10 days, looking at the financials and understanding what had happened over the last 25 years, where it was going, what was its potential, what was its capacity, what was its operational, situation. Was it salvageable? How bad was it? Actually, very salvageable, and very, very good condition. So after a period of time, we were under a bit of a gun. We had literally 2 months to make a decision and basically come in and either assist or not assist. So in that time span, we did the evaluation. We looked at the global opportunity, the domestic opportunity, the brewery itself. And then I went out to investors and I raised the capital to come in and turn the brewery into, again, the international business it was many, many years ago. And that was it. And it was exciting from the very get-go. It was daunting from the get-go.
Sure.
One of the greatest assets, if not the greatest asset in this whole opportunity, is my partner Diamond-san. Enthusiasm, energy, just dynamic, and his passion was to save the brewery. And it's very quick to gain that same passion and carry it forward.
Cool. Diamond-san, I remember when we were you and I were speaking probably several days only before Marcus traipsed in. And I remember you saying, well, it's just a difficult situation. There's not much to be done about it. But you said the one thing that disappointed you the most was that the beautiful Kura building would be bulldozered away, would be destroyed. And this thing that has been such an integral, important part of the town there for almost 200 years would have to go away. And that really, really struck me as a very, very tender, emotional point. You weren't worried as much about anything except the beautiful brewery building going away. Can you tell me a bit more about how you felt that day or about that point in time?
Well, yes, how I felt. Yes, many things happened in certain period of time, and actually, yes, exactly. John said my most wish or expectation is to survive as is. The facility, the brewery, or the business, or the brand, or the market we had, if we can work with someone and bring it to the future. That's kind of the dream. And yes, some of you ever visited the Osaka area. Diamond Brewery is sitting in the foot of the Ikoma mountain range, the east end of the Osaka prefecture. And it's very traditional small village, which is called Mukone village. More than village itself is more than 900 years old. And the sake brewery is just nesting and sitting perfectly in harmony with this environment and the nature. So I never thought this will be disappeared in some way. So that's most concerned. Of course, many things should be done, but I hoped something will be happen. Whatever the sake goddess will come down to save us, or something like that. But it was serendipity, exactly what Marcus said. And the things went so naturally, amazingly, quickly. And it came to the point that we could have started in a new form of the business entity. So it was great, just say great. So thank Sake Goddess.
John, I have one thing to add. 200-year-old building with 6 generations of the Diamond family passing through it every single day of their lives. This has energy and it has its own personality, and that you can feel it. I grew up in New York City, and you don't have that opportunity. My uncle put pictures of the Italian, our Italian roots, the houses where we came from when we immigrated. We don't even know if those pictures were real. It was part of trying to hold on to some kind of tradition and image, but this is real. And it's amazing to see it's a part of the brewery, and it's a member of the brewery, and it's a contributor, and it's a living entity. Every time there's a storm, this is my greatest moments when there's a storm going on. Osaka, just like the rest of Japan, gets hit with typhoons and earthquakes and all the rest. Every time there's a typhoon, I start running around like a chicken without a head, checking this and checking that. Is the brewery okay? The brewery okay? And Diamond-san just looks at me and he goes, don't worry. 200 years, she's held up just fine. She is a member of our team. So that has been a powerful, saving her has been a powerful part of what we did.
That's good. I'm sure there's a bunch of maintenance involved with with upkeeping.
Tremendous amount of maintenance. If you don't have a strong heart, I don't recommend this for anybody.
Another question for Yasutaka. When Marcus and you started to discuss how to save the brewery, I'm sure you had a lot of mixed feelings, and I think the strongest one was saving the brewery. But handing ownership of something that's so integral to Japanese culture and history as a sake brewery, to someone that was not born or raised here, was that a complex issue, a complicated issue? I mean, how did you feel about that step that has probably never been taken before?
No doubt, it's so complicated and different from Marcus' background, but I was surprised to know that coming to this point, he personally had a very close personal contact to Japanese culture since he was young, coming through the Aikido or karate or martial arts or the tea ceremony or tea or the flowers or whatever. And his personal collection about Asian and Japanese stuff is amazing that even not many people, Japanese people, is not paying attention anymore. So I think, of course, it's different the way, not the diamond brewery or the sake industry, but the way of the management or the way of life must be very different. But his willingness and his interest and his learning skill was amazing. So I think that is why now we are sitting here talking to you like this.
So that made it much easier then, huh?
Yeah, right, exactly.
Cool. And Marcus, what on earth possessed you to step in and operate a sake brewery? You know, I mean, okay, machi updating those, that's kind of cool, but operating a sake brewery, what on earth possessed you to do that? What was the driving, I don't know, yaruki, the motivation to do it, or what possessed you to do it?
Good word. What possessed me to do it? The original intention was not to do it, actually. The original intention was to come in and reinvigorate the brewery and to assist with the management from afar. I wasn't planning to actually move to Japan. I was planning on doing this from Hong Kong and traveling back and forth. I've been living in the Asian region for over 25 years. I didn't realize how much hands-on requirement there was. And so the initial, I was probably a little too casual in the beginning, thinking, oh, you know, I can do this among all the many things that I do, give a busy man a job to do and it'll get done. Okay, it goes into my file of things to work on. But very, very quickly realized that it wasn't possible to do from afar. So I had to transplant first myself here and then later my family. And the intricacies, like you say, are so sensitive that my brash New York finance, Wall Street style won't work here. And I had to learn that. I had to learn that from Diamond-san. And so I knew immediately that, well, within weeks, that I needed to be here with him. And then there's another thing, and that is Diamond-san, who's now 72 years old, he was at a point where he was extraordinarily engaged and invigorated in the production and the creation of a handcrafted product. And he was less interested in, you know, whether the sales guys were going to, you know, Daimaru 3 times a week to sell our product. His focus was really on the brewery and the production and everything. And I very quickly needed to be here to help with the sales and international sales. Diamond Brewery had been a leader in international sales in the Osaka market 20 plus years ago. And then by the time I came in, was not selling internationally at all. I had a strategy to bring it international again, knowing that that would be a good contributor to our revenue. Again, to answer your question, at first I didn't realize that I needed to really learn about everything. And then within weeks, I realized I needed to learn about everything. And the advantage I had was that Diamond-san, in many ways, although extremely traditional, is also extremely non-traditional. He loves zodiacs, and I'm a Gemini, but he displays the characteristics of a Gemini all the time with his traditional side and then his non-traditional side. His non-traditional side allowed me to learn from him. He was willing to teach me. And his traditional side hit me on the head all the time to just be quiet. And so actually I was able to learn maybe even faster because of that. And that has been very helpful.
I like that. Sometimes you just got to be quiet.
Oh, and he's constantly, this is it. This is my daily meditation. Markets go slowly.
Did you spend any time actually brewing sake?
I've brewed every season since I've been here.
You still are? You still actively brewing?
I still actively brew. I brewed the shinshu I'm going to toast you to today.
Do you have a particular?
I choose based on schedule. So I might not. I come in and out depending on where my schedule is. But we also are a small brewery. This is still a very much Jizaki handcrafted produced brewery. And I can tell you we have, for example, this week, one of our brewers was sick and not feeling well. So other people step in. Diamond-san's oldest son, Kohei, who works in the office doing our graphic design and stuff, even was on the line. So everybody helps out all the time.
Stepping up when needed.
I felt from the very beginning that that I should be involved in that and doing that process. The other thing is there was a particular pet project that I was working on with revitalization of Katano rice. And so I made a point to always brew that product. That was just kind of a passion play product. But yes.
That leads to another question that I did have loaded. So maybe not all of our listeners understand, but rice distribution in the sake, well, in Japan in general, but in the sake industry in particular, is kind of complicated. Basically speaking, brewers can't grow their own rice, and there's exceptions to that. And they can't buy rice fields. So they basically buy their rice, with some exceptions, but very few, through a agricultural co-op distribution system. So you have to order, you can't really see the grower, you can't really order too many specifics about it, except about 20 years ago, it became legal for brewers to directly contract with growers and then buy directly from the growers. And they could specify a whole lot about how the rice was grown, and they can't do that. Of course, there's risks to that, right? If you order from a grower and he's got a bumper crop, you got to buy it, even if you don't need it. If he's short, you got to hurry around and find some more rice outside of that. The agricultural co-ops will usually cover you for that. But what I'm driving at is, Diamond-san, I know years ago you did grow a lot of local rice. Do you still do that, or did you stop and start again? Either one of you could answer that.
We still have very, very good relationship. Some particular farmer, and he's helping us to raise the keep Katano Yamada-Nishiki, and at the same time, some other farmer is helping us to provide the table rice, which is Hino Hikari. So even the quantity is not that big, but we are still keep using Katano rice, and we produced Katanogahara brand last season. So pardon me?
What's the name of that brand?
Katanogahara. It's not a brand. It's under the Rikyubai brand.
I see.
It's
a product name, a sub-product name?
Right.
And that uses Katano rice, correct?
That's right.
And our first one, when we relaunched 3 years ago, was under a Yama. We called it the Yama series, but we can talk about it. But anyway.
And that stuff's grown by direct contract with the local grower, is that correct?
Well, this is a really step in. Oh, yeah. This is a really interesting. You're bringing up a real interesting dilemma, and that is, how do you source local products from growers? And in many ways, those growers and their fields are diminishing. If you look in just the area alone where the brewery is, we've seen probably the building and creation of 30 plus houses in the last 12 months, maybe. So that the rice land is diminishing. And to give a great example, one of our primary providers for the local rice came to us this year and said, I'm pulling back on my production this year because of my limits. So his time limits and age limits. And Diamond-san was in a struggle. So what does he do? Again, he's the fixer. So he starts going to other growers, and he works with them to get them to submit their rice to the authority to get it available for us to buy, rather than, because it's already production season has gone through. But he's juggling to try to find rice from whatever source he can get locally, even if they're not registered with the JA, to make sure that they get registered so that we can buy it directly. And in the future, we go out and we contract with more fields and more producers in a wider area. But it's a very difficult thing.
It's complicated. I'm sure that was just mind-boggling for you.
When I was little, from one village, for example, this Iwafune, Mukune village, to the next village, there's nothing but rice paddy. But now, so many housing, it's only half an hour from the center of the Osaka city. Very convenient, very good location, rich in nature. So people really likes to start living here. That is why, as Marcus said, many parties are diminishing So, and at the same time, the younger generation farmers, it's not real farmers in here. It's kind of the, most of the people are working in the Osaka area, and at the same time, weekend farmers.
Wow.
So they are not willing to keep that lifestyle anymore. That is why it is difficult to find the good, motivated, the rice farmers in this area. So that is the challenge. But still, some can be founded. So I'm trying to increase the volume of katana rice in the future.
That would be great. Yeah, that's a very noble cause. I hope you succeed in that. Marcus, what was it like for you? Well, before I ask the question, every one of Japan's prefectures has a brewers association, a shuzo kumai, which is basically just a business organization that has several functions within that particular prefecture. So with very few exceptions, how many are in Osaka now? 13 breweries?
14.
14.
14 total.
Yes.
Yeah.
So all of the 14 breweries, I believe, in Osaka will belong to this business organization that has a lot of function, the Osaka Shuzo Kumai, or Brewers Association. And so, Marcus, you had to be brought into this and meet all these guys. And without a doubt, you were the first Kuromoto that wasn't born and raised here. What was that experience like?
Very intimidating. Very
for you or them?
That's a good point. Probably for both to some degree. I would say for the first, let's say the first 3 to 6 meetings, you know, I didn't want to participate, didn't want to influence, just wanted to observe and just watch. And you know, you go to a group of meetings and the tax authorities come up and they tell you about what's going on and the rules and regulations and any changes that are coming on. And then you discuss them as a group. And, you know, I'm sitting next to the master at that stage. And he's orchestrating the conversations. And as we're going through, I'm asking to meet with the individual brewery owners and to talk with them. But it was very intimidating. And one of the ways I got through it, well, I think there's 2 ways I got through it. First of all, I took a very kohai senpai approach. So, you know, in the very beginning, I made sure that I was pouring everybody their beer. And I was walking around and trying to do a little bit of chit chat or pouring, you know, some sake to them and just paying homage. That was the first thing. And I think the second thing that made it more bearable is that I'm in Osaka. Now, I argue that if I was in Akita-ken, they would have tarred and feathered me, if not killed me, pretty quickly, right? But being in Osaka, these people are social, they're engaging, they're curious, they're lively, they've been around foreigners all their life. So very quickly after they, you know, showed me their boss, then they opened up and they started talking to me. And they ask me questions. And now we have conversations about all sorts of things, from camping to motorcycles to Toto toilets was a big conversation in one of the last meetings that I had with them. You know, you'd be surprised, you know, once they relax and come. But I think that has it has a lot to do with the fact that I'm in Osaka Prefecture. And having lived in Nagoya in a previous life and Tokyo in a previous life, I still think that this prefecture was more open and warm to that. And as I started to attend events and I'm helping everybody set up their booth and I'm being the entertaining gaijin, you know, the entertaining white guy who is trying to draw in customers with loud voice, and they started to appreciate it and have more fun with it.
That's cool.
But in the beginning, it was extremely intimidating.
I'll bet. Well, I'm glad you got through that. I'm glad it's going in a positive direction. I want to move on.
I think.
What's that?
So I think.
Yeah, right. They might not agree, but we'll just leave that.
We'll see.
Set that aside for now. Tell me about your staff. I mean, I'm pretty sure you were down to a skeleton staff, but most interestingly to me, your brewing personnel. Did you, what happened to your toji? Did you keep the same guy? Did you bring him back? How did you bring in assistants? Things like that. And again, what I'm driving at is obviously your production dropped to 0 or almost 0, and operations were, in suspended animation, and now they've been ramped up. So as you ramped up, what's that?
It never came down to zero. So
is that right?
In the last year, they were still brewing, but at that stage, it was only Diamond-san and his young apprentice Toji. I feel like we're on a Star Wars episode, but young apprentice.
Actually, after working with a traditional Toji, which we are very much closely worked with, Hajima Toji, Mr. Kita, as you know, Kita-san, right?
I remember him very well, yeah.
So after he retired, I decided to brew by myself and to be the brewer, the main brewer, Toji. For 8 years I did. So while doing that, I worked with Wei-kun, Mr. Wei, and he learned through the work with me. And actually, 2 years ago, I gave the title of Toji to him. So
2 years ago?
2 years.
Yes. So now he's starting his new team, including my second son or the good, experienced brewer. And we just hired one new guy, 21 years old, to hoping to raise the next generation in many ways. So we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, around 4, 5. Yes. Yes.
Are you yourself still involved in the brewing operations day to day?
Not in a daily basis, but I working closely with Toji and reported many happenings and how it is going on and the future production idea for the project or what kind of yeast or what kind of the product.
So you do give him technical input then, correct?
Yeah, we work together. Yes.
It's a communal discussion at any time. And Diamond-san and Toji and myself sit around the table, and it can get quite technical at times. And that's so anything that's on product relative, from operational perspective, I oversee, but from a product dynamic or model perspective, Diamond-san oversees with Toji, and they work together. But we're very lucky in the sense, in several senses with the production crew, if I can just add something here. When I came into this project, there were really only 2 people on a daily basis at all. It was Diamond-san and Toji. So when you talk about non-traditional management, the traditional environment, one of the advantages or one of the ways that it was easier for me is that I came into a situation where everybody that we brought back into the business saw me from day one. And I think it would have been a lot harder if there were 20 people here and suddenly I came in. Who's the white guy, right? Whereas this case, everybody knew that I was involved from the very beginning. But what we were very lucky to do is we were able to bring back some of the old brewers, and they were able to help us through a transition period. So they're now older and they have more injuries and they have limitations. They can handle only a couple days a week, which has allowed us to then bring in Diamond-san's youngest son, who has a degree in pharmaceutical science and loves the chemistry of it and manages, different parts of the process through that. And then to hire new young blood like this 21-year-old that we just brought on this season, that's been very, very helpful. But if we didn't have those old brewers to come back and help us, we would have been in a much more precarious situation than we are now.
True.
So your current brewing team consists of a Toji that's been Toji for 2 years, a couple of young understudies, a couple of older gentlemen that have a lot of experience but are getting creaky here and there, and the 2 directors. Is that correct?
That's right.
That's a wild team.
It's actually, and I look at it a little bit different. If you say the brewing team itself, let's say we have 3 old guys. I'm going to generalize. So 60 plus. I've got 3 young guys. My Wei Toji is 35. Right? So, and then you have Diamond-san and myself. But the way to explain it in the commercial world is I basically have 2 Tojis. I have a 72-year-old Toji and a 35-year-old Toji. And I have an up and coming Toji to be, and that is Diamond-san's youngest son, who is putting the science into it. And he's really done a lot.
So he intends to take it that far, to commit to the brewing process.
He won't say that.
Right, but it seems that way.
Well, I think that is probably an ambition.
Let's see how it happens.
Traditionally,
that's cool.
and because of the culture, he won't say that. And because of his respect to the existing Toji. But I think of it, I have 2.5 Tojis and a good variance on experience and muscle capability.
Oh, yeah, that is good. That's good. You have the guys with the smarts and the guys with the muscle, and you kind of use it when you need it.
Exactly right.
Very cool. Next thing I want to ask is, I want to ask about your product lines, how many product lines you have, but this is something I just thought of. Can you give me a quick, short answer on how many different products you guys make at this point in time? How many different sake, not bottle sizes, but how many different sake? Just a quick number.
So let me say that we have 4 in one series we call the Diamond series, 4 in the Rikubai series, and then very good.
It's a Diamond series.
John, thank you for your support. And then we have, let's say, seasonals, and the seasonals. I use the word seasonal. It might not be accurate. For example, in the Diamond series this year, we did an omachi rice, so we add to that. So let's say we have a staple of 8 SKUs, not bottle size, and then we add other products like Katano Gahara, omachi rice, our Shinshu Genshu that we're going to toast to you today. These kinds of things, the seasonals that come through during the course of the year. And with COVID and our present situation, we've really pushed to bring out more seasonals to try to get a little bit more buzz in the market, and it's done us very, very well. So we've had a full lineup of seasonals this year.
Right.
4.
So 2 lines of 4 products each and a handful of seasonals. Is that correct?
That's the best way to say it, yes.
And so Daimon is one line and Mukune is the other.
No,
Rikubai ka.
That's right.
Do you make any Mukune anymore?
Now it's resting.
It's resting?
Resting, yes.
But you've got that, you can bring it back out when you want to.
Yeah, Mukune is the name of the restaurant as well. So it hasn't died. It's still here in the spirit. But what we decided to do is to focus on 2 lines. And that was the Diamond series. And I have samples for you. I'll bring out. You have an example with you, but the Diamond series. Yeah, exactly.
I got this one in January, but it's sitting in the fridge since then. It'll be wonderfully mature when I get to it.
And then the Rikubai series. And the distinction that we say, although it doesn't necessarily, it's not in stone, is that we built the Diamond series much more for a kind of pairing and international food type marketplace. It's also a Jumai Daiginjos, it's our premium sakes, it's our gift sake, and you can see obviously the labels a little bit more of a design oriented label. Although we did all the labeling, I'm proud to say, here inside.
Cool.
And then the Rikubai series tends to be what we believe is more appropriate for the local community and built towards the local taste profiles. But I have to say that, as Diamond-san pointed out earlier, we sit 30 minutes between Osaka Station, Kyoto Station, and Nara Station, which means we have the burden and the honor of having to service a kaiseki profile out of Kyoto, a Nara, traditional Zen, a vegetable profile out of Nara, and then takoyaki and okonomiyaki and street food out of Osaka.
Very, very cool.
It means we have to be flexible in how we build our profiles, which is also a great challenge and opportunity because each one of our sakes is uniquely different. We're not changing just rice profiles. We are making each style as a unique product.
That's good. That's cool. So we've only got a few more minutes, and there's a couple more things I really think I need to ask. Let's start with this one. Well, I'll give you both questions at once, and I'll let you take off. One is, what do you see as your greatest challenges in the coming years for Daimon Shuzo? And the other is, what do you see as the greatest challenges to other breweries and perhaps the industry overall in the coming years? Too many hard questions at once?
He's looking at me saying, do I really have to answer this?
So, which of the first one?
So what do we see as our challenges?
Yeah. Why don't you start with your company?
What do you see as the challenges, Tan-san?
Yes, of course, this COVID era is giving us many challenges, and this is not only Diamond Brewery, but we share all with all other colleagues in this industry. But basically, hopefully, the consumption will be, of course, coming back, but at the same time, at least be able to run the healthy business in the coming years. It means the big decline will kill the healthy routine. So I think hopefully, the consumption will come back, but we really do not know. Recently, I met with some associate provider in sake industry, and we share the same feeling that maybe this ongoing brewing season, vaguely 30% of production decline may happen in total sake industry. So I think it will be brought up years in the coming years, as soon as possible, but which is maybe a big challenge for everybody. That's one thing.
I'm going to put your questions together a little bit, because the challenges that face the industry are the same challenges that face us at Diamond Shuzo. First of all, we're a business, and one of the things that I've definitely learned by the many, many, many dinners that I've had with Kuromoto across Japan is that although the consumer really appreciates the craft nature and the spirituality and the special relationship with sake and the consumer, the Kuromoto is still under the pressures of a business owner. And those pressures are, market share. Those pressures are margins, making sure that you run a healthy business. And Diamond Shuzo's in the same position. We have to increase our market share and our sales across, especially our region, because we believe that as Osaka-ites, and I'm a wannabe, and he is a genuine, we want to service Osaka, and we want to be one of the top Jizake producers for Osaka to meet the Osaka demands. And then the international market, we obviously want to get out there and we want to sell more. So the pressures are normal pressures of any business. We have an additional one, and that is, in the very beginning, you mentioned about how the Kuromoto, he has a bit of free reign, and he has that luxury of making his own decisions. That's a double-edged sword. For us, we actually don't have that luxury. We have a board, and that board gives us direction constantly and asks us for returns and monitors the business. So we have an extra hurdle that will constantly be with us as an aid, and in some ways as a hurdle, right? As we go through that relationship. So Diamond Shuzo has to deal with that as well. But the other thing that is the double-edged sword about the Kuromoto who doesn't have a board is that he makes those decisions on his own, which means he's going to most likely be conservative in his decisions.
Interesting.
He's going to keep his costs low. He's going to be less creative in his production line because he doesn't know what might sell versus what's selling already. For the future, the Kuromoto has this burden that Diamond-san is talking about. We see COVID is taking a hit. We know that the domestic market is declining. If they do not have operations or sales in international marketplace, they will struggle to hedge and diversify their existing client base. They will be very dependent on their local market. And if that local market shrinks irrespective, then their business will shrink as well. And then the question is, how long can they hold on? And I think that's a burden for everybody. And then the other thing that I think is a burden for everybody in the production side of it is that the international market has a big voice. The sake sommeliers that you have trained and educated throughout the world, they are looking for a specific, new product or change in product or flavor profiles. And the majority of those Kuromoto out there can't meet that demand. They don't know how. They don't have the technology or the expertise, and they're too nervous to take the risk to try different things, whether it's different yeasts or rice profiles, or venture into the world of a Yamahai. So I think those burdens are serious burdens for everybody, and no one brewery shares that by themselves. It's for the market industry.
Maybe in a different way, talking about, you're asking the challenge, but in this way, you're back. We are knowing each other, John, 25 years or more. Can you imagine that we could have imagined that this happened, this kind of thing is happening? It's amazing.
It is amazing. It's amazing that it all worked out this way.
Amazing. I mean, this is the result of your hard work, or everybody, back in this international sake community is already existing, and so many sake breweries starting in the U.S. side as well, and the rest of the world. So this kind of movement is such a kind of the great support or great possibility in the sake world. In the future.
Always remember that if brewers like yourself didn't make such delicious sake, we would have nothing to talk about and nothing to do. So it always comes back to the Kuromoto in the end. So thank you for that.
Just thank everybody who is paying attention and working hard to support us.
On that note, Diamond-san, and I mentioned this to Justin, who I know is going to jump on in a minute, the other day on a phone call. But when we looked at the lineup for this summit, we were blown away. And, I couldn't never have imagined this 3 years ago.
Right.
This momentum is great.
Yeah, it is.
Publications, magazines, books, YouTube channels, tasting events, increase in SKU numbers globally as well as domestically. It's all great. Education courses, etc. These are all great things. This will do a lot to help the industry.
Yeah, it's accelerating, and let's hope it really does have the effect that we need it to have. Again, we could go on talking about things like this and and the makeup of the market and the effects of so many different things, but we do have to move on because there's another guest coming up in 10 minutes or so. Justin, I believe you're chomping at the bit to get back in. Is that correct?
Back in here, please. Right, we should be here in just a minute.
See your name.
Let's see. You see a name? I mean, we're half there.
Put in the garden.
We're half there. How are we doing? We still got everybody in the garden? We still got John with us?
Oh yeah, I'm still here.
Perfect.
I'm still here.
Perfect.
Can't give it to me that easy.
Yeah. Darn it. No, I'm kidding. No.
Talking about the garden, actually, Diamond-san and Marcus, I mean, you've shown only one side of the brewery, but on the other side, you've invested a lot in new spaces to welcome customers for events or to the restaurant. And I was wondering how you see this developing. I mean, clearly today, few people are traveling, although Go to Travel may have changed the picture slightly for you. I don't know about that. What are you doing to draw more people to the brewery?
So you're talking about what we call the experience model. And this was a concept that was coined by Walt Disney many, many years ago. We definitely, Diamond-san 20 years ago, on his own volition, decided to let people in and to try to create an atmosphere of fun and engagement and community more than anything else. So for 20 years, with intervals where we couldn't for various reasons, we basically had jazz bands, primarily jazz bands here, and entertainment and events and these kinds of things. We will continue to do so. The restaurant has been in operation now for several years again, after several years of being closed. But as you know, you've experienced being in our restaurant. This will continue. What are we doing during COVID? If it's a COVID specific question, not a lot. And the reason is because, as I mentioned when we were talking about our kurobito, I have several gentlemen here in this brewery who are in their late years, including Diamond-san, who I have to protect. And so we have not had a lot of open doors. We've been relatively secluded. other than, you know, our cellar door where the locals come to buy their sake every week. But we have not done anything. We've done maybe about 6 or 7 virtual tours. We've done quite a few international events that are all virtual on Zoom, as you have done, as John has done, you know, this kind of thing to try to remain active. But actual visitors have been very, very sparse.
Yeah. So I mean, when you, I've got about a dozen questions I want to ask you right now. This is the problem. We've got about 4 minutes and about a dozen questions I want to get to. It's like that. There's a lot of the comments were, I'm enjoying Daimon sake right now. I mean, that was. I'm curious, where are your markets right now? Sort of whether it's Tokyo, whether it's in the metropolis, whether it's local, whether it's international, and what region, sort of where you sit on the playing field right now, and sort of where you're looking, kind of at what stage in your mind. I mean, kind of COVID aside, I guess, as to, you know, what's feasible in the near future. Sort of where do you lie in the field right now, and sort of how do you assess where you're at?
So when I came into the business 3 years ago, the initial target was to focus on the Kansai region and starting with Osaka. So we're very prevalent here. You can find us in department stores. You can find us at wholesale chains like Yamada, Liquor Mountain, these kinds of things. So we're very prevalent in Osaka, and we've scattered into Nara, Kobe, and Kyoto. We're online, obviously. We have our online shop that's attached to our website. But we haven't had the time or resources to really expand throughout Japan, nor necessarily the inclination in the beginning. In the international market, we decided to approach Asia first. Why? Even though America, and I'm American, is such a big market, Asia is a closer market, and my network for 25 years has been Asia-based. So you can buy Diamond Brewery products in all over Hong Kong. You can buy it in China. You can buy it in Singapore. We've had shipments down to places like Thailand, and we're doing hopeful deals in Taiwan and such. And then we're in the United States as well. And in the United States, our product in the United States is called The Road to Osaka, with the ambition that you will take that road to come to us and highlight the chance to be here with us. So we're now in the United States as well. But that will maintain the focus for the next foreseeable future. Kansai, Asian marketplace, and then let's continue with the road to Osaka and the sub-brothers and sisters that will come from it in the United States.
Thank you very much. Please visit us whenever you visit Kansai, Osaka, or Kyoto, Nara. Yes, you are welcome anytime. Thank you very much.
Consider it done. Consider it done, Daimon-san. Thank you so much. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Like I said, there's about a dozen other questions I have for you. We'll have to get you, we've been keeping saying we got to get you guys on a regular episode of Sake on Air, so we'll have to get you on the podcast here in the near future. So in 2021,
happy to do that.
We'll be in touch again very soon, and we'll continue this conversation.
Gentlemen,
Marcus,
thank you very much for your candidness today. I really, really appreciate it.
That was
very,
excellent.
Very much.
That was very informative.
That's the rule.
Yeah, that was wonderful. Marcus, Daimon-san, thank you so much. John, as always. Thank you, sir.
Thanks,
have a great afternoon. And we'll check in here with you again very soon. Thank you so much.
Right. See everybody soon. Thanks. Be well, everyone.
Thank you.
I love this sake label, the idea that just drinking the sake is the start of the journey that eventually will take you to the brewery.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely.
It's very simple, but it's a great find.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. Yeah. I mean, how do you build that through line, you know, in a way that's very simple, but resonates, you know, in a way that's, I mean, you know, it's easy to understand, it's easy to grasp, and it's, you know, and it's tied to something that's really, really, really crucial. And I like that, you know, that Kansai focus, that Osaka focus, of course, but in that Kansai focus and keeping things there, it's, you know, a lot of places are just like, go to Tokyo, go to Tokyo, go to Tokyo. You know, that's kind of where the battle is. And now COVID happens, and all of a sudden everybody that went to Tokyo, their main outlet for Tokyo has just been leveled, you know, and there's going to be, you know, it could be a rough fallout from that. It's going to be really hard, but, you know, the fact that they're really, you know, a lot of places they're just looking overseas. They're just looking to Tokyo when they, you know, reconsider these. But, you know, they're starting local and then looking at, you know, international strategically in that way. And just, yeah, you can just see how much thought has gone into the entire package.
So, where are you taking us now, Justin?
Well, since we're going local, we are going local again. We are very much going local again. And we're going to look at the role of the sake brewery in the local community. There are, you know, we're just talking with, you know, Daimon-san and with Marcus about sort of where they sit, you know, from a management, you know, standpoint as a brewery in Osaka. You know, how do they look at, you know, what that means in their role? Breweries all over Japan are reimagining that role right now. They're having to rethink that role, not just because, you know, maybe the brewery's struggling, but the depopulation in Japan, the resources, the financial resources that people have in these local areas. They're not the same as what they are in Tokyo, but at the same time, for a lot of folks, you know, Tokyo is proving to be not all it was necessarily cracked up to be, or what it promised, you know, maybe 20 years ago. And so a lot of people are really re-examining their relationship with the region that they're from, the place that their family's from, or as people become, you know, just more mobile, they're starting to think about, you know, where am I going to go? Where am I going to go set up camp? Whether it be, you know, an individual or a family. And the role of a brewery, these are starting to become one of the limited places that are actually still really rooted, that have been able to, you know, ride that out in these different areas. And so what does that relationship look like?
Yeah, they're often a landmark building within villages to start with.
Absolutely, absolutely. And, you know, traditionally, historically, they were very central to the community and the places, you know, not both from a business standpoint, as well as, you know, from a community-driven standpoint. And there's a lot of different breweries taking a different approach to what that means to be involved locally. And so for this one, again, this is another one we could have done, you know, features on any of several hundred producers. And this is a series, personally, I would just love to do, just regularly. This could turn into another show. But we got three really fantastic, really inspiring producers together to share what it is they're doing and how they view their role locally, how that ties to their brewing and what they're doing, and where they hope that their position can evolve to in the future. There's a little introduction at the top anyway, so I'll kind of leave it at that, and we will go ahead and examine the role of a sake brewery in the local community. Go ahead and get started.
Thanks again for coming back to join us for one more special session here at Sake Future Summit 2020, brought to you by Sake on Air and the Japan Sake and Shochu Makers Association. For this program, we will be looking at the relationship between sake breweries and the towns and local communities that have come to define them over generations, or in many cases, vice versa. At the same time, we want to examine what the role of sake breweries are today and what they could become in relation to these small to mid-sized towns and more rural communities that they've been so integral to so very long. And with Japan's aging society throughout the rural territories and the countryside experiencing an ongoing depopulation over decades, in many cases, sake breweries represent one of the few remaining entities in these regions with direct ties to the people of the region and their livelihoods over generations, while at the same time, they're operating within a sphere that has the potential to help address the challenges to a struggling local agriculture and cultural preservation. And also, they're in a position where they're in an industry that can possibly bridge the past together with the aspirations and values of new generations in a modern context. And so today we're joined by three incredibly thoughtful and proactive representatives from three exceptional breweries, each operating at very different scales, under different philosophies, with very different, within very different environments and regional contexts. And so first, today we have Ms. Rumiko Obata, who represents 5 generations of Obata Shuzo, makers of Manotsuru brand sake on Sado Island, which is off the northwest coast of Niigata Prefecture. With her today, we also have Mr. Masaru Terada. Terada-san represents 24 generations of sake making at Terada Honke, makers of Goni Musume brand sake, among others. And they're based in the Chiba countryside in the small town of Kozaki, just a few hours east of Tokyo. And last but certainly not least, we have Mr. Katsuhiko Miyasaka, who represents Miyasaka Brewing Company, makers of Masumi brand sake, located in the lakeside town of Suwa in Nagano Prefecture. We are very excited and honored to have the three joining us here today for the summit. And so without further ado, let's go ahead and get started. じゃあ皆様改めてよろしくお願いいたします。はい。ですね、今日はですね、実は全てのセッションは非常に大切だというふうに思ってはいるんですけれども、今回はですね、この地方についてのこと、地方にとっての酒蔵っていう存在はですね、これから酒蔵、日本酒業界だけではなくて、日本全国にとっては、非常に大きな重要なテーマの一つだというふうに思っております。日本全国にはですね、さまざまな酒蔵さん、さまざまな規模のサイズ、希望だったり、いろんな素晴らしい取り組みされているところたくさんいらっしゃるんですけれども、でも今回はですね、非常にもう意識が高いって言いますかね、非常に積極的にそれぞれ自分なりの、フィロソフィーを持っていらっしゃって、素晴らしい取り組みされている、三茶の、黒本さんは今日、いらしていただいて、今日はですね、その3名様の、お話を、取り組みだったりですとか、考えていらっしゃることについていろいろお伺いして、後半の方に、時間がもしあれば、いろいろ少しディスカッションできればなというふうに思ってるんですけれども、時間は、あれなんで、ちょっと早速始めたいというふうに思います。まず、小畑さんの方から、のところの方から始めたいと思いますので、小畑さんよろしくお願いいたします。
よろしくお願いします。
はい、よろしくお願いします。
はい。本日地域と酒蔵ということで、当社の事例をご紹介させていただきます。改めまして、私、小畑留美子と申します。佐渡島の小畑酒造の5代目になり、真野鶴というお酒を作っております。佐渡島は新潟県にあります。東京から約2時間新幹線、それから高速船で1時間で到着いたします。佐渡島は東京23区の 1.4 倍の大きさがあり、人口は約5万2000人。多様性のある歴史文化、自然環境のため、佐渡島は日本の縮図と呼ばれています。このような島のこちら、真野湾を望む場所で、小畑酒造は1892年よりお酒造りを続けています。佐渡のシンボルといいますと、こちら、トキ、絶滅危惧種として知られており、日本で佐渡島だけに生息している鳥になります。このトキを中心にして佐渡島の農業は回っています。で、当社もその佐渡島ならではのお米で酒造りをしています。例えば、佐渡の農家の皆さんは、トキが住む環境を守るために、低農薬、低化学肥料での米作りを続けており、今現在は皆さん驚かれるんですが、なんと450羽以上のトキが野生下に舞っています。また、右下にいらっしゃる農家の方は、佐渡アイダライスファーミングさんとおっしゃって、当社の契約農家の一人です。相田さんはこのトキと暮らす里づくり認証米という、制度にのっとったお米に加えて、佐渡の鴨湖という、湖で養殖された牡蠣の殻を使った牡蠣殻農法というのを取り入れています。例えば、水をフィルタリングして田んぼに通すことによって、山と海のダブルミネラルを田んぼに引くことによって、健康で高品質なお米を作っているわけです。このようなお米で作ったお酒の一つが、真野鶴ミクというものになるんですが、例えば、このお酒とともに、佐渡の牡蠣をマリアージュする。こういったことによって地域の循環を促していきたいと考えています。また、こういったトキをめぐる佐渡の多様性のある農業が認められまして、2011年、日本で初めて世界農業遺産に指定されています。この多様性をよく感じられるのが、島の東南部にある鍾乳棚田という場所です。ご覧のように大変美しい棚田なんですが、400年続くこの棚田は後継者不足、それから大きな機械が入らないということで、その維持が非常に難しくなってきていると聞きました。で、そのため、当社では昨年からこの棚田のお米を継続的に買い取ってお酒として仕込むことにしました。このようにしてできたお酒が龍の恵みと言います。
今年初めて挑戦しましたので、クラウドファンディングを行ったところ、大変多くの方からご支援をいただくことができました。このように生産地の物語を載せたお酒というのは海外にも輸出をしております。お酒というのは生産地の物語を語る、伝える語り部として存在しているとも考えています。そのため私も海外でのプロモーションの折にはお酒だけではなく生産地の物語も伝えるようにしています。そのようなことを行っているうちに近年は大変多くの方が真の鶴を飲んで、佐渡島に来てくださるようにもなっています。次にご紹介しますのがやはり佐渡ならではのお酒造りというプロジェクトです。舞台はマノ湾の海を見下ろす、古い校舎です。136年の歴史を持つ大変しかしきれいな、木造校舎。日本で一番夕日がきれいな小学校と謳われていました。なのですが人口減少のため少子化のため2010年廃校になってしまいました。この美しい校舎そして夕日を眺める景観というのを残したいと思いまして、当社ではこの廃校を酒蔵として再生させることにしました。2011年に佐渡市より借り受け、2014年学校蔵と名付けて運営をスタートしています。ここでは4つの柱を持って運営をしています。1つ目はもちろんお酒造りです。冬は本社でお酒造りをしているので、ここでは夏場に冬の環境を作ってお酒を作っています。2つ目は環境を中心とした共生共に生きるです。ここではオール佐渡産をモットーとしまして、お米はもちろん佐渡産、加えて酒造りのエネルギーも佐渡産にするべく、再生エネルギーを取り入れて、お酒造りに生かしています。3つ目が交流です。学校にはやはり交流が欠かせません。ということで、毎年6月に1日限りのワークショップ、学校蔵の特別授業というものを行っております。ここでは10代から70代まで非常に多世代、また多様性のある人たちが全国から集まって学び合いをしています。最後4つ目が学び。学校蔵ではお酒造りを学びたいという方、1週間通っていただくということを条件にして、受け入れをしております。1週間、学んでいただくことによってお酒造り、そして佐渡のアンバサダーを育てるということが目的です。30秒でどんなことをやっているかご覧ください。ここでの1週間は寒暖仕込みを中心にして切り取っておりまして、そこに参加をしていただいております。当然当社の蔵人がおりますので、蔵人とともに酒造りを体験していただく、それから酒造りの合間には酒米を育てている田んぼなど佐渡の環境を学んでいただいています。動画をご覧いただいてお分かりかもしれないんですが、近年は海外からいらっしゃる方も増えてきていまして、昨年は10名参加をしていただいた中で、なんと7名の方が海外からいらっしゃっています。まだタンク4本、5本ぐらいの仕込みなんですが、将来的には式醸造を目指しておりまして、そうなりますと、156人のアンバサダーが生まれることになります。酒造りを学ぶということは、地域を学ぶことにつながります。地域を学ぶことによって、地域の人たちとの交流も深まっていきます。そうすることによって佐渡への理解が深まり、佐渡が好きな人が増え、移住につながったらいいなと思って始めたプログラムでもあったんですが、実は昨年参加した香港の方が今年の2月パートナーを伴って佐渡に移住をしていらっしゃり、現在弊社のお仕事を手伝ってくださっています。こういった活動を認めていただきまして、今年の5月、学校蔵は内閣府の日本酒特区第1号として認定適用されました。 また今年9月にはジャパンタイムズの里山大賞をいただくことができました。当社がお酒作りを通して取り組んでいるのは、循環型の農業とお酒作り、そして持続可能な地域づくり、そして時のように地域価値を再生させるということです。よりローカルにこだわったお酒作りを続けることによって持続可能な地域づくりを目指していきたいと思っています。なぜならば、酒蔵というのはその地域とともに114年、もっと長い歴史を持つところもたくさんありますし、地域とともに生きてきて、これからも地域とともに生きていく。そのためには地域が元気であることが必要だと考えているからです。当社の社訓は向上心。お酒を醸すことによって地域に幸せを醸していきたいと考えています。最後にちょっと短いムービーをまとめたのでご覧いただければと思います。はい、ありがとうございました。
はい、小松さん、ありがとうございました。いや、素晴らしいですね。多分今回の、3名の中ではですね、多分一番ある意味でアクセスしにくい桜さんだと思うんですけれども、時間とか費用とかいろいろ考えて、こういう例えばクラウドファンディングだったりですとか、こういった取り組みとか利用されている時にはですね、そういった応援してくださる方々が結構どの辺か、全国なのか、海外なのか、ローカルの方々も結構応援してくださるような感じなのか、ちょっとどういうバランスって言いますかね、どういう感じになってるんでしょうか。
クラウドファンドに関しましては、やっぱり棚田に縁のある地元の方、それから本土にいる親戚関係の方々とか、やっぱり佐渡にご縁のある方が多いですよね。でクラウドファンドなんで外国の方もいらっしゃいますが、皆さん国内在住の方、でもお一人台湾の方がご支援くださいました。でもいろんなところで学校蔵の特別授業なんかは半数が島の人で、半数は外からいらっしゃるんですね。で、お酒造りの体験に関しては、今年はコロナがあって国内の人だけだったんですけれども、去年は10人中7名が海外の方だったりなので、非常に幅広くいらっしゃる。おっしゃったようにアクセスがしにくいところだけにそれだけ思いの強い方がいらっしゃってるのかなというふうに感じます。
いや本当に猿ヶ島は僕も何度も伺ったことあるんですけども、本当に、まさにおっしゃるように本当に日本の縮図的な存在でもあるので、そこら辺ある意味でアクセスしにくいからこその、非常に素晴らしい環境だと、本当に感じました。本当に、はい、素晴らしい。ありがとうございます。じゃあちょっと後ほどまたいろいろお伺いしたいと思います。じゃあ次はですね、寺田さんの方に、移りたいと思うんですけれども、寺田さんのところですね、ある意味で、東京から近いような遠いような、場所なんですね。地図で見ると多分一番近くに見られると思うんですけれども、でももう田舎なんですね。どう見ても。
そうですね。はい。
これ、じゃあちょっと資料をちょっと出させていただいて、はい、ちょっと、口座についてとか、テレホン系について、ぜひ、教えていただければなと。
はい。では、ちょっとご説明させていただきます。うちが場所は千葉県の、 北の方ですね。東京から約100キロぐらい離れたところにあります。電車だと2時間ちょい。車だと、1時間ちょいぐらいかな。で来れますね。うちはでも成田空港の近くにあるんですよ。成田空港から車で20分ぐらいのところかな。にあって、そういう意味では逆に、海外の方がアクセスがいいぐらいの場所になりますね。で、ご覧いただきますと、これが蔵の景色になりまして、で囲まれています。森というのが、神崎神社っていう神社になるんですね。で、神社の森があるおかげで、今でも水がコンコンと湧き続けてくれるんですよ。だから、昔からいい水が湧くからということで、そこに昔の人が神社を建てて、この森を守っていこうというふうにしたと思うんですよね。で、そこに、寺田本家は340年前、お酒造りをこの場所でスタートしたというふうに、言われています。で、自分が今24代目をさせていただいていますね。で、24代目なんですけど、2018年から、杜氏も務めるようになりまして、だからお酒造りの現場責任者もやりながら、会社の代表取締役もやるという形で、やっております。はい。で次を。はい。で、発酵っていうことが、うちの大きなテーマで、お伝えしたいなと思ってるんですけども、うちはもうすべて自然発酵でお酒造りをしてるんですね。で、酵母菌も乳酸菌も麹菌も、もう蔵の中に住んでいる菌の力でお酒を作っていこうと。というのは、菌というのはいい菌も悪い菌もないんじゃないかなっていうことを思っていまして、いい菌とか悪い菌とか決めるのは人間の都合。今のコロナウイルスもそうですけども、これが怖い菌だ、怖いウイルスだってこう決めてるのは人間の恐怖心とかね、なんかそういうのが、増幅させてるみたいなところもあるんじゃないかなと。で、発酵っていうのは、いい菌も悪い菌もいるかもしれない、いるけども、それをみんな巻き込んで、より良いものを作っていこうっていう働きが発酵なんじゃないかなと思っています。だから、だから自然発酵っていうのは、そのいい菌も悪い菌もみんな巻き込んでいく。で、自然の中にそういう発酵していく力が備わっているっていうことをお酒造りを通してお伝えしたいなと思ってるんですね。で、それはもう地域とのつながりとか、全部同じだなと思ってて、この地域の中でも、もちろん、いろんな、関係性がある中で、そのいろんな方たちとの関係性をより良いものにしていく。発酵っていう、切り口を通してより良いものにしていくということができたらなというふうに思っています。はい、で、この五人娘という銘柄が、うちのメインの銘柄になるんですけども、はい。お酒造りは、基本的なところですけども、お米とお水と、微生物ですね。で、うちは、お水は先ほど申しました、敷地内の井戸水を使っています。そしてお米は、地域のお米ですね。ほぼこの近隣、車で30分圏内ぐらいの方に、お米を作っていただいてまして、そしてそれを皆様に、農家さんに、無農薬で無化学肥料で作ってくださいよっていうことをお願いしています。で、2010年からすべてのお米を無農薬無化学肥料のお米を使って、原料にすることができるようになっています。で、微生物も、もう本当、蔵付きの菌だけで作るということが、2010年頃から、達成しております。はい、で、これは、麹菌、酵母菌、それぞれちゃんと蔵の中にいるんですよ。というのは、お酒造りももう何百年とずっと続けてきている場所ですから、もう菌が息づいているんですよね。で、その菌が働きたくなるような環境を作るというのが蔵人の役割だなと思ってて、そのいろんな菌、いい菌とか悪い菌とか全部含めていろんな菌がいるんだけど、そのいろんな菌が発酵したくなっちゃうような、なんかワクワク、これはちょっといいお酒作っちゃおうかなって思うような、そういう場所づくりをしていくというのが、大事な、当時蔵人の仕事だなと思っています。はい、で、お米作りも 自分たちでも取り組んでおりまして、はい、じゃあ次お願いします。はい、やっぱり、自分たちだけでは大変なので、地域の方、あとは、うちのお酒を好んで召し上がってくださるお客様、たくさんの方に集まっていただいて、みんなでお米作りをしています。で、自分のところの所有している田んぼは約2ヘクタールぐらいですね。その2ヘクタールぐらいの田んぼを、全てお酒の原料米としています。でもこれは全部の生産量、全部の必要量の約 5% ぐらいですね。だから 95% は、先ほど申しました、近所の農家さんに、契約栽培で作っていただいています。はい、お米作り、はい。はい、そこで。お米が、お酒作りは、自然発酵ということと同じに、昔ながらの製法で作っていこうということを大事にしています。昔の道具を使って、手作りで作っていく。できるだけ機械を使わないで、蔵人が手で触れながら作っていくということを大事にしています。はい、こういう古い桶を使って、はい、次お願いします。お米に、蒸し器にお米を張るのもこういう手作業で一つ一つやっていきます。はい、はい、お願いします。ね。はい。こうやって、一つ一つ手作業でやっていくことによって、やっぱり人間っていうののその感覚というか、やっぱ実際にお米に触れていると、麹とか作っている時でも、0.1 度の温度の違いっていうのがなんとなく感じられるようになるんですよね。そういう人間の感覚の鋭さとか、なんか可能性とか、なんかそういうのをやっぱり機械ではなかなか感じ、られないんじゃないかなと思ってまして、そうやって手作業でやることによってより思いが込められるようになるんじゃないかなというふうに思っています。はい、これは、元すり作業というね、はい、これは木本作りという製法なんですけども、もう江戸時代から、伝わる製法で、空気中の乳酸菌とか酵母菌を取り込むのにすごく適した製法になります。はい、でこれは、大きな木桶でもろみ作りですね。こうやって木桶を使ったりですとか、昔ながらの道具を使うことによって、先ほど申しましたいろんな菌っていうのが、活躍しやすくなる。それはもしかしたら、お酒作りにはあんまり好ましくない菌もいるかもしれないですけども、それも含めて、参加することによってこの味の多様性、かっこよく言うと多様性、悪く言うと雑味、それ全部含めてお酒の、味わいになるんじゃないかなというふうに思っています。はい、これはもうブクブクもろみが発酵しているところですね。これは玄米を発酵させているところで、全く精米しないで、お酒にしたりもしています。はい、いくつかの銘柄、だいたいうちで15種類ぐらいの銘柄のお酒を作っておりまして、はい、で、蔵の中、古い蔵の中、いろんな方においでいただいて体験していただいたりとか、こうやって今年はやってないですけども、毎月何回か日を決めて蔵見学ツアーを行って、東京ですとか都市部の方から、足運んでいただいて、蔵の中を感じていただくということをやっております。で、これは、蔵祭りですね。オクラフェスタという名前で蔵祭りをやっておりまして、これはいつも1日だけの開催なんですが、その1日に約5万人ぐらいの方がいらっしゃる。で、うちの蔵の中もそうなんですけども、うちの前の通りも、お店がずらっと並んで、この通りがまるでなんていうんですかね、もう本当に人混みであふれ返って、今のこのコロナの状況ではとても考えられないような人混みに、はい、が毎年なっています。で、こう地域の方も、ここで、お店を出したりですとか、本当に農家の方たちが自分の作っている餅を出したり、芋を出したり、もう本当に、弁当を出したりとか、地域の方がここで、お祭りに参加してくださると、そういうことを通して、 発酵っていうのの面白さっていうのを地域の方が再認識していただいたっていうことはすごくあります。このお祭りも、もちろん酒蔵祭りなんですけども、ただお酒を飲んで酔っ払って楽しいだけじゃなくって、ここで少しでも発酵っていうのを感じて親しんで、いただけたらなと思ってまして、でそこにこうやってたくさんの方がおいでいただくという結果から、地域の方たちがやっぱ発酵っていうのはなんかすごいエネルギーがあるということから、こう地域の地域おこしのテーマとしても、じゃあ発酵っていうのを発酵の街として、盛り上げていこうというふうに、なってまいりました。まあ今、人口5000人ぐらいの町なんですけども、やっぱり人口はだんだん減ってきていますけど、移住者の方も少しずつ増えてきておりまして、いろんななりわいを作ったりですとか、農家になる人がいたりとか、そして、新しい世代が、入ってきているところですね。はい、で、これは、うちで、こう発酵をお伝えするという意味で、カフェを週に2日だけやっておりまして、酒粕とか麹とか、それ発酵食品を感じていただけるカフェ。やっぱりこう地域においでいただいたときに、それを体感できるような場所を作ろうということで、4年ほど前からカフェの営業もしております。して、これはやっぱり地域の子どもたちと一緒に発酵を学ぼうということをやっておりまして、これは大豆を種まきして、はい、じゃあ次お願いします。で、味噌を作ると。はい。うちは酒蔵で、なんで味噌やねんっていうのがありますけど、子どもたちとお酒作ってもちょっと大変なので、お味噌を作って、発酵、自分たちがまいた大豆が発酵して形を変えてお味噌になって、でこれが、出来上がると給食で食べてもらうんですよ。1年後、給食でそれをみんなで分かち合って食べるということを通して、畑が食卓に給食につながってるっていうことも感じてもらえるし、時間をかけることで発酵して美味しいものができるんだよってことも感じてもらえるし、で、これを体験した子どもたちの何人かがもしかしたら、将来この町でなんか発酵に関わる仕事をしてくれたら嬉しいなと思いますし、そういうなんですかね、狙いを持って子どもたちと一緒にお味噌作り毎年取り組んでおります。はい、これは、地域の方たちと一緒にマーケットですね、小さな市をやっておりまして、やっぱりここは東京から、1時間ぐらいなんですけども、スーパーがあって、やっぱり地域の野菜作ってる農家さんいっぱいいるのに、それが地域に流通しないっていう問題があったんですよね。なので、その農家さんたちとみんなと協力し合って、これも週に1回なんですけども、自分たちの作ったものを、地域でちゃんと循環するようにということで、マーケットを作りまして、で今ここに加工場も作って、その会員に登録すれば、何か例えば弁当作ったりとか、なんか惣菜作ったりとかっていうことも、お試しで作ってここで販売して、できると。それがもっと上手になってくれば自分で店を持ったらいいし、それまでの何ですかトライアルな場所として、マーケットを作っております。はい。こんな感じで地域との関わりというのが、やっぱ自然発酵、いろんな菌が混ざり合うというところから、その哲学をやっぱ地域の人たちと、感じ合いながら、できたらなと思っておりまして、はい、こんな感じでやっております。ありがとうございます。
いや素晴らしい、ありがとうございます。いやなんかそこになんかいろいろまたお聞きしたいこと、なんか例えば地元で畑やられてるのに育ったものが地元に届かなかったりとか、なんかそこら辺で多分またいろいろ多分細かい地域の課題だったりとか可能性いっぱいあるところでいろいろお聞きしたいんですけれども、先ほど小畑さんのお話を伺って、 なるほどなと改めて思ったのは、先ほど佐渡島が、いわゆる日本の縮図だったりとか、暮らしの縮図みたいな的な存在ではあったんですけれども、ちょっと別の概念で発酵自体がこれからの、コミュニティの縮図だったりとか、なんか、どれぐらいの規模でそれを例えるかっていうのもあるんですけれども、でも本当に皆様の暮らしの中にもう本当に生きてるものが、それがまた本当にいい菌とか悪い菌とだけではなくて、それはどういうふうに取り入れるかっていう、地域の多様性も含めて多分これからの大きなテーマにはなるんじゃないかなというふうに、思ってます。ありがとうございます。で、じゃあ次は、宮坂さんの方に、ぜひ、お話を伺いたいと思うんですけれども、よろしくお願いいたします。
よろしくお願いします。
よろしく。ごめんなさい。はい。
はい、長野県でマスミを作っております。宮坂醸造の宮坂です。今日は小畑さんと寺田さんというちょっと諸先輩の中なので、その中で私がやっている取り組みといえば、もうずっと小さなスケールのことなんですけれど、そちらについてお話をできればなというふうに思っています。はい。私のプロフィール、こちらに書いてある通りなんですけれど、諏訪で高校生までずっと育ちまして、で、日本の地方にいる高校生ってほとんどそうだと思うんですけど、なるべく早くにもうつまらない田舎から外に出たかったんですね。で、私も大学の進学を機に上京をして、地元を出たわけなんですけれど、戻ってきたのは今から7年前、東京だったり、もしくは海外での生活も経験した後に諏訪に戻ってきました。2013年に戻ってきてから7年経つんですが、今、うちのマスミもですね、いろいろ新たな取り組みをさせてもらっています。商品に、じゃあ次お願いしていいですか。はい、うちのマスミについてお話をしますと、1662年の創業になりますので、寺田さんと歴史的には大変近いですね。うちの歴史を振り返ったときに、おそらく一番有名な話としましては、教会7号酵母という、日本の中でもいまだに多くの酒蔵が使っている、この酵母が生まれた蔵として、有名なんじゃないかなというふうに思います。で、私も、この7号酵母に大変強い思いがありまして、戻ってきたときには教会7号の使用をしている比率が本当に少なくて、あくまで地元に供給する普通酒ぐらいにしか使ってなかったんですけれど、やはりこのマスミの味わいというものはこの7号に起因するんじゃないかというふうに思い、昨年の作りから、大吟醸も含めたほぼ全てのラインナップを、7号酵母で作るようになりました。はい。長野県で、一番大きい蔵ではあるものの、いまだに、我々手作業での、仕事を大切にしておりまして、品質第一にお酒を作っております。はい。はい、でこちらが、去年からご紹介を始めた、今日のこのプレゼンテーションの冒頭にもあったシンボルマーク、このシンボルマークを中心に据えた、新しい商品が去年からリリースされております。こちらがいずれも7号酵母を使ったお酒になりますね。はい。我々が位置しているのは長野県の諏訪という場所になりまして、先ほどの寺田さんのプレゼンテーションの資料の中で、日本の地図があったときに長野県の中に小さな点がポンとあったんですけれど、あれが我々、諏訪にあります諏訪湖という湖になりますね。長野県というエリアは、東京からも大変近くて、山に囲まれて、冬になればウィンタースポーツが大変盛んな場所になります。1998年、もう20年以上前になりますが、日本で、2度目の東京オリンピックを開催したのもこの長野県になりますね。では次にお願いします。この諏訪という地域、諏訪湖を包み込むように町があるんですけれど、約この諏訪盆地に20万人の人口がおりまして、それなりの規模を持つ町だというふうに思います。諏訪大社という日本の中でも有数の歴史を持つ古い神社がありまして、我々マスミの名前もこの諏訪大社の宝物マスミの鏡に由来をしています。6年に一度行われる御柱祭という木を引くお祭りがあるんですけれど、こちらも大変有名です。木を引っ張って坂から落としてくるシーンはよく日本の中でも大変有名な奇祭として、珍しいお祭りとして取り扱われることが多いんですけれど、そういったお祭りですね。はい、次お願いいたします。 先ほどの写真見ていただいてもお分かりの通り、長野県は本当に自然環境が豊かで、本当に住むには素晴らしい場所だなというふうに思いますが、そんな中でこの長野県だけではなくて日本中の地方において共通して起こっている問題としては、やはり人口減少が激しくて、そういった中で放置されていく空き家が大変多いというところですね。この諏訪の中にも登録されているというか、存在する建物のもう2割が空き家になっているということで、この写真はあくまでその一例なんですけれど、全く人の手が入らずに荒れた状態の古い建物が大変ある。これは大変、街の中にあることで、治安上も良くないですし、大変見苦しいですよね。そして大変寂しいものがあります。次の写真お願いします。いわゆるその古い町の中心部分は、先ほどの写真のように空き家がどんどん増えていってしまい、そして郊外に行くともう完全に車社会になっている中で、全国展開をしているようなチェーンのレストランだとか、もしくは、買い物をするような、場所、そういった場所が増えてきて、ある意味日本の地方のあらゆる場所でこういった景色があって、この景色を見てこれどこの町だか分かりますかって言われてもほとんどその地域の独自性が感じられないようなある意味無味無臭のつまらない町並みが広がっている。これは我々の諏訪にも言えることですね。言ってしまえばカルチャーもコンテンツもないようなそんな町にこういった街並みが増えることになってしまうというのが大変我々が危惧しているところです。はい、次お願いします。はい、今言いました通り、自分たちが、日々暮らし、そして自分たちの子供だとかその孫の代にも、この町をバトンタッチしていく上で、こんな場所でいいのかというところが、一番僕自身がですね、言ってしまえば町づくりに取り込んでいる、一つの大きなモチベーションになっています。次です。お願いします。我々酒蔵は、メーカーですよね。お酒を作る、製造業、メーカーであって、メーカーというのは、小さな規模もあれば大きな規模もある、そして作っているものも様々だと思います。それこそ車を作っていたり、カメラを作っていたり、そういったメーカーもあれば、我々のようなその食品というかお酒というか、そういったものを作っているメーカーもある。そんな中で私は以前からこのメーカーというのは2つタイプがいるというふうに思っていまして、でそれを狩猟型の、ハンターのような、要は動物が、どんどん季節によって動いていく、移動していく、それを追って、自分たちもその定住をせずに移動する、移動型のハンターのようなメーカーと、そのある土地に根付いて、その土地で、種を、まいて、そして、その種が、芽を出して大きくなって、そこでできたものを収穫する、そういった定住型の、メーカーがいると思っていて、僕が言ってるこの狩猟型のメーカーというのは、その安い労働力があればそこに工場を作り、もしくは市場にマーケットに近いところに、工場を転々していく、そういったメーカーのことを指してるんですけれど、我々酒蔵というのはどちらかというとこの完全に、定住型、そして農耕型のメーカーだというふうに思っています。そして、この地域とともに、生きることをする上では、やはりこの地域を、より豊かに次の時代にバトンタッチしていく、もしくはその地域の中の自然を守っていく、そういったことを常に考えなければいけないなというふうに思います。次お願いします。はい、日本酒の、原料は何かというようなことを聞かれたときに、水、そしてお米、そして酵母、これはもちろん必要不可欠なんですけれど、さらに、必要になってくるのはやっぱり人ですよね。蔵で働いてくれる人、我々オーナーがですね、家族だけでお酒を全て作るわけにもいかず、そこでやっぱり働いて、一緒になってお酒を作ってくれる、そんな人が必要です。そしてその人たちが、人生の長く、大部分を過ごすその町というものは、やっぱり彼らが文化的に豊かに、一生を過ごせる町でないといけないなというふうに思っていますし、その蔵人はね酒造りが好きでうちの蔵で働いてくれる分には全然いいんですけれど、そこで一緒にいるその奥さんなりもしくは子供、家族ですよね。そういった、人たちにとってもこんなつまらない町嫌だということを言われずに、 この町にいられてよかったと言っていただけるような町を作っていくことが本当に大事だというふうに思います。次お願いします。はい、我々蔵元はその、350年から我々も住みとして町の中にいますし、我々の事業が存続できる限りはですね、この諏訪という地域ともセットで、存在するものなので、できれば次の350年、もしくはそれより長い間、この地域と、この地域を豊かにして自分たちも、豊かな人生を送りたいなというふうに思っています。次お願いします。僕自身はですね、その7年前にこの諏訪に帰ってきて、やっぱり自分が高校生の時に思ったのと同じような豊かな自然はあるけれど、面白いお店もなければ面白い人もいない町だなというふうに思ってたんですけれど、そんなことを思っているうちに、一軒の面白い小皿屋さんがうちの町にできました。もともとアメリカのポートランドにあるリビルディングセンターというところのですね、ビジネスモデルを日本で始めたいと言って始めた僕と同世代のカップルが始めたんですけれど、名前もそのポートランドの会社から取ってリビルディングセンタージャパンという名前で会社を始めてくれています。うちの蔵のすぐ近くにあるんですが、先ほども話したようなその空き家、これが解体されてすべて、言ってしまえばゴミになっていってしまう中で、その古い建物を壊していくと、中にはまだまだ使える立派な大黒柱があったり、もしくは今の時代はもうとてもではないけれど作ることができない扉があったり、そういったものをですね、建物をすべて有効活用することはできなくても、その中の活用できる部分に関してはレスキューをして、ピックアップをして、それをまた磨いてですね、こういった形で販売をしているのがリビルディングセンタージャパンになります。次お願いします。で、彼らがですね、実際に古材を売るだけではなくて、その古材を使った空間作りのようなことをしていまして、実際にこれはリビルディングセンターの中のカフェの空間なんですけれど、こういった空間を通してですね、その古材の価値のようなものを多くの方々に発信をしています。彼らは日本のその使い捨て、大量生産、大量販売、そして大量廃棄の、そのカルチャーをですね、もう次の時代に残していけないと、残さないように新しい文化を再構築するというふうに、リビルドニューカルチャーということを言っていまして、その具体的な事例が一つ、これですね。はい、次はお願いします。実際に彼らと、僕たちがですね、この諏訪の町の空き家をもっともっと改修して、人が楽しく過ごせるような街を作りたいというような声掛けをしたところ、全国から多くの賛同者が集まってきてくださいました。うちの蔵の手前にある、以前はですね、一人のおばあちゃんが住んでいたお宅があったんですけれど、もうそのおばあちゃんが自分たちの娘がいる東京に引っ越すというところで、空き家になったんですね。で、この空き家を、我々というか、うちの社長とですね、我々の方で買いまして、で、それをリビルディングセンターに、リノベーションをしていただき、東京でずっと料理研究会をやっていた、大塩あゆみさんという、女性の方ですね、この方が、諏訪に移住をしてくれて、あゆみ食堂というお店を始めました。僕たちの蔵の前にあってですね、僕もできるだけ行きたいなというふうに思ってるんですけれど、本当に人気があって、平日のランチはなかなか、もうお客さんが入れないぐらいの、人気の店になりました。次お願いします。これもですね、もともとこの諏訪に縁もゆかりもなかった、20代の男の子なんですけれど、移住をして、そしてカフェを始めてくれました。これもリビルディングセンタージャパンの仕事ですね。で、やっぱりこういった移住された方々というのは、もともとこの諏訪の地域に、馴染みがない、そして、人脈もない、そんな中で、我々蔵元はもともとこの町にいて、それなりの信用力と、そして人脈があるので、こういった彼らが店を開きたいと。で、この人物間違いないなというふうに思ったときには、不動産の免許もあるわけではないので、正式に我々が不動産業をするわけにいかないんですけれど、建物の、オーナーを探したり、もしくはこんな店やりたいんだけどっていうふうに彼らが言ってきたときには、この建物どうと、ご紹介をして、その町と、人をつなぐような役割をしています。はい、次お願いします。 はい。で、先ほど7年前に帰ってきたときには、本当に行きたいようなお店が、場所がなかったというふうに言いましたが、この3、4年でだいぶ、僕もこの町に馴染んだということもありますが、新しい素敵な町が、お店が増えてきまして、今では諏訪の町に行きたいんだけどっていうようなことを言っていただく友達もだいぶ増えましたし、実際に今年はコロナで、ちょっとお客さんの数も、夏場、春なんかはだいぶ少なかったですけれど、秋以降、人手が戻ってきてからは、だいぶその遠くからですね、この諏訪を訪ねてお越しいただくような方が増えました。もう今では僕もですね、本当に諏訪に来るんだったら、もう2泊3日じゃ足りないかもしれないよっていうぐらいに、なっています。はい、次お願いします。はい。で、まだまだ我々の活動はそんなに、大きな規模ではないんですけれど、諏訪の中のですね、公共政策というか、市の作り出すさまざまな、なんですか、そのプランの中にはですね、決してその未来を見ていないような、全然クリエイティブでないようなものも多くありまして、でそういったところに対して、幸いにそのお酒を売りながら、日本中世界中のさまざまな素敵な空間だとか、もしくは街を見る中で、この街にもっとこんな要素があったらいいなというような、思いを持つことが僕自身も多々ありますし、先ほどのリビルディングセンタージャパンの代表の東野さんという方を含め、この諏訪にここ数年で本当に面白いような面白い方々が集まって聞いた中で、同じような話をしてですね、なんとかこの街にもう二度とダサいものを作りたくないと、もっともっと面白い街にしていこうというところで、諏訪市公認の、諏訪デザイン会議という、チームを、民間の我々で立ち上げることができまして、今後、その街の中で作り出すさまざまな公共政策でしたり、そういったところに我々がプランニングをして、提案をするだけではなくて、時には我々の方が実際にその運営をしていく、そういったことを、していきたいなというように思っています。はい、誇りがない、カルチャーもない、コンテンツもない街から、もう人もいる、そしてカルチャーがあって、暮らす人々、が誇りを持って住める、そんな街にしたいなというように思っていまして、日々お酒を作り、そして街を作ると、そういったことをしています。以上です。
はい、宮崎さんありがとうございました。
はい。
いや、本当にもう、皆様のお話を聞くとですね、なんか、すごいいいなと思って、なんか皆さんそれぞれ、環境も全然違いますし、規模も違いますし、なんか、それぞれなんか持ってらっしゃる、素材は多少違うかもしれないんですけれども、それぞれが、なんか、ご自分自身だからこそ、できるっていうか立ち位置って言いますかね、なんかすごいなんかはっきりなんかされていて、それぞれができるからこそのなんか地域との関わり方だったりですとか、仕掛けられることをすごいしっかりとやってらっしゃるんだなっていうふうにすごく、感じました。ちょっと残念ながらちょっと時間がちょっと短くなってしまって、もう後日また第2弾の1時間ぐらいのちょっと対談やりたいなみたいな気持ちなんですけれども、ちょっと一つだけちょっとせっかくなんでちょっと質問がございまして、ちょっとお聞きしたいんですけれども、はですね、実際に蔵とかで働いてらっしゃる方々が地元の方が多いのか、それとも外からの方が多いのか、なんか酒蔵ってなんかきっかけにまたなんかそこら辺の働き方とかっていうのまた地域との関わり方でその辺のどういう関係なんでしょうか。なんかそれをなんか求めて働きたいとか、小畑さんいかがですか。
ですね、蔵っていうか、その会社全体として考えた場合に、20名ちょっといるんですけど、数えたんですよ。そしたら I ターンの人が7人もいたんですよ。で、よく考えたら、うちの杜氏も、うちの旦那さんも I ターンだって思って、そういう意味では、非常になんだろう、 うちの会社っていうことだけではなくて、佐渡島っていうことの魅力だったり、お酒造りの魅力っていうこともあると思うし、近年、多分3人のところ、それぞれの地域、移住する方、すごく多いと思うんですよね、若い方で。そういう方がお酒造りもしながら、他のこともするっていうケースもあると思いますし、その地域のランドマーク的な立場に酒蔵があって、そういったところにちょっと仕事として触れてみたい、そこを通して地域に触れてみたいっていうふうに思う方も近年は増えているような気がします。
ですね。宮崎さんのところでどうですか？
そうですね。うちの会社はもう、以前はほとんどがもうローカルの出身の社員ばかりだったんですけれど、特にここ最近、若手の、酒造りをしたいという方はですね、この長野県出身じゃない方も、いらっしゃいます。
そうですね。そういうね、宮崎さんのところも先ほどその話もそうなんですけれども、その酒蔵以外でもできること、うまく応援してらっしゃるっていうか、が実に関われるような土台作りみたいな感じでやってらっしゃるのもまたすごい面白いなと思ってて、それまたいいですね。酒蔵自体というそのものだけではなく、そのお酒との関わり方、多分いろんな様々な形があるんだなと思って。いいですね。はい。そうですね。ちょっと時間はあれですけど、寺田さん、いかがですか？実際に、来るのもそうなんですけれども、その外からの方々、外からっていうか、それ、どういった地元の方が、今これからいろんな活動していらっしゃるのか、それとも外との連携だったりとか、今どんな感じで今動いていらっしゃるんですか？
やっぱり活動される方は外から来る方がやっぱり元気なので、どうしてもやっぱり外から来る方が目立つというか、はい、やってますね。うちもスタッフは、20人ぐらいの会社なんですけど、本当地元の人って今3人ぐらいしかいないんですよね。でそれ以外はもうやっぱりここに住みたいからとか、もうお酒作りがしたいからとか言ってみんな移住してきた人たちが中心になってきて、自分もそういえば元はここにたまたま向こう入りしてIターンできた方なので、そういう意味ではもうよそもんですね。やっぱり予想からいっぱい人が来るっていうことが本当に新しい視点を生んでくれたりもしますし、自分はもうこう住んで17年ぐらい経っちゃうので、割ともう染みついちゃったんですけども、やっぱりまた新しい人がどんどん入ってきてくれると、気づかなかったこととか、新しい風が、吹いてきたりとかするので、そういう風通しのいい場所であり続けたいなと思っています。
ですね。素晴らしいですね。いやもう本当に皆様のお話伺ってるともう日本の地方の方がもう非常に盛り上がってるっていうか、すごい生命力あふれてるようなお話ばっかりなので、非常にこれからの将来未来が非常に明るいんじゃないかなというふうに本当に感じました。残念ながらちょっと時間あれなんで、ぜひまた来年パート2ぜひ今回の続きの方にもまたいろいろお話伺いたいなというふうに思っております。いや本当に皆さんありがとうございました。ぜひまたよろしくお願いいたします。
ありがとうございます。
And that will do it for one more round here at the Sake Future Summit 2020. And if you stay tuned right here, we'll be back with another session right after this.
Interesting that Sado Island is compared to a Japanese, or is called a microcosm of Japan, because I actually often go to the Suwa region, Shimosuwa and Kamisua, and I always say the same. To me, it's like a microcosm of Japanese culture and history. So very interesting intervention from their three. But I think really Terada-san nailed it when he had that slogan. I mean, fermentation brings prosperity. We'd love to see that everywhere as a motto, as an objective.
Yeah, absolutely. It kind of brings us back to the Koji session from earlier as well, too. Right, and it's really important, I guess. And I really liked what Miyasaka-san, what he brought up, what he pointed out toward the beginning of his presentation, when he showed a picture of rural Japan, honestly, that is what it is for a lot of these places. Whether you get off at the train station in Niigata or Fukuoka or Sendai or wherever it is, they pretty much look the same. I mean, that's the reality. If you're willing to go looking, if you're willing, you have the resources, you know where to go, you've been able to do the research, you know people there are more incredible discoveries than you could possibly imagine. But just as somebody going out and visiting, honestly, I'd say that smaller sphere of just that basic experience of going there is pretty much the same everywhere, and that's really, really sad.
You have to crush the surface.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's hard to get under that first layer, to dig through that, especially as somebody if you're coming from the outside. And so, sort of his focus on looking at the brewery's role, not just in what do we produce in the brewery, but their livelihood is dependent on the local business around them as well too. And so looking at it from that scope is helping create, because as you were saying, Suwa is kind of a microcosm as well, and it's there, but you have to know it's there, because you're not going to know it driving down the street necessarily. And the same with Sado Island. It's an island on so many levels. Historically it's had cultures have all just sort of, that's where a lot of people were sent for a lot of reasons. And so you've had all these cultures just sort of, it's kind of this melting pot that's sort of grown, in its own culture there. And, and how do you take not the Japan island culture, but this small island culture, and, create a place that is so unique, but then how do you, turn it into an environment that, that resonates, that people can understand and appreciate what makes it so special, and their work and what they're doing. They're just really, really inspirational.
Yeah, and Terada-san is so successful bringing people from the outside to his place.
Yeah.
Very impressive.
Absolutely. I said if you go to he showed a couple pictures of the festival there, and if you go, you'll and if you've been to a few festivals in Japan, it's a completely different. The second you set foot in that festival, it's a very different feeling. It's a very different vibe, and it's very much, it's done by, it's those relationships in the community that they've cultivated. They're able to do something of that scale with that kind of energy, and so it's that deep commitment to the people and the resources, not just locally, but those from the outside as well too. And those are just 3 examples. There are, as I said, there are dozens, there are hundreds of great examples. This is honestly, this is a series that I feel like should just exist. I mean, there should be a TV program on Netflix, like basically doing this every single week for an entire year. That's something that should exist, and hopefully, who knows, maybe next year's summit we can do something like that. We'll see.
All right, next,
shochu. This is actually is this going to be our last shochu session? It is. We're going to keep talking about shochu throughout the summit, of course. It's going to come up as we look at other international markets and whatnot. But this is going to be our last shochu-centric session for the summit. And so our shochu pro, our resident shochu pro, Christopher Pellegrini, has brought along his partner in crime, Mr. Stephen Lyman, who has been on the show before. If you go back and listen to our past episodes, we've had a couple episodes where Mr. Stephen Lyman has joined us, not just to talk about shochu, but Japanese beverages, looking at his book that he published last year, looking at Japanese drinks. And we've got them joining us here today to look at imo shochu, or often referred to as sweet potato shochu. So we'll go ahead and pop over to see those guys, and we'll go ahead and get started. Christopher, Stephen, are you out there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We hear you loud and clear.
Welcome.
Hello, guys.
Hey, how you doing, Sebastian?
Doing okay. Bit tired.
Good. I'm sure. Yeah, good work so far. What are we? 3/4 of the way through this amazing, 30-hour event. So
marathon.
A little bit more of this absolutely essential information that we need to get out to the entire planet.
Exactly.
Give us some of your energy.
Exactly. That's why we dialed you in here.
Always a pleasure. Thank you, guys.
Yep.
As you know, Stephen is here with me.
Hi, Stephen.
Hello. I'm from Ichiki, Kagoshima.
Yeah, he's down south at the distillery right now. So
okay,
we got him off his shift.
Excellent. They let you out for an hour.
That's right. I get to skip my lunch today and Kanzake Summit instead.
Aww.
We appreciate
That's
you
so
making those
sweet of you.
sacrifices for us.
That's right.
Excellent, excellent. Well, I want to give you guys all the time that you need. For those who don't know Stephen, the author of Japanese Drinks, he's been deeply involved in the world of shochu for a long, long time. He's going to tell us about Yamada-Zakura and the sake, the shochu that they've been making down there. We're going to get a tour. We're going to get a little bit of insight into that process and what he's been up to, and we're going to learn about why you should care. He's going to walk us through that. All right, so what I'll do is I'll go ahead and turn it over to you gentlemen. We've got a little video to play as well too. You guys go ahead and get us started. Let us know when you want to let that roll and we'll get you going.
Will do. I'll count you in. Thanks a lot, Justin.
All right, we'll catch up
See you,
with you again
Sebastian.
shortly.
All righty. So we're off, and I'm here today with the author of Japanese Drinks, Stephen Lyman, and he also happens to be a kurabito at Yamato-Zakura Shuzo down in Kagoshima. And thank you for joining me, Stephen.
Thank you,
as
Chris.
usual. Can you tell us about your day? I know you've been up for a long time already.
Sure. Today's actually a light day. It's Sunday for those of you in America.
Yeah.
You watching, it's the future. It's tomorrow. Yeah. So on Sunday, it's just two of us working, and so it's not too busy, but there's still work to be done.
Sure.
But for example, we don't have any sweet potatoes processing today. That'll start again tomorrow, but the weekends are lighter. So this morning we started a little before 7 washing rice, and then that's for today's koji making. And then after that, we had to break up yesterday's kojified rice to put it into the small wooden boxes to keep maintaining the temperature, because obviously if koji heats up too much, it doesn't behave as well. And then right after this, actually, we're going to be moving it into the small boxes. We do this morning breaking up process to all that hardened rice gets loosened again into single grains rather than big clumps. And then after I'm finished here, I go back into the distillery and we break up, where we put the rice into all those little boxes. So,
yeah. When there's more to do, when do you start? Do you start earlier?
Yeah, we start at 6, sometimes even 5:30. With the actually the first step is still washing the rice, and then after that we wash the potatoes. So usually we do the rice before breakfast, the potatoes after breakfast, and then by about 10-11 o'clock we move on to the other parts of the day, which is steaming the potatoes, steaming the rice, all those sorts of things. And then in between you're fitting in bottling, bottle washing, packing, shipping, distilling, stirring the pots, cleaning the distillery. It just sort of never ends. So really the days are usually about 14-15 hours. They're pretty civilized though. You have a breakfast break, a lunch break, a dinner break, but usually finishing about 10 o'clock at night.
Potatoes for breakfast?
No, absolutely not.
That's too much, too many taters.
That's right.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, just so that people are clear, this is Yamato-Zakura. And I see you have a bottle behind you over your shoulder. Yamato-Zakura, and I have a couple bottles behind me as well.
That's further away than I thought.
Can you tell us a little bit about this maker and your experience there?
Yeah, so Yamato-Zakura is the smallest all handmade shochu maker in Kagoshima. There are over 110 active distilleries right now in Kagoshima. Yamato-Zakura is all handmade. Tekan Wakamatsu is the 5th generation Toji. You'll meet him on the video that we're going to watch. He's been very, very kind to me and letting me come and work with him every year for actually the past 8 seasons. And Yamato-Zakura, the main brand, which is this bottle, is the white koji sweet potato shochu made with local Kagoshima rice and Kogane Sengan, and also from Kagoshima. So this qualifies as a Satsuma shochu. Right. Which is the sweet potato shochus from Kagoshima made with local ingredients. And it's based in Ichiki, which is a small town. It's only about 7,000 people. And I heard yesterday Toyonaga-san claiming that Hitoyoshi had the highest density of distilleries per capita. Oh. But Ichiki is 7 distilleries in a town of 7,000 people. So yeah, I think we have him beat. Although Ichiki did merge with Kushikino.
Sure. Yeah, so it depends on how you count, I guess.
Municipality, but what all of the distilleries on the Ichiki side, because this is where the good aquifer is, where the good well water is.
Mm-hmm.
Really nice water. So all the shochu here has a distinct style because of that. That's part of the terroir, is the water. So yeah, and then you're holding the purple sweet potato, beni, Yamato-zakura beni, made with Satsuma Murasaki, so purple sweet potatoes from Kagoshima. Unfortunately, the potato harvests have been rough the last couple of years due to a blight with the purple sweet potatoes. So a lot of the makers aren't making it right now, and Tekon's among them. There aren't enough potatoes to go around for the purple varieties.
So this is a collector's item, is what you're saying?
Could be. There's still plenty of it here in the distillery to sell. So
okay, that's good to know.
But yeah, I didn't make it last year either. So it's 2 years in a row without any Yamato-zakura being produced. So it may end up running short in the future.
Wow, you heard it here first, everyone. Go out and get that. Go and get that purple, the beni from Yamato-zakura before it disappears. Okay, well, excellent. Thanks for the brief introduction to Yamato-zakura, what you do on a daily basis while you're working there. And I think what we should do, just because, Wi-Fi being what it is, what we have is a video for everyone to watch. It's actually a distillery tour of the smallest distillery in Kagoshima. And we're going to hear directly from Tekkan-san's own mouth. And he's guiding our very good friend Maya Ailey, who, if you watch the Mugi versus Whiskey episode from day one of the Sake Future Summit, you will have seen her interviewing the president of Komasa Jozo. She follows him around the distillery. We hear so much about the way he thinks about the process. It's a very cool video. Stephen and I will be right back with you at the end of it. But please take in this this really nice short tour of Yamato-zakura Shuzo. Please roll the video now.
桜酒造の5代目若松鉄幹です。
よろしくお願いします。
麹を作る作業。意外とその蒸留酒だから麹を使うってイメージはあんまりみんなないと思うんだけど、日本の蒸留酒は麹から作る。これがすごい大事なポイントだと思います。で、芋焼酎だから原料は芋だけかというと米も使う。米と芋だけでも一応この2つのシンプルなお米からやるからです。お米は鹿児島県産のコシヒカリを使っています。破砕米とかそんなんじゃなくて、くず米とかじゃなくて、一応食べれるお米を使ってます。はい。これを朝ここで手作業で。普通はねドラムって機械を使うんだけど、うちはちょっとアナログな蔵なんで手作業でマンパワーで。
それでこだわってるんですか、手作業とか。
手作業にこだわってるわけじゃなくて、本当は物理的に言うと機械で洗った方がもしかしたら効率がいいし、誰でもできるんだけど、この後の工程とか、いろいろこうお酒作り全部こういろんなことの積み重ねでできていくので、一番最初のファーストステップ、一番最初の工程に苦労したポイントを持ってくると、後々こう最初で苦労したんだから手抜きたくなくなるでしょ。はい。そのセルフマネジメントとしてここに苦労ポイントを持ってきてるっていうところですね。はい。でもね、実際に言うとお米の状況によってコンディションによって、あと気温とか水温とかによってこの後麹を触ったりお米の蒸し具合を確認できるので、ここで微調整したりっていうところで細かく、それを感じ取れる、汲み取れるっていう意味でも本当はメリットがあるんだけれども、大変は大変。はい。これをはい。で次に、蒸してお米を蒸します。ここでこういう布貼ってこれに1回150キロ、30キロの米5体、150キロが1回の払いだし、これは鹿児島県の中でも相当少ないんじゃないかな。そっちの仕込みで1回が150キロの払い出しなんて同業者に聞かれるというか笑われるぐらいのちっちゃな規模なんだけど、一人でオペレーションするのはこれは限界ですね。はい。これを蒸して、で、これの台がこっちまでやってきて、ここでお米をここでこぼして、このお米のベッドの上で、
ここでやるんですね。
高齢して
手で
混ぜてっていう作業で、翌朝繰り返したようなそう、それで麹の木の蓋できれいなやつがそうか、きれいなやつないか、これいいか、きれいなやつないけど、ごめんねまあこれはちょっと使ってるやつ洗う前のやつ
で米を入れて
箱で麹を作る最初ここでこう麹オペレーションするんだけど、どんどん熱が上がってくるのを木の桶で全部盛り分けて小分けにして温度をコントロールしていくっていう工程を経て麹を作るんだけど、ここまでもお米を洗って蒸して麹の温度管理までするドラムっていう機械があって、焼酎の場合は大抵ドラムで作るんだけど、うちはこれをセパレートしてアナログでオペレーションしているので、手作り麹というのでやってるのは売りなんだけど、別にこっちが素晴らしくて機械作りがダメだとかそういうことじゃなくて、お互いにメリットデメリットがあるので、でも麹を使って作る蒸留酒なんだっていうのがすごく大事なポイント。
麹が正直ってなんかいう言葉を鉄管さんがおっしゃってました。
麹要はね、要所要所でさっき温度を見るとか手触りを見るとか、なんなら一番最初にどう洗うかとか、どれぐらい水につけるかとか、これぐらいでいいかなとか、これぐらいにしておこうかぐらいの自分の緩みみたいなのが出ると、それがね麹にもろに反映されてる。だから面白いことにね、だからラッキーはあるかもしれないけど、やっぱりかっていう方が多いラッキーはある。ただよかった危ねえってのはあるけど、うわーやっぱダメだったかの方が多い。だからそういう意味ではすごく麹は時々の自分のコンディションだったり、これは今日できた麹を亀に入れて、亀はねこっち見てもらうと分かるようにこういうふうに水が入ってる。こんな感じ。
この亀は何年前からとか。
これね江戸末期のものもあれば明治大正のものもあって、とはいえ100年オーバーだね全部ね。アンティークですよもう。全部ハンドメイド。要は多分日本の和亀じゃないかと言われてるんだけど。
こういうふうに修理とかしないと。
そう実際はね始まる前にね、もうほらさっき言ったアンティークだからさ、ひび入ったから使えませんってわけじゃないし、毎年全部チェックする。
でも作られてないですか。
そうこれ1個買ったらすごい金額すると思う。
もう大きいくらいいくとなんか外の庭のオブジェになってますよね。なんかこれですよね。
あと最近新しくこの亀の焼酎を始めるところは中国系のレンガみたいな太いリムの大きなさ、リムの太い亀になってるよね。この中に米と麹米と水と、あとリキッドイースト、スターターのイーストを入れる。
これは今日なのであんまりブクブク。
1日目、2日目、例えば3日目、一番勢いがあるのはこれかな。結構ケミカルリアクションがすごく見れてですね。なんだっけ、平行複発酵って英語でなんていうのあれ。
Multiple parallel fermentation。
そう
おちょっと上がちょっと蓋をしてた感じだったから。
そう。ローティングしてんだよ。普段これぐらいの蓋の感じにして。
少しは空気が抜ける。
空気が出るみたいな。こういったところにあるほら目に見えない酵母が落ちて、何かしらインフルエンスするっていうのも多分ゼロじゃないと思う。だって日本酒から考えると信じられないわけ。こんな発酵層がさ、むき出しでさ。
そうですね。
安全にさファーメンテーションするって、それは何でかっていうと、ほら暑いでしょ、暑いし雑菌も入るかもしれないけど、そういう時には 焼酎の麹菌がクエン酸をアシッドを作るサワーの状態を作ってるからバッドバクテリア
が入らない。
っていうのがだけどシロットのそのアシッドサワーどっち
アシディック
アシディックなのが最後までインフルエンスするからキャンノットドリンクでしょ。だからディスティルをしなきゃいけない。
なるほ
ど。よいしょ。こんな感じ。
お結構泥が
そうそう、
ついてるんですよ。
もうこんなリッチソイルな状態で来るわけでさ、これがねすごくね外国の人たちにとってねその芋じゃん芋、スイートポテトって結局まあ特にこの色も白いからさちょっとじゃがいもっぽくポテトだと思われるわけよ。
色白いんですね。
そうそうそう。でこの泥をきれいに洗ってその傷んだところとかこの端っことかを切ってで蒸して二次の副原料に使う。ここはみんな知ってるんだけどこの泥だらけのものがこう掘りたての証拠だよね。リッチソイルな状態だからだけどこれをとてもこれがすごくなんつうかな豊かなことだって伝えたいんだけど新鮮なイングリディエンツなんだって何度も言ってきたんだけどみんなポカンなのよ外国の人。なんでかっていうとストックフードだから芋なんて新鮮であることのメリットなんかねえじゃん何言ってんのお前みたいな感じになるわけ。ポカンなのだけどねその白石君の言葉を借りるなら、果物に近いっていうこの僕らが言ってるそのスイートポテト芋っていうのは焼酎用の芋っていうのはただのストックフードのスイートポテトとかポテトじゃなくてむしろ果物に近いんだってフルーツに近いんだっていうことをね認識させてあげないとフレッシュイングリディエンツの蒸留酒ってあんまないのよ。メスカルとかさあとフルーツブランデーのいくつか芋焼酎は特にねフレッシュイングリディエンツがすごく大事なのね。
これなんていう芋の種類ですか？
黄金線が
それ一番よく使われるんですか？
そう一番ポピュラーなやつだね。はい。これを洗ってますか？
これでやる。
これでやる。この格好してるでこれこうカットしてでおばちゃんたちもカットしてダブルチェックして大体2時間半から3時間ぐらい洗う。
この1袋が1？
これね1800キロこれの半分を洗う。2時間半から3時間かけて洗うのってまあまあしんどいよ
朝から。
そう
これがないと始まらないんでしょ。
始まらない、しさっきの麹もだからあそこで僕がいい加減な麹を作ってたら俺もこういい加減で洗うの。そういうことだからパス・ザ・バトンだ全部のタスクが
最初からしっかりしてる。
そうだから1週間後の俺に失礼みたいな1週間前の俺に失礼だしあそこで適当にすることは1週間後の俺に失礼。バックトゥザフューチャーねお分かりだと思うけど磯のもろみ見たことあるでしょ。はい。磯のもろみとうちがあれでも傷だと思うけど圧倒的に綺麗でしょ。もう
色が
普通こういうのやったら黒がベロベロって上がってくるのよ。今日突っ込んでまず上がんないでしょなぜなら俺が泣きながら洗ってるから
すごいですね。本当にクリームシチューみたいなコーンポタージュみたいな色が。これ何日目とか
4日目ぐらい
で何日間
10日間中
10日間中4。
確かうちは蒸留は11日目でするんだけど、全部の工程がちょっと他の蔵のタイムスケジュールより少し遅めだから米1に対して芋5使うから米1変えただけで何も変わんねえじゃんって思われるかもしれないけどだいぶ違うんだよ、なんならだから5がさっき言った芋だから5がのコンディションが悪ければ全然ダメだ。5が例えば紅芋だったら全然変わるし、マーカレーだったらまた紅茶の香りがするし、やっぱ芋の種類でお酒の種類もアロマのフレーバーも変わってくるからそこも面白いですね。
仕込みに入る前に芋が今年の芋がどうだこうだとか良くないとかそういう情報とか なんか仕込みに影響してくる、
影響する、どれぐらい作るかにもよるし、うちはそんなに影響しない。なんでかというと使う量があんだけだから、他はあれの10倍、あれが10個全部いいコンディションかって言われたらかもしれないし、うちは1個とか2個でいいから、それぐらいだったらあるよ、スモールメリットがあるけど大手は大変だと思う、まあ、ただその代わりすごいコストがね、コストメリットがあるかもしれないし、うちが2つ3つ使うとこの10個20個袋を使う人たちは作る量が少ないから、もう同じ土俵ではないんだけど、
それ農家さんから情報が入ってるの？他の先に仕込みが始まった蔵元とか、
他に農家さんからも来るし、その買い付けてる業者さんからも来るし、他の蔵からも来るし、結構まちまちだね。大隅と何冊で違うし、あとね、結局ないないって言って後々出てきたりとか、それもあるし、ちょっとよくわからない。まあ、振り回されないように、まあ、目の前のことをまずはしっかりっていう感じかな。まああまりにも数がないものは早めにこうちょっと確保したりとか対策を話し合うこともするけど、さっき言ったその新鮮なやつがやっぱ作り欲しいから、そこら辺をこうリアルタイムでこう情報共有しないとなかなかいいものを買えなかったです。
これがもう上流準備ができて、これを上流できるってどうやってわかるんですか？
一応もうそのさっき言った10日間とか11日決めてるので、大体決めてるので、ルーティンで決めてるので、大体ね、確かにね、その香りとか、すっごいいい香りがするピークよりもちょっと下ったぐらいで。
ああ、じゃあ、経験。
でも大体10日から11日みたいな。もうちょっと早くてもいいかなと思うことはあるけど、まあ、うちは一応10とか11でやってる。それを例えば8日目とか9日目でやってもいいと思う。それをまた蔵の
違うものを作る。
8日目でやってるところもあるとかたまに聞くよ。
これ1期しかない。
1期しかない。
で、減圧とか蒸圧とか。
うちはね、蒸圧だけ。蒸圧のみ。
で、この形にこだわったり、なんでこういうなんか細い、ちょっと細くないですか？
細い。いろいろね、ここはね、各蔵元の数だけ蒸留機があるみたいな感じで、それぞれに何かしら一回勝負なのね、焼酎って欲もあると。だからこのシングルディスクっていうのは一回勝負
で、どのくらい38度から25度でほとんど出すんですか？
大体2年から3年寝かして出す。ただ最近は今年山形からニュークラシックで出したんですけど、それはその2年寝かして出してるものを1年未満のものと8年古酒を混ぜて出している。そのアッサンブラージュじゃないけどブレンドね、簡単に言うと、そういういくつかの蒸留酒を持ってるわけじゃん、マッチを。それをこう調整して香りとか味とか膨らみとか、あとイメージとかを膨らませて商品化するのも蒸留酒の面白さなんだよね。で、そのフランス人の人たちにすごい教わったのが、僕10年古酒を飲ましたの。11年古酒、12年古酒。うちのなんか一番オールデストバッチ、どうだろう。そしたら、なんで Why 10 years? What do you think about something? で、それは Because 10 years だから。古いって言われて。紹興酒と一緒だとそんな。なんで10年なんていうのの、あれがない。その時間、確かに時間大事なんだけど、時間10年という価値でしかない。自分が10年出したものが明らかに違うっていうのがあるんだったら、それはそれでいいんだけど、ただ10年ってことだけでフラウドされても、刺さらないなと。
区切りだけがいい。
そうそう。って言われた時に、ただって言ってヒントとして、さっき君はニューバッチを飲んだで、さっきのニューバッチは素晴らしかったと。だからこのニューバッチがある。ニューバッチをこんなに美味しく作れて、かつ今みたいに実はね、美味しかったの。美味しかったの。ただ10年の古酒を持っているだけじゃなくて、君は10年の古酒を持って当たりを使用すればこんなに美味しく作れるじゃない。この幅が君の蔵の魅力なんだよ。 それに気づいてなさすぎるって言われて、なるほど、それはすごく大きな発見だった。すごい大きな気づきをもらって、外国の人たちの視点っていうのはやっぱり良くて、スティーブンも来てくれて、クリストも来てくれてさ、いろいろ交流することで気づくとね、さっき言ったシングルディスティルとか、そのフレッシュイングリディエンスとかさ、ああいうのもさ、実はさ、それまでは当たり前すぎて、自分の中では特にセールスポイントだと思ったの、強みだと思ったの。彼がこうやってこれが強みなんだことに気づいたのね。今日も一発勝負って名言がどうじゃん。やっぱね、その外の視点とか外の人たちと交わるようになってから、自分の焼酎の向き合い方も変わってきたし、やっぱり考えるのがすごく、まあそれまでも考えてたんだけど、やっぱり考えてこその酒造りだなっていうのは、
なんかクラゲみたいな。
そう。これがね、オイルなの。
それを取るんですか？
取るのもあるし、逆にこれは全部ただこれはフローティングしてるだけだから、この中にはオイルがこう溶け込んでるわけ。このオイリーなのがその焼酎の面白さなんだよね。蒸留酒には確かにオイル他にも出るんだけど、そのオイルなものがオイルなまま飲むっていうのはとてもなんかユニーク。なんかお湯割りにして美味しい。
オイルって言ってもなんか芋の成分の
芋よりも多分米とかだと思うよ。もちろん芋もオイルがあるし、まだねそこは分かってないの。これどこから由来されてるオイルなのかっていうのはねちょっと100% これですってわけじゃないんで、いろんなインフルエンスが麹由来もあるし、米由来もあるし、芋由来もあるし。でこのオイルが
ラップで取るんですね。
ラップで取る。その多すぎても酸化して味わいとしてフラッシュになることもあるし、でオイルがなさすぎるとなんていうの、エキストラみたいな、エキストラ A みたいな個性キャラクターがね。
じゃあ味わいがちょっと足りない。
そこら辺をどういうふうなバランスで出すかっていうのは、一つさっき言ったシングルディスティルだからこそちょっとのオイルの処理でキャラクターが変わってくる、表情が変わってくるっていうのは、あえてろ過しない人もいればすっごいろ過する人もいるし、それはもう本当にみんなのフィロソフィーこれだけある。原料はシンプルでけどその処理はすごいデリケートで、できてくるものもすごくシングルディスティルでさっき言った一発勝負でポンって出るんだけど、出てきたものをじゃあどう処理するかっていうのはとてもまたデリケート。
あと貯蔵とかもどのぐらい熟成とかもされるんですか？
する。それもね、新酒で出すこともあるし、うちを最長で十何年寝かしてるのもあるし、それはタンクであと亀に寝かしてるのも。
すごい。
これに全部お酒が入ってる。
タンクいくつかぐらいあるんですか？
いくつだろう。1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10、11、14、15、16、17、18、19、そうだね、18から19。おかげさまで空いておりますので、焼酎を作れます。
今年は大変でしたね。いろんなところが。
みんなところ大変だけどね。おかげさまで山椒浦はね、本当にこのコロナのタイミングで逆に少し跳ねたかなっていう感じはするかな。ニュークラシックもそうだったし、要はニュークラシックもね、結局そのフランス人の人たちと出会って、ここに構想はあったんだけど、商品にしてなかったの。だからあれで2週間で作ったの。本当に。
もうあったものを。
そうだから発想はここ2、3年、なんならスティーブンたちと出会ってニューヨークに行ったりとかして、構想として4年ぐらいあったのかな、4、5年ぐらいあったんだけど、5年と2週間で作ってます。そうだからこのみんなとほらこういうふうに出会って繋いでもらったバトンがあって気づきがあって、気づきがあったのはたまたまこのコロナのタイミングで商品にしたっていうのもあるし、すごく芋焼酎畑に近い蒸留酒だと思うので、 ぜひ鹿児島の、ランドスケートを感じてください。This is my streets.
That was a phenomenal inside look at the distillery, and just there's so much in what Tekkan-san was talking about, and mad props to Maya Ailey, who just asked all the right questions. So I don't know, what really stuck out for you, Stephen? Like you live this.
Right. Yeah. To me, I really love how Tekkan's personality comes through. And also, you know, he's such a character. He's a really unique human. And I think that really comes through. And he, you know, he really does embody that shokunin spirit, right? That craftsman spirit. You know, he was living the life in Tokyo as working in advertising when, you know, he got the call from his family to come back and start running the distillery because his father wasn't feeling well. And he, you know, he struggled with that decision, but once he made it, he threw his back into it. And he's just, you know, really become, you know, such a, you know, dedicated craftsman. And, you know, one of the things he told me the very first time I came to work with him was, because I was always asking him why for each step, right? And he just said to me, look, you know, I call it the sadistic system. And the reason is if I start cutting corners on small things, I'll start cutting corners on big things, you know, and the quality will suffer, you know. And now he's, over the last 8 seasons, he's added steps or deleted steps that have improved efficiency or improved quality, right? But it's still virtually all done by hand. I was thinking about it this morning, actually, there are 2 pieces of equipment that use electricity, other than like the vacuums and things like that, because we are on a vacuum, you know,
right?
Carpets, but you know, he has just 2 pieces of equipment that aid with electricity, and everything else is just, you know, manual labor and steam, basically, you know. So it's a really, really interesting process. And you know, his philosophy's also evolved as I've known him, and you know, he's really matured. And I think he expressed that, where, you know, when I met him, he really hadn't thought much about shochu outside of Japan, and now he's definitely thinking about that. So that's a big shift in his thinking. But he's also he's always had an outside view. I think that's why he was open to me coming and working for him. You know, I might have been the first foreigner to ever visit his distillery, but a year later I was here working, you know. And you know, I think a lot of other distilleries probably would have just said, you know, no thanks, we just don't want the hassle, where he welcomed it. You know, and I think his time working in advertising in Tokyo really gave him a global vision, right? I mean, when I was living in New York, he would recommend restaurants or bars to me before I even knew that they'd opened. Like, he had his finger on the pulse, you know. So he really does, and he thinks a lot about all of these things. He's got, you know, he's got nothing else to do other than make his shochu and sell his shochu. So he spends all of his time thinking about it, right? So every year I come back and he's got some new angle, some new concept, and it's always inspiring and it's always surprising. So I think that came through a little bit on the video with him, which I really, really appreciated. And you know, the interesting thing he said to me, actually, the first day I was here this year, we always have these long conversations as we're working, because I think he's kind of lonely sometimes. Like, a lot of the work he does solitary, right? And so when I'm here, it's sort of like a chance to chat, you know. And so what he said to me, he said, you know, shochu is really it's a natural process. You're using yeast and koji, right? But that natural process is resisted by technology with the still, right? You're introducing something completely man-made to this traditional fermentation process with distillation. And that's what makes it such an interesting contrast, right? Because we're talking about a handmade traditional product that's using technology, right? That was developed for this purpose, obviously thousands of years ago, and the stills have evolved. And you saw his still is pretty rudimentary. You know, it's all stainless. It's not very big.
It's not.
Yeah, I thought it was funny when Maya said, "Why is it so narrow?" And I was like, "There's not a lot of room in the distillery."
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
And you know, I think it's older than his father. His father just turned 80 this year, so that's an old still. You know, it's been around, and so, but just the way that he thinks about these things, and it's just like it's peeling an onion. Every time I'm here, I learn more, you know, and there's always some new aspect and some, you know, new part of the process. I was like, so that's why we've been doing that for the last 8 years. You know?
The sadistic system, I like it. I mean, yeah, it's full on back-breaking work, and you know, you can clearly see it's handmade shochu. Tezukuri shochu is a thing. You can label your shochu as such, but what's required to meet the requirements for that labeling standard?
Yeah, so really tezukuri for shochu specifically, that you're making your koji by hand. That's what qualifies it for tezukuri. So you're adding the koji spores and you're hand mixing, and you're using those little wooden boxes, and you're in that koji muro, that koji room, which has the cedar walls, which is to maintain the heat and the humidity in that room. And he mentioned the drums, right? There's these kawachi drums, which are used to make koji in much larger batches, and most distilleries have those. Even if they make handmade shochu, they'll also have a drum to make machine-made koji as well. But, you know, and he's right, there's not necessarily a benefit to doing it by hand, other than the fact that it's craftsmanship, right? You know, those drums are designed, and they have got all these, now they're computerized, basically. There's all this technological assistance that can maintain perfect temperature and humidity to get a perfect koji growth every time. And when you're doing it by hand, and, you know, he's adjusting knobs on the steam and the, you know, the humidity in that room, you know, to increase or lower the temperature. And you see the wooden columns that are coming out of the ceiling, those are actually vents that he hand opens, and he'll open them just a little bit or wider as he wants to let some of that heat and humidity out of the room. So, you know, he's making all of these micro adjustments, you know, throughout that koji making process. And it's not that it's better, it's just that it's traditional, right? It's really carrying on tradition and you know, being a craftsman. And I thought it was funny when he was bragging about how there's no black bits in his second fermentation. But there's a reason for that, actually. I've worked in a lot of different distilleries. You know, I've gone and worked for a day or two in several different distilleries around Kyushu, and a lot of them don't clean their potatoes nearly as well as he does. And then they don't necessarily cut more than the ends, because the ends are bitter. You usually want to remove the ends because of the bitterness. But, you know, he taught me, and the other distillery staff know this, is, you know, if you get a big potato, you got to break it open to make sure there's no rot inside.
Sure.
You've got to look for little soft spots and cut those away. You look for any dirt that's residual, and you cut that away. So you really get a gleaming white potato by the time you finish. And so you end up with very little of that residue. Now, in other distilleries, they want that sort of, it does add character. It's a different. It does,
right, yeah.
But Yamato Zakura is actually a very clean, I'd say medium bodied sweet potato shochu. You know, and he makes a pretty consistent product, although I do notice year by year variation.
Sure.
And he was talking about one shot, right? Shochu is a one shot deal, basically. You know, whatever comes out of that still is what you've got, you know. And the only thing that you can do to fix it, if it doesn't come out well, right? Well, there's a few things. You can filter, you can age, or you can blend, right? And so a lot of distilleries will get rid of their mistakes by blending it into other products until you don't notice the mistakes, you know. But with such small batch production here, you know, he doesn't.
You don't have that luxury.
That's right.
Yeah, yeah. And I agree with you. When I sip Yamato Zakura, the standard especially, it really is such a smooth and balanced sweet potato shochu that does have the depth of character, but doesn't have, you know, some of the aromas that can be really like surprising for people who are not emo drinkers. But yeah, you can just sip it straight all afternoon long.
Yeah, it's a really, really easy drink. And for me, it's you know, it's become my home shochu. I mean, there are other brands that I love, but when I just want like a nice, comfortable glass of shochu, it's Yamato Zakura, without question.
Yeah, I often try to support one of his contracts, one of his accounts here near where I live in Tokyo. But maybe it's a combination of me and a couple of other customers. We have them sold out all the time. So I'm constantly sending not constantly. I sometimes send photos of the webpage saying sold out to Tekkan. He's like, he's like, so he has to send more. He has to call the guy up and say, apparently you need more. Yeah, just absolutely beautiful shochu. And a question that came up, Stephen, during or perhaps just before the video is the type of rice used in making sweet potato shochu, maybe in particular, but in general in the shochu industry. You know, Tekkan's using good rice. What's the story? What's the average?
Yeah, so as I understand it, Tekkan's using a food grade rice, and that's actually it's a level below sake rice, but it's a level above standard alcohol or animal feed rice, right?
Okay.
So a lot of distilleries will save money by using broken grains or broken rice, and that's preferred in awamori production in Okinawa because there's more surface area for the koji to grow, right? The black koji down there. But in Japan, or I'm sorry, in Kagoshima, a lot of distilleries will use taimai, so long grain rice. So most of the handmade distilleries will use a Japanese rice. And Tekkan uses, like I said, local Kagoshima rice, and it's specifically Koshihikari. And then he has a brand called Hikari, which unfortunately I don't have a bottle of right now. It's got the maikaki on it, the label is the apron. And that one is actually made with fresh rice. So with new rice rather than stored rice. And that one is very, very rice forward. You can just taste that rice koji in Hikari. So that's another great drink of his. My personal favorite is actually Takumi, which is a very, very lightly filtered shochu he releases every December. I did have a bottle of that, but I'm actually using it to stand up my computer now. So I can't show that to you. But that's a lovely drink. That's probably my favorite of his products. But the rice, yeah, sorry, to get back to the question, it really is about different grades. And I know Nakamura in Kirishima up in northern Kagoshima, he uses a very, very high grade of rice, even higher than what Tekkan uses. There's a reason that Nakamura shochu costs a little bit more. It's because his ingredient cost is more. His mash bill is higher.
It's very interesting. And in terms of the sweet potatoes, is there any effort? Does Tekkan check the level of sugar in the sweet? Does he do a bricks check or anything?
It's a great question. His father was taking care of all of that work until last year. So I never really had an opportunity to sort of spend time in their little laboratory or do much with regard to distillation because that was his father's purview, but his father retired this past off season. So now Tekkan's doing that work. So I imagine later in this visit, I'm going to learn those kinds of things. So I'm not actually sure if he does. I think he does. With the sweet potatoes though, what's interesting is because he's such a small producer, you would think he has a hard time getting access to good potatoes, but he's built such a good relationship with the local wholesaler that the guy will often set aside really good potatoes for Tekkan because they have such a good relationship.
Oh, wow.
And that's just, what would you call that? Emotional intelligence, right? That's, social IQ or whatever you want to call it. So he's definitely good at working those sorts of relationships because he needs to, because he has no power. Hamada Shuzo is across the street. It's one of the largest distilleries in Kagoshima. It's
in the whole country.
I open this door in front of me. I'm actually in the genkan, in the entryway of the office.
It looks good. That's a really well appointed genkan.
It is. But if I open this door right in front of me, I'm looking at Hamada Shuzo, which
That's
of course,
crazy.
It's one of the largest distilleries. And here's Yamata-Zakura, which almost fits on a postage stamp in relative size.
Yeah. Wow. That's fantastic. And I loved it at the end of the video. They went outside to the tanks and he didn't know how many tanks there were.
That's so Tekkan. That reminded me, one thing he talked about early in the video is about how the koji condition depends on his condition.
Yeah.
And when he's making hikari, that's a 17, 18-hour day, but also waking up in the middle of the night to check koji temperature. And he doesn't have like an app on his phone to check from home. He's got to come back to the distillery and check the koji temperature overnight to make sure that it's doing what it's supposed to do. It's much harder to grow koji on new rice, on fresh rice, than it is on stored rice, because you're dealing with the water content of the grains can be so variable in new rice. So I've been working with the night work that we do. The last thing we do is we hand mix those boxes one more time before we go to sleep, to cool down the koji. I've so many times been working with him where he falls asleep standing up as he's doing.
Oh, wow.
And he's falling asleep when I'm there doing half of it for him. I can only imagine what's happening on other times. So he is physically exhausted by the end of the season. So and his condition does matter. And so I'm not surprised that he doesn't remember things like how many tanks do you have, or those small details that aren't front of mind day to day during the season, because he just doesn't have time to think about anything else.
He's also aging in clay. He said he's got kame with shochu in it as well. Is that a relatively small amount?
Yeah, I think usually he's got between 4 and 8 kame. They're about 400 liter, 600 liter pots, I think. Maybe 400, a little bit smaller than the larger Chinese ones that were mentioned before. And that's what takumi, which I mentioned, is a clay pot aged version, usually aged for 1 or 2 years, sometimes blended. But that's a very, very small part of his production. Most of it's aged in those enamel lined stainless tanks, like you saw outside of the distillery. He's got a few tanks inside the distillery, which is where he keeps his older shochu as well. We're talking about the 8 or 10 year aged products. And I think those are great. He was saying that just because they're 10 years old, there's no merit to that, but it's so mellow and smooth.
Yeah.
Really looking forward to the day when he decides to bottle that, because it's just a delicious drink. But I guess he was being humble, which is a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that just a phenomenal inside look at the way that that sweet potato shochu can be made, sometimes is made. He does 100% handmade shochu, which is incredibly rare these days in Kagoshima, if I'm not mistaken. And but I am also curious about you, Stephen. What do you find to be really special and unique about sweet potato shochu?
Yeah. Well, I think he touched on it. It's the freshness. Rice and barley are storage grains, right? Kokuto, which is a delicious, drink from Amami Oshima here in Kagoshima. It's using an unrefined sugar source, right? So it's something you could store and you can use later. With these sweet potatoes, they start to rot as soon as they come out of the ground. I mean, the reason they don't wash them before they get to the distillery is that dirt is actually protecting it. That's got all the microbes that are keeping that potato healthy, right? So, the fact that it's so fresh, I mean, those potatoes come out of the ground and they're in the fermentation, I would say within 48 to 72 hours of harvest. So it's the fresh ingredients, I think, are really, really key point. And then also, he touched on a couple of different varieties, but there's about 50 different varieties of sweet potatoes that are used to make shochu. Right. And all of those drinks have different character.
Yeah.
And then your choice of white, yellow, black koji.
Sure.
You've got fermentation temperature, you've got duration of fermentation, distillation shape, all that, still shape, all that sort of thing, aging. There's so many decisions.
Right.
Come up with a huge variety of drinks from this essentially one category of shochu. And then you've got the 50 plus different shochu ingredients, right? It just goes on from there. So it's a rabbit hole for sure.
It's an absolutely immensely diverse category in the shochu industry, in the world of spirits. Shochu in general is incredibly diverse, but then if you just look at sweet potato shochu, it's ridiculous on its own. I mean, the variety of aroma and flavor that are being produced these days, especially the last 5-10 years, is just absolutely bonkers. Mm-hmm. And Tekkan basically focuses on a few key areas that he can do exceptionally well, is my understanding of the products that he puts out. But you said this year's, and the Shinshu is different every year, right? And what's your take on this year's Shinshu? Because I know you love Shinshu.
Yeah, Shinshu is not my favorite. You got so much of that fusel oil and all the, the heads and the tails in that. And what Tekkan's done is he's taken the hondare, he's taken the hearts, right? So it's just a delicious drink, which really surprised me to meet a Shinshu I actually can drink.
I can't wait to try it. Yeah. Well, this has been absolutely mind-blowing, and I think that this video right here, with the help of Tekkan-san, with the help of Maya, with your help, is going to be one of the go-to resources for learning about sweet potato shochu for years to come. So this is fantastic. Thank you for your time. I know you're busy. You got to get back into the distillery. Really appreciate it. Let's send it back to the studio right now so that they can tee up their next video. Thanks, Steven. I really appreciate it. Yeah.
All right.
Hey guys, you there?
We are there. How are you gentlemen still with us?
Yes, we are still here.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you so much. That was fantastic insight. Like, I mean, they're just
indeed.
You know, we had a couple of sessions yesterday as well too, where we were able to get kind of a little bit of a peek inside, you know, the process. But over the last 24 hours, the insight that we've been able to get kind of into the actual, like I said, the process, the nature of being in the distillery and what that means and what it means to produce a product from there. Each time I look at this and I keep going, why did this not exist before? Why is this not just readily available? And I'm just super, super excited that this, you know, this could be an opportunity to be able to put that together. And so another huge thanks to, you know, to Maya Ailey and to Tekan-san for being on board with that and helping support that. Steven, how long are you going to be camped up there at the distillery there?
I'm here for 10 days this year.
Okay.
A little bit of a short visit. I've stayed for up to nearly a month in the past, but I have other commitments this year. So. Yeah. But I will get to spend Thanksgiving with the family for the first time. I actually ordered a turkey, and I'll be cooking Thanksgiving dinner on Thursday, so that'll be fun.
That's so awesome.
Excellent, excellent, very special, very special, very special. Where's I'm just curious. You spent so much time invested in the category as a whole. Just with Imo Shochu, what's got you excited right now? What, you know, when you're, of course, you know, what do you get excited about when you're in there in the brewery? What, just from your personal experiences, what do you gain from that?
Something that you miss, you know, is the aromas and the sounds, and it's just it's such a, you know, almost magical experience, you know, smelling the fermentation, you know, the koji and the yeast doing their jobs, and it's just these beautiful aromas. And then you run the still, and that completely changes the aroma of the distillery, like immediately, because it's such a small space, right? And then, you know, for me, you know, I've got so much on my plate all the time. I don't feel like I have a lot of time to relax. You know, I'm always busy with the next, you know, meeting or whatever, the next deadline. And when I'm in the distillery, working with my hands, knowing that I'm making something that people are going to enjoy, all of that just washes away, right? It just lets me, just clear my mind, but also be mindful, you know, be focused, and just think about what I'm doing. And then I'm always struck by the fact that every single decision, even I make, is going to influence the final product. So when I'm holding a potato in my hands, as I'm cutting, you know, the ends and looking for rotting spots and things like that, every cut I make changes the character a tiny bit, right? And just thinking about that as I'm working, there's a great deal of satisfaction to try to do that work the best I know how, and always try to improve year by year.
Yeah, absolutely. And then how do you, I mean, it's not something you can do in an instant, but I mean, that's so crucial to, you know, just the nature of this beverage, you know, going out and sharing that with somebody. What's the, when you bring a bottle of Yamato Zakura someplace and you got it and, you know, you bang, it's on the counter, you know, what are the first words out of your mouth? What is, I don't want to say your elevator pitch, but like that investment, I mean, there's that personal side, is that what you're talking about? And then just telling somebody what it is, but in, you know, a few short sentences, or in, you know, just summarize, what is, how do you express that to people for the first time?
Well, I just, you know, I say this is Yamato Zakura, a sweet potato shochu from Kagoshima, from, you know, small handmade distillery that I'm fortunate enough to be able to work in every year. And I apologize because there is probably a little bit of my sweat in that bottle. Because it is hard work. Fortunately, through distillation, you know, you're not going to taste it.
Absolutely.
That's why we really need distillation. It's not about raising the alcohol the alcohol percentage.
It's all excellent. Steven, thank you so much. Always a pleasure to have you on the show.
Great, thank you.
I really appreciate you making time, and I feel very lucky. We caught you right in the middle of the season here. Great timing. When the world permits, we'll come and visit you down in Kyushu.
Excellent. Look forward to it. Thanks a lot. Really enjoyed it.
Excellent.
Stephen, thank you very much.
Yep. Christopher, another fantastic session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, gents.
It's been a number of rounds. We got a couple more rounds left. We've gotten in our shochu. We're going to keep talking shochu for the next couple hours here and there. But this is the end of our our core shochu content. So thank you so much for closing that down in style for us.
Ended on a top note. I'm very pleased.
Excellent. All right, well, you gentlemen, you guys have a great afternoon, and we'll be catching up with you again here very soon.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
All right,
Bye.
take care. Nice. And I'm glad we got to do that because we did, we kind of looked at the GI and some of that, that local relationship the other day, and we were looking at barley, we were looking at Iki shochu, we looked at Kuma shochu and the rice shochu, and we hadn't had a chance to really dig into Imo. And Imo, that sweet potato, is actually, that's the one that, at least right now, seems to be the one that's really grabbing hold and really kind of awakening the senses for people that are getting in touch with it for the first time.
So different. I mean, for those who've never tried Imo shochu, the first experience is always something.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, very exciting to be able to get a look inside that. And I said that, like as Chris said, that's probably going to be the best resource for anybody who wants to know what it's, what it looks like. What's it look like in the distillery? What's it look like making this stuff? So. Something that will be online again in the coming days and available for you forever and ever. We got more. I said we're live nonstop all the way up to the end of this year, so we gotta keep chugging along. We'll go ahead. I mean, we should just kind of jump right in and meet these gentlemen.
Yeah, I mean, give you a short introduction. I think we all agree that sake's future will look all the more expansive, and not expensive, my French accent, I hope it's clear there, expansive as it permeates international markets alongside local cuisine. And yesterday we went to France and Spain, with countries with a very strong wine culture. Today we'll be in a different place which is a little bit more neutral when it comes to when it comes to wine. And wherever you are, I think you always have on offer a very wide range of very high quality alcoholic beverages. They can be domestic, they can be imported, and you always have to ask yourself, I mean, there's only one important question, I mean, why should I select or choose sake to pair with the local cuisine? And sometimes the answer is whom you're having dinner with, or the story that you like, or just exoticism, the context. But at the end of the day, there's only one important question, at least for the Epicurean. It's, well, I will choose sake when sake tastes better. And it happens that two individuals formed a team to take the bull by the horns and make it a project. And I'm so happy to welcome two gentlemen in our session. One of them is Wolfgang Anyal, and Wolfgang from Austria is the CEO of Riedel, the glassware company, very famous glassware company. And he's played an instrumental role in developing the Junmai and Daiginjo glasses for Riedel. And we heard again yesterday how glassware was important in the Western world in particular. And the other gentleman is Michael Ho. Michael is a chef. He's the owner of a brilliant izakaya down in Taipei, in Taiwan. He's a sake importer as well. And he's a tireless sake educator. And actually, this year, for all these accomplishments, he was awarded the Sake Samurai title by the Sake Brewers Association Juniors Council. So let's bring them in. Gentlemen, good afternoon.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, good afternoon. Hello, Sam. Hello, Justine.
Great to see you again.
I mean,
yes.
Indeed, great to see you. I mean, Wolfgang, we thought we had a nice setup here, but you beat us. Such a beautiful place.
Yes.
What is this place?
This is just our shop, one of our shops in Aoyama in Tokyo. And I'm just sitting in the tasting bar where we will do tastings on a daily basis. In fact, I hope the people that have a tasting next door are not going to be too noisy and interfering with our session. So anyway, here we are, and we're really delighted to be part of the Future of Sake Summit.
I mean, I have introduced the subject already, so we will dive into it, and you've prepared amazing visuals and slides as a presentation. So in a way, you made my job extremely easy. I'm going to give you the floor to you, and you managed to build suspense as well. So really looking forward to that. Please share with us your adventure.
Okay, so I share the screen with. Okay, we need to now. Sorry, Oops. I am so sorry. I have to go to the beginning of the screen. We were too overexcited to go through it all. I think this is where Michael will start. So yeah. Michael, please.
Okay. Hello, everyone. That's the first slide that on the left-hand side will be my izakaya in Taipei. It's a small izakaya, but we already run through like 14 years, a lot of sake. I think during the time that we opened the shop that there's not lots of sake put in the fridge. So we are the kind of like very first or second shop that have all the over 30 selection. And now we have 100 sake selection in the shop or in the fridge. And we do a lot of event in Taiwan as well. From the sake event, sakeism, from the first year, only 2,000 per day. And now we have 32,000 for 4 days. Wow. So it's kind of the big event that we held every year. And also for the like sake movie as well, everything as well. So that's what I'm doing in Taipei. And also in Shanghai. In Shanghai, we do sake educating, that we have the Osake Institute to start from 3 years ago. And in here, we also do a lot of sake dinner and also educating as well. But the most fun thing is that every month we do a lot of crossover with the wine lover. So it's like the section that the wine teacher will talk about the same section, like fermentation with the wine, and I will talk about the sake fermentation. So it's sort of a lot of crossover held each month in Shanghai, which is a very interesting one. And we keep going for a year. We have all different topics. So to make both sides customer interest in each other's culture. So I think it's really fun and great. So that's me here.
Okay. Okay. Well, for me, the way I came to Japan was in '85 at the World Skills of Olympic competition in Osaka. That's how I came to Japan. I'm originally from the hospitality industry prior to joining Riedel about 30 years ago. So this is what I did before I joined Riedel in the late 80s. And this is the competition that was held then. It was a gastronomic competition between young people. And this is me on the right here with a funny hairstyle. It was already the Empress and the Emperor were already there at that time. So it was a very, quite a big event that not so many people know about. Then I joined Riedel in the early 90s, and it was in the mid 90s when the Japanese realized that the taste of a wine the taste and aroma of wines will change depending on the shape of a glass. We were asked immediately, what about sake? And first we were very reluctant to broach the subject of sake. And after some deliberation, we chose Daiginjo as a variety to aim for. And it took about 2 years and about 20 different brewers we worked very closely together with, but also the Daiginjo Association was involved in creating this glass, which we then introduced almost now over 20 years ago. So this is quite a old glass now. The Junmai glass development, we were asked always also to look at other varieties, and it was in 2010 that we started to investigate the Junmai as a category. And we did, I would say, 42 different preliminary tastings with different professionals. And you can even see a very young John Gantner on the very top left. And John Gardner on the bottom right, they changed quite a bit over 8 years. This is what 8 years do to you. So this is quite an interesting historical snapshot of the 8 years of the Chumai glass development, because it was very, very hard for us to find, to have the industry to agree on a unified flavor profile that we were then fine-tuning and aiming. And we, in November 1918, we held then 2 executive workshops in Tokyo together with brewers that independently chose the same shape, number 5, which was then chosen as the perfect glass for Junmai. This was the 2 glasses then as a result, and this is the flavor map that we're using in our communication, because we want to make it very easy for the consumer to understand the 2 main categories, and the 2 main flavor profiles are from the very aged on the very top right to the very highly polished, pure, light body, umami light sake, and fruity and floral or aromatic type of daiginjo on the left. This is how Michael and I got together after we introduced the Junmai glass. We went to Australia, we went to Hong Kong, but then we went to Shanghai, and we probably did the biggest sake glass tasting so far together. We did a glass tasting, a sake introduction to Michael, and also Michael did a food pairing with caviar and chocolate. So this is the first time when we really got fired up on the subject, and we discussed, and we met in Tokyo again. And maybe we want to stop on this slide a little bit, because this is how we looked at the subject, where we wanted to know what is the better match, not just for sake to go well, not just to be a different expression, not just to find good sake pairings, but it needed to be superior to wine. And we wanted to really identify the flavor components that worked better with sake than wine, and in order to give consumers and professionals a guidance that they're really looking for. So even on the bottom left here, you see a cauliflower soup. We even asked the chef, this was actually, Sebastian, you were there actually.
Yes.
With Corby, Jacques or Jeremy Corby?
Yes, Dominic Corby, yes.
Jacques Corby, and he kindly prepared the same dish, the same cauliflower soup, once made with cream and once made with soya milk. And this was also a very exciting experience. We did the same with risotto, where we used miso and we used the Parmigiano. And every time it was just a perfect match, that the wine would go with the Western ingredient and the sake would go with the Japanese ingredient like miso or with soya milk. With the same dish, just one ingredient change, and one would win over the other. Michael, did you want to talk? Did you want to comment anything on this?
Because I think that's something that we get into the Taiwan Food Challenge at the very beginning. Is that so amazing that sushi and also French, just by different ingredient, and it will so affect on the outcome. So it's sort of like very exciting that what we can do to understand our culture, which is from myself, is from Taiwan food. So that's what make everything fire. I think it's after the Tokyo trip. Yes.
So let's maybe get into it. Sebastian, do you have a question so far, or shall we just keep going?
I think you can keep going. Maybe as an initial question, I would ask Michael and yourself, what were your initial expectations? I think the motivation we understood, but did you have some, did you think that you would get somewhere that you had identified? Did you have some preconceived ideas about where you would get?
No, I think we always knew that Chinese food has a very high affinity with sake. We know that wine has a very deep roots, or can go far in Japanese cuisine. And we were really setting out to see how would wine and sake fare with a cuisine like Taiwanese, because you have, I think, you know, the northern Chinese food, and Taiwanese is closer to the south. It's much more delicate. It's closer to Japanese cuisine. It's kind of in between Chinese and Japanese. So it was very interesting to see how this was. And we really wanted to go really to find out for ourselves. I mean, we didn't out to actually to have a presentation on this now. We did not set out to do this. We wanted to know for ourselves because we are both educators, Michael about sake and myself about sake glasses. So we want to know, because this is one of the questions that the consumers really want to ask. The consumers have choices. And of course you can have sake with pizza, and of course you can have sake with curry, but is it the best match? Is it the best category of a drink to match with a specific food? And this is what we were looking for, to identify those categories, common flavor components that would put sake on top of other beverages, not just wine, but other beverages in general. And this is why we set out this food challenge.
All right, go for it.
All right.
Okay, Michael, just give me the sign when you want me to change the slide.
Yeah, sure. Okay, that's the Taiwan food pairing challenge. I think it's a crazy, wild 2 days that we had, because we're so into pairing and want to find out. And actually, we have 6 participants and joined this challenge. And what we have is like 60 dishes from 25 different stores, because some of them is like so specialist, they only have under 5 menus. So we just buy it and bring it to my restaurant and do all the tasting. And after like second day, the end of second day, we actually count how many movements that we have. And actually it's like 1,000 individual tasting flights that we have. So it's kind of very tough job that we have. And let me just quickly introduce the people who joined this tasting pairing. And me, myself, and also, I think we changed to the next page with the photo. Okay, that's me on the very left-hand side. And the second one will be Sean. He's head sommelier of the Mandarin Hotel, Oriental. And the middle one is the Kevin, which is the first international team sommelier in Taiwan and second generation of the tea shop. And from the right-hand side, the second one will be Karen. She mainly is in Shanghai, and she owns like 8 restaurants, which is all running very well. And she's a foodie as well. And very right-hand side will be Stephanie. She's a wine educator. So in Taiwan side, it's like we all have different profession. And in Taiwan side, only me, myself, is truly a lot crazy sake lover. You will see that another 4 people are the more wine side. So it will be very interesting that we see what happened in the conclusion. Not only the people who only love sake, but with all different professional and also foodie as well, and see what we find out. That's what we have in Taiwan team.
So here, this is the Japanese team, very small team that went to Taipei. Myself, being from the wine glass company and originally growing up with wine, of course, I was not defending wine, but I tried to be as objective as possible. And we teamed up with Ken Jeremizu, who is our hospitality and food pairing specialist, and he's kind of winner of a cooking competition. So he knows, he's our food pairing specialist. Whenever we do some food pairings, we call on him, and is very well versed for both sake and wine, because he's in Japan and he's Japanese. So I think it was a very interesting group of people to do the tasting.
Yes, and for the restaurant style that I choose will be definitely the food stall, because the food stall in Taiwan, excuse me, I'll grab some water.
Let's go maybe to the food stall.
Yeah, the food stall in Taiwan is very common, the most commonly eat out option. But the food stall is so small that they only have like under 10 menu. So if I'm selling noodle, maybe noodle with something topping all different. So we have to buy a lot of different food from the food store and bring it to my restaurant and do the tasting. but it's the most commonly that people's option when they are eating out, and a lot of a variety of the choice. That's the first style that we choose. And the second one, we choose Haisandian. Haisandian is the pronunciation for Taiwan izakaya style. And here that the very fun thing is that the Haisandian, the izakaya in Taiwan, that we choose our own material that we want to cook, and then we choose the cooking method. So it's always fun to stand in front of the shop and then just use your finger and pointing, I want the crab, and then well, what can I do with it? They will ask you to steam, to stir fry. So it's a very common izakaya style in Taiwan. So that's we choose. The other style of the food is Haisandian. And the third style here, the restaurant that we have is actually a very classic Taiwanese restaurant, and also got the 2-year Michelin star, and it's called Golden Formosa. And it will be interesting that this is actually 75 years old. They got the history of 75 years old. And the culture of the Taiwan banquet, it's actually from the Japanese Taiwan time period. So the people want to go to social and more drinking and about pairing the food. It's like the same menu, which from that period. And now the banquet style of Taiwan style all come from that period of the time. And this shop that's we want to present that, how about this traditional style of banquet, how they go with the sake. That's why we choose this restaurant here. And the last style of the Taiwan restaurant that we choose are the specialists. Particularly on this restaurant here is that Taiwan beef specialist. Because Taiwan beef specialist is very famous in south of Taiwan. They are not as oily as Wagyu or American beef. They're always very fresh cut from the morning and then sent to a restaurant, and they definitely have to finish on the same day. So it's more like red meat style, but the specialists, they have many methods and different style of cooking. So it's kind of quite interesting to find out from the same material, different way of cooking, from the pot to stir fry and to spice a lot that Taiwan people have, garlic, ginger, and to see how they perform. And of course, other than the Taiwan beef specialist shop restaurant, we also have a lot of like pork specialists, fish specialists, veg specialists. So that's a different style of the restaurant. So it's kind of fun to choose these 4 different kind of style. So that's why I'm trying to find out how they pair it with the sake and also wine as well. And because the special shop, we separate into 2. One is for the pot and different ingredient into the pot and see how they taste. And the other one is also the Taiwanese beef and all stir fry with hormone and every part of different meat. So it's kind of fun over here. And that's what we have in 2 days. It's crazy. Very exciting.
Yes.
Okay.
Did everyone make it?
No, I think the 2 ladies, I think the next day, yes. I think they were not maybe mentally and physically prepared for what was coming, and they did not feel too well. So I think they stopped a little earlier. But the guys were more tough, so we stayed until the end. We did it. It was kind of a marathon. It was really a food marathon. It's kind of like your Future Sake Summit I was watching yesterday, and I felt very sympathetic to your situation because you keep going nonstop. So it was the same thing for us.
We're all in this together.
Yeah.
We're on a mission.
Yeah, that was crazy. Yes, yes. And in here, I want to spend a little bit more time on the cooking method, because the cooking method for me is that they really will change the outcome of the pairing. Sometimes we go to a restaurant, the material cannot be changed because that's what they deliver in the shop. but the way that we can change is like, okay, we have this sake, and what we're gonna do is changing the cooking method. I think it's very important. Like the same fish, we can have steam, we have braise, we can have deep fry, we can stir fry. It would definitely change the outcome in which sake we're gonna pair or which wine we're gonna pair. And for the cooking method that we analyze is that we have the normal steam, deep fry, and smoke, and braise, and a lot. I think it's a lot cooking method with the other over around the world is the same. But in particularly, what we find out is that the Taiwan food that we eat at home is actually quite similar style that what we have in Japan. We definitely have both rice or noodles, and we will have one of the soup, and we will have vegetable one dish, meat one dish, and to complete our dinner. But the most different thing that compared to Japan and Taiwan or the other country is we do a lot of stir fry. So the stir fry with fresh meat or fish with very strong garlic or ginger will be very unique in Taiwan style of the cooking method that we have. And of course, down to the wine and sake that we choose to do this 2-day marathon pairing. And for wine, actually, Sean chose the wine to pair. And from the very left-hand side, actually, the first day we use is Riesling with a very high acidity on the first day. And second will be the white wine as well, Bordeaux style, with more complexity, with more deepness. And the red wine, I think we'll want to have the Pinot Noir. And the other one is from the US Cabernet and Sauvignon with more deep. So it's sort of like light taste of wine, deep taste of wine, and on the white, and also red as well. And for the sake that I choose, not by the brand, but mostly by the style. So I want something very common seed as the Junmai Daiginjo with a very fruity aroma, sweetness, of course, and also have some umami as well. And the other Junmai Daiginjo that I use is not that fruity aroma, not that sweet, with some complexity, maybe by the aging. But the aging is actually from the brewer, not by us. So it's like more complexity, less sugar resistance. And the other one will be typical Junmai Shu, which is the third one. Actually, it's being aged also in the brewery for at least 1.5 years to 2 years. So full of umami. We want to see how they're doing. And the very right-hand side will be the high acidity, and especially with Alamasa, you can feel the acidity also from the Kimoto, and also umami as well. So we have the very clean, sweet with umami, the ginjo style, and with less sugar content, with a little bit complexity, and also Junmai-shu, and something with acidity, with the sake. That's why the sake style and wine style that we choose at the very first beginning.
Yes, and on the second day, or on the first day, actually, we, especially from the wine side, we had to go out and replace some wines because we found out that some of the wines, particularly the red wines, did not really do that well. We changed an Australian Riesling to a Mosel Riesling. We changed the Nero d'Avola from Italy to a Pinot Noir, and we threw out the Cabernet Sauvignon and replaced it with an Oak Chardonnay, because even after the first session, we figured out these wines did not score once on any way on a higher scale. So we eliminated them basically and tried to add new horses into the race, so to speak. And the same, I think, happened. Only one, the sake as a category, I think Honjozo was not doing all too well with most of the dishes. Maybe Michael, maybe you want to add something to the Honjozo?
Yeah, because most of the time before we do the tasting I thought Honjozo will go very well with Taiwan food because light and then we eat fast, but they didn't come out really good on the first day result. All the spice on the food is so pump up and the sake become very bitter. That's why we do the change to junmai style of the sake on the middle of the first day. So that's why we have a little bit change on the sake.
Okay.
Yes. All good, Sebastian?
Yes,
okay?
absolutely. Suspense is building.
Okay, the results. So here we go. I will start with the wines, and then Michael will talk about the sakes. So we have the first wine. 1 out of 60 dishes was the best matched with Pinot Noir. With the Pinot Noir, the red fruit flavor of this Pinot Noir from Chile was really good, really going very well with the frozen tofu and the thick chili hot paste. So this is a Pinot Noir. The fruit, it was really number one, but it was the only Pinot Noir and was the only red wine. So this was the biggest shock for me personally, because going to Taiwan and tasting beef and stir fried and with fat and lots of flavor intensity, I was hoping or was expecting the red wines doing a lot better, but unfortunately this was the biggest surprise for me, that the red wines in general as a category was very hard to beat sake, very hard to beat sake. The one that did stand up, the only wine that stood up to the sakes was the Riesling. And not the Australian Riesling. The Australian Riesling on the first day was far too sharp. It was very dry. It was a drier style, and the acidity was just too sharp and too overpowering for most dishes, which is very delicate Taiwanese dishes. But once we choose the Mosel, which has a higher residual sugar, so it balanced beautifully the acidity of the wine itself as a beverage, and also it has a lower alcohol. And those two components I thought was extremely, as a finding for us, really enlightening, that lower alcohol and balanced acidity in the wine was really a great match with 7 out of the 60 dishes. So you have different. Michael, is there anything you want to add to those?
Yeah, the Mosel is actually very surprising for me. I realized that the sweetness from the wine and also acidity, if they balance, it's actually go very well with Taiwan food here. And that's the most surprising. And also the red wine actually do very poorly, which is also very surprised as well. I saw there's kind of some of the meat dish will go pairing with quite well with the red wine, but it didn't. So, but of course we have the strong components of the sake. So yeah.
And this is the junmai, Michael.
Yes. And this is actually the junmai kimoto, which have the very indicate on the acidity and also umami and some of the complexity at the end of the sake. And actually 8 out of 60 dishes. And I find out it's quite interesting that this kind of style with the lactic acid, very strong, not strong, very obvious lactic acid, actually can go with something extreme Taiwan food, like the deep fried things, and also some stir fry with the garlic, and even something really spicy. They use a lot of chili dish. Actually will go well with that sweet and also acidity, lactic acidity. Maybe this is, let me remind something like what happened with Mosel. You know, we got the sweetness and also balanced acidity, and also happening in this sake here. So I think if we have something like high acidity and also umami as well, maybe we can go with something spicy food, something more spice from the garlic, ginger, and also deep fried thing. I think will go very well. And for the claim, the shellfish, of course, will go well on the sake because of succinic acid, also the Korean-san, they pair very well from the food and also sake as well. And the next one, we will go on the big winner on this event.
Yes.
Yes.
This was for me a big shock. I only saw the data and I thought this could not be possible. But Michael, please.
That's true. I also saw this one probably will do like maybe 30% of dish will go well, not like 35. It's kind of crazy because most of the market that we have in Taiwan, the Junmai Ginjo or Junmai Dai Ginjo, tend to go a little bit sweet. But at the first, very beginning, I was kind of scared that is that sake gonna be too sweet for the food when they are pairing? But after all the flight that we have, actually did very well, especially with something with the meat sauce, meaty juice, and also with something marinade as well, and goes through very well. And then I started wondering, how come this dish go very well with the Junmai Daiginjo with this kind of style? And the result is like back to the standard cooking method that we have in Taiwan. And most of them, what are they from? When we are thinking about that point, it's like the first thing is that we use a lot of stock and mainly from the pork. So the food store that we have, we win a lot. The soup base all from the pork bone itself. So we have a good stock from the beginning. And then the second priority that for the Taiwan food style is like sweet. So if the food store cannot afford, I mean, because the food store that we go to buy sometimes can go very cheap, like maybe I get a soup and one dish and with bowl of rice, maybe I only spend maybe 200 Japanese yen to 300 Japanese yen. Of course, they cannot afford 200. It's very cheap. So it's very surprising that we can use this price to buy our meal. But of course, they cannot afford to do a lot of good stock. Maybe some sugar is adding into our ingredient, and also stir fry. Adding sugar is kind of the old time that we add sugar in to make the food more tasty. But now, of course, because the healthy part, they changed to from the natural ingredient. But still, adding sugar to dish is quite normally happen in Taiwan. But not that sweet, but a little bit of sweetness. And also in Taiwan way of cooking with marinade, fermentation food as one of the ingredient that will involve to one of the dish actually is a key point. So I started wondering that, okay, we have the stock of the umami and also sugar, sweetness a little bit, and also marinade fermentation food with all different layer of the food. Yeah, it actually will go well with something a little bit sweet, and especially with the umami sake. And I realized, yes, that's why in Taiwan market, not because only the Junmai Daiginjo or Junmai Ginjo is the high class rank of the sake, because it's also go well with Taiwan food. That's why the demand of the sake with a high rank is growing, increasing every year. So it kind of makes sense at the end of the day that they do well with most of the Taiwan food.
Okay.
Yes.
So this is the summary, the overview. We had Junmai, basically almost 60% of the 60 dishes. The winner was Junmai. 13% Junmai Daginjo, sorry. 13% Junmai. The wine was 13%, the one Pinot Noir and the Riesling. And there was 15% draw. And actually, I just realized while doing this, we have not analyzed the draw situation. So we will add this on for another day, where we want to see what is the times that both sake and wine scored really well, and when did they both not score very well. And maybe the next slides a bit further down will give us some insight into this. But let's maybe just cover the general findings that we had. Is like, as mentioned before, the wine, for the wine itself, the acidity and the residual sugar balance is absolutely crucial. Any wine that did not have some sort of some form of sweetness there was very hard to pair and to win. Tannins need to be very, very soft in wine, if necessary at all. I mean, the conclusion was almost like what Taiwanese food does not need tannins, almost, to cut through. I mean, of course, it's a general statement, but in general, most Taiwanese dishes would not do very well with tannins. And that low alcohol also might be a plus. That the sharpness of the acidity and the high alcohol, I just checked the alcohol levels of most of the wines. Some of them were 13, 14 degrees for the Cabernet, very high alcohol. And the one that did well was the one with low alcohol. So acidity balanced by sweetness and alcohol, low alcohol would be a plus.
And you say that about wine, but not about sake. Yes. Is that right? I mean, sake.
No, not about sake. So I just talk about wine. I let Michael speak about the sake part.
Yeah, the sake part. I think the sweetness is needed as a conclusion. Actually, that will match the food. That you don't feel very strange that once with food and also sake as well with too much different taste. So it's sort of starting, maybe when they combine, is at the same balance line. It's really important that we feel comfortable, and also the umami from the junmai style will lead us through to the end of the palate. And also we find out that the umami and the sweetness is the key. That's why we explained on the method of the most of the Taiwan cooking, most of them, not all of them. And also I think this part that be aware of vinegar is quite interesting, that we find out, me and Wolfgang find out. So I think, should we talk the vinegar later or
later? Let's go with the pickles.
Okay. And the structure layer. I think the other thing that I find out that not simple sake, not, of course the sake is delicate, with a little bit layer on the umami, or which is from the amino acid or umami as well, or different layer of the acidity, actually will go well with the food. So we don't want something that very sharp and simple, just punch it. I think the food will go, too strong. But with something with a layer, more softened, and they present pretty well. That's what we find out, and general finding of the result. Yes.
This is something that was very interesting because Michael a few weeks ago sent me a picture of a 7-Eleven store, of the tea section in the 7-Eleven store in Taipei, and asked me why don't we do the same in Japan and see how it differs. And this is most fascinating, that the sugar-free tea selection in Japan is almost double the one in Taipei, which means that in Taipei, people sweeten even green tea. And in Japan, a lot of the teas are unsweetened. And this is probably one of the main characteristics, the differences between the two cuisines, that Taiwanese cuisine, if you look at Taiwanese cuisine as being very light, being umami driven, but have some sweet component with it. Japanese would be light and umami, but have some more salt component. So this is what was really interesting to see. And you can actually see this when you look at the convenience store selection.
Yes, definitely. I think it's very interesting to see how the market go in Taiwan. Like maybe 10 years ago in Taiwan, we have less sugar-free tea. So a lot of more. Now it's already increasing in these 10 years. So what happened is that the people at that time, even more sweeter. So I think it will relate to the people that want to explore the sake in the future. Maybe I think the tea of the with sugar-free will increase in the future in Taiwan. So probably we'll have different outcome with what the sake we're gonna pair. But that's the style that the daily life, what we drink is a little bit more sweet compared to Japan. And it's very interesting.
Yeah,
yes.
very interesting
So which means when the Taiwanese dishes also maybe get less sweet, different types of sakes and wines would also have different application, I guess, in the future. Or the sweetness level of sake might be a consideration for some brewers.
Yeah, that's true. Yes.
Okay, I think we have to rush because we have 2 slides left, which are more the further level of analysis.
Don't worry, you've got the time.
Because this is the elements when we were asked, and you kindly asked, Justin and Sebastian, you asked us which are the common denominators of the base ingredients or the base flavor components of the different dishes, and we identified those 2 in general. That would, I mean, fishy flavors, that's nothing new. That also for Japanese, goes for Japanese food. But in umami, this is actually not so dramatic, but it confirms that also in Taiwan, those dishes that had more fishy flavors and had umami, light umami, were paired really well with the sake.
Yep, that's true. Yes.
And this is the interesting page, because these are the elements that we thought was not so well with sake in general. And it's those dishes that were low in umami. It was those dishes that had some bitterness, like this kind of bitter melon. And going back to the vinegar, it was the pickled cabbage, because this vinegar, this beef was stir-fried with pickled cabbage, which I think was using a wine vinegar or a rice vinegar.
Yeah, that's the wine vinegar, yes.
Yes, so those kind of pure high acidity, high acid vinegars would be very hard to match with most sakes. And also the wines did not go so well, but they probably did a bit better than the sake.
Yes. Yeah, that's true, yeah. Because when we talk about the vinegar style, I think we also, me and Wolfgang, we discussed break down into different separate things. It's like wine vinegar, and the Oriental use of white vinegar is very sharp. But when it changed to something like balsamic vinegar, red vinegar, or even the commonly used in Taiwan is a black vinegar, which also contained a lot of vegetable as well. So it got more layer on the acidity. Actually will do well on the pairing. So that's what happened with something we have to be aware of vinegar, is that what we try to mention and try to express ourselves. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's it. I think we just wanted to, of course, say that of course this experiment was not scientific. We cannot take any claim, and the same experience may be very different with different sakes and so forth. So, and it's of course very subjective, and being just human. So the result is never 100%. But I think it was very interesting to see the differences. One thing I wanted to mention is perhaps the menu. How does it fit within a meal design, a course menu design? Because if we remember, if you're anyone familiar with the Pepsi challenge, you know, when Pepsi challenged Coke on the street to taste test, and most people prefer Pepsi, just a single sip, but they preferred the Coke when they're drinking the whole can. So in the sense that would have been interesting to see this exercise within a whole meal, to have the same meal with sake and to have the same meal with different wines, and to see how this would affect us. And I'm sure there is some effect of throughout the meal, because the sake has this kind of soothing, calming element to it. And wine, because of the acidity, has a stimulating element to it. So I was thinking, of course, the greatest thing is to have both. And I just, the other day, I did a tasting where we had sake and wines throughout the meal, and it was a fantastic exercise. And I think that's in the future, especially for foreign sommeliers and foreign restaurants, is to use sake as this kind of dynamic tool within the menu course design, to really build excitement and a new expression of taste and to expand people's palates around the world.
Well, thank you very much for that content. As you could see, I mean, just because of sake and food, Justin grew taller.
Yeah, Justin transformed.
So I'm very glad to welcome you this afternoon, Chris.
Yeah, that was really interesting, though. I just caught the last part of that, but it's so interesting. I think Wolfgang's point about sake becoming integrated into the whole experience, as opposed to replacing wine with sake, or I think actually for sake to just become part of the pairing menu is the best way forward to go about that. Also, the thing that you mentioned about food, the cooking methods being different in Taiwan, and how the sake paired differently depending on what the cooking methods were, so steaming versus fried. That reminds me a lot of Japanese kaiseki and how sake pairing was built into the kaiseki course as well. It's very much designed around those different cooking methods.
I have two questions. One question for Wolfgang, one question maybe for the two of you. The first one is, do you think there was an influence from the serviceware? What did you use, and could this have influenced the result? That's the first question. And my second question is, what will you do with that data? What are the next steps that you are envisaging? How do you want to use that going forward?
I mean, let me answer the first question. The sake was served at the perfect temperature. We did not do Kanzake, we did not do heat sake. It was all based on less than room temperature. And of course, you may imagine that we brought the best vessels. I mean, we brought the perfect vessels for each specific variety from sake and wine. And we had, of course, also some more choco there, just as a reference point. We had some kiki choco and some normal choco, so people could taste test. I think we in this sense, we were able to give, I think, each beverage, each category, its best possible chance to shine with the meal. That was the aim, and this is why Riedel was interested in also as a company. We're interested to show this and to investigate this, because we know that the impression of the food will also change if you change the temperature or the glass shape. So it's very, very important for us. The second question, I think, is easier for Michael to answer.
Okay, the second one, I think in the future, we definitely this time a lot of flight that we do is, I think, only open a little window that we know what's going on with pairing and different style of the food. I think in the future, we're gonna do even more, like what we will mention, like different style of the wine or the total different style of the sake. We redo it again in Taiwan to let the people understand that maybe we can go and try it out. So the main purpose is that we want to know by ourselves and also present to the people all around the world and also the people in Taiwan that sake can do that. Maybe you give it a try. Everything is possible. Also the possibility that we can use with wine or sake, we just give it a try, not with like the thought that we have, it must go well, it must go well. Maybe the result will be different. So it's very interesting to make the beverage become more fun, like cross-culture. I think that's the main thing that we want to do more in the future, and to see what we find out more and to share with all the people that we find out. Yes.
I would actually, if I would choose a wine next time, put it into the race, I would use a Pinot Grigio, I would use Gewürztraminer, the traditional Asian food style wines. I would even experiment with Madeira or Port to see how it goes. And if maybe this is our next, I think what we want to do is with Michael to go to Northern China, because Northern China, I'm really excited to see how Junmai will do, because I would expect Junmai to do a lot better in Northern China. And also wine will do better. I'm absolutely sure that you have more fat and more richer proteins involved. So that this would be an exciting thing for the future to look at.
Yeah.
Excellent. I mean, thank you very much for doing the job, for sending us the result or delivering the results to us. It's really, for me, it was really inspiring to discuss this with you, and congratulations for all the efforts that you've put into it. That's really impressive, and thank you so much for being with us this afternoon, and having prepared these great visuals, which I find are highly convincing. I mean, I guess this particular session as well will be a strong reference point in our archive about food and sake pairing, food and wine pairing. So gentlemen, we're going to leave you there, and I am looking forward to the next opportunity where we can dine together around any type of food.
You choose the restaurant next time, Sebastian, again. We were very happy with your choice of restaurant, because you introduced us to the French couple place, which was fantastic.
Yeah, that was great. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye bye. Thank you.
Bye bye.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So, I mean, you discovered the presentation, Chris, because you had not seen it before.
Yeah, but I mean, I got the gist of it, and I think, like, the takeaway for me from just seeing the part of the presentation that I did, it seems to be that umami seems to be the key to unlocking the potential of sake, but that's nothing new, really, is it? That's something that we kind of already knew.
What's new is the way that they demonstrate.
Agreed. Yeah, agreed. No one's ever kind of done this kind of side-by-side comparison before, and I think it's only by doing that we will really discover where sake excels, where wine doesn't, or where they both excel, you know, because as Wolfgang was saying, perhaps sake should, rather than trying to replace wine with sake, perhaps sake can just be integrated into the everyday kind of course pairing. I like both.
Yeah,
you like both?
I mean, I remember from our experience at Dominique Corby that for some of the dishes in particular where Chef Corby served the same preparation in two different ways, how we could create some links of also connections between some of the ingredients in the recipe and the drink that we were having.
Wow.
For example, cream made with milk versus soy milk, and the impact and how it drew us toward wine or sake.
Yeah.
Or how Chef Corby sometimes was using just a tiny little bit of soy sauce with its umami, and that umami was driving us toward sake as a preferred option for
because the thing with umami is that a lot of the time it kind of hardens the flavor of sake or wine, but when you add salt in there, it kind of then rounds things out, balances things out a little bit better. I think generally, you know, sake tends to be sweeter than wine, right? So it makes a lot of sense to me that, you know, the sweeter dishes in Taiwan seem to be the better pairing. Sake seems to be the better pairing for those. That makes a lot of sense to me, and it kind of confirms what I already kind of knew.
Sweetness, coating sweetness.
Yeah, and the whole balance, you know, the acidity as well. Of course, vinegar not pairing with sake is something I've I've experienced as well. Pickles do tend to be quite difficult to pair with sake. That's always a surprising one. But I wonder, you know, with sake kind of changing and evolving, I wonder how this is going to. It's not going to stay the same, right? If you did this test again in 3 years' time, is it going to be the same outcome? Perhaps not.
Of course, as Wolfgang was pointing out, there are some caveats with this particular testing, the selection of individual brands, but I think Michael at the same time really made an effort to choose representatives of certain categories, and this will not change.
Yeah.
Maybe new categories will be created, but the categories will stay, I think.
Sebastian, this is a journey that we've only just begun.
That's right.
The book isn't written. And that's what makes it so exciting and so interesting, you know. And I think this is, if sake is going to take over the world, this is the place. I think this is the realm where it's going to happen.
Good.
Yes.
Glad to hear. So where are you taking us next?
Where are we going next? We're going to New Zealand, I believe. Yes, we're traveling.
So we're staying overseas, but we're looking at the brewing side.
Yeah, we're hopping on a plane. And Justin's just hopped on a plane, and he's gone over to New Zealand, and we're going to be looking at brewing communication in the New World. So that's a really interesting topic. What do you think that's all about, Sebastian?
I'm not so sure. I mean, I have very fond memories of our interview with David.
Yes.
A few months ago.
Yeah, it's incredible. Right. Yeah. Okay. That was fantastic. Okay. So perhaps it's how the new world. So when we say new world, we're talking about new world wine country, right? So we've actually done a session about sake trying to spread in the old world wine country. So next is the new world wine country. And how do you communicate sake's benefits and how do you promote sake in a new world wine country? I assume, anyway, that is going to be the topic. So we will now hand over to Justin and myself, I think. And you sneak in, Justin.
Sebastian, I might steal your mic here. Sneak in here. Here, Chris, care if I sneak in here so I can...
Yeah, absolutely. You can go in there.
Swap over here. Play some musical chairs here with everyone.
Yep.
That. All right. A little bit of musical chairs here.
Yep.
We got that. Oh. All right.
I switch it off. So yeah.
Switch it off.
Okay.
All right, and we're in business. We are in business. All right, how are we doing here? It is just about that time. Yeah. Thanks for tying us together here. Getting the. We spent a lot of time hopping around Europe yesterday.
Yes.
Japan likes to lean into the old wine world when it comes to a lot of the places that are going. They're figuring out how do we communicate sake. They spend time going to France. They go to Italy. They go to the old world. They're trying to figure out because I mean it's
when Japan thinks of wine, they think of the old wine world, not the new wild world necessarily.
Yeah, and they're granted sake's been around a long time. Tied to those traditions, that culture, so it's a fantastic reference point. At the same time, you have new world wine markets with all kinds of vitality that aren't necessarily, I don't want to say restrained, but they're dynamic in ways that maybe the old world wine isn't quite as often or is able to. It's starting to change. But alongside that, and this is kind of a big one we're focusing on today, is the craft beer market. In a lot of those places, so kind of thematically, we're looking at brewing communication is sort of the theme. Brewing communication, the new world. So there's a new world in terms of wine, but it's also craft beer. Everybody likes to kind of shift it into the wine category, but not a lot. The reality is a lot of people are drinking beer.
Is the cousin, really, if you're going to go there, right?
And nobody, it's not that they didn't want to admit it, but there's all these wine analogies and comparisons for a long time. But at the end of the day, when you ask people now, they're finally getting around to, so what is sake? They're kind of going, well, when it comes, it's actually closer to beer.
The way it's made anyway.
Right, from a production standpoint. And now the craft beer market is, it's incredibly explosive.
At one point, we were actually fearful of the craft beer market, right? We thought in Japan it would perhaps come and kind of take the spotlight from sake.
I mean, it has.
It has to an extent.
It has.
Yeah, it has.
There's more craft beer breweries popping up. It seems like every other week here in Japan, at least up until recently.
But perhaps we can work together.
Yeah, right. I mean, that's the idea. So we want to kind of delve in. So we got a couple of guests, a couple of Kiwis here. One based in Japan, and one tuning in with us on the ground in New Zealand. We're going to kind of examine what that looks like. So if we can get our guests, let's see if they are out there with us. Oh, how are we doing? We tied into everybody?
Hello.
There they are. There they are. How are you doing this afternoon, gentlemen?
How you doing? Good.
Not too bad. We're hanging in here. We're in the midst of a marathon here. We're coming down to the final stretch. Just a couple hours left. Andrew, it sounds like you're in a bit of a marathon at the moment.
Oh, we just finished our biggest beer festival of the year, Beervana in Wellington. We're based in Auckland, but I'm Wellington born and bred. So Behemoth Brewing has been doing this festival for 7 years, and it's 2 days worth of 2 sessions, and it's a pretty crazy few days, set up, packed down, and a big beer festival. So today's been our kind of wind down day.
Yeah.
But we might have had a few libations to help us recover.
Yeah.
So excuse the odd slur, but I always thought talking about the alcohol industry is better after a few drinks.
Yep. Cheers. Cheers. We're with you on that. We're with you on that.
A few slurs makes it all.
Yeah. Cheers. And Wayne, I'm going to come back to you in just a second here, Andrew. I want you to tell us a little bit about what it is that keeps you busy aside from just beer festivals. But I want to touch base with Wayne here real quick. Wayne Shannon, so you're
Hello.
based in Japan,
Yes.
running Zangitoto, the craft sake and New Zealand wine bar here in Tokyo.
Yes.
Yeah, tell us a little bit about where it is you're coming from and how you ended up there.
Well, I'm not going to lie, we didn't build a pandemic into our business plan, so we've had to change it, which in hindsight was pretty stupid, but we've had to change some focuses and things like that. But the original plan was to take advantage of a Rugby World Cup and an Olympics. And I've got experience having worked with sake for quite a while and a bit of time in some breweries. And I'm a certified wine sommelier, and the idea of the venue is kind of to make it more accessible for everybody. Like where if you come to Japan and you need to speak to somebody who speaks English and kind of explain, we were hoping to be able to do that a little bit, and also just to get across to people how if you drink wine, you should be drinking New Zealand wine. That just makes sense. But yeah, and give people that chance to actually taste and to talk and hear some of the stories behind it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, New Zealand wine is more than available here in Japan. It's all over the place in some capacity, but arguably a lot of the market here, it doesn't feel too close to home necessarily, even though it's relatively accessible. And we'll get back to that. I want to talk a little bit more about that here in a moment.
Excellent.
But you've been primarily, before coming and setting up your bar, you were primarily in the wine world, on the ground in New Zealand, Australia, working with wine, sake.
Well, when I first sort of, I guess, discovered sake, I was like a lot of people, and this was in Sydney. A lot of people I know don't like sake because it's not very nice, and then that's the baggage that the industry was kind of carrying. And then when I still remember the first one that I had, and kind of realized, wait a minute, I've just been wrong. So everybody needs to know that if you don't like, if you like alcohol, you like sake. Like that's just, it's diverse enough that there's gonna be something that you're gonna like. And to write off an entire category, whether it's tequila or Chardonnay or sake because of a bad experience you've had, that just means you need somebody to come along and make you recognize that you've made the mistake that you've made that mistake. So at the time, there was very little knowledge of sake in Sydney. Andre Bishop was leading the way down in Melbourne, and there was nobody really for me to talk to. So I came over to, went to Chicago to study with John's course, went to Tokyo and visited some breweries, and then came back in the winter and did a little bit of work. But yeah, when I was living in Australia and New Zealand, I was primarily the sake guy because there's a lot of wine people. And so if I met a lot of the winemakers by just making fun of wine when they came into the venue I was working at, just as a challenge to throw down. And but I mean, I love anything made by somebody who cares, from gin through to shochu through to sake, anything.
Yeah, excellent. So with that in mind, we'll jump back over to Andrew. So Andrew Childs, you run Behemoth Brewing.
Yeah, I founded Behemoth Brewing about 7.5 years ago, and we just love making beer that has really big flavors. Talking about like the communications, we have fun with our marketing. I don't even like calling it marketing. It's mainly just things that I make up that I think are fun. And we've had our Beervana session in the last 2 days has been Simpson themed. Haven't had a cease and desist yet, but it's we have a lot of fun with it. And yeah, I met Wayne quite a few years ago when Abisu, and he was running in Auckland, and I really got into sake that way. And Wayne loves good beer, and he really got. I've always been a fan of sake, but Wayne really taught me about a lot of the nuances in it and the variety. And yeah, it's like every alcohol category that you can, there's a lot of scope and in every alcohol category, and I'm just a fan of alcohol that's made well.
Yeah.
And has, depth and nuance and is well made.
Yeah, absolutely. So I kind of
when Andrew talks about his marketing, you should definitely do yourself a favor and check out some of the labels that he's done. They're pretty entertaining.
We like that. Beer's got to be fun.
Yeah.
I guess that's one of the things that a craft beer does really well, is that it brings fun, maybe more than most categories. And I think some other alcohol categories have kind of taken that up a little bit and have made some of their marketing a little bit more fun than they used to. And I think that's probably one of the things that craft beer's brought to the alcohol world.
Absolutely, and that's something that the idea of something just being, at the end of the day, it's supposed to be an enjoyable experience. It's something that it'll put a smile on your face. You can go out and have a good time, and there can be a lot of baggage. Tradition is super important, but there can also be a lot of baggage in that as well too. So it becomes kind of tough to kind of break free of some of those chains and just feel, free enough to be able to go out there and just be like, we're going to go do this because it seems like a good idea. It's going to put a smile on my face, and hopefully in the process, a whole lot of other people's as well. And having that be enough,
Yeah.
I kind of want to step back just a little bit here, just to kind of give folks a little bit of context. So looking at just sort of New Zealand and New Zealand wine in general, where does Wayne, so where does kind of New Zealand wine sit for you? I mean, you're in a position here, you're here in Japan, you're pushing New Zealand wine to a market that is traditionally, for a long time, has a strong association with, French wines. Here you can get New Zealand wine, at the supermarket, or it's readily available, but it's not necessarily something that has really permeated the wine culture here. Kind of what is just kind of you want to just kind of break down a little bit for us to just what's the New Zealand wine market all about, and kind of what makes it unique?
We're a young country, basically. It's about 900 years ago, there weren't any people in New Zealand. There weren't even any mammals, I think, maybe only bats. But it's a very, very young country, and the people who immigrated there, we only really started making wine seriously fairly recently. But they came in with people who were doing it for the right reasons as well. These were people that needed wine for their meals and stuff. A lot of people from Croatia, Dalmatia in particular. And it's almost like over the last 30, 40 years, everybody in New Zealand's just decided to concentrate on quality over quantity. So there's been a lot of time in Europe learning from France and learning from the Italians and the Spanish and the other countries around Germany as well in particular. And we've been able to go quite quickly, I think, up the ranks of quality by learning from the best people out there. We don't have the space to mass produce wine. So most of the companies that are making the wine are family owned, I think, and strong sustainability. What that actually ends up meaning is that New Zealand wine is per average, it's actually the most expensive wine in the world. But if you were to take an average bottle of New Zealand wine, chances are it's going to be the best one out of the average countries as well, because of the reasons that I said. It's handmade. It's everything that makes these small sake breweries amazing. Is the same sort of, the people who are making it are craftsmen, the family people. They care, and so I sort of think that New Zealand sits comfortably at the very top of the world with making the best wine in the world, and by that, I don't mean that we make better wine than other countries. I mean, if you have the best wine from New Zealand and put it up against the best wine from France and America and pretty much everywhere else, you're going to be personal preference is what's going to get there. And blind tastings around the world, you've got countries like Chile winning, New Zealand winning. It's not always the old world that wins anymore. Maybe 40 years ago, yes, but not so much now. And so that's the kind of image and the message that we try and get across, is to just challenge people to try it. And that's why I sort of feel like it links in quite well with what I was doing back in New Zealand and Australia with the sakes. People don't really understand what it is, but when you get them to taste it, then they don't need to listen to me and my obviously biased opinions. They can just trust what's in their mouth.
Yeah.
So
yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, kind of. Well, I guess your geographical location and some of those limitations and some of those factors, of course, are going to come into play with regards to price and what you can do and where you should look for markets and things like that, for sure. But you know, it kind of. I feel like it also, in a way, it kind of gives you a little bit of freedom as well. When you get a little bit, you know, it's obviously rooted in a lot of the traditional winemaking practices, the understanding of, you know, what's been built upon hundreds or thousands of years. But then all of a sudden, when you're in the context of New Zealand, what sort of freedoms does that afford producers?
People are often asking me what type of food does New Zealand do, and it's like whatever we feel like, you know, like as a cocktail bartender, you know, if you wanted to chuck in some yuzu with wasabi, with garam masala, with mezcal, do it if it tastes nice. And if you look at an area like Hawke's Bay in particular, I think you've got great varieties that are growing side by side and working because the winemaker feels that they can make that work. Whereas if you were to sort of do that in most of the European countries, because of the systems they've got in place, they are quite restrictive. Not necessarily good or bad, it's just the reality of the situation. And that's some of the best, most interesting wines you find from Europe are wines that have chosen, the wine grower, winemaker has chosen to step outside of those restrictions and just make what they feel like. And New Zealand is totally free with that. It is one of the risks because sometimes we do mad things that don't really work. But every once in a while, you know, we might pull off some sort of amazing blend that is not expected or anticipated, and then we can change something.
Yeah, so absolutely, and I feel like that's really important. That idea that it's okay to just kind of go for it, and that's an entirely viable option. And so, and that's something I feel like a lot of folks forget, especially when it gets to, you know, communicating sake. You know, how can you, you know, just kind of, you know, it's have that freedom to be like, why am I going to do this? Because it seems like a good idea. And I feel like the craft, that's kind of a liberty that not only the New World, but a lot of the craft beer industry really has as well too. And so, Andrew, I kind of want to jump over to you for a second. I'm just kind of want to couch today's conversation, you know, in just a little bit of background for our listeners, because I think we have a lot of sake folks, which I imagine translates to a lot of craft beer folks and wine folks and, and craft spirits folks as well too. But to just kind of give everybody a little bit of context. You said, you know, you've been doing Behemoth for about the last 7 years or so. You were in, you know, in beer in some capacity before that as well. Can you just tell us just a little bit about sort of the nature of the craft beer market? Where are we kind of looking at from producer, product angles, sort of market growth? What's that market look like right now?
So New Zealand, we've got a relatively long craft beer history, but a short one at the same time. It's weird. So, you know, the founders of New Zealand European model settlement, you know, we had the native Māori people who had been here for a very long time, but Captain Cook, who came over here, bought his own beer and bought brewing techniques and stuff over with them, with those guys, and it's been here ever since. But, you know, until about 15, 20 years ago, it was pretty much all relatively bland New Zealand lager, which is kind of a sweet amber lager that's about 4%. We had really bad historic drinking laws and drinking culture brought over from England. We in the 80s, we had a thing called the 6 o'clock swill, which all bars had to close at 6 o'clock. So everyone got off work at 5 and drank as much as they could for an hour, and then went home and beat their wives, which was pretty horrible. It was, so things have changed a lot, you know, and you know, once we had a lot of breweries and they got bought up by the big boys, and then, you know, the same kind of thing happened in America a long time ago as well. But now, fast forward, we have about 200 brewing companies in New Zealand for a population of about 5 million, which per head of population is, what I hear, more than the UK, but that's somewhat debatable. But it's a lot. And yeah, I think in the last, you know, we've been around 7 years, but even in the last 5 years, you know, it's nearly doubled, and the growth has been significant. Craft beer has gone from a small group of people, which I was involved with, the beer geeks in Wellington, and less so in Auckland, but growing more there. And now it's mainstream. You know, ourselves, we're in every one of the there's two supermarket chains in New Zealand, and we're in every one of the New Zealand owned ones. So, you know, towns big or small in New Zealand, you can get good beer. And even 3 years ago, that wasn't the case. So the growth is huge. Post COVID, obviously bars have had the trouble with, you know, I've just been at a beer festival, which not many people in the world can say.
Yeah. That's what I was wondering at first. I was amazed you could pull that off.
It's actually the biggest beer festival in the world this year, mainly because it's one of the only
No
ones.
competition.
Yeah, there's no competition on that. New Zealand thrives on being the biggest in things when no one else is doing it. Or per head of population, New Zealand's awesome at most things because there's bugger all people here. So yeah, it's a really, you know, it's a growing industry, and it's thriving. We're up. I'm privy to some of the supermarket data here, and beer is up 25% this year, and it's the first time it's been up more than 5% in the last decade. So, and that's from supermarkets. Obviously, people drinking at home more. We started a Facebook page called Saving the World with Couch Beers. Rain's also part of it as well. And yeah, it's the biggest craft beer group in New Zealand now. I started in bed on a Sunday morning, and it's kind of taken on a life of its own.
Wow.
But yeah, people are using beer to become more connected, and yeah, being a part of something. And it's great. You know, the varieties of beer is massive. You know, there's definitely some big styles. You would see me drinking a hazy IPA here. Obviously, one of the most, you know, fastest growing styles in the world for craft beer in general. Even the big boys all of the big boys are making this style of beer now.
Yeah.
And it's a fast evolving industry. I'm sure I'll talk about more, but
yeah,
I think, you know, we'll probably do about 80 to 90 brand new beers this year. So to say that it grows, it moves fast is kind of an understatement.
Yeah. I'm curious. I want to get back to that that sort of that idea of growth and just volume and product lineup and sort of what that means to kind of put that in the market. But I'm gonna jump back to Wayne here for a second, because I want to talk a little bit, get back to wine a little bit. I want to talk a little bit about your bar, your establishment. So it's kind of unique in that it's craft sake and New Zealand wine, and I know you've got some New Zealand, you know, Australian craft beers and things like that as well too, on offer. And you're kind of in a position where you're bringing wine from a region that generally doesn't have a lot of prevalence, and at the same time, I would argue sake, which in Japan, honestly, probably has about an equal level of understanding and prevalence probably in the market for a lot of the people who are going to visit, and you have to proposition them as to, one, why they would choose one or the other, just wine or sake, but then also given the depth and breadth of the different styles and sort of what's available, how you know, communicate to them the value of that product, and sort of what sort of information do you kind of lean on, and what do you borrow from wine, and what do you lean into, and what do you, the kinds of things you also avoid as well?
Yeah, I don't shy away from the fact that, like, from a wine point of view, New Zealand is the most expensive, but there are reasons for that. And it's not because of a distortion in the market of fashion. New Zealand is not fashionable for wine. So the quality is because of sustainability. It's because of organic farming. It's because of most things. Like there's a lot of hand, like, craftsmanship, that kind of thing. And once you kind of get past that, don't compare me on price. And if you do compare me with a relatively expensive bottle of Europe, and then you'll realize that there's a reason why there's a price difference between a average family car and a Ferrari. It's like they're functionally the same, but they're also pretty clearly different. And Japan is an interesting one to go back to sake as well, because a lot of the locals, like you say, don't really know so much about it, and they're prepared to pay 5,000 yen for a bottle of wine from France because it's from France, as opposed to 5,000 yen on a bottle of sake would just be like, oh, that's mad. I can get something from the convenience store for like 400 yen. You're like, yeah, they're not the same. And trying to get people to understand the differences and directly challenging them on those differences. I guess one of the problems with Japan and sake is what the gentleman yesterday said, where he mentioned that familiarity kind of breeds, maybe he didn't say contempt, but along those words, like people take sake for granted in Japan, and there's a certain amount of fascination with the rest of the world, which is the quite opposite. Where in New Zealand, people are fascinated with Japan and just think that New Zealand wine is normal because they all taste like that. It's getting those sort of stories and understanding across that. The sake, one of the sake breweries that I worked at for a short period of time, Kozaemon, they were starting work at 4 o'clock in the morning and they finished work at 11 o'clock at night, and they did that every single day. You should pay for that. Like they deserve a life, and if we don't look after the craftsmen and women, then we will lose that the beauty of the small producer and what they bring to the table. Everything will end up tasting homogenized. Everything will taste a little bit boring. And if you're just looking for price, if you're just looking to get intoxicated, it's one of the great things about Japan is you can buy strong zero from the convenience store. You can get a cheap bottle, but if that's all you're looking for, don't drink this stuff. But if you want, I believe everybody will gravitate to quality after they kind of understand why. And that's sort of the underlying thing of what we're trying to do here is represent the producers, because they can't be here to, and sort of, I guess, like an art facilitator, we want to be able to get across to the consumer why this is priced the way this is priced.
I think one way of doing that is branding. And I was just thinking, like, one of the best industries to kind of learn about how to brand a product would probably be, right now, the craft beer industry. So it's kind of a question for Andy, like, what do you think sake can learn from craft beer about branding, and how would you go about branding sake to increase its value?
It would be really interesting to see sake branded like craft beer. I mean, we're in the extreme. We do some pretty crazy labels. We have a character. This is a brand new printed can that's being labeled Me Time Mosaic. So Me Time's a series of single hopped hazy IPAs. This particular one won the best IPA in New Zealand this year, which we're extremely proud of.
Congratulations.
And
send some over.
Me Time.
We've got some recently, mate. It's taken me 7 years to get beer to Japan. Do you
nice
remember
one.
right at the beginning, mate?
Yeah, I remember. I recall.
Yeah, it's taken us a long time, but we're I think we've got another lot coming over soon. But yeah, I don't know if you can go to the same. I wouldn't like to say extremes, but our brand's very colourful. We have a character, Shirley, he dresses up as different things. I'm not saying that sake should do exactly the same thing. It might not work, but you can definitely maybe bring a bit more creativity and a bit more flair and a bit more fun.
There are some breweries doing it. There are
a lot of breweries doing, not the same as what we're doing, but bringing more colourfulness and more fun to it. And there are starting to be some wineries that are doing something similar.
Yeah.
A lot more designs, and if wine's catching on to it, there's no reason that sake can't do something similar in a Japanese style, or in a style, if it's, we have one guy doing sake in New Zealand doing some fun stuff. But why not? Why can't sake? I know there might be some traditional Japanese people who won't like it, but pushing the boundaries and just making it more accessible and maybe more in tune with what people like these days.
Do you think that the seasonality, or maybe not the season, but the limited time that your beers are available for, do you think that helps to create a certain amount of excitement or fun as well, driving the demand? Because like you do your random, like, crazy interesting beers for one run, and they're on the supermarket for a short period of time. Yeah, because I think that's maybe something sake can learn from.
Yeah, I mean, like, so we've got a core range that does well of like, 10 beers that really do well, but like having like maybe, different polishing times, different types of rice, and all the things that make sake, different yeast. I think yeast could be a big thing for sake as well, and I think with all alcoholic beverages, yeast brings one of the biggest characters. And I think that's especially true in sake and wine.
and just playing around with it. Like you've got to have a core range. You've got to have something that people come back to, 100%.
Yeah.
But if you have that limited release, you got to get this a short run. It definitely builds hype and excitement around it. And we're not the first people to do that in the beer world, and we won't be the last. But it is something potentially that sake and wine could build into as well.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to ask you about, they kind of touched upon, as far as one thing that sake does have, it does have that seasonality, it does have seasonal releases. That's something that's actually very much built, ingrained into it. Yeah. Getting that product overseas, because it's not a major market, getting it over there, getting it in rotation, getting it onto shelves, actually getting that in a real timely manner. There's some logistical challenges sometime in the near future as it develops, I think, more like the degree that, if you have a local craft beer market that sustain that, you can sustain that kind of, heavy rotation, which might be a little bit challenging right now. But at the same time, one thing you were talking about, the IPA that you held up, you're saying, well, this is tell me about that IPA again real quick that you were holding.
So Me Time Mosaic. So Me Time blatantly is like time for a hop to be able to get to know itself and stuff, Yeah. Truly sitting on the couch with a beer and a pack of chips, crisps, no matter where you're from. But it's to get to know that single hop. And we're about to do our 6th version of this. The reason that this is in a printed can and a 6-pack is we're one of the best IPA in New Zealand, and we've made lots of it now and very much in demand. But it's a showcase of a certain hop variety. So I think the same thing can be done with, that doesn't happen very often in beer, but obviously it does in wine, Pinot Noir, Pinot Gris, all sorts of wine varieties, but also could be a thing with we've taken this certain type of sake rice or this certain type of yeast and use it as a showcase. And this is very rare. Like there's not many people, there's a few people, Brewdog and Stone and stuff have done single hop varieties around the world, but it's something that's a bit of fun. And to be fair, most beers are better when you have hop blends, but these ones very much showcase a certain hop variety, and there's a lot of hop heads around the world that just want to see what that hop variety tastes like.
Yeah, well, that's what I kind of want to talk about. So there's actually, looking at the can, you've got Me Time, so you got your titles, then you got Mosaic single hop hazy IPA. When you actually break it down, there's a lot to unpack in there. As far as to what that is, there's a lot of vocabulary, and you've got where you're at. You have a pretty mature craft beer market that's out there looking for that. But arguably, how many people actually understand what all those words mean, and how does that translate to a beer? Sort of, how do you tie together when you're saying you do 200 plus releases a year? How do you tie together? There's a lot of vocabulary, and then together with they were saying Me Time, How do you, when you've got so many beer choices in general, and then even when you've just got a lot of beers right there, how do you sort of tie that together? Because that sort of communication, that's a communication challenge that I think sake has as well. Is there's a lot of vocabulary. There's this wild lexicon that a lot of people don't have a lot of familiarity with. But for craft beer, it's actually become really integral to kind of the appeal. So I'm wondering kind of how you bridge that gap.
Well, much easier in New Zealand that most people speak English.
Well, yeah,
so
there's that.
makes it hard. It makes it a lot easier. But we export to this quite a few places, but and especially in Southeast Asia and Asia. It is more, and to be fair, most people don't know, but the beer geeks get it. There's a lot of social media. The amount of untapped craft beer's got a thing where there's a massive thing where people check in beers, and there's a lot of beer geeks. Craft beer and social media is a massive thing that sake have been able to tap into as much as craft beer has. It's quite crazy, and there's a lot of rabid beer geeks out there that that they're obsessed with it. There's collecting, something that Japan could identify as craft beer is collecting Pokemon. It's very much as gotta catch them all.
Yeah.
And people want to try everything, and FOMO is a real thing.
Yeah.
But it's also just that I want to try this hop, and I want to see what that does. I want to, they want to enjoy it and drink the beer, but they also want a story, and want to feel involved, and they want to know that they've kind of not necessarily learned something, but been able to appreciate something different.
Do you think the single size that you can purchase at the supermarket, you can go in and just buy a can, and then you can maybe go in and if you have like 3 beers a night with your friends, that's not too much. But if you get 3 full-size bottles of sake, maybe you've gone too far, and you can't do that side-to-side comparison. Do you think that's something that might be a good plan? A smaller serve of quality.
Smaller serve of quality would be, I think, it would change the culture though. Like, so we most of our new releases are in 440ml cans. This one's in a 330ml because it's gone to a 6-set just because it got to that level of popularity and we wanted people to buy more of it. Sorry, beer festival cough, not COVID. Yeah, so smaller serving sizes for sake or wine could work better. But also you've got the other thing that even a small serving size is still a lot more alcohol than your average thing. So it's more of a commitment. It's one of the beauties of beer is that it's approachable because of its alcohol, even though we do some high alcohol stuff. Rather than sake and wine, it's harder to be able to have as many varieties because there's only so much you can drink. So that's the challenge, I think, is to do something, and why even like spirits and any other alcohol that's not beer is not being able to do the same thing as craft beer is because its size, its alcohol, and how it's drunk in a social setting are different than all those other alcohol categories.
I have a question. How do the beer, so-called, if there is such a thing, beer traditionalists take to this design? Because I'm not a big beer drinker, but I mean, I kind of know what a beer can looks like. And when I look at that beer can, I mean, I love it. It would get me drinking beer, I think. But it kind of doesn't, when I see that, it doesn't scream beer at me. And like one concern that you always have when you're trying to change the label or change the design, especially with sake bottles as well, is that you make them look a little bit too much like something else, that people no longer kind of see them and associate them with sake. Well, what has the reaction been from beer traditionalists on that design?
I think if you tried to change all of them overnight, it wouldn't work.
Right.
I think it's going to be an evolutionary thing. If graphics started being a little bit more, if I thought about traditional Japanese comics or anime or something like that, if it started to go a little bit more that way, and not like went from like, just went from words, Japanese characters on a bottle to anime overnight, it'd be weird and it wouldn't work.
Right.
But if it started incorporating some of those things slowly over time, then it might evolve and make it a little bit more fun.
A hybrid
evolution. A hybrid, and it kind of maybe went to a different audience, like I'm not saying everything should be full on Harajuku girl straight away onto it or anything like that.
There is one brewery going that way.
I'm not surprised. But I think that it can start over time to wine in New Zealand. There's definitely a lot more people who've got characters and fun and really fun names. I'm not going to lie, puns in English, if you're a sake company in English, start with puns. Everyone loves a pun.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, play on words. Yeah.
We started to build names that are more fun and then into characters that are more fun. Sorry.
But Japanese culture is really popular overseas, and you touched on anime and manga, and that's the thing that hooked me into Japan and made me want to study Japanese. So, if I think back...
Well, things like, I loved... The only reason I didn't get a massive grasp of Japanese is I hated my teacher in third form Japanese at the beginning of high school. I studied Japanese for travelers before I traveled to Japan, and now I'm blatantly like... most of my Japanese is just saying oishii to my servers when I have a Japanese restaurant or something like that. I'm very, very, very little in it, but I think it's just that slow translation of maybe bring over some of the more fun things of Japanese culture into, or more acceptable that most people have. Like, I'd buy a Shinkansen sake because I love Shinkansen. Like that kind of random stuff that could bring more people into it who have been to Japan or like things that are Japanese, or something that's like, this beer is made for sushi. Obviously, sushi is the most popular thing that has been exported for but if you can incorporate like this is a thing you're meant to have with sushi or something like that. Like incorporating things that people know about the culture into an amazing drink. I think that's the way forward.
And we've seen some breweries doing that, right?
Yeah,
There's
you're
a
starting to
bottle that's
see-
like designed like a koi in Niigata,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And I think like a train shaped like a Shinkansen would be
They're-
really cool.
Yeah, they're working on it. They're working on it.
Any breweries listening?
I'd buy that. I'd buy it.
Yes. I want to kind of go back to Wayne a little bit. You were touching earlier upon, so there's this really like, kind of fun, dynamic aspect to play with that really resonates. Like people forget that that's a whole massive market out there where you've got just the idea of, surprise and enjoyment and kind of that playfulness that just resonates with people regularly. They're willing to go out and, they want to be a part of that experience and be able to use that. You also, you touched earlier upon when you were talking about the nature of New Zealand wine, and when you were talking about also sake brewing, the idea of the craft, the dedication, these people working 15-hour days, putting in the time, putting in the blood, sweat, and tears. And then when you're talking about New Zealand wine, you're talking about ideas of, well, you said it's a relatively newer, kind of more dynamic market. It's ideas of craft and craftsmanship that sell it. It's sustainability, it's organic and things like that. And I feel like a lot of times maybe sake looks to the old world with sort of this assumption that those things coincide with tradition. And while in many cases they do, the markets that are sustaining a lot of these new world products, it's this idea of, how should I say, craft and craftsmanship, and those types of ideas, and that actually that's something that's not just it's not a sales point. I mean, it's baked into the kind of the DNA of how that market was built. And so, for example, like in your bar, is that where are there ties between them? Sort of maybe how you communicate wine or New Zealand wine together with up against not up against sake, but side by side, parallel with sake. Sort of how are those comparisons, and how do you share that idea of craftsmanship?
Yeah,
it's important to get across to people and to kind of challenge them. Like we're very specific on what we offer and what we sell, and sometimes people just walk in and ask for a generic bottled beer and you sort of have to stop and kind of go, did you look around, mate? Did you notice that this is clearly different from every other venue you've been in tonight? And kind of challenging them to recognize that they've got an opportunity to just have a drink, or they've got an opportunity to maybe have something different. And my job as a sommelier is to know about alcohol and service. So it's one of the things, being able to hopefully bridge a gap. If someone comes in and they want to drink sake, and then I have to ask some questions. I can't just say, oh, this is what I like. And if somebody normally drinks a particular style of wine, I need to know what that fundamentally means from a flavor profile, from an intensity, the assumptions I can make if someone tends to drink aged Bordeaux, or as if somebody tends to drink like a very elegant type of whiskey, or all of those sorts of things, and trying to tie that in. Because I do believe that there's going to be something in the fridge here, whether it's sake or wine or spirits, that you're going to love. And when you walked in the door, you might not have recognized that's what you were after. But when you leave, maybe you'll realize, I never realized that sake had that sort of acidity, or I never knew that a double kijoshu even existed, let alone tasted as good as that. And then I guess from a hospitality point of view, we can get across to people is that it should be fun. Wine in particular, there's a lot of snobbery associated to it, and that makes people afraid. But if you meet the winemakers, they're literally down to earth people. They like literally got dirt in their hands. They're super, super friendly. They just want you to understand why they do what they do and what they feel when they do it. And I think that that's one of the things that got me sort of into sake as well, is when I met some of the brewers, and it's almost like they needed help to get the message out there, because people they were fighting the good fight, but people didn't know. And asking those questions to be able to shift somebody from one beverage category into another. Obviously, they have to be open to the idea. If they're highly resistant, it's like, yeah, sweet mate, there's your gin and generic tonic. But if they want to want to try something different, my job as a facilitator is to read them as best I can. And I guess also it's lucky being the owner. If someone's having difficulty deciding what to drink, just give them a taste. And don't necessarily tell them which one's more expensive, because that if they choose the cheapest one, it's the only thing that's important is whether you like it.
Yeah, lucky them in that scenario, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if I could drink some of those generic beers that Andrew was talking about a little bit earlier, I'd have a lot more money. But they just didn't tick my boxes, you know. Like I always wanted to try more interesting, more exciting things, and I guess I'm glad that the way that panned out. But yeah, if you I drink Kenmugi at home, you know, like I like it. I'm not embarrassed, but you can if you enjoy the cheapest of the products out there, then everybody's happy. You're lucky.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to real quick. We got about 10 minutes left or so here, and one thing I did kind of want to. One thing I did kind of want to touch on a little bit. I'm curious, how's wine consumption, just, you know, kind of the current situation aside, COVID aside, what are kind of wine consumption and drinking patterns at home in New Zealand? Do you, just in general?
Excessive, probably.
All alcohol is excessive, but wine and beer is growing, but beer is growing more than any other alcohol category in New Zealand. This year with COVID.
We tend to drink too much. It's kind of in our cultural DNA, as Andrew sort of alluded to earlier before. But I guess it's bred a lot of people that can handle a lot of alcohol. We
didn't have to drink green tea to survive lack of clean water. It's more alcohol in our genetics, and both your genetics as well, actually.
And Andrew sort of alluded to it before as well, but say 10 years ago, 5 years ago, if you went into the supermarket in New Zealand, you didn't have a very good selection of beer. Now, if you go into a supermarket in New Zealand, you've got hundreds of craft beer to choose from. The wine selection is massive and also really, really good. So New Zealand production, New Zealand does not have a history of aging their wines very much. We have a tendency to buy the bottle and drink it that day. So there's very, very few people are likely to be like the European kind of style where they tap into their cellar and bring out a wine that they bought 20, 30 years ago. It's more like in New Zealand, you bring out a wine you bought 20, 30 minutes ago. And so we do have a culture, I guess, of drinking it, but that's evolving pretty quickly as well. Before, people just asked for a white wine, and now they're asking for, do you have a Pinot Gris from insert name here? It's a similar type of thing, as you said, the evolution of people knowing how to read those labels. It didn't happen overnight. It happened from sommeliers and companies making small steps until maybe we hit a critical mass where people kind of went, it's actually possible to drink this and enjoy it and appreciate it. Whereas before, like, we're just getting drunk. And I believe that we're definitely heading in the right direction.
And for that, because you know, having stuff at home, that's something the sake industry is still really trying to crack overseas. It's been very much dependent on restaurants, you know, and dining, and the ability to kind of shift it into the home and be able to have a proposal for that. It's interesting you said that New Zealand has a kind of a culture of tending to drink wines young, or to bring them home, drink them that day. You're getting them because you want them now. That's a lot. The communication from a lot of sake producers is that, I mean, that's kind of ideal. So it's actually, you've got this idea, if that's a culture that actually has that, that's in a way for a lot of producers, that would be a very ideal consumption pattern or consumption
there is
market.
A pricing issue, or not issue, but component to it as well, because the volume that's going into New Zealand and Australia, I'd say the same thing, is not, the pricing has to be high because each bottle, there's more of the transport component and those sorts of things. And it does push it into a category that if you don't know what it tastes like, you're taking a gamble by purchasing it. And that's the sort of difficult zone that a lot of the sake is in New Zealand at the moment, is without having somebody there to actually give you a taste and talk you through it. And there are some supermarkets that actually have sommeliers working now. That's the sort of situation where they would be able to give you a taste and go, oh yeah, you should try this. Have you thought about trying this? And then when people actually taste it, they'll like, you can buy a really good bottle of wine in New Zealand for $10. And I don't think sake should be competing on pricing. And the best, sorry, really good, I mean global standards. For New Zealand, it's just kind of normal. But the sake, the cheapest of the sakes is going to come in at a different price point, which it should be in. It's just people will be like, oh, I feel like something to go with the meal. And most of the time they haven't even thought of sake. And if they do, they'll look at it, not know what it is because they haven't had the taste. And so that's a factor. But it's very difficult for individual breweries to do that. Sort of that's one of the things I hope that maybe the government might be able to throw some cash at to do a concerted effort, because it's a situation where the rising tide will rise, like lift all boats, you know, like if people start to think about sake as an option, then that'll be a step in the right direction. But how you get that is by actually being there to give them little tasters, the way that you do see in Japan, but you don't see overseas, or at least in the countries I've been to.
Yeah, absolutely. I wanted to, I guess, you know, that's very, exactly what you say, it's very different from beer. You have this culture of drinking wine at home, and particularly drinking beer at home. It's something that, it's not new. You don't have to convince anybody to do it. So there's a big disparity there between that and anything that sake is trying to do. But one thing that is really interesting about beer in the craft beer market is, you know, even 10, 15, 20 years ago, I mean, not just the number of options you had available to you, but I mean, it was generally you pick up, at least from the US, from the West Coast in the US, you can go pick up a 12-pack for $12, you know. You can pick up a 24-pack for $16. It's not great, but it's out there, and there's a culture around that. Whereas now, high-quality beers, I mean, you're asking people to go and spend, in a lot of cases, maybe it might be $7 or $8 on a beer, you know, or there is a market to get people to spend, even with across many, many different products, spend $15 or $18 or $20 on a beer. What kind of spurred that, and how do, I'm sort of curious, Andrew, what in the supermarket or in these places where you've got all these options, kind of how did that breadth grow, and then how do you go when you're putting a beer, say, at a higher price point on the market? What do you, how do you differentiate that product when there's so many out there?
Yeah, so we on average have the highest price point craft beer in New Zealand now, which is, you know, I think a good place to be in the market.
Yeah.
Yeah, as I said before, most of our new releases are 440ml cans, and we're looking at very, very cheapest 9, but more average 10 to 12 New Zealand dollars a can. And
I think it's about 700 yen, maybe.
Higher than when you were here, Wayne.
Yeah.
Times have changed. And yeah, no, higher ABV, higher amount of hops for our very hoppy beers. A lot of sour beers have come in, and we've got massive fruit components. And really just see where supply and demand meets. Like, you know, our higher price point ones are very limited. Higher in alcohol in New Zealand's alcohol, our excise tax is done per litre of pure alcohol. So higher the ABV, the higher the tax. So yeah, we just see where those two meet. And you know, you have people like, well, I don't want to pay that amount, and then a lot more people who do. So we always sell out. So, you know, that's just where it is. Is it? I think we've just where the value is. You know, we put the good things in, and people get the hoppy grin. And that's kind of where we've ended up. But we're always pushing the boundaries of how much we can put, how much ingredients and how much flavor we can put into a beer, and where consumers are happy to spend money on something that's worth it. And that's where we've ended up.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Well, gentlemen, we've been going at it for about 50 minutes or so here. We're gonna have to wind down for a quick sec, but just kind of, in just a second here, but just kind of real quick, just a minute or two before we kind of sign out here. If you've got any message just kind of based on your home field where you're at, looking at beer, looking at wine in the bar, kind of in the market. If you got any final kind of message for producers out there that are, you know, looking at maybe the new world or communication or something you'd like them to kind of take away with them. Andrew, how about you, sir?
I just think create value and create something unique something yourself, something that's not copying other people, something that you can bring to the party. And there are a few people in New Zealand doing that, doing it real differently, and then other people that I admire are doing it a different way than we do it. You know, it's more than one way to skin a cat.
Yeah.
And you know, if you can bring something that's delicious, people love, people really get invested in, then you can do well. That, and you know, work your ass off and not taking any days off, etc. And yeah, you can do it right in craft beer in New Zealand. And I think that other categories like sake can do some more.
Yeah, absolutely. Excellent. Wayne, how about you, sir?
Yeah, I sort of feel like there's sometimes it's Japanese brewers are sometimes a little bit intimidated by the history and tradition of France in particular. And like, we've got breweries in Japan that have been running for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years in the same family. That's something that I feel they should own. So I just hope that there's a shift away from using the lowest common denominator of price to owning that space more in a semi-arrogant touch, or confident touching on arrogant way of saying, my family's been doing this for hundreds of years. This is what we do. This is our story. This is what we put into it. And that in a way will help to position it in a customer's mind a little bit. You've set them up. Whereas if it's like, I'll try this one because it's the cheapest one, it's like, well, yeah, this is why, there's a reason why it's cheap.
Yeah.
So I sort of hope that we can get that message across, that these guys, these ladies, these craftsmen are really putting their heart and soul, and you're buying a work of art as opposed to just a way of getting drunk.
Yeah, absolutely. Gentlemen, thank you so much. I appreciate you making time. I know, Andrew, after a long marathon yourself, I appreciate you staying up with us here. Best of luck to you. I know things are getting a little bit challenging all over the place. Keep up the good work. Keep making some great beer, and I hope we can be down to pay you a visit on your island here in the near future.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for the time.
Yeah, Wayne, thanks so much. Yeah, for helping us put this together. For folks who are in Tokyo, when you do get the chance to visit, or for those who are already here, where's your bar at, Wayne?
We're in Yushima, so it's a couple of minutes walk from Yushima Station, Ochinomizu Station. We're kind of smack bang in the middle of Suihiro, Ochinomizu, and Yushima. So it's a pretty close walk, and we do have some things that are fairly expensive. We've got some things that are cheaper, but we should be able to tick most boxes unless you want to drink strong zero.
Yeah. Excellent. Thank you so much, guys, for spending time with us here this afternoon. I look forward to seeing you and chatting with you again here very soon.
Awesome.
All right. Yes. Take care, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Wow. Yeah, so this is kind of a reoccurring theme that we can, Andrew said at the end, there's more than one way to skin a cat, right?
It's all about communicating value, right? And the problem with the sake industry, and it's part of Japanese culture, is that kind of promoting all that history, almost boasting to an extent, is not something that's kind of inherent to Japanese culture. And a lot of breweries struggle with this. But then if they try and focus on their production methods and how they produce the sake, which is something that they can talk about till the cows come home, they can do that, but the problem is that no one really understands what they're talking about. That doesn't translate as value. So this is the challenge that we've had since day one, right? How do we, I think the craft beer industry is definitely showing us the way, but I do feel that there's something else that's missing when it comes to sake, and we haven't quite found that yet. But there's lots of takeaways in that session that I think anyone who's listening, any brewers that are listening, I think there's lots of really good takeaways there that offer clues to how we can break into these craft beer markets, perhaps, or something even different.
Like right at the very top of it, I think Wayne he almost nailed it right at the top. He was like, so if you like alcoholic beverages, you already like sake.
Yeah.
Like
the thing is that sake has to sell itself, right? I think that's the problem. Like, as long as sake remains something like wine that requires a sommelier to kind of introduce it to you before you're ever going to enjoy it or get a chance to discover it, there's always going to be a problem selling sake overseas. And I think sake has to somehow find a way to sell itself. And the keys and the clues to that are probably Japanese culture and how it's so intertwined with Japanese culture. And like, I say at the beginning of every Sake on Air podcast, the things that hooked me into sake, all those elements about Japanese culture and history. And I think you've got to use those. I really do.
Yeah.
There's the story.
There's definitely more than one way to skin a cat, so we'll sort it
Yeah.
out. And we've got more hosts. We got new band members. The band keeps growing. Come on, we're gonna shuffle on over here.
Thank you.
We got more.
That was a really interesting session for me, as you all know from my accent that I am from New Zealand. Those dropped vowels are a dead giveaway. But actually, one of the things that Wayne said really resonated with me, which was that New Zealand wine is perceived to be expensive, and it's actually because of the value that we put in making sure that we pay our farm staff well, that we use sustainable processes, that everything that we do is to a high quality, because we don't have a huge amount of resources, and so what we do send to the world has to be, the best quality we can produce, or it's a long way to send something that's just okay.
Mediocre,
And I think that also the same applies with sake. I do feel as though it's important to not apologize for the price of sake. It does hit the market somewhat unreasonably expensive because of taxes and things which are beyond our control. That's a government level thing that we're not going to solve here at the Sake Future Summit. But sake should be valued appropriately, given the incredible amount of craftsmanship and resources that go into getting that bottle to the end consumer.
Yeah, absolutely. That's kind of been a reoccurring theme actually in the shochu session as well too. We were talking to Stephen Lyman. He was talking about Takkan-san and the time but like there's thanks.
Just wondering if people can hear you out there.
They can hear it, but they maybe can't. They maybe couldn't hear you. There you go. There's the idea. You've got people that are, you can argue, is this sustainable? To what degree is that sustainable? And can you keep doing that in that fashion? But the reality is that that's the energy that's going into these products in here.
And that's not always, you're saying, it's a different way to skin a cat, right? Yeah. That's not always the pathway for every single brewery.
Nope.
Because some breweries do want to be in every convenience store or every supermarket. Others want to be in every, fine dining restaurant. We need to start to support the industry to create that depth and complexity. Because at the moment it's a bit accordion-like at the moment. So we need to expand that, and a lot of that is going to require education to the end consumer, so they understand, more about the product, so they can also understand the value.
Absolutely.
We need a holistic approach, I think. Holistic approach.
There's a lot of stuff we got to get in there. And we got another session coming up here pretty quick. We're going one after another.
We're going to scoot over
Line up,
here
knocking
so
them down. We're going to slide. We're going to slide. We're going to slide.
Over.
We're going to clip slide. And thank you, Chris.
Thanks, Chris. So we're heading off to Singapore now, I believe.
That's the plan.
So yesterday I was in Spain, and now I'm heading over to another favorite culinary destination, which is Singapore.
There you go.
Which has become one of the most in-demand destinations for sake and shochu makers who are looking to expand their distribution outside of Japan. And it's a really dynamic market. It's a really adapter market that isn't confined by the traditions of sake culture, and so we're seeing sake and shochu being integrated into the market in really innovative ways, which I see as having the potential to expand and create further growth, not only in Singapore, but for Singapore to act as a template and a hub for further expansion into Southeast Asia and Oceania, which is great news for all of us. So, and a lot of that groundwork is being done by advocates in Singapore. There are quite a few. We've only got space to have 3 of them with us today, but they are real innovators who are doing great things in various aspects of the food and beverage community.
Yeah, so we're going to try. We've got 3 gentlemen joining us here today. We're going to see if we can kind of get that trifecta here together and sort of examine why the heck is it that all the breweries are trying to get into Singapore right now, and what that means. And so let's see. Do we have 3 gentlemen on the line out there?
We've got 1, 2, 3. 3, yes.
There we are.
I can see you all. Hey guys.
Hi.
Nice to see you. Actually, this is kind of a reunion because almost exactly to this date, I was in Singapore
Was it a year ago?
Yeah, it was a year ago. It feels just like yesterday, and I've still got the hangover, Eugene. Thanks for that. But it was pretty much a year ago that I was in Singapore, and I got to meet Sean for the first time. Even though, of course, the sake community tends to be kind of interconnected through social media. And I got to meet also Eugene for the first time, which was bizarre given Eugene's got such a long history in the sake community. But unfortunately, I couldn't make it to Burnt End. So this is going to be my first hello to Neil. Hi, Neil.
Oh, hi. Hello there. Nice to meet you.
Welcome to the Sake Futures Summit, and welcome everyone, gentlemen. We're going to be tag teaming. We've got Justin and we're going to be doing double master controller. So because it's a really interesting session that we want to extract as much information out of you as we can. So Justin, would you like to do the introductions? Who are we talking to?
Yeah, sure. So first we'll kind of go around the horn here. First we're joined by Mr. Sean O over at the co-founder of the Beverage Clique, and you guys do a whole lot of sake education. You want to jump in and tell us a little about yourself and
sure.
what it is you're up to there?
Could I just share my screen just to do a quick introduction?
Yeah, go for it. Let's see here.
Okay.
Make sure I think we got you access here so you can share. Give me 1 second. There you go.
Right. Yeah. So once again, thank you for allowing me to do a bit of introduction, so that I'll be able to put things in context, especially what I want to show.
Yeah.
Let's see. There we go. Yeah. So this is me. I'm Sean O. I'm the co-founder for the Beverage Clique. So it's a education company for the past 5 years. In a lifetime ago, I was a sommelier for Singapore Airlines. So I was in the service industry. In and out for about 14 years, and then I did a short stint in distribution and brand management. More recently, I'm also a brand advocate for Johnny Walker. I've done a couple of professional certifications, and I serve as a judge on IWSC and IWC. But I think a bit of a shout out to the JSS, because I'm also an alumni. Thank you for organizing all this. And pertaining to our services as a company, so primarily we are a consultancy and training services, and we do carry brand education products ranging from wine to tea to cheese, and which leads me to my topic on sake, because we're currently the only school in Singapore that actually carries WSET, SSA, and SSI. So if you'd like to find out more, whoever is tuning in, you could just check the QR code. And yeah, so pertaining to this graph, and I'm trying to show a bit of understanding of from my point of view, or at least our company's point of view, of what the trend is like, whether on education or the phenomena, and how possibly brands could actually capitalize on this. So we have, just using the past 3 years as an example, since 2018, I think we can all agree that sake has kind of take on its own life, and it's been growing rather steadily. So in 2019, you see a bit of a jump, but come 2020, and then we start to see a huge volume increase in terms of our classes. Yes, we are also riding on the fact that sake is on the uptrend, but as a company, we have did some form of investment in terms of infrastructure and even improving our trainers. So there is a huge increase in terms of what can be done with sake courses, and deep down we are still selling a sake product if you think about it. So I think in that sense, putting investments in certain core essentials is key. And on this slide, so what I wanted to say is that yes, there's an increase in terms of what there's an uptrend. People want to know more about sake, but that does not necessarily translate to wanting to learn more or the desire. Yes, we're in COVID situation. People are not traveling, but I think the government has kind of put a lot of things under control, and Singapore is relatively safe. So with the combination of things like marketing, and our company has been really agile in terms of trying to adopt to putting things online. And I see a lot of even sake brewers trying to go do virtual tours, and to outreach and to reach a wider audience. And there's a lot of things that can be done. And just by looking at the numbers between 2019 and 2020, whereby 2019 wasn't even a pandemic year, it was a 3-time. The increase was 3 times in terms of the number of students that actually enrolled for courses. So I think there's a lot that can be done. Singapore's market is really booming, and it's trying to it's like a sponge trying to absorb as much sake related stuff as possible. So I think there's a lot can be done, and I think my 2 counterparts with Eugene and Neil, who were both coincidentally were graduated from our school, they will probably have more insights to share. And I'm going to pass the floor to them. I'm going to stop share.
Excellent. Thanks a lot. There's a couple things I want to touch on, but I want to get around to all of our participants here. So we'll jump around to everybody real quick here, and then there's a couple things I definitely want to come back and touch upon.
Indeed, me too.
Yeah.
So why don't we throw the bat into Eugene?
Sure. Well, first off, I just wanted to say, thank you to Justin, Saki, and JSS, everybody that's been involved. You guys have been working 2 days straight, so this one's for you. Thank you very much.
We can't campai.
You don't have one.
We failed. We have completely failed.
We're surrounded by sake, but nothing to drink.
We've gotten so many other parts of this right. How could we have gotten that part wrong?
Just a minute. I'll get something sorted out.
Well, anyways, but thank you for having us. I just wanted to say, I've been in the business coming to 4 or 5 years now. Actually, just a little over 5 years. So still very new to the market, but very glad to be able to contribute to sake in Singapore. It's a lot of it really comes from the education. So stuff that Sean is doing, stuff that Neil is doing, because if you think about it, they're the ones that are really contacting the final customer. Sean works with people that are on trade as well as final customers who are interested in sake, and Neil is right there on the spot where they're picking up the glass, and they're making the decision to let's try this sake or not. And I'm somewhere in the middle where, we try and bridge the gap between the brewers, the brewery, and getting the product out there. So I think it's a really interesting situation to be in between the 3 of us. And not to do a whole bunch of stuff, but if I could just share a little bit, I pulled this off the Singapore Customs. There we go.
Is Eugene able to? Oh, good.
Yep.
Yeah, there we go. So I pulled this off the Singapore Customs site, and it's just a look at percentage numbers. So if you look at this top line on top, that's where we have total volume of alcohol, duty-paid alcohol coming into Singapore. And if you look at the lines below, we're looking at sake. So that's specific sake growth. And looking at that, you can see that sake is growing quite a bit over the last 10 years. Pretty much straight every year, we've got high single digits to low doubles. Only 2018, there's a very minor dip that doesn't really hit the numbers too much. But you can see there's a huge interest in sake for the last 10 years, and I think that's no short to the efforts of people like Sean and many of the other importers, distributors, and Japanese restaurants and sommeliers in the country that are starting to get interested and starting to want to include sake into their menus. And at the same time, a lot of the chefs, non-Japanese restaurants, are starting to appreciate sake for what it is. So much like what some of the conversations we've had, like I watched like the guy from Spain, the UK discussions, it's twofold. It's getting the sake first off into existing Japanese restaurants, and then getting them into restaurants which are decidedly non-Japanese, and then bringing that into the menu and onto the customers. So I think hopefully we're all able to contribute a little bit to raise the entire industry.
Indeed. Well, that seems like a really nice segue to Neil, who can actually give us a little bit more insight from the F&B community about his experience and journey with sake. Do we have Neil there? Or is...
Alrighty.
Yes, there he is.
Hi, Molly. Yeah. Anyway, so pleased to meet you guys again. So thank you very much for giving me the chance to be part of this community down here. So I'm going to be more focused to the consumers, like basically restaurant customers straight ahead, and probably some insights from the sommeliers as well. So like, as you all know, so I'm working for Bernese, which is basically an Australian restaurant, modern barbecue. So like, first perception of all is like, people wouldn't really think that we're doing sake, okay? So basically like, I think it all depends as well with the sommelier, like how are you supposed to introduce sake to your guests, okay? So basically like when people come in and then they were like, okay, we're gonna have a bit of like an aperitif and so on. Like what I would come is like, oh, do you guys want to try off with, something different? And there you get some touch points with the guests. And then you tell them, well, have you guys tried sake before? And the first perception is going to be like, don't really know what is sake, which is, I think, I can pretty much relate because that's how I've encountered sake as well. What I do is like, I go down to the guest and then just pour a glass. And then the dialogue starts from there. And people are like, what is this thing actually? I was like, yeah, it's a Japanese, Japanese beverage, which is basically made from rice, fermented beverage. It's like wine, but it's just made from rice. But how can it taste like this? And from there, instead of being a glass sale, it becomes a bottle instead, which is quite interesting to see. Like people are really more keen to know about like what is this like mysterious beverage, So as we all go, so on. So we only have like probably a few listings for sake in our restaurant. Well, likewise, so what we do is like we always try to relate to the common ground, like common touch points for them. So from there, like, okay, we ask them like, you guys are like more open to like something a bit more different, something a bit more different in style. And then, yeah, it's something like that. But how do you say, like, there's a lot of growth into the guests, like what do they want and what do they need as well. So like sake, let me just turn on my lights. I think it's getting a bit darker in my side.
You're getting a little bit film noir.
It's raining.
All right, there you go. It's suddenly a big light. Sorry about that. Okay, so as I was saying, so yeah, it's all about having the touch points with the guests as well, and how do they trust you as well. So me as like, one of the frontliners, like, how do you say it? Like, you always need to know like the story behind it. It's not only about the general facts that you say about sake. I mean, I can talk all day about, how it's made, blah, blah, blah. But what's the story behind it? Like, what makes sake something different from wine? As like, for me as a sommelier, like I train mostly for WSET, quartermaster sommeliers. And then, eventually I find myself knocking on Sean's door, like, Sean, I want to know more about sake. Teach me more. It's like there's something more about this thing over here right now that I want to learn about. So yeah, that's basically it for like, just for the grounds for the restaurant. So yeah.
Well, that's really interesting because we're hearing a really consistent comment coming out from the F&B market, as well as from educators, as well as from distributors. But very strongly we're hearing from the F&B community that what they really want is not data, not the polishing rate necessarily of the rice. I mean, if you say it's a 50% polished Yamada-Nishiki, what does that mean in terms of flavor in the glass for the end consumer? Absolutely. Well, it does mean something, but you're not going to be all there all night with a slideshow explaining why, obviously.
Exactly.
We want to have a more narrative-driven source of information to share with the end consumer, is what I'm hearing. And I think you just touched on something. You've trained in wine, and in training for wine, you are given that knowledge as part of your training. It's something that is very much immersed in talking about wine. It's as natural as choosing a different glass for a different style of wine, talking about the background and the story, the terroir of that particular wine is very, very important. And I want to throw this now to Sean, because you are a wine and sake educator. Did you find, number one, that there was an absence or a grey zone of that narrative-based information in sake education? And are you filling that gap with what you've learnt as being an educator of wine and also a wine sommelier? I'm just wondering about those 2 points.
Right. So pertaining to the narrative, I think, could you hear me?
I can a little bit.
A little more volume?
Can we have a little bit more volume in the studio? Thank you. So sorry, off you go, Sean.
Yeah, so pertaining to the narrative, I think that's really important because in terms of what, I'm just going to do a little bit of a quote to John Sensei, Mr. John Gottner. He did say that, you know, when it comes to education content, they're always going to be the same, one way or another. I mean, there are similarities, but there's that romance behind the brand story and how people on the ground are actually communicating. So in terms of communication to, you know, what's so unique about this particular brand or this particular sake, that's really key. That's really key. When it comes to wine and sake with that gray area, we live in very different times, you know, because people want to know about the next biggest thing, you know, what's the next frontier. We all try to explore drinking better, you know. So when it comes to wine, I think that market, and I think Wayne previously in the previous session, they mentioned that he, you know, he was practically the only sake guy in New Zealand. And because you know, you just pull somebody off the street and that person knows about wine. It's kind of getting a little bit saturated. And when, you know, to breathe new life into the drinks industry, sake is that new life. It's been on an uptrend for the past few years. You know, it's just about how we target and you know, and just extrapolate the essential of how to make things work.
I'd like to just take you back to my question though. So how can we, for example, Neil's saying he needs more information and to be able to give that narrative-based explanation to the end consumer and to create a more nuanced, you know, more intuitive way of talking about sake to an end consumer rather than data. How are you as an educator with deep knowledge in both of these areas, what are you doing to fill that gap and providing that solution for your students?
Right. So in terms of collaborations, I guess, whether is it online or even in-person masterclasses. So we actually work quite closely with Eugene, you know, in terms of some of his brands, especially if I was to just to quote one brand, Daimon. You know, they have a good brand story. They have good, they've got a good international presence. But how do we actually communicate that to the ones that are, you know, the consumers, whereby it's just so many to choose from. So for us as educators, we are directing, or at least I won't say shepherd, but kind of guiding them towards this particular brand story or this particular brand. It's the exposure, and that burns down to my second last slide earlier on about marketing. It's a key component to invest in. But again, you know, it really depends on budget, the conditions. So that's my point of view. You know, I would like to take full credit for it, but no, it's all burned down to the people like Eugene, who's doing distribution, to Neil, who's doing this the service side, trying to get people to understand more about the sake.
Right. So, I mean, I know Eugene, you have a deep love affair for sake, which has been going on for many, many years now, perhaps even over a decade. And you are connected in terms of distribution with many wonderful breweries here in Japan. Now, I'm curious, we're talking about how someone who, for example, is a distributor, or someone who's an educator, or someone who's a sommelier, can communicate more information about the sake to Singaporean consumers to create more interest and value. So what are the difficulties? Because I'm not sure that are the breweries that speak English, are they the most easy to approach? How is it dealing with breweries that don't communicate in English for someone who is in Singapore and is trying to, develop more distribution for breweries outside of Japan?
Sure. Well, first off, the language is a massive issue. I think first off, the important thing is to the local market. It's clear I'm not Japanese. I can't speak Japanese. I'm not pretending to be Japanese. I'm full-bred Singaporean. So that when they meet me, they know that I'm not pretending to be something I'm not. But what I can be is a conduit between the Singaporean consumer, at least the Singaporean restaurant, and the breweries in Japan. So, and to back into the first point, for example, Daimon is great because Marcus is there. Daimon-san speaks perfect English. In fact, I think he might be one of a very small handful of Kuramotos that are that fluent in English. But it's great because we can have that personal connection, and we can speak and we understand each other, and that helps. With the other Japanese breweries, that's when there's a little bit of effort coming in, and with my very limited broken Japanese, Google Translate, their broken English, we come to a common ground, and I think a lot of that is met with this at least this passion, or at least this interest in their sake, and more importantly, not just the sake, but actually in themselves, in their business. I've been very fortunate to visit most of the breweries that I work with, and not just hang out in the brewery, but I've actually met their wives. I've met their children. Some of them have met my wife. We've had dinners. We've gone out, and I think that really helps bridge that language connection. That even though we may not really fully understand what each other is saying, but that connection is built, and that helps me be able to ask certain questions and get to know, instead of just what number yeast is this, or what is what polishing of the rice, or how long did you ferment this for. We get to ask certain questions like, what were you trying to achieve with this label or this product, or I taste this in this sake, what is there, why did it happen, or your water source, why does it affect the flavor in such a manner? And I think these are the kind of stories, and these are the kind of efforts that when we come back, and I'm able to translate that at least to some of the restaurants and some of the customers, that gives it a little bit more than just, oh well, Junmai Daigenjo Yamada-Nishiki 45%, it's gonna taste like this, but a little bit of more of the brewer left it for an extra couple more days because he wanted to dry it out, to give that kind of mouthfeel, and I think that gives a bit of a difference. Or again, for example, like when we know that certain batches of rice is, for example, I think last year's rice was a little dry, it cracked a little easier, and things like that. It goes into the story, and the end consumer does appreciate that. It just brings a little bit of romance to it. I think sake at the end of the day is a luxury product. They're not going to buy it because it's cheap, or they're not going to buy it because it's easy to get. They're going to buy it because they want to be invested in it, or it means something to them. And this product is going to bring the extra level of enjoyment to their evening, whether they're in a restaurant or at home. And I hope that all these little things contribute to that experience.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that insight. One thing I'd like to say is, I guess we know that what you're saying, sake is a luxury product in Singapore. We know it's because taxation is making the price point hit the market at a level which is, far and beyond what it is in Japan. So I just sort of wanted to, for everyone who's listening out there, Singapore does have quite high tariffs and taxes, unfortunately. But again, these kinds of issues, that's way above our influence and sphere. But really great points that you threw out there. And so really what I'm hearing from you as well is, as Sean touched on, was this need for investment in marketing, as well as investment in building relationships and knowledge with international distributors, educators, F&B staff. I mean, we all know that sake breweries can range from the mega to the mega tiny, the micro, mega to micro, with sometimes just a few people, a few hands. So there is obviously, it's not a community that is like the wine community or the distilled spirits community, but I think it's really important to really underline that point that you're making, both of you, Sean and Eugene, that investment in your overseas markets is really essential for sustainable long-term growth, as well as clear communication about brands and brand stories and purposes as well. So now, what are the trends that you are finding in the, because actually when I was in Singapore, I noticed that people were actually quite knowledgeable about sake. So I'm going to throw this to Neil, because you're right at the coalface. What are some of the trends that you're finding with your customers? What are they enjoying? What's some feedback or buzzwords that you're getting from your customers?
Right, so going to this, so I think it's a little bit pretty subjective, because I can't really justify it for everyone's, point of view. But so we have a lot of guests as well who bring their sake with them, So they had their bring their own sake, so we have our bring your own wines, okay? So basically, for our restaurant, what I'm saying is, how do you say? I don't want to name any brands, but let's say our restaurant is really famous for wines, okay? The trend right now is, let's mention about Iwa 5, okay? It's because of Dom Perignon. So everyone who knows, the ex-winemaker from Dom Perignon is now doing sake. And now for them, they're big wine fanatics. And it's a big thing. People come in, and the first thing that they mention is, they didn't really mention about the quality. What they mention is about the story behind Iwa 5, okay? So we don't really have such things. For example, if I was talking to a sake song, I would mention about, the rice polishing, where's the water from, what kind of rice variety, what kind of yeast is used. But here, when the guest comes in, we don't really hear those technical things. Instead, what they say is oh yeah, this guy who's making champagne from jumping is now making sake. And then it's everybody's going a big buzz about it. I think it's all about, for the guests, what do they know? And then that's how they relate to everything else. So from wine, they go to sake. And then from there, once they come in, they tell me, hey, Neil, have you been drinking, a lot of sake recently? It's yeah, quite a few. I mean, I try to drink at least twice a week, so I try to control my alcohol and so on. But I'm yeah, I got this sake over here that I want you to try. It's okay. Because recently it was just distributed in Singapore probably a few months ago. And I was just oh, what is this sake? It's really intense, yeah, this is Iwa 5. I was oh, this is, so if I'm not mistaken, it's this is the guy from, Dom Perignon. It's yeah, that's the one. So, we're big wine fanatics, we come over here. So they talk about this, brands that they can relate. So this is more to the guest perspective, okay? So it's always going to be different. So it's not from my own perspective, because it's how they know this kind of stuff. So they will come in, it's yeah, I heard about this, I heard about that. Because at the end of the day, so how do you say? Because they're they have I think better marketing. That's something I would say, that so there's a bigger brand awareness. But for me, there's a lot of good sakes out there. But the thing is, we always tend to think about, we mentioned about taxation in Singapore. So there's probably a good amount of breweries that can actually go to Singapore, but the thing is when they see, the taxation, it's just like, okay, it's going to be, a little bit too much, or they can't really enter the market. So what enters into the market is like those brands that people would recognize right away. And then, so the list goes on and on and on. But in terms of style, so let's just, I'm going to start with the branding. So what they usually mention is all about the Daiginjo and the Junmai Daiginjo. These are the first two things that always come to mind. They will not really mention about futsushu and like all of those like ginjo, so on, like with added alcohol and so on, because these are the common things that you buy. Like for them, it's easier to relate. Okay, I know Daiginjo. I know what is like not a Daiginjo. I know what is like a Junmai style. So it's pretty simple for me. It makes my job a whole easier because I just need to differentiate like two styles, because this is what people want,
Yeah.
Like if I tell them like, guys, you guys want to go for like a futsushu? They're gonna be like, is it a Daiginjo? That's the question. Their question is not what is futsushu, but it's like, is it a Daiginjo? Is it a Ginjo style?
Well, I'd make a point here. Just remove all that conversation.
Yeah.
Just take it out of the conversation. Just, would you like an amazing sake that I think is going to be perfect for pairing with your, because I do believe Burnt Ends specializes because it's steak, a barbecue restaurant and steak, right? So you can just say, look, I've got something that's going to like be killer with like an umami booster for your steak right now.
Yeah.
I think perhaps sometimes a little bit of information can be a slippery slope.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna. You were mentioning before, Neil, sort of about the need for sort of that story, and people want to know, they want to have some of that backstory they can latch onto. I'm curious. So then, say somebody comes and say, I know I've heard the name of this famous person that's making this sake product, or I know that this is a Daiginjo, but you have other tools at your disposal. I'm sort of curious. How do you then, knowing that you have a lot of other great tools available, how do you usher those people in other directions? Maybe not necessarily from one sake to another sake, but from the wine to another bottle of sake, to a glass of sake or something. What's sort of your proposal in there? What does that look like, ushering people into that world?
So for me, it's all about knowing your guests as well. Okay, so you need to know whether this guest will appreciate like something a bit more different, So you always need to read them as well, because like there's some guests, for example, based on my experience, like I did a wine pairing, so it's just like wine, and so on, and then came the crab dish, and they were like, "What is this? Let's just try it." It's all about building suspense. That's how I do like an approach for them. Like every time we do a wine pairing for them, like, this is something I've tried before, but I can't recall what is it called. Just have a try and then tell me what you think about it. Then they tried that beverage. They were like, "Oh, this is really amazing, but what is this stuff?" And then, that's what we call, Nihonshu-ya, it's a Japanese sake. And then from there, so it was just only like, it was only the entry level sake that I had. And then from there, like, you build your styles. You're gonna be, I want to try like the best sake that you have over here. So I think it's not only about like giving them like the basic stuff, like say my wife, so on. It's all about letting them experience, because there's some guests who's a little bit more afraid. Like you tell them, but if you surprise them, you build suspense, it becomes a different kind of story, which makes it a whole lot more appreciative of it. And then from your glass of sake becomes a premium bottle of sake. So that's how we do it over there. So it's like all about building suspense, building surprises as well, but it's all about reading your guests at the same time. So that's how we do it in Britain.
I think your comments are really great takeaway for anyone out there in the F&B community who is also in a similar position as Neil, who's front of house, looking at ways to expand and enhance the guest's experience, because actually the tasting menu and pairings for a tasting menu are a great way to, unannounced, slip in a sake.
Yeah.
And it doesn't need to be heralded, because everyone's expecting a different beverage with each course.
Yeah.
Doesn't need to be heralded, doesn't need to be prefaced by, this has got this polishing rate and it's got this grade. Yeah. You just slip it in, and it's there for the purpose of the pairing and the appreciation. And so the guests will judge the sake based on the aroma and flavor, rather than a preconceived idea of what is going to be served to them. So Neil, that's a really, what you're doing is honestly, that's great advice for the F&B, world.
Absolutely. Here, I'm going to present you with 5 fantastic options. One of them just happens to be something else. That
Don't mention that it's sake. It's
all about building surprises, suspense,
Exactly, because when you're, especially a restaurant of your caliber, you're all about flavor. You're all about delivering the best combination of ingredients and beverages so that the end consumer, the customer, your guest, can have the most elevated experience. So in some ways with a pairing menu, you can be a bit stealth, but then it's also really important, as you're saying, Neil, to also be able to back it up and have some narrative if there are questions asked, to be able to, rather than talk about polishing rates and technical processes, talk about something that's more, humane.
Well, people can relate to, actually. You need to go down to their level of understanding. That's the only way you can get touch points from them. You can't go from that level and people will just, oh, what is this guy talking about? But if you go to that level, build that relation, build that momentum, then it escalates from there. It makes your job a whole lot easier.
So I'm really curious about, in the restaurant, what kind of glassware are you serving sake in? And then throw this to the rest of the team. I mean, is there, how do Singaporeans or the Singapore market tend to drink sake? And what are your observations, especially Sean, in regards to the crossover between wine glasses and drinking sake? So we'll start with you, Neil. How are you using glassware?
For sake, so as we mentioned, so like before I serve an actual sake, what I would ask them is like, would you guys prefer it in like an ochoko cup, like the actual traditional sake cup, or do you want to have like a wine glass? Those are always 2 propositions. I don't want to keep it at 3 because it's a little bit too complex for them. So just like a 50-50%, oh yeah, I want to have the traditional one. So it always depends on the experience as well. So you need to elevate, or you either need to like go down to that level, like, okay, I'm pretty fine with wine glass, I want to smell the aromas and so on. But you have some traditionalist who comes in, I've been to Japan many times, blah, blah, blah. I might as well like do the actual experience and get it from that actual cup. You will see a lot of those guests, because sometimes I have some colleagues who doesn't really like, because our normal routine is just do a wine glass, okay? But sometimes like they put a wine glass and then, my guest is telling me about this kind of cup, it's hard because they didn't really went through like sake education, like, oh, what is this, smoke? Oh, the ochoko. Okay, let me go to the guest, and then that's how we're gonna do it. So I always try to present at least 2 options for like, in terms of like serving it to the guests right away.
So over to you, Sean. Obviously, as an educator, how are you approaching glassware or sakeware in general?
Well, in general, I think we take nothing away from tradition, because that's ochoko is kind of like go-to for most people. And when the general consumer or the layman, when they think about sake, it's always that cup. But in terms of perception, I think, well, if it comes to Westerners, let's just put it that way. Westerners, when they think about short cups, it always gives them a feel of like how you would take a tequila, or via shots, and that might not give a very good or a very prime impression of what the drink is. So considering it as the next connoisseur beverage, I think the wine glass is still the best. And what Neil is doing is absolutely, is on point, because I think he's giving an option for people to choose. What I would do in addition to that is actually to recommend that, having a wine glass might actually enhance the flavors, the aromas, the experience in general, because it's very much like a wine, with really good aromatics. And I think, and if I was going to tie in a particular brand, Rito has been doing a great job with curating a selection of sake glasses. So that's my take on sake vessels.
And also, restaurants that are non-Japanese restaurants might find serving sake inhibitive if they have to buy a whole new set of glassware, right? If they have to buy a whole new hardware, it's going to make sake even more of a hurdle to absorb into their restaurant. It's creating more costs and etc. So that's really interesting what you're doing. How about you, Eugene? I'd love to hear your thoughts on this.
Well, for us, it's kind of twofold. It really depends on the avenue of the dinner. For example, if it's a if it's an izakaya or a sushi-ya, most customers would expect an ochoko. In fact, they enjoy this little procession of the floor staff bringing them a tray they bring them a tray of glasses, and you choose which glass you want. None of the glasses match. They got different colors and stuff. So that's a little bit of this procession that they enjoy. They appreciate it, and it gives them this feeling of authenticity. It feels like I'm in Japan. I'm having Japanese food, having Japanese sake and Japanese sake ware. So that's from one angle. And then there are other angles with some of the fine dining restaurants, especially non-Japanese restaurants. And I've done certain like pairing events in hotels, banquet style, where I've insisted that we serve in wine glasses. And for one of the single reasons is to just open their minds that this is, we're not in Japan. We're not specifically doing Japanese things, eating Japanese food, but this is a Japanese product, and it can be enjoyed out of that context. So it's interesting because when you do that, two things happen. The first thing is some people get taken aback. Oh, am I insulting Japan by not drinking it in ochoko and not drinking sake with sushi and sashimi? Did I just piss off the brewer? So that's one thing.
Am I doing it wrong?
That's one thing yeah, am I doing it wrong, right? Are they gonna, is he gonna shoot me from Japan? So that's one thing. And then the second reaction is you have guests going, I've never had it this way before. I've never had sake in a wine glass. It's amazing. And I've never had sake with, a pasta. Or I've never had sake with a French style, light fish and foie gras. So these two things happen, and that really opens their mind. And I think that's one of the efforts. So it's not so much that one is better than the other, and I think they're both complementary and they can both exist together. So that would be my experience in that.
Eugene, I'm just letting you know that Jason Kwan's online. So
I know, I see his text.
Big shout out to Jason. Thanks for your support. Well, actually, Eugene, you touched on my favorite subject, which is dining out in Singapore. And I had the pleasure of dining out at some of Singapore's, top restaurants. So rated by, I'm not going to name them, various guides and ranking lists. And a 2-star Michelin restaurant, I was served 4 sake. It was a very long course. There were also wine, but I was served 4 sake, and I think I picked up another one towards the end. So I was really amazed that a restaurant that was not Japanese, was actually Nordic, was serving sake without announcement as part of their pairing menu. And then we also went to a 1-star Michelin French restaurant that had sake on its menu. So I was pretty blown away that there was this penetration in the high-end dining market in Singapore. But my knowledge of, if you think of food in Singapore, you think hawker market, right? So how does, you've got this incredible food-focused gourmet culture where people dine out most nights of the week. How do you see Singapore, in terms of restaurants, what is the potential for sake to penetrate the market in different sort of market positions? I'd love to hear your thoughts on this, guys.
Well, if you want me to go first?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go first.
I'll be quick.
Go for it.
I think it's twofold. I mean, one is, there is definitely this greater acceptance now of sake. Again, with the help and work of people like Sean and Neil, it's educating the SOMs, educating the restaurant managers, educating restaurant owners on how sake can contribute to their top line. At the end of the day, everybody's a businessman. We're generally all Chinese businessmen in Singapore, and we need our businesses to work. So it's this not so much convince them that sake is a great experience, but convince them that this is really going to help your customer experience and help your customer to enjoy your restaurant and to come back. And then the second thing is, again, to help move sake out of Japanese restaurants and into more international cuisine, more local cuisine. I mean, today you can bring wine into any restaurant, any cuisine, and nobody will bat an eye. You can drink French wine in Korean, in an Indian restaurant, in street food, nobody will blink an eye. But you say bring a bottle of sake to an Italian restaurant and people go like, what? Are you crazy? No, we're going to have Italian wine in an Italian restaurant. So that's I think that's the perception that at least I would like to assist, to contribute to improve. So maybe Sean.
Yeah, so riding on Eugene's point on perception, because we were talking about vessels earlier, and using wine glasses as a vessel actually kind of elevates the category as a whole. Pertaining to having sake in a non-Japanese restaurant, or even in a hawker center, or just having hawker food, because that is our local cuisine. I've heard of inquiries of friends or people in the trade asking, hey, what do you think of serving draft sake in one of these hawker centers? Do you think it will work? I think it's kind of revolutionary. It's a big and bold move. I'm not even sure whether it might totally work, but it could. With the right kind of communication, it might work. And I think for brewers, from the brewer's perspective, they don't have to worry that is this one step forward, two steps back, because I'm gonna serve it in a low cost arena, with food that's not fine dining or what. But think about it. I mean, different brewers have different entry levels. I mean, different levels of products. So there is sake for everyone at every level. So I don't think there's going to be a clash or anything. Over to Neil.
All right, so this is going to be a lot of pressure to be right now. So anyway, so how do we penetrate? So what I think is there's a lot of memes right now for how to do it. So so I have a lot of friends as well. How do you say it? Say through social media. I think this is a new channel how we can expand on people's knowledge, people's awareness about sake, because times weren't same as before. You only get to know sake if you have it, if you actually have the product. But now it's changing because you have a lot of technology. People do a lot, social media following, and then they see me as a wine guy who drinks basically alcohol, whiskey, wines, and so on, and starts to drink sake. And then they're gonna be like, oh, what is so special about sake? And then that's where you start to build brand awareness, starts to build curiosity about people. Okay, this guy's doing sake for some reason. There has to be, it's all about creating proper influences, proper touch points to it as well. So from there, people would say, okay, what is this? What is just sake? What's so crazy about it? It's for me, it's okay, go online. You can do a lot of things. I would diverge into Eugene, and then someone's, you can go for Mr. Hoteru. He has, a great selection. You guys want to know more about sake? Go to my sensei, Mr. Sean over here. So I always tell them it's not all about me knowing about these things. But I knew it from friends, and then from there, it's basically a network of trees that starts to build up and build up and build it and so on. I think from that we start something small. We start we have our own sake community as well. So from a small sake community, it expands, and who knows? Probably next year we're going to be one of the biggest sake representations worldwide, outside of Japan. Yep, that's it for me.
Well, Neil, I'm looking forward to coming to your restaurant and finding out for myself.
Right, exactly.
As soon as they open those damn borders and reduce that quarantine time, I'm there.
Right, done.
I'm looking forward to that, Rebecca. I'll just send you a message.
Thank you. Well, look, gentlemen, it's been amazing. You've given us incredible insight to your really fabulous little market. It's a little market, but it's a market that can.
It's one that a lot of brewers care about.
Yeah, absolutely, and one that I think that is in many ways, while it's small, it's leading the charge in innovation and open-mindedness. And as all of you have touched on, is about developing the Singaporean market's appreciation and valuing of sake through giving people a story-based narrative, a high-end experience, not necessarily in terms of price point, but in terms of care and support and taking care of your customer and making sure that they're having the best experience they can with their sake and their food or their environment, as well as creating a network for sharing information so that you can all grow. I think that's what you're doing over there is really fantastic.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your time this afternoon. I really, really appreciate it. I know things are a little hectic at the moment, a lot of challenges out there, and I appreciate you all making time and staying up with us tonight and joining us here at the summit.
Yeah, so
cheers, guys.
Take care, stay safe, and we hope to see you very, very soon.
All right. Kanpai, gentlemen. We're on it this time.
Kanpai.
Cheers, guys. Kanpai.
All right. You guys take care out there.
All right. Take care, too.
Oh, that was really neat.
Right?
That was really neat
That's
catching
fun.
up with them. They're a great team. It's really interesting hearing, 3 different sectors of the market. And well, they're all in F&B, but different sort of positions. And there's a really consistent story coming through. And I think after 30 hours of doing Sake Future Summit, we're starting to see some familiar feedback coming back from our international community. And that consistency is, it doesn't matter whether you're in Spain, whether you're in New Zealand, whether you're in Singapore, as we have just been, or anywhere in the world, there seems to be a common thread of things that people are asking for more support with. So I'm actually really delighted that has come to the fore, because I guess the Sake Future Summit is a platform for creating awareness and giving people a voice, but also a platform where we can maybe find issues, collective issues within the community, and put the spotlight on them to create solutions for the future.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. We've had, we've got exactly as you said, we've got this sort of repeated message, and the nice thing is that, the message is cohesive. Right, it isn't all over the place. There's different interpretations depending on where people are selling a certain product or where they're trying to deliver things to. But in general, you've got a lot of there's a through line through a lot of things.
Of course, because every market,
comforting.
Like every brewery, every market is unique, and
absolutely.
like every brewery, every market has its specific requirements or idiosyncrasies, which is what make it special, what make them special. What we need to do as a community is understand those idiosyncrasies, so that we can help smooth the business, distribution, information sharing, all of the things that came up through the last 30 hours with the nation's brewers and to collectively find solutions for the future.
Yeah, and this whole, we clearly have a passionate global team out there that's behind the brewers, and I said it's just a matter of, it's not a matter of when, it's you either do it or you don't do it. If you commit to it, it's going to happen. So.
Yeah, well, I'm really looking forward to getting back to Singapore soon. Right. As I say, it's one of my other favorite dining destinations. Nice. And because actually Sean brought up a really good point about when we say non-Japanese restaurants, we don't mean European.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that's
We're
super
meaning
important.
Just not Japan.
Yep.
And so the conversation is often non-Japanese or European, but that's not the case.
Yep.
Unless sake can penetrate into the local food culture, it's going to be an uphill battle having a long-term sustainable growth in the market, because the local food culture is king.
Nothing's going to win out over
right?
that.
And for example, with for me, it's just a no-brainer. Think of Singaporean chili crabs, one of their iconic dishes. There's a little bit of heat, there's a lot of umami in Singaporean food. What can sake deliver? An umami punch and flavor supporter, and it doesn't have citric acid that's going to become harsh with the spiciness of Singaporean food. For me, it's no-brainer, but I know it's not that simple just to say, hey, it works.
Yep, absolutely, absolutely. But there's troops on the ground There's troops on the ground. They're in the field. They're on the front lines, and
they are indeed.
They're putting out the good word. So we've been on a marathon.
You, my dear, have been on an exceptional marathon.
It's been a collective effort.
You're doing
it's a team effort.
marathon
It's a
plus.
team
I
effort.
think a marathon's like 28 kilometers, isn't it?
Something like that. You can tell I've run. I've run tons of marathons.
28 seems to be a number.
Sounds about right. Sounds about right.
Maybe that's a half marathon. I'm not
see.
sure. But anyway, you're really pushing that out there, buddy. So we're heading into the penultimate because it's not the ultimate. It was scheduled to be the ultimate session, but it's now become the penultimate session. And before we do, I really think we need to recharge. Oh, sorry. I'll be back in a moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, so before we get started with this session, we're going to kind of give a little time to kind of introduce the session. We'll kind of ease into this a little bit. We've got a video to kind of get us started before we jump right into the session. We want to have, we're super lucky and honored to have our next guest join us. Anybody who's involved with sake, anybody who's involved in the arts and music.
Most of us, I mean, if you've been, I think everyone's queued up, you know, specifically for, hearing this person's story. And I really don't think he needs much introduction, but some of you out there may have heard the name but not quite sure the connection with sake. So our next guest, we're going to be heading up to over into Europe now for a session with a one-on-one session with DJ and producer Richie Horton. Now, Richie is a passionate fan and advocate for sake and has been so for the last 20 years. And he's used his extensive global platform as well as his incredible knowledge about sake to not only bring his sake brand Sake into life, which is a portal for people to enter, as the name so rightly says, into sake culture, but also to connect new generations of his audience as well as new generations of brewers together through his music and multi-sensory events and experiences. So we're really fortunate to be able to dial in with Richie, but before we do, we're going to have a little bit of an intro to Richie and the Sake story. So we've got a little bit of a movie interlude.
Right. So if you want to go ahead and cue up the video, we'll go ahead and give everybody a little introduction into the world we're about to delve into. Enter.
Many people ask me right away, why am I into Japanese sake? What do I know about Japanese sake? To learn about sake, you had to learn about the history and culture of Japan. I came to Japan in 1994 for the first time, and as soon as I landed, I knew that it was going to be a very important place for me for the rest of my life. Sake is about an experience. It's about culture, it's about tradition, it's about also looking forward. The more I traveled in Japan and the more I saw the differences of food and sake, the more I got interested. And through those travels, I started to learn about the culture and traditions and history of Japan. I was more than interested in sake. It had started to become a passion. We're back in Japan on our annual brewing season tour, and we're just south of Osaka in Wakayama Prefecture at Heiwa Brewery. This brewery is very instrumental in bringing sake to the younger generation with their special brand called Kiddo. Let's go inside and learn more about how this brewery is bringing sake to the next younger generation.
そうですね、まあ、これからの日本酒をそういう若い方や海外の方に広めるのってもう一番大切だと思っていまして、でまあやっぱりその今一番やりやすいのはひょっとしたらこう、年の取ったですね方々に飲んでいただくっていうのが一番いいのかも、一番売れるのかもしれないんですけど、逆にその若い方々にそういう日本酒の良さということを伝えていかないと、僕たち酒の文化ってもう終わってしまうんじゃないかって思っているんですよ。でその難しいことだけどもやりがいのあることが、まあ、そういう若い方に伝えていくことじゃないかなと。で、まあ、その根本にあるのは、まあ、自分たちがいい酒を作る、いい酒を作った上でいろんなこう広めるような活動で知っていただくっていうのが大事かなって思ってますね。
The future of sake needed to go international. The sake industry and the sake consumption had been going down for about 10 years, and that many breweries and family traditions were closing or disappearing. There's lots of people helping bring sake to the international market, and we all need to work together. But we feel, and I feel, that we have a very different approach, and that's why we say here we want to lead a global sake movement. We promote the sharing culture, that we have incredible, real, authentic sake created, brewed in Japan, and very important, put sake where it's never been tasted or found before. Many of the brewers, the toji, get very excited about electronic music. So when we come together, it's usually a big explosion. This is some of, I guess, what you would call the anti-sake values of what we're promoting. Bringing sake into club culture with ambassadors who believe and have knowledge in sake, to, again, honor sharing culture and to look forward and progressive and respect the culture of sake. Clubbing isn't the only area that we're trying to bring, that we're trying to promote sake. Also, we're doing a lot of special food pairings and dinner events. And these type of events, we want them to be fun and also innovative, because I think that's what I try to do in my music. It should be fun, but it should be progressive and modern. And I also think all of our breweries are doing the same thing. They have tradition, but they're looking forward to create new tastes and new innovation. It's very important that we're introducing new people to sake. We need to connect to international market. We need to connect to the young people. And so we want to make sure that we give an incredible first experience. If someone has a bad experience with sake or with anything, they may never return. And to deliver the most incredible experience for the first time, or for a sake connoisseur, we've collaborated with some of the most incredible breweries in Japan. You know, I come to Japan, I travel, I'm drinking and trying, I'm visiting different breweries, and the breweries that I find a connection with, a connection in taste, a connection of the workers, of the toji. This is how we decide that would be a good partner. Our partners are our friends are our partners. I remember the first moment I came to Matsumoto. It was about 2008. I was doing the sake sommelier course, and we came in and we saw these old buildings and the chimney, and then we all went into the old house and sat on the tatami mats in front of this beautiful garden. And this was before I even tasted the sake, but the feeling of the Matsumoto Shuzo was already there. And then when you took that feeling, that picture, and then tasted, it was a perfect moment. The Matsumoto brothers take more control and find a way to take their tradition and heritage of their father, of their grandfathers, and bring their own ideas and look forward, but always respecting the past. There's many beautiful kuras in this area because of the water. That Fushimi water in Japan is very, very highly regarded. And that sake is 80% water. This has to be part of the beginning of what makes Matsumoto and Shuhari an incredible sake to begin with. I believe in the creativity and the quality of sake and of the breweries we're working with, just as much as I believe in technology, but also at a high quality, and the aesthetics that bring all this together and bring, my two passions together. Music, actually three passions, music, sake, and both tied together by technology. I hope that by supporting and growing the international sake community, that I can support each of the tojis, each of the brewmasters, so that they can be as creative as possible. Together we can actually help this incredible industry expand and let Japan reach the rest of the world.
Wow, it's such an amazing story and such an amazing journey that Richie's been on. So I am not only honored, I am just so looking forward to opening up the line to Richie Horton and catching up with our dear friend in Berlin. Richie, you there?
Here, early morning Berlin, saying hello.
Hey, there you are.
Hey, I'm here.
Fantastic. And we've also got another person who has been, I would say, a mentor, a guiding light, a sensei to you from the very early days of your journey. That's our dear friend, John Gautner. Hi, John.
Hi, Rebecca. How are you?
I'm good. We're pushing to the end. This is the
Awesome.
penultimate session, and what a session. I'm really looking forward to doing a check-in with you, Richie, finding out where you are, literally where you are, catching up with your news, as well as discussing, what you've been up to and, what's happening in the future. And John, who has such a deep knowledge of you and your story as well. I mean, I think it's going to be great for us to have a chat with you and learn about what's been going on in the last year, because we have not seen you.
Yeah, well, well, I think it's great to be here with both of you. And like you said, John and I's story, started, my kind of professional story of sake started in John's class, like many others. And so maybe, John, you may even remember the epiphany moment where the funny musician sitting between a lot of wine sommeliers was kind of like, oh, I think I have a crazy idea here. And here we are 12 or 15 years later, talking about how that idea, I guess, has developed and how new ideas have come. And I guess all of our love of sake and my specific viewpoint or kind of different angle that I've been trying to take with introducing sake to the global community and trying to keep it as fun and trendy and cool as possible.
Yeah, well, because I'm feeling a big gap in my heart right now, because this time of year, as Facebook memory photos keep on telling me, you are usually in Japan doing an sake event, or you're usually around this time of year. Your touring schedule is cycling through the Japan region, and we get to enjoy here in Japan an amazing sake music multisensory experience. So I'm guessing that music touring isn't really happening this year for you, right? Am I wrong?
Yeah. Well, yeah. The music industry, for those who don't know, has been kind of decimated. Bringing large groups of people together in nightclubs or in concerts was one of the, it's probably going to be one of the first industries that come back. So I've had 9 months off, and I probably have another year off before I go back into full activity. So during that time, for those people who know me, I'm pretty, I like to grab things for the better and look at positivity, and use this time for creativity and doing more sake-involved projects. Like you said, normally I would be in Japan. It's the first time I haven't been in Japan in a year for about 25 years. So I'm heartbroken in that, but luckily, in June this year in Germany, in Berlin, we opened our own small sake boutique. And so 5 days a week when we're open, I have a little slice of Japan here with my partners that probably is allowing me to still feel very close to my favorite country, even when I haven't been able to visit. So there is, there's always a silver lining. It's just how you look at things.
You are definitely you're talking this one up, because Buddy opened up basically a sake retail and tasting experience in the middle of a global pandemic. Now, come on. You're really finessing the positivity on this one. So first of all, let's break it down for people. So what we're talking about is Sake 36, correct?
Yes, yeah. So we in June this year, we opened a shop called Sake 36. We like to kind of refer to it to a boutique or a sake destination, because we are a number of things. We're a distribution point for sake, doing B2B sales with the local restaurants and across Europe. And then we are also a place to visit and learn about sake and enjoy sake. You can buy bottles and take them home. And of course, when we're fully operational, we're also a tasting bar room, not a late night sake bar, which most people would think I would have, more of a place to come in the early evening and enjoy really wonderful sake. And, I say boutique because it's the lifestyle of sake. It's putting sake in front of people in a really warm environment and making it fun and cozy, and kind of being light on the education unless people really start to ask questions, which we're happy to answer, but making it a really enjoyable night out with an absolutely beautiful beverage that we all know makes you feel wonderful. And we send customers home in a great mood. And nearly all of those customers come back for a visit. So it's just giving people a warm, inviting, welcoming destination for the world of sake.
So it's not just a sake tasting space. My understanding, it's also retail. So it's B2C in terms of a tasting space, retail, so people can come to your shop and buy a bottle of sake. There's also online sales, and there's also distribution connected into the Sake 36 platform. Is that correct?
Yeah. So we're really, back to opening in COVID, we have many layers of the business, so we were able to kind of navigate and kind of change as things started to develop with lockdowns and changes, and still be able to run a successful business. Originally we expected to have a lot more B2B restaurant on-premise sales, but of course, when restaurants are closed, you're not able to do that. But being a shop first, a place where customers just come in and as a retail experience, we've been able to stay open nearly the whole COVID, because it's a place which kind of is in Germany classifies under food and hasn't been closed. And I guess that's what we saw. You know, we were of course working on this project before COVID, and we were looking at opening around May or June. And you know, we didn't want to delay. And we could see that as many places were closing and people were being isolated, you know, people needed to kind of get out and were looking for excitement, looking for something new, and looking to feel good. And we kind of hit all those things. Again, we know that a great glass of sake gives you a beautiful, warm feeling. I think, you know, Max, my partner, and Laura, we love sake, so we're very welcoming with the people coming in. And so people were finally out of isolation in Berlin, Germany, looking for a new destination, looking for a new experience. And that all worked for our kind of advantage and benefit. And it became a really, especially over the summer, we had, you know, tables outside, 20, 30 people outside, hanging out, sitting on, you know, around, chatting, drinking sake on a street outside in Berlin. It was just a beautiful scene, you know.
And I think because this didn't happen overnight. Of course, you're a man who plans and has got a strategy for everything. And this conversation I first heard of, I think, about 2 years ago, maybe. And at that time, it had a slightly different name, but it was the same concept. And it sort of progressed. The name's changed actually 2 times now. But you came upon Sake 36, and I knew the reasons, the logical, obvious reasons for the first names of the concept. But then Sake 36, I was wondering what's the significance of that name, Sake 36, because it's not by accident. You're very thoughtful with the way you make these decisions.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we did have a number of other names, a little bit more flowery, and we, you know, we're about sake, and we want to be humble. We want to welcome everyone into this world, and the area that we're in, the district of Berlin, each area has a different number, and we actually happen to be in the area which is number 36, which is used in a lot of businesses around here to just kind of denote that they're a local business. And we also happen to be on our street, Reichenberger, number 36. So this number kept coming up, and we just thought Sake 36 as we are a destination of sake. We're nothing more, we're nothing less. You know, we just want people to come in and feel grounded. And, you know, even if you're a sake expert, you can come in and have some of the best sake. But if you've never had sake before, you're welcome. And we're here to, you know, bring you into this world that we love, and hopefully, you know, just open up the experience and the idea of what sake is.
And
you know, and I think that's really, really, really important for us, is to, you know, kind of take sake, you know, away from any ideas of that sake only works with a certain cuisine, or, you know, kind of some misconceptions. So we wanted to keep it really simple and really pure and really approachable.
So in the amazing video that introduced this session, there was a really important point towards the end, which is that you're not only about connecting people, it's not just about music, it's not just about sake, it's about connecting people and also being able to provide people with an amazing first impression. So I'm curious, because you haven't opened this kind of platform before, I know this is a new one for you. How are you providing this amazing first experience, this first encounter with people? What are you doing specifically that is that maybe other people around the world can listen to and use as maybe as you know, advice, suggestion, just hearing another opinion of how someone is penetrating into a local community and becoming part of a community with sake in a non-Japanese way?
Yeah, well, there's many different levels of that. You know, again, I go back to the word of boutique. You know, when you go shopping and sometimes you're walking down the street, you know, something may catch your eye and you're looking into a place. It could be selling anything, and if it's presented correctly and there's a warm feeling, it just something about it makes you want to walk in. So that was on the design level. That was very important for us to have warm wood tones with that kind of had a let's say a sensibility that was Japanese, but not overly Japanese, so that it didn't feel like you had to be a Japanese insider to walk through. So we really wanted it to be, you know, welcoming and that kind of contemporary feeling before you even knew what the place was. And then along the one wall, which you see as soon as you walk in, and even from the outside, you see these, you know, 4 beautiful fridges, which are just full of sake, which many people in Japan are used to, but you very, very rarely see sake presented that way internationally. And you see all these colors and beautiful labels, and it's just beautiful. It's like, wow, what is that in there? I want to go in there and look. Maybe I don't even know it's a sake shop. So there's that first impression, and I think the second impression comes down to the human factor. And whether it's myself or Max or Laura working, we're in here, we're smiling, the lights are up. If we see somebody outside, you know, kind of peering in, the first thing we do is go and open the door and say, hi, how are you? You know, we're a sake shop. And people are like, wow, sake, well, come in. Or what's sake? Well, Japanese sake, it's this beautiful beverage. And we start talking, and we just try to, you know, share our passion. You know, Rebecca, you know me enough, also John, like, I think, you know, maybe that comes from my connection in the music world. You know, if you can share your passion and this positive energy to people, whether that's people in front of you in a crowd, whether that's a customer looking into your shop or a customer sitting down for their first drink, that's infectious. And then you just, the last point I would say would be listen to the customer. You know, many people come in and they're like, hey, I really don't know anything, you know, and the first thing we kind of ask is, okay, well, are you more on the sweeter side or are you more on the drier side? And we start this very easy, basic discussion, and we try to, like you said, put that first sake on the table that is either a home run or something that continues the conversation. And with each extra glass, we're navigating and making sure people walk out with, again, that wonderful, beautiful first or second or 100th sake drink.
That's fantastic. And I think it's important also to point out that Enter Sake and Sake 36 are siblings. They're not, and they do sort of exist in sometimes the same plane, but they're not, they're very different platforms. Is that correct?
Yeah, they're different platforms. They're different. I'm involved, of course, in both, but I have different partners on both of the projects. They're siblings in the way that, you know, they learn from each other. And one of the things that I've learned with, or that we would learn with Enter Sake, is that, you know, sake you find very often on premise at a restaurant, and it's always, well, quite often it's in a Japanese context, and whatever the restaurant it is, it's always sitting behind the food. It's not the star. And so learning from that in nearly every country around the world, that gave part of the idea of having a retail kind of destination point where sake was the star. We have a couple of little nibbles here, like we have some rice crackers that are actually made in Hamburg, Germany. We have some olives, but other than that, there is no other reason to come here except to enjoy sake, you know. And you know, like I think, you know, John has been the kind of the gatekeeper of opening up the world of sake to people who wanted to come in on a deep level, or professional, or who were really, you know, really people who had to have more information of sake. But then there's all of us going out there now to try and get the kind of average or let's say like kind of just the general sake consumer, you know, to kind of come more in the door. And so we really need places where people can go and really learn and enjoy. And it's only about the sake. It's not necessarily about, you know, of course it's about Japan because it's Japanese sake, but it's you know, think about a Japanese restaurant. It's still Japanese food and Japanese theme first, and then sake comes. So here, sake is the king.
Well, let's throw it up over to the other king, John. So I'd love to, because unfortunately, none of us could have traveled to Berlin for your opening, sadly.
Right,
But it would be great to hear John's thoughts on what you're doing and observations.
Well, I just have more questions, actually. I'd like to get there and see before I give observations. How many brands do you carry right now?
Right now, we're at 15 breweries. We just got a couple more coming in. We have about 50 different, sake, I don't like to say products, but, you know, items in our fridges at any
From across the 15 breweries?
Yeah, so.
Why don't you like to call them products, out of curiosity?
Well, you know, it's
too clinical?
It's like, it comes from my music world, I think, when people start talking about CDs and records as products. I think, you know, sake and music, they're more than that. There's something in them. They're part of humanity. They're creative, you know, they're creative outputs. So product just sounds too like a widget. I don't like it.
I understand that, actually. And you're right, it does. Are you importing them all yourself?
Yes, yeah, that is actually, you know, for when we came together, Max, my partner, and I, Max was running a distribution company here in Germany called Takaya. And we just started talking because we're sake friends and sake geeks. We were importing and distributing Enter Sake, and we just thought, hey, could we do something together? And so that kind of came together in the idea of, well, distribution, importing some Enter Sake, having a B2B business, and having a kind of a showroom was the first idea, to be honest. Having a place where we could invite real professionals just to come down in a nice environment and taste our portfolio. And that, you know, slowly developed into a place which wasn't only professional, it was actually more consumer facing to just kind of celebrate and enjoy sake. So direct importing with a combination of relationships that Max had, that I had, and that we're slowly looking, and of course meeting many people that would like to kind of connect with for the future.
So you've got you said about 60 products from about 15 breweries, you said?
50 products.
50 from about. Are all the Enter products coming in?
Yeah, Enter Sake, we have, depending on the kind of the additions each year with Enter Sake, we have about 5 to 6, 7 Enter. So you can also see, you know, Enter Sake, the purpose of that by name and definition is the entry point into the world of sake. It's quite often, you know, it's quite often something we may pour for a first time, you know, person walking in the door. If they're saying they want something a little bit more sweeter and floral, we may pour Enter Silver. If they're looking for a bit more rustic, we may go for Enter Black, which is a Honjozo from Sakia-san. But from there, you know, that's 7 products, 7 sake within that whole portfolio. So it's just part of the mission and part of our portfolio.
If you are trying to create an entry portal, so to speak, you know, people for to get into it right away, I'm sure you've got people coming in and say, well, I like that cloudy stuff, or I like the unpasteurized stuff, or, well, I've only had it warm. I'm wondering if you, and this is the question, do you stock nigori? Do you encourage nigori? Do you encourage experimentation with temperature? Or do you say, well, let's start with chilled Junmai Ginjo and kind of leave it at that? And furthermore, the next question, all right, we'll stop one question at a time. Go ahead.
Yeah, like we because we opened in the summer, we did stay away from warming sake because people were outside. And it was easy to kind of keep that to the side because a lot of people, like we know, in the international market have had perhaps less than perfect experiences with hot sake. So and definitely there was some interest in Nagori, which we're actually adding more to our portfolio now. We didn't come out of the gate with that many. And Nama unpasteurized, I feel in America that's a bigger thing than here at the moment, maybe because there's more awareness there, but we really didn't have that much, that many questions or requests for that.
Oh, is that right?
So kind of, you know, with the amount of sake we had, it was really listening to the customer and either taking them on a, you know, sometimes we jump straight to a Tamagawa. You know, somebody walks in and said, they're like, no, I want something big and bold and I like strong drinks. Then we're like, okay, well, are you ready for 17% or 18%? And they're like, give it to me.
We got you covered.
So it's really, it is really, really listening and like Max and Laura and I, we all have different ways to connect with the customer, but you know, we all of us watching, I'm sure, love sake. And the worst thing that can happen is that a customer leaves who just didn't really like what they were served. So, you know, so whether that means like putting, you know, buy the glass or something that costs €6 or 12 euros or 20 euros, or someone's coming in to buy a bottle and there's a 20 euro bottle of sake or an 89 euro bottle of sake. It's like, hey, it's what is going to be best for this person, for this situation. We have a lot of people coming in saying, I'm going to a birthday party. Like, I love sake, you know, I love Tamagawa, but I'm going to a birthday party and no one likes sake or no one really knows it, but I want all my friends to like sake. So maybe at that point you say, well, keep Tamagawa for yourself for today, and let's maybe go to something a little bit more harmonious for 8 different people that we really, like, we don't know. You know, that's just an example. Like, we love Tamagawa, but you can see it's a lot of like it's a lot of listening to the customer and being very sensitive to their needs and to their likes and to what they're anticipating.
Do you have a lot of customers or people that's showing an interest in sake at your place that already know a lot about wine or even are wine professionals? Like, for example, do you have a lot of SAMs coming in checking stuff out?
Yeah, more and more. Like, I think during COVID, a lot of the restaurants have been really in tough situations.
Sure.
So I think everybody is.
And that makes the SAMs want to drink?
Yeah, it's true. I think people are overworked, but we've still seen a lot of restaurateurs and sommeliers come in and have their first tastings and request, you know, a lot of people saying as soon as we're ready to boot back up into our full beverage program, sake is going on the menu. Like, it's crazy, John. Like, on a Saturday afternoon on, you know, in the summer, my music studio is just around the corner. And so I would come back around in the afternoon to see Max and Laura and how things are going. And there was like 20, 25 people sitting, people standing up, drinking sake outside, the sun's shining. Then you walk in and there's people drinking sake, all ages, all ethnicities. Like, it's like every time I see it, I still can't believe it's happening, because it's just natural. And the people are really, really accepting it.
But I think it's your approach, Richie. I mean, you're super humble, but I think it's also your approach. And what you're doing is as you're saying, you are listening to people. And so often people don't listen, especially if you've got a little bit of knowledge. There is a tendency to say, oh yeah, I can hear what you're saying, but I think this. And, you know, so I thought it was really interesting, your comment that you're not hearing requests for namazake or unpasteurized sake, or Morocco Namagenshi maybe, or an unfined charcoal filtered sake. And I think it's mainly because people are just approaching sake in your community based on flavor and aroma, and ultimately whether they like it or not. And I think that is actually a kind of an ideal market, because there are sometimes a little bit of knowledge can create kind of little speed bumps or unnecessary hurdles in that people think they know something, but unless they try it and experience it and have it in their hand themselves, they're making a decision based on data rather than actually a sensory reaction to the sake. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, 100%. I think the sensory reaction is like, you know, that's what goes direct to your to kind of to your heart, you know. Maybe that's also comes from my background of being in music and touching people with something, you know, through hearing, and now we're working with taste. It's just like you know, like when I'm playing music, I want to play all the records that I love, and I want people to love them as much as I do. But sometimes, if I know that before I play my favorite record A, I need to play B and C to get the people kind of warmed up, get them dancing a little bit before I kind of like, you know, take them to where I really want to take them. And so maybe that's a little bit the same with sake. Like, of course, I want everybody to get as geeky as me and love like a big, bold chochin. But maybe, and some people may be ready for it right when they walk into the door, but maybe they're not. So I just want, and it's a long tail approach. You know, it's not about a quick sale. It's not about like wowing people. Hey, this is so crazy and funky. I just want people to say, hey, this is delicious.
Yeah.
If they, that's it. That's what
the brewers want too, Richie.
Why do we? Yeah. Other than like, okay, we have to eat and drink to so we don't keel over and die. But other than that, why do we eat and drink things? It's like for a sensory, warm, beautiful, great experience. And if you have that, not only do you come back, but you tell your friends about that. You do an Instagram post, you do a selfie saying, wow, this sake is amazing. And that's also, of course, part of what we're doing, I think, here with social media really well. It's actually not what we're doing, but our customers are doing a lot of reposting and sharing. You know, we're also, you know, like these are some little cards that we do, which are in here. And these are posters that we have kind of like graffiti on the outside of our shop. And what is it? It's just beautiful sake bottles, you know, very simple, very minimalistic, of course, but these are the stars. And I've always believed, like I believed with going into a record shop, you see a great cover and you're like, you haven't even heard the music yet. You're like, I want to hear that. And when somebody comes into our shop, once we've opened the door and said, please come in, you know, come in, you know, and they look, and sometimes the customer will say this, they will say, I don't know much or I don't know anything, but I want to try that right there. And then you say, maybe no matter what you say, that's what they're going to try. But you could say, and then tell them about that sake, tell them about the taste, or maybe tell them a bit about the history because they've been to Japan and they would like to know that that's from Niigata. So again, listening and giving people making it fun, making it welcoming.
So Intersake was a platform for you to create a brand that would introduce your audience to sake, originally at your events in Ibiza, I believe. And now what I'm hearing from you is that Sake 36 is kind of pushing through the door, you've gone through that portal and now into expanding sake experiences, a kind of a sake immersion environment. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, well, like, you know, saying sake, you know, enter sake at clubs and also in restaurants. Again, it's still tying sake to different experiences. You know, everything about Sake 36 is just, you know, it's just about sake. You know, again, we just want to feature that and highlight that. That is the social aspect of sake.
On the back end of that, though, you have a new platform which is untested, and you are importing sake from Japan. Tell me a little bit about the relationship building, because this is not just Intersake, this is other sake outside of the Intersake family of labels. So, I mean, you're also providing breweries, as you've just shown us, with amazing market positioning, brand storytelling. But I also understand that you're doing something quite innovative with your storage as well. Is that correct?
Well, you know, I don't know if it's innovative. It's one of the other things that, you know, we learned with Entasake. You know, we have incredible partners around the world with Entasake, distributors, customers in stores and shops and restaurants. But every country has a different logistic pipeline, you know. So you really never know how long sake is taking to get to a certain country, how the condition is, how it's been looked after. And so one of the very key parts of Sake 36 was to, you know, commit to handling everything from beginning to end so that our customers have as close of an experience to being at a brewery tasting, or let's say at least being in Tokyo at the best sake bar, in quality and consistency. So like I said to John, we have direct relationships to all our brewers. We pick up from the brewery and then we control it from that brewery until we pour it into the glass of the customer in Berlin. And that, you know, really doesn't happen very often outside, you know, of Japan, because it's always other different middle people or distributors. And, you know, I'm not saying anything wrong about that, because we need all that infrastructure. But for us, it was our commitment to kind of live up to the expectations of our breweries and to the quality of the sake that they were producing, to do our very, very best with temperature controlled logistic flow, so that our customers really are appreciating a senkin for how, you know, Usui-san has actually brewed that batch of sake.
Yeah, that's really crucial, because all of us will agree that we are spoiled for choice here in Japan. We have, you know, we are living in the best time, I believe, the best time to be drinking sake, with a new generation and older generations, everyone creating fantastic sake. And we're also getting a handle on some technical things like temperature control and making sure that from the brewery to the end consumer, we can provide an environment for that sake to transition to the final glass and stay in kind of a genuine quality assured condition. I mean, John, I want to throw over to you, because you are kind of you're a distribution guy, and you might have some follow-up questions with Richie about what he's doing.
Well, I mean, I could ask a gazillion questions, and I'm not so sure all of them are public knowledge, but basically you control temperature from the time it leaves to the brewery to the time it gets to your shop. Is that correct?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, yeah. So,
you know, I think, go ahead.
Yeah, well, you know, I think there's many different opinions about what temperature and each part of the let's say the logistical journey that sake takes will still have different people handling it, from the brewery to the port, from the port, you know, on the reefer container, you know, once it gets to Hamburg or where it's coming into Europe, you know. So I think it's very difficult to say we're going to dial this into whatever 0 degree and keep that exactly from beginning to end. So we have found, you know, a temperature that we can keep consistent, because all of my talks to brewers, everyone has a little different viewpoint.
Sure.
Of, let's say, from -5 to 5 degrees is kind of the range that most people are talking about. But what I heard from the brewers is that more than the temperature, well, you know, the second part is consistency. Any big swings, exactly. So it's finding that balance of those two, and also every sake is different. Not every sake needs to be kept at -5. Some are great and can be, you know, probably at 15 or 18 degrees. But what our opinion is that no matter what style of sake, if we keep it if we keep a cold supply chain, that when it gets to us, it's still in as close to the condition as it was in the brewery. And then if we want to warm a sake up, if we want to, again, I'm gonna go back to Philip Harper in Tamagawa, who's like, open it up, leave it, see how it's gonna be in 6 months. Like, it's, if that's the brewer intention, then we're happy to pass that on to our customer and allow them to play with it, or we will play with it too, if that is part of the philosophy of that sake. But at least the main point for us is that it gets to here, to Sake 36 in our storage downstairs, as close as it was when it left the brewery.
That's God's work, I tell you what. And it's not an easy job. But I know we are getting slowly towards the twilight hours of this session, and I really wanted to make sure that I sort of segued back to Sake, because obviously we're all aware that there's a global pandemic, and as such, there have probably been difficulties with importation and exports. And so I was really wanting to get a catch up on where Sake is and your potential future plans for Sake from now and maybe moving forward in the near future.
Yeah, well, I won't sugarcoat that, because
don't sugarcoat it.
Yeah, well, with everything we've just talked about with Sake 36, the big success here has been that we have this off-premise people we're a bottle shop. We haven't had to worry too much about restaurants being closed. But Sake main territory is North America, and we've seen a good portion or percentage of our customers either close temporarily, or some of them actually close for good. So this has been, I think, for the sake industry, at least from our viewpoint, a very, very, very challenging year. Finding ways to kind of pivot and find new channels for Sake where people could order it online or get more quantity to places that people can go and shop for our collection. And that's just really making us think, okay, how do we, I guess, how are we better prepared for something like this in the future? And I think that really comes down to, again, kind of connecting to Sake 36. For the sake industry to continue to grow, we need to get sake in places where it shines, where it becomes more of the star, or in places where sake becomes part of people's lifestyle. I always say this in a very careful way, because I love Japanese food and Japanese culture, and that's what brought me to Japanese sake. But as tequila separated itself a little bit from kind of being something that you only enjoyed when you had Mexican food, it became something that people saw as something they could enjoy in many different circumstances and situations. And so we have to find ways to bring sake into that same kind of situation. Sake will
I do
always
believe
be
we're moving in the
connected
right
to Japan.
direction, though. I really do.
Yeah. Sorry?
I do believe we're moving in that direction.
I agree 100%.
We need to accelerate that movement in that direction, but I agree 100% with what you're saying.
Yeah.
And Richie, I'm not sure if I can jump the gun a little bit, but you are wanting to find ways to support your sake partners, given things have been difficult. You're kind of pivoting and making a new approach.
We actually have a special promotion that's going to be coming up, because one of the things that Sake never really did, except for a couple of special editions, was sell any of our editions in Japan, because our goal is to increase awareness and sales in the international market. But because of some of this slower momentum of sales internationally, we're going to be offering and announcing very soon some exclusive limited edition supplies of Soku from Fujioka-san in Kyoto, in Japan, a special Ishobin, a special QR code, and some other surprises. And with Sakia-san from Horizon, from Aichi, we're going to be having a special Enter-Sake pack that will be announced in the coming weeks for our Japanese sake and music fans. We've always had people, we want some over here, but it wasn't our mission. But there's going to be a little surprise over the next couple of weeks, so stay tuned.
Sake Future Summit audience, you heard it here first. So we're looking forward to that, and we're going to connect everyone who follows this session with Richie's, Sake 36 into Sake link, so that you can follow, you can connect to his sites and get those latest announcements about this limited edition domestic package for Japan. Massive emotion happening, because that means I can finally drink into sake on a regular basis too, maybe, in Japan. I usually have to wait for Richie to come to Japan each time to sample your wares. But Richie, look, thank you so much for your time. Now we do have only got a few minutes, but John, any final words for our dear friend in Berlin?
Rebecca, there's like 65 questions I have, and none of them are shorter than a 10-minute answer. So, I mean, because seriously, there's so much I would like to ask, and every single question would take 20 minutes. I'm going to have to politely say, yeah, I'm good this time. But Rich, thanks very much. It was great to chat with you.
I guess
at this level and so informally. And Rebecca, thanks for putting so much organization behind this to drive it so well. Thank you very much.
It was an easy subject matter, Richie, and honestly, when Richie and I were preparing for this session, I just listened to him and went, yeah, okay, Richie, you go. I'm just going to navigate.
I'll just throw in a couple things and you keep yakking. And it worked out really well. And we could go for another 4 hours that way, I'm sure.
So we were planning on maybe extending with a bit of a brewery tour, and we've only got a few minutes. Rich, and because we're actually going to go on to another show after this that couldn't play this morning. You mentioned just before about that refrigerator that was hooking people in, and I can see it's just behind you. Are you able to give us a little bit of a drive-by?
Oh, look at that. Already I can see. That's very, very cool. That's gorgeous.
So let's here we go. Some sake.
Awesome. Wow.
Something tells me it probably costs you more than the rest of the building, but what do I know? Oh, very cool.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, that is very, very cool.
I haven't seen that back wall yet. Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, hang on. You just skipped past a very important magazine, a very important publication with a very important woman. Just rewind. There you go.
That is a great magazine. And who's the woman? Oh yeah, she's very important too, isn't she?
another alumni from you, John.
That's true, Mama.
I think most of us. So look, it's as John says. I could ask 30 million questions. You could put a load of zeros after that. So thank you, John, for your time. Thank you, Richard, for your time. And it's just been a pleasure to catch up on your news. And again, like as we're looking forward to reconnecting with you soon, but knowing that you're there doing what you're doing is it's just inspirational. And
it really is inspiring. It really is inspiring. Very much so, yeah. That was the word I was going to use too, so it's very cool.
Well, I think we're all in this together, and if we can get more people just enjoying sake like we do, it's that one drink that can change somebody's mind. And that's what we've got to make sure that we do for one new, always a new person, spreading the love of the culture and the taste of sake.
Right. Richie, I hope you've got a glass ready.
I do.
I know it's the morning, but
I do. Actually, I just opened this beautiful sentence.
All right, I've actually got something from your brand in my glass in preparation. So, John, Richie, thank you for your time and your insight. It was phenomenal. So,
Rebecca, thanks to you for putting it all together.
Cheers to you.
Who's that long-haired dude next to you? Justin, thank you too for putting this all together.
Hey there. Come by. Richie, thank you so much. Thanks for tuning in with us here. Can't thank you enough for making time. John, thank you.
Very much. Kampai.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us, gentlemen. You guys be well.
Bye, everybody.
Wow.
So good, so good, so good.
That was amazing. It's
good energy, good energy.
I mean, that's the thing about Richie. I mean, he's doing amazing things for sake, but I think, to be honest, I think so much of this just comes from him.
Yeah.
He's a good person, and it radiates from him.
Yep.
He says, like, one of the first things he said was that he listens to his customers.
Yep.
He has got so much knowledge, but he would never impose it on anyone else. And also, kind of fittingly, he's a musician, so of course he's listening, right?
Yeah, right, exactly. When he's talking about, when he's talking about lining up records, of course he's got stuff he wants to play, but you're in your position that he's in, you're hypersensitive to where everybody's at all the time.
Yeah.
So more musicians pushing sake.
Well, I think Richie's kind of got it covered,
he's
but
definitely got his.
It's actually beyond music to other
absolutely.
genres. It's really, his approach is a really human approach. It's about, he is putting himself into every new customer's shoes, remembering what it was like for him when he was approaching sake for the first time. And he's trying to make it as a smooth and welcoming and positive and multi-sensory experience as possible, because that is what's going to get people invested in sake and getting sake and ultimately making repeat orders of sake, or maybe even purchases for home. And it seems like such an obvious thing to do, but it's so often not done. The basics. We've got to get the basics right.
I said, Richie, again, no pun intended, but he's got a number of stages in which he can do this, but he remains all the way across the board. And like I said, it's incredibly, it's welcoming, it's humble, it's approachable, all across the board.
I mean, I have the the pleasure of traveling with Richie when he comes to Japan sometimes, and it doesn't matter where we are, what location we're in, people will be asking him for a photo or something. Doesn't matter how busy he is or whatever, he is always just like, stop, he's in that moment, he's with that person. And that's the way he is with his fans. That's the way he is with a bottle of sake in his hand when he's trying to introduce a bottle of sake to you. He's with you right there in that moment, and he's making that a special connection between the two of you. And, he's super humble, because a lot of his success and the international support for Sake is, I think it's because of that very factor.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's the Richie factor.
Absolutely, absolutely. Universal.
Can he bottle that?
Universal,
No,
there you
that's
go.
The challenge.
There you go. No, that was absolutely fantastic. Rebecca, thank you for making that happen. Thank you for putting that together for us. That was excellent. That was excellent. I said, and as we planned, that was kind of how we were intending to kind of close things down this evening.
But life happens.
But life happens, and we roll with the punches. And it hasn't been all bad. It hasn't been bad at all, actually. It's been generally all good things, aside from the few folks who woke up a few minutes maybe early this morning to tune in, and maybe were sitting there for about 20 minutes going, when is it going to start? So.
But everything is perfect. I was told this once.
I'm
kind of a perfectionist, and I was told once by someone, the best advice I've ever received is everything happens for a reason. Everything is perfect. And I think that something really important to remember about the Sake Future Summit is it's not just sake.
No.
We are also here as a platform for shochu and aomori. So this is for brewers and producers throughout Japan. And I think sake can sometimes be used as a general word, because sake can mean alcoholic beverage, but it is mostly linked with Japanese sake, the rice fermented beverage that we all know and love. And sometimes along the way, shochu's name doesn't quite get enough props. So everything is perfect, I think.
No, it all works out, and it kind of worked out, because this very last session that we're going to run here, since we weren't able to run it in its entirety today, is the theme of sustainability, and I think that's kind of the idea was, maybe we can show that first today. It'll be kind of a nice way to set the pace and kind of for the day and get people kind of in the zone. It didn't quite work out that way. Maybe it was just supposed to be at the end. Maybe it was a way it was, kind of closing it down, because, ideas of, sustainability, it's, what does that mean? What is that supposed to look like? What could that be? In so many different contexts. It's not just about agriculture. It's not just about, it's not just about reducing your footprint, There are a lot of elements to that. It's how people work. It's it's diversity in the workplace. It's a lot of those different things.
Yeah, because I mean, people pay a lot of lip service to organics and sustainability, but you know, other than an SKU that might be in the lineup, backyard, there is a heavy carbon footprint, a lot of wastage, you know. So I think where we're going is people that can show us a framework and a template for how they have successfully really absorbed the sense of sustainability into their everyday work practices, and not even their everyday work practices, but also everything from the ground to the final bottle.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I'm really glad that, in a way, I'm very glad that this last session we have a really fantastic sake producer and a really inspirational shochu producer. And the topic is sustainability. Sustainability is not a Japanese word. It's not something that it's something that started popping up right and left, here and there very recently. And so there are a lot of things that have been sort of grandfathered in a way as, through traditional practices sort of being sustainability. But this is the first time on a global level, kind of given the circumstances of things, everybody's stopping to think that, we're all in this together. We're all floating on the same body of water here. And so, what does that mean in the context of sake and in the industry? And so
you can tell people about it, but the best way to learn is by seeing it and hearing from the people who are doing it themselves. It's not just a story, it's not just a concept and a presentation, it's what is actually happening in a real everyday way.
Yep, absolutely.
Which is, I think this is a really positive end to the session.
I'd like to think so. So with that, we'll go ahead and we will run our last session of the summit. When this is done, we are going to be here. We've kept you all for a very, very long time. We're going to be here to do a quick toast and to say a last thank you to all of you when the session is done. So those who are around, please do stick around. But we've got one last session that we're really excited to share with you. We're going to look at the idea of what sustainability means, or it could mean, in the world of sake and shochu. So we'll go ahead and cue that up.
And welcome to one more session here at the Japan Sake Future Summit 2020, brought to you by Sake On Air and the Japan Sake and Shochu Makers Association. Today, we are here to examine concepts of sustainability in the sake and shochu industries. While there are a lot of arguably very sustainable practices that have been sort of grandfathered in throughout time into the current generation, sustainability as a concept and as a way all of us around the globe are approaching it today, and sort of what that looks like in concrete terms across these industries is really a recent conversation, and it's potentially one that these industries could be in a strong position to lead in, not only within Japan, but as a leading example across the globe. So without further ado, I want to make sure we have enough time to dig into everything here today. So I want to go ahead and introduce our guests. First, we are joined by Mr. Takenosuke Yasufuku XIII, who is the president of Kobe Shushinkan Breweries Limited. Kobe Shushinkan is based in the Nara region of Kobe, which is a region that has recently received its own geographical indication, something that belongs to only a small handful of sake brewing regions in the entire nation. As you might have caught on in his introduction there, Mr. Yasufuku represents 13 generations of sake making at this historical and respected brewery. Our next guest is Mr. Shinsaku Kuroki, and he is the president at both Kuroki Honten as well as Osuzuyama Distillery. His approach to deepening the relationship between shochu and agricultural products and the agricultural products that they're crafted from in recent years have brought both his craft as well as the product to the forefront of Japanese spirits, working together with local farming groups and his emphasis on what he calls natural cycle farming. And the integration of sort of the byproducts from shochu back into the agricultural process has really helped create a new model for sustainability within local farming and that community. And that's unique. You're starting to see some similar patterns in the sake world. However, in the world of shochu and spirits, he's arguably very much leading in that category. And today we actually have a very special guest acting as facilitator for this session. Today we're joined by, we are very lucky to be joined by Ms. Sayuri Daimon, who is a journalist and the former executive operating officer and managing editor at the Japan Times. She originally joined the Times in 1991, and since then she has covered various fields as a staff writer ranging from politics to business, and she became the domestic news division manager in 2006, eventually becoming the managing editor as well as the executive operating officer in 2013, making her the first woman to take that top editorial position in the newspaper's history. She actually became an independent journalist just last month, as of September 2020, striking out on her own. Throughout her tenure at the Japan Times, and personally, her focuses have been across many different fields, but are certainly not limited to things such as women's rights, global politics, and areas of sustainability, which is our focus today. With that, I want to go ahead and get started. So, Ms. Daimon, I think I will turn it over to you, and let's get started with today's session. じゃあ、皆様よろしくお願いいたします。
はい。ありがとうございます。ジャスティンさん、ありがとうございました。改めまして、本日のファシリテーターを務めさせていただきます、元ジャパンタイムズ執行役員の大門さゆりと申します。私自身はですね、日本のことを伝えるために、英語で今まで原稿を書いてきたんですけれども、お酒を飲むことも好きで、もっと勉強して日本の良いお酒を世界の人々に知っていただきたいなというふうに思っています。ここ2年間はですね、ミス日本酒の審査員をさせていただきました。さてですね、今日は、サスティナビリティとお酒と焼酎を考えるというセッションなんですけれども、早速自己紹介も兼ねてですね、株式会社神戸出身館の安福竹之助社長にまずはお話を伺いたいと思います。サステイナブルのお酒作りをされているということで、それからですね、スウェーデンのノーベル賞受賞の晩餐会でもお酒もね、提供されたという、本当に実績もあるすごい酒蔵さんなので、よろしくお願いいたします。それでは安福社長、お願いします。
はい、よろしくお願いします。はい。それでは、株式会社神戸出身館社長の安福竹之助と申します。本日はどうぞよろしくお願いいたします。それでは早速ですけれども、当社のお話をさせていただきたいというふうに思っております。当社はですね、創業法暦元年、1751年、日本酒の名城地、灘御影号において清酒の製造を始めました。安福家による家族経営で270年続いており、私でちょうど13代目になります。私はもともと吉高という名前だったんですけれども、社長になった2011年に竹之助を襲名をいたしました。神戸出身館はですね、4つの蔵からなる複合施設でお酒を作ります福寿蔵、できたお酒を販売する豆苗蔵、お酒と料理を楽しむ水明蔵、それからお酒を飲みながら落語とか音楽コンサートを楽しめる芳名蔵からなります。日本酒のファンになっていただくためのゲートウェイになることを目指しており、16言語のウェブサイトやパンフレットを用意して酒蔵見学などを行っております。見学の後には利き酒を用意をして福寿の味わいを楽しんでいただいております。国内だけではなく海外からも合わせて年間約15万人ぐらいの観光客の方がお越しいただきます。私たちは日本酒の造り酒屋なんですけれども、清酒製造業、観光事業、飲食事業の一体化による価値の創造、これを目指しております。1995年1月の阪神・淡路大震災により木造蔵がすべて倒壊したほか、倉庫内の製品が散乱するなど酒造りの危機が危ぶまれました。缶作りの真っ只中でですね、兵庫県の北部田島地方の杜氏や蔵人は被災をしたんですけれども、幸いにも無事だったのが救いでした。その後各方面からご支援により復興しまして、1996年に神戸出身館を設立いたしました。当社の銘柄は福寿と言います。この銘柄は七福神の一つ、福禄寿に由来をしておりまして、このお酒を飲んでいただく方々に財運がもたらされますようにと、そういう願いが込められております。このブルーのボトルに入っているお酒が私たちのシグネチャー、看板商品である福寿の純米吟醸酒になります。 お酒の原料は米と水です。原料がシンプルだからこそ、良い日本酒を作るために、良い米、良い水はとても重要なものになります。当社の酒造りは、六甲の恵みを受けながら、伝承に革新を積み重ね、新たな伝統を作り出しています。当社では、神戸市北区大蔵地区の農家と村米制度による特別な契約を交わしており、丹念に栽培されたYamada-Nishikiなどの米を用いて酒造りを行っております。また、日本の名水100選である宮水は、六甲山系からの伏流水で、花崗岩を主とした岩盤を流れてくる鉄分が少なくて、カリウムやリンが多く含まれている酒造りには適した水です。当社の酒造りは、この六甲山の自然の恵みの結晶である水の力を生かす酒造りといっても過言ではありません。伝統の技で磨き上げられる灘の木一本は全国的に知られていますけれども、私たちの目指すスタイルは、灘の木一本のもっと発展をした味わいです。芳醇な味わい、エレガントさ、バランスの良さを追求しています。当社は酒の個性に応じて、灘伝統の宮水に純水をブレンドし、凛とした骨格に加えて、まろやかで優しい口当たりを有する唯一無二の味わいを実現をしています。社員のイノベーションによって品質の向上を実現し、全国新酒鑑評会やインターナショナルワインチャレンジなど国際的なコンクールで金賞を受賞するようになりました。また、海外における試行調査、社員による酒造りによって生まれたのが、この当社の看板商品、福寿純米吟醸酒です。日本酒ではあるんですけれども、少し熟した桃のような豊かな香り、そしてフレッシュで果物と滑らかな米のうまみが味わえる、そういったお酒になります。このお酒は2008年からノーベル賞公式行事で提供される日本酒に選ばれるなど、国内外で高い評価をいただいております。日本酒の生産量は平成30年度で49万キロリットル。私が生まれたのが昭和48年なんですけれども、それをピーク時にもう現在は3分の1にまで減少しています。日本酒の需要が長期低落傾向にある日本では、酒蔵の継承と発展には限界が生じており、日本酒の出荷数量の減少、また製造者数の減少という問題が起こっています。このような問題に対して、当社はクオリティの追求という限定された目的のためだけではなく、持続的生産にも目を向ける必要があるというふうに考えました。そして私たちは品質、イノベーション、持続可能性を経営の軸とし、サステナブル経営を目指しています。サステナブル経営というのはですね、環境負荷の低減を目指す環境価値と、売上の増加やコストダウンを目指す事業価値を両立することによって、酒蔵の継承と発展につなげようというものです。このグラフをご覧いただきたいんですけれども、赤い線が示すように、2010年からの7年間で生産量が3倍に増えたのに対し、青色の線で示しているエネルギーの使用量、並びに黄色の線の CO2 の排出量を 12% 削減することができました。また、緑色の線で示している水の使用量の増加を 35% に抑えることができました。生産工程のデジタル化により、品質と生産性の向上、さらに温暖化防止、水資源の保全と節水、酒粕の再利用、瓶、ボトルの再資源化、生物多様性への配慮、有害物質への対応に取り組むなど、省エネ、省資源による環境負荷の低減と、福寿の品質向上の両立を実践し、福寿ブランドの付加価値を上げて、生産を効率化することで、サステナブルな酒造りが可能になり、大きな成長につながりました。 環境価値と事業価値を両立し、酒蔵の継承と発展につなげたことが評価されて、2019年、エコプロアワード財務大臣賞を受賞をいたしました。海外のワイナリーでは、エコプロダクツ、環境負荷の低減に配慮した製品やサービスが推進されていますが、日本ではまだまだ海外のワイナリーのように環境への配慮を重視した日本酒造りを徹底し、サステナブルな取り組みを付加価値につなげる戦略というのがまだ議論されていないのが現状です。最後にですね、私たちのサステナブルな取り組みを3つご紹介をさせていただきます。まず1つ目はですね、ICT を活用した山田錦の栽培技術の向上です。神戸市、JA 兵庫六甲、コニカミノルタなどと連携し、ドローンを用いた画像解析、生育判断、そして神戸市の下水道から回収した高品質な再生リン、これを肥料として用いた生育調査を行うなど、SDGs を軸とした循環型農業の推進を行っています。この取り組みにより、生産者は収量の最大化、労働力の省力化、技術の継承などの課題を解決し、持続可能な生産体制の構築することができるようになります。2つ目の取り組みは、持続可能な酒米作りです。神戸市北区にある湯気牧場では、バイオガスプラントと呼ばれるメタン発酵施設を導入し、施設内から排出される乳牛糞尿や食品残渣などのバイオマスから再生可能エネルギーであるバイオガスと消化液、発酵残渣ですね、を得る取り組みをされています。私たちは食料生産においてもサーキュラーエコノミーの概念を導入したいというふうに考えまして、この湯気牧場にお願いをして、この発酵残渣である消化液を分けていただいて、これを今、山田錦の栽培に使用をしています。3つ目はですね、神戸市日産自動車と災害連携協定を締結し、災害時に不可欠である飲料水を酒蔵から電気自動車、リーフを使って市民に供給します。阪神・淡路大震災で被災した酒蔵が果たしうる役割を学び、来たるべき台風や地震などの自然災害に備えるということも大変重要です。阪神・淡路大震災の記憶を風化させることなく、共助によって防災力を高め、将来にわたって人々が安心して暮らせる神戸であり続けることを目指しています。当社は創業から一貫して同じ家族による経営であり、伝統を尊重しながらも常に新しい技術を品質の向上のために取り入れ、270年にわたる酒造りを行ってまいりました。これからもサステナブルな循環型社会の構築に向けて努力してまいりたいというふうに思っております。ありがとうございました。以上です。
安福社長、ありがとうございました。いや、本当になんかいろいろな努力をされてるんだなっていうのを本当に今見て分かりました。ありがとうございます。次にですね、宮崎の黒木本店の黒木社長にお話をいただきたいと思います。黒木本店さんもね、有名な焼酎がたくさん作っていらっしゃって、私も100年の孤独とかうさぎの走りとかも大好きなんですけれども、焼酎を世界の本当にブランドにされたと言ってもいい本当に方だと思っております。それではですね、黒木様よろしくお願いいたします。
はい、ちょっと私も、資料を共有させていただきながらお話しさせていただきたいと思います。はい、では今ご紹介に預かりました黒木本店の黒木新作と申します。私は宮崎県にあります高鍋町で、代々本格焼酎を作っております。こちらが私の畑です。これは作物は麦になります。ちょっと本当にあえてちょっとモノクロの写真をご覧いただいているんですけども、次は山の風景、ふるさとの山 お鈴山蒸留所という私の2つ目の蔵もあるんですけども、こういった山の自然の中にある蔵です。そしてこれが、空であったり、鈴山の、水の様子です。本当にこの土地とともにですね、この自然の恵みを、麹を使って発酵させて、お酒を作ることで、代々、地域に貢献して、商いを続けてきました。そのような、蔵になるんですけども、私が今、お鈴山と申しましたけども、実はちょっと、初めてお会いする方には、複雑に思われるかもしれませんが、黒木本店という蔵が、こちらの蔵が私が代々5代目になるんですけども、宮崎の土地で焼酎を作ってきた蔵。そして真ん中にあるお鈴山蒸留所は、今から、1998年に、新たに立ち上がった蔵です。共通している部分として、この2つの蔵を、この一番下にあるよみがえる大地の会という農業法人、いわゆる畑ですね、原料を栽培する畑によって支えている、そのようなものづくりを、私たちは行っています。ただ、原料を作って焼酎を作る、それだけでも、素晴らしいことだと思うんですけども、私たちはさらに発展して、この土地に自然の恵みを循環させて、より良いものづくりを続けられるような取り組みをしております。今日はそのことについて触れていきたいと思います。今ちょっとお話した黒木本店、こちらが焼酎を作っている蔵なんですけども、代表銘柄、芋でいうと記録、麦でいうと100年の孤独であったり、なかなか、のうさぎの走り、これは米焼酎。すみません、ちょっと宣伝チックですみませんけど、ぜひ見かけたら召し上がってみてください。そして、鈴山という山の中にある新しい蔵。こちらはですね、実は、焼酎という山猫、山猿、山杉、同じ芋、麦、米というカテゴリーの焼酎を作っているんですが、全く違う芋の品種であったり、麦の品種であったり、また作り方もより伝統的な手仕事を大切にした小さい仕込みの蔵をこちらで今立ち上げております。さらに新しい取り組みとして、私たちが培っていた麹技術を使って作った焼酎をベースに地元の柑橘であったりスパイスであったりさまざまなボタニカルを香りに移した新たなジンに取り組んでいたり、自社畑の麦で麦を栽培してその麦から手仕事で麦芽、原料となる麦芽を作って醸して作る新たなジャパニーズウイスキー、こういったことも取り組んでおります。ちょっとこれは、せっかくなので蔵の中の雰囲気も、ご覧いただこうと思っているんですけども、これは地元の手前に金の板が見えると思うんですが、こちらが地元の杉で作った古式という麹用の米ないし麦を蒸す本当せいろのような蒸し器です。これで蒸すことによって麹に適したですね、柔らかくならずに硬さを保ったまま麹が好ましい蒸し具合に仕上げています。その他にも木の麹の箱で、温度と湿度を管理して麹を作って発酵させたり、アルコールが育つ環境も木桶で発酵しています。私の名前が黒木という名前でしたが、名前にも木がついているぐらいですから、作りにも思いにもですね、地元の木をたくさん使って、この土地とともに、地元の作物と酵母で、お酒を作っております。もちろん、ご存知、焼酎は蒸留酒ですね。また蒸留機がいくつか、いろんなタイプ違いでございます。そして今回の大事な話題である、サステイナビリティ。そういった部分で、うちが他の蔵であまりやっていない、うち独自の特徴としては、この農業法人、よみがえる大地の会というんですけども、こちらで原料から栽培して焼酎を作っている。そこが特徴的なんですが、なぜ私たちが農業を始めたのか。蔵は1885年から焼酎を作り続けてきて、この見ていただいたこの畑の方は2004年に法人化しています。取り組みとしては実はもう1998年には取り組み始めていて、もう20年以上畑をやっているんですけども、 現在は少しずつ畑の栽培面積を広げていて、43ヘクタール以上の畑を私たちで管理しています。日本ではあまり大規模な農場というのはないので、東京ドーム10個分みたいな日本的な言い方をするんですが、なかなかの面積を管理して、芋と麦と米の栽培を中心に、一部はですね、こういった野菜もやっています。これはうちの無農薬の野菜のプレソンにはなるんですけども、こういった取り組みも行っています。これは、実際食べられるので、ずっと芋と麦と米っていう農業、焼酎の原料を栽培してきたんですけども、新たにこういった直接生で食べられた、無農薬で土地に、負荷のかからない農業をやっていることをよりダイレクトに、お客様であったり、正直、焼酎を飲めないような方や子どもたちにも私たちの取り組みを知ってもらって、それが未来の飲み手であったり、この土地の愛着を持って伝えてくれるような人たちが続いてくれるような思いを願って、野菜作りや食材にも取り組んでおります。そして、なぜじゃあ畑農業を始めたのか、焼酎蔵が。そこがちょっと問題になってくるんですけども、実はこれがこの一番の理由になった写真なんですが、焼酎というのは蒸留酒です。麹を使ってご覧いただいた芋や麦や米を発酵させるんですけども、蒸留酒というのは透明の液体ですよね。熱を加えて香りだけ、お酒、アルコール分だけを抽出した液体です。なので、日本酒でも同様ですけども、焼酎カスという残渣、いわゆるゴミ、廃棄物が残ってしまいます。それを私たちは自分たちで、実はこの写真の場所で肥料化しています。一部はさらに別のラインでは飼料ですね、家畜の餌にも変えています。そうすることによって、私たちが焼酎を作って、そこの焼酎カスから肥料であったり飼料を作る。そしてその肥料をもとに土作りを行って、また、原料を栽培して、またその原料から焼酎を作る。この土地で循環という形を私たちは行っています。私の先祖がもともと神主だったりしてですね、この土地の願いであったり、敬う気持ち、そういった思いも込めて、農業を始めていき、より深い、お酒って嗜好品ですけども、何か同じ飲むならば、土地への思いであったり、環境に負荷がかかってない、そういったところにも、より今後は価値を生み出して、より多くの方にですね、飲んでいただければなと思います。現状、私たちの蔵は、特に受賞歴等もなくてですね、細々とこういった自然循環のことを行っていますので、今回、英語で配信されたり、より多くの方に知っていただいて、興味を持っていただけると嬉しいなと思いますので、引き続きよろしくお願いいたします。以上です。
黒木さん、ありがとうございました。本当にすごく大きな農業法人を持っていらっしゃって、すごいなというふうに思います。本当にお二人の蔵はすごくいろんなことをサステナビリティという意味ではやって、皆さんのね、参考になることをやってらっしゃると思うんですけれども、翻ってその全体像っていうのをちょっと私もあんまりそのお酒業界すごく詳しいわけではないので教えていただければと思うんですけれども、例えばその他の蔵さんも含めて業界全体ではですね、例えば農業の方と提携して一緒に米作りから一緒に作ってらっしゃるっていう方もいらっしゃる、桜浦さんいっぱいいらっしゃると思うんですけれども、今どんな現状なんでしょうかっていうのを少し教えていただけますでしょうか。安福さん、いかがでしょう。
そうですね、日本酒の業界においてはですね、やはり酒造りは米作りからというメッセージを発信している酒蔵さんというのもやはりいらっしゃいますし、サステナビリティを考えてお酒を作ってられる蔵元さんというのは少しずつ増えているというふうに思っています。2019年には農と言える酒蔵の会というものが設立されまして、農業と醸造が一体となって酒蔵自らが農業に関わる環境を整えていこうと、そういった動きもあります。
なるほど。 ノーと言える酒蔵の会ですか？
ノーのノーっていうのは、
農民、はい。ありがとうございます。黒木さんはいかがですか？何かご存知なこととかおっしゃりたいこと。
イエスと言える酒蔵を目指してるそういうわけじゃないですけど、実際やっぱり農業法人がやってるっていうのですごくやっぱ特徴的で、業界ではかなり早い段階、20年以上前からやっているので、近年特に製酒蔵の方から米の畑を直接持たれたり、逆に既存の農家さんと連携して取り組む、そういった相談をよく受けるようになっているので、実際地元の米を使うようになったりとか、やっぱりもともと酒造りと農業というのは分離されて、やっぱ米が年貢米であったり、やっぱ政府に管理されていた時代、それを分け与えていただいてお酒を作っていた時代もありますので、完全にこう分離していたんですけども、そこの垣根が年々なくなってきて、より個性的な商品を作りたい、より土地の思いを伝えたいという方が増えています。なので、ただ実際農業に入ってくると、ただただ農業をやっていくだけではなく、より土地に環境を良くしなければ、よりお酒作り続けられないという、自分たちもそういう思い、共感している方は増えているように思いますので、今後はより注目されると思いますけど、ただ、それが目的であっては自分は良くないんじゃないかなというふうにも思っています。
ありがとうございます。皆さんの、ね、意識もだんだん高まってきているということなんでしょうね。ですからこんなセッションが多分できたんだと思いますけれども。はい。それからですね、私も ESG と、取材したりなんかもしてたことがあるんですけれども、安奥さんのところは CSR レポートを結構酒蔵にしては私珍しいなと思うんですけれども、作られているということなんですけれども、これを作られたきっかけとかですね、あと皆様からどんな反応っていうのをもらったりしていますか？
はい。そうです。今、私はですね、日本酒造組合中央会の海外戦略委員会の委員をさせていただいておりまして、これまでフランスのビネクスポだとか、ドイツのプロバインといった世界的なワインの展示会に定期的に参加をしています。でそこで私が見たものっていうのは、やはり世界のワイナリーは、やはり環境への配慮を重視したワイン作りを徹底していて、このサステナブルな取り組みを付加価値につなげるっていう戦略をやはり推進されているっていうことでした。毎年、モーストアドマイヤードブランドって言いまして、世界で最も称賛されるワインブランドが選ばれます。これはクオリティの評価だけではなくて、環境への配慮であるとか、社会貢献などの情報をワイナリーが開示をしていて、それを評価するっていうフレームワークがもうすでにできているんですね。実際、そのフランスのような伝統国というよりは、どちらかというとオーストラリアとかチリとかニューワールドのワイナリーが特に積極的にこの CSR に力を入れていて、CSR レポートを作成をしています。で、私たちがこの CSR レポートを作成したのはですね、私たちのそのサステナブル経営が評価された2019年のこのエコプロアワードの受賞、財務大臣賞の受賞をいただいたということが一つのきっかけです。ただ、残念ながらですね、まだ業界内ではあまり反応というのはほとんどないんですけれども、海外のバイヤーですとか、やはり国内においても、いわゆるエシカル消費に関心の高い企業だとか、消費者の方からには高い評価をいただいています。まだ実際、その日本酒の業界において、サステナビリティに関する認知度とか理解度っていうのは低いというのが現状かなというふうに思います。
はい、ありがとうございます。もっともっとね、認知を高めていってね、皆さんが切磋琢磨して CSR レポートを作るような感じになるといいですよね。はい、ありがとうございます。今、ワインのお話出たんですけれども、黒木さん、フランスで実は今は焼酎とジンを作っていらっしゃいますけれども、ワインのちょっと修行にも行かれてたというお話も伺ったので、海外に行って、例えば、ワイナリーなんかの方と交流した中でね、学んだこととかですね、彼らの、CSR の取り組みなのか、サステイナブルな取り組みなのかというようなことで、何か皆さんとシェアしていただけることってありますか？
やはり彼らもその土地を表現して自然と対話しながら共にこう農家であり酒造りを行っていると、自分はブルゴーニュという地域を見させていただいたので、それを強く感じました。本当にこの土地を愛しているし、農業も楽しんでやっている、その姿勢に僕は憧れて、ワインそのものというよりかですね、そういった背景や思いに強く惹かれたので、すごくいい経験だったなと思うんですけども、やはりこう、さっき、なんか CSR だったり、そのサステイナブルが目的となってほしくないなっていうのをさっき申したのは、やはりこう、何か、例えば売上の利益がこれだけ出たから何%こういうふうに当てましたみたいなものではなくて、自分たちのうちの焼酎作りは、この農業をした、循環もした、こういう環境も一緒に保全しながらじゃないと、うちの品質はできない。そういうふうに思っているので、もう、作りと経営と、そういった循環、CSR、それすべても一体化してやってるという誇りを、持っています。そういった意味で、ワイナリーの人たちも、なんかそういった、そんなにこう考えてやってないことにしても、例えば収穫したブドウの枝を焚き火にして肉を焼いて自分たちの酒を楽しんで飲んでる。でそれをこう、
美味しそうですね。
香りが全然違うんですけど、他にもブドウもちろんカスもまた土に返すようなことをしたり、いろんな、もちろん一部はブランデーを作ったり、いろんな使い方があるんですけども、やっぱりこう本当に土地への愛だなと思ったので、自分たちも無理せず、自分もそういった影響を受けて、いっぱいウイスキーも100年ほどの樽を使って寝かしているんですけども、今は地元の木を使った樽なんかも積極的に作っていますけども、どうしても熟成を何回か使うと廃材になってしまうので、それ今まで処理してもらっていたものも、自分の庭でサウナに使って熱源として浴びたり、なんかこう、この土地への愛を磨いて、またお酒へもより思いを持っていただけるような、自然との付き合い方みたいな、そういった部分も感じてほしいな。僕らの心がそうやって豊かでないと、取り組み、作り、またその周りも巻き込んでいくことってやっぱできないと思うので、なんかそこにコストのこと、お金のことだったり、精神的なストレスばっかりとかだとやっぱり何十年、何百年続けられないことなんじゃないかな。そういう意味ではヨーロッパの人はすごく楽しくやっているように僕は見えました。
ありがとうございます。やっぱりね、楽しくないとサステイナブルじゃないですよね。
そうですね。
すごい贅沢、羨ましいです。
あるものだけで身近なもので作ってます。子供たちがそういった憧れてくれるようなスタイルじゃないとお酒の消費が減ってるっていうのはちょっと悲しいことなので、そういった部分にもつなげていきたいな。もちろんお酒だけでそれをやる必要はないんですけど、それがきっかけが野菜だったり、いろんなものでいい循環が生まれると嬉しいなと思ってます。
はい、ありがとうございます。いろんなね、形で伝統的な手法でお酒を作ったり、それから先ほどちょっと安福さんからもちょっとお話がありましたけれども、ちょっとやっぱり技術革新ということで、ドローン使ったりっていうのもやってらっしゃると思うんですけれども、そういうちょっとバーサスってことではないのかもしれないんですけれども、いいものをずっとその伝統的な手法をやりつつ、その新しいものを取り入れていって、それがサステイナビリティにつながるっていうことがあるんじゃないかなというふうに思うんですけれども、安福さんのところは結構いろいろなことをやってらっしゃいますよね。少しそのお話もしていただけますか。
そうですね。省エネとか省資源による環境負荷の低減っていうと、どちらかというとイメージ的に最新鋭の機械を導入したりとかしてエネルギー効率を高めるっていうそういうイメージがあるかなと思うんですけども、私たちが取り組んできたことは、従来ベテランの杜氏による熟練の経験とか技術によって成り立っていた温度管理などの各工程をですね、たらい麹作りといった新しい技法であったりとか、あとスマホ経由のモニタリングシステムによる、遠隔監視、などによってその負荷を低減することができました。その結果、その高品質なお酒を安定的に製造できるようになりまして、結果として通年生産による設備稼働率の向上が達成できて、省エネ性の向上とか売上が増加するというところに結びつきました。また、監視のための残業とか夜間作業 こういったものが、なくすことができたので、やっぱり日本酒の、酒造りって朝が早かったり大変なんですけれども、そういったきつい職場の環境から脱却して、働きがいを高めていくっていうような従業員の働き方改革にもつながったっていうところはありました。
なるほど。そうですね。黒木さんのところではいかがですか？何かそういった試みみたいなのをやられてますか？
そうです。もう安木さんのおっしゃる通りで、うちでは、作り手たちには、心を醸しているというふうに伝えているんですけども、やはり僕らの扱うのは麹であったり農作物であったり生き物と対峙して発酵させているので、それに直接手で触れる僕らが心が病んでしまっていては、やっぱりいいものはできないし、お酒ってもちろん僕らがちょっと苦しみながら挑戦している姿勢を応援してくださる部分もあるかもしれませんけど、やっぱり心はハッピーであり続けながら作っていたいなというふうな思いがあるので、取り入れられるような作業面での負荷だったり、もう週休2日とかその休みの日数を増やしたりというのはもうかなり自分の代で改善することができましたし、今は夜間のそういった宿直等も全くなく、そういった温度管理は確かにそういったセンサーでログも残して、そういうふうなことは積極的に取り組めて、でそういった部分でゆとりや時間ができた部分でより手仕事にその人の力でしかできない部分に集中してやれるようができる、いい循環がそこでも自分は生まれてるんじゃないかなと思います。
はい、ありがとうございます。それからですね、お二人とも海外のワイン作りの話なんかもよくご存知だと思うんですけれども、海外ではやっぱりせっかく、サステイナブルな、取り組みを皆さんね、していらっしゃるけれども、そういったことで、どういうふうな農法で作られたかとか、ブドウがね、どういうふうな農法で作られたかとか、いろんな認証制度とかあると思うんですよね。カリフォルニアだったり、オーストラリアだったりっていうのも聞いてますけれども、日本にはまだそういう、特にそのサステイナビリティとか、そういった面での指標というか、制度みたいなのはカチッとしたものはないと思うんですけれども、そのようなものっていうのはやっぱり導入していくべきだというふうにお考えでしょうか。安福さんいかがですか？
はい。個人の意見になるんですけども、私は一つの価値観としては、導入してもいいかなというふうに思っています。日本酒の場合、高品質イコール高精白っていう、価値観があるんですけれども、品質の高いお米を必要以上に精米するっていうのは、やっぱり多くの面で無駄につながります。精米部合がその 1% のお酒とかですね、マーケティング面でそう面白いお酒っていうのはあるかなとは思うんですけれども、やっぱり過度な精米っていうのは過度なエネルギー消費にもつながりますし、今環境保全が叫ばれる中、こういう指摘をするっていう価値観があってもいいかなっていうふうに私は思いますし、今、酒造りに対する意識が変えるとき、そういう時期に来ているかなというふうに考えています。日本酒でいうと、昭和の級別制度で、平成の特定名称種の制度、もしかしたら令和にはですね、新しいそういった価値観があっても、私は新しい制度があってもいいかなっていうふうに考えています。
はい、ありがとうございます。黒木さんいかがでしょう？
それなりに認証制度であったり、その基準というのは必要になってくると思うんですけども、ただ、本当にそこの本質を見てないと、この企画では OK とされているからこれを使っていいとか、それでだけで解決できないのがやっぱり農業だったり土地の環境のことだと思うので、実際宮崎だと畜産牛とか栽培して有名なんですけど、やっぱりたくさん牛の糞が出るんで、堆肥として発酵させて、有機農法、無農薬農法でいっぱい使われてるんですけども、でも、これは許可されて OK と思っていても、その食べてる牛の草に、牧草にですね、たくさん、牧草は耐性があるけど、周りの雑草を枯らす農薬とか、許可されているものかもしれない。いっぱい使われていて、それを食べた牛の糞を集めて使うと、農薬がどんどん糞尿に溜まってますから、それでトマトを栽培したらトマトが枯れちゃうと。そういった事例が実際地元でも出ていたりしてですね、何かしら自分の基準というものもすごく大事なのかなと思いますし、本当にそれを、その働き方であっても農業であっても自分の息子だったり家族にもそれをできるか、できたものを食べさせられるか、ただただビジネスだけ 周りの評価だけ、基準だけ守っていればいいんじゃなく、本質的な付き合い方、向き合い方、でまたそういった情報も、環境もどんどん時代変わっていくので、しっかりした目や自分のぶれない理念みたいなものを持って、ずっと、取り組み続けないといけないものなんじゃないかなというふうに自分は思います。
ありがとうございます。やっぱりあれですね、サステイナブルなお酒作りには、その自分たちの努力だけではなくて、やっぱり地域とか農家さんとか、そういう方たちと一緒になってやるっていうことが必要なのかなというふうに思いますね。
本当ですね。
はい、ありがとうございます。それでですね、なんか結構時間がどんどん過ぎていってしまうんですけれども、いろんなことをお二人の蔵はいろいろやられていて、確かに大変なことってたくさんあると思うし、結構手間がかかるんですよね。CSR に寄与しようと思う。そういう意味ではすごく努力されてきたと思うんですけれども、お二人、これから将来に向けてやっていきたいことっていうのはどうでしょう。何か考えてらっしゃることとか、もっとこうしていきたいっていうような挑戦みたいなのをもし教えていただけるとありがたいです。安福さん、お願いします。
私が考えているのは、RE100 への挑戦ですね。酒造りに必要なエネルギーを 100% 再生可能エネルギーで、賄って、原材料だけじゃなくて、エネルギーも地産地消を目指すというようなものです。私どもそんな大きな蔵じゃないので、なんですけど、やっぱり酒蔵の屋根に太陽光パネルをつけるだけでは、やっぱり十分ではないので、今考えているのはYamada-Nishikiの田んぼにソーラーパネル、を設置して、農業と発電事業を同時に行う、これソーラーシェアリングっていうんですけれども、実際にも野菜なんかではもう行われているんですけれど、そういった形で、進められないかということを今、地元の電力会社の方々と今、話を進めています。
いや、すごい面白いですね。なんかだんだんこうどんどん高度なチャレンジになってきますね。黒木さんはいかがでしょう。
なんかコロナでやっぱり皆さんと会えなかったりするんで、こういう時にこそよりお酒の価値とか、なんか農業の魅力を感じてもらえるような取り組みを、来年以降になるかもしれませんけど、今日オンラインですけど、リアルな場でうちの取れた野菜とうちの焼酎かすを食べたお肉を当てにうちの酒を飲んだりして、で、さっき言ったような樽の焚き火でサウナをしたりして、なんか人生豊かになって楽しいなって、それでお酒飲んで夢語った人たちが、またなんか酒業界じゃないことでの大きなサステナビリティじゃないですけど、地域環境のことをなんか取り組んで、なんかいい循環が連鎖していくようなフェスじゃないんですけど、そんなイベントやりたいな、今なんか質問されて急にポッと浮かんだんで、ちょっとそんなことを考えました。
そうですね。
広めていきたいですね。より体感してもらいたいですね。
確かに。若い世代、
自分で磨かれて、もっと多分、そういう知識もあるのか、もっとうちもこうできるかも、またうちも学びがあるかなって思います。
ありがとうございます。本当に若い世代とか、あと私みたいな女子って言っちゃいけない。あれですけど、女性とか、もっと広く、親しむようなことができたらなというふうに思います。今後ですね、業界としてサステイナブルなお酒作りを広げるためには、どう取り組んでいったら、大きな課題ではあるんですけれども、何が今課題っていうか、難しい点っても結構あると思うんですけれども、そのあたりいかがでしょう。何をやらなきゃいけなくて、そこに難しい、こんなことがあるよっていうようなことが、もし2人のうちにありますでしょうか。安福さん、いかがですか。
そうですね。すごい難しい質問ではあるんですけれども、やはりサステナビリティの観点から、やっぱ日本酒の新しい生産モデルっていうものをやはり考える必要があろうかなというふうに思っています。それはそのクオリティの追求っていうことだけではなくて、持続的な生産にも目を向けていくというものです。具体的な取り組みとしてですね、一つはやはり環境に優しい地域の実現、そして2つ目としては、やっぱり地域ブランドの推進です。で、3つ目には酒蔵ツーリズムの推進が挙げられます。1つ目の環境に優しい地域の実現についてはですね、フランスのシャンパーニュ地方であったり、 イタリアのシチリア島なんかでは、水の使い方から、節電、などの省エネ、ボトルの軽量化とか、輸送方法の改善に至るまで、このワインの生産工程に関わるすべての工程をですね、詳細に見直しをして、総合的な持続的な生産ラインの構築に成功している地域もあります。また2つ目の地域ブランドの確立については、やはりこれフランスのAOC、原産地故障統制を通じて、チーズとかワインなどの品質向上とブランド化に成功した事例もあります。2018年、灘5号では GI 灘5号の指定を受けましたので、さらにブランド力を高めていく活動を強化していきたいというふうに考えています。そして3つ目に、酒蔵ツーリズムの推進についてはですね、アメリカのカリフォルニア、ナパバレーにおける農業を起点としたエコツーリズムの事例、こういったものを一つ参考にしながらですね、新しい日本酒の生産モデルっていうものが、検討、構築できないものかなというふうに思っております。
はい、ありがとうございます。黒木さん、いかがでしょう？
やっぱり環境を守って作り続けることの話がテーマでしたけども、やっぱりそこには消費も続かなければいけないので、やっぱり僕らのこういった素敵な安福さんの取り組みであったり、この仲間のいい作りの部分をやっぱ伝えてくれる、酒や土地に愛を持っていっぱい語って広める人だったり手段がもっと必要かなと。今回だからそういう意味でもとてもいい機会をいただいて、もともとうちの蔵もあんま見学とか観光は全く逆に閉鎖的な環境でやっていたんですけども、やっぱこのコロナで自分の考え方変わってきましたし、SNS やこういったオンラインを使って少しでも知ってもらうことも大切だと思うので、そういった伝えてくれる伝道者みたいな人たちをより増やしてですね、そういういい連鎖をこうやって酒蔵こうやってやってるんだって、それがもしかしたら IT にも響いて、僕らも協力できるかもね、みたいな、そういった酒を、土地を、環境を愛する人を増やす活動を僕らはやっていかないといけないな。ワインとか世界に広まってるのに、ソムリエとかいっぱいいらっしゃいますけど、この日本の酒ってちょっと伝える人が、もちろん言語だけじゃなく、ちょっと少ない、ちょっと弱い、もったいないと感じるので、ぜひ、自分の作ってることをこうやって喋るのってちょっとこっぱずかしいのがまた日本人でもあるので、誰かどんどん語ってくれる人を増やせるからいいな、課題じゃないかなと思うので、僕も努力していきたいと思います。以上です。
ありがとうございました。本当にこういう機会をね、捉えて、本当にいろんな皆さんのこだわりだったり、愛だったり、ストーリーをもっとね、発信していけたらなというふうに思います。もうかなり時間が押しているんですけれども、ここで、Q&A で一人、クエスチョンが来ているようなので、Q&A に移りたいと思います。ジャスティンさん、お願いできますでしょうか。
はい、皆さんありがとうございました。素晴らしいお話、伺いできて本当にすごい良かったです。ちょっと一つちょっと質問今上がってきてるんですけれども、本当にお二人の取り組みにもお話お聞きしてすごい感動したと。で今後そういう酒造業界、全体的にはですね、お二人のような取り組んでいらっしゃる、そういった、経済、合理性っていう、サステイナビリティをそういうのも手間とコストをかけても取り組めるようになるために何が必要なんでしょうかっていう、ご質問なんですけれども、どういうふうに今考えていらっしゃるんでしょうか。じゃあ、安福さんの方から。
はい、そうですね、やっぱりいかなるビジネスもその業界が健全で、活気にあふれていなければうまくいかないっていうふうに思います。そういう意味で、現在は私、Yamada-Nishikiであったりとか、宮水とかっていうお酒、当たり前のように調達できるんですけれども、環境への負荷っていうものをほとんど顧みなかった私たちからすると、環境対策っていうのは余分なコストに見えてしまうところはあるかなというふうに思うんですが、やはり事業のサステナビリティを確保するための不可欠な投資というようなことをに考えて、やはり我々は 今後も継続してやはり努力しなきゃいけないんじゃないかなというふうに思っております。
はいですね。はい、ありがとうございます。黒木さんはいかがでしょうか。
まあ、自分はもう先ほど申したように、経営と作りとこの環境への思いというのはつながっていることなので、コストとして捉えるのではなく、もう必要なものとして、もうこれ一貫してやっているというのは自分の考えですけども、そうは言っても、みんながそうはいかないので、やっぱ私が感じる部分で言うと、日本のお酒は圧倒的に世界において価格が低い。これだけコストや技術、手間をかけているのに、4号瓶で1000円ちょっとぐらいですね、吟醸酒。すみません、ちょっと。立証瓶だとお得用ですから、もう 1.8 リットル入って、倍以上の量が入って4号瓶の倍ぐらいの値段っていうのが相場。それも3000円を超えるとちょっと。で、そういう値段がある程度決まってしまっては、もう逆算的にしか作れない。ここまでのコスト、ここまでしかできない。それがよりちょっと日本の酒の発展を苦しめてしまっている。ワインの場合はマグナムだと2倍の量入ってるけど、値段は2倍だよ、みたいな。こんなものが当たり前に流通していたりするので。決してワインだけを今日、例えで真似するとか意味ではなくてですね、新しい価値、市場、値段というものは挑戦していかなくては、どんどん日本の酒業界は衰退していってしまうんじゃないかな。いい形で、ただただ値上げではなくてですね、また新しい魅力と、こういう価格で値付けできるからこそ、こういうものづくりができたみたいな、そういったものが必要なんじゃないかなと思っています。
なるほどですね。確かに確かに。なんていうかな、ちょっと時間が今ちょっとギリギリになってるんですけども、本当に最後の本当に黒木さんの言葉はまさにそうだなという感じたのはですね、海外からある意味で基準というか世界の基準をきちんと伺った上で、日本っていうところはある意味島ではあるかもしれないんですけれども、島っていう意識で多分これからも地球が共存してる人間として島っていうふうに考えられないっていうところもあるので、そういった世界基準をきちんと達成したっていうか納得いくようなレベルまでやっていく必要はあると思うんですけれども、でもと同時に、日本っていう島の中でだからこそ、この酒造業界、農業というのも含めてが提案できる提案、日本ならではの提案、しかもでその中でその各地域ならではの提案で、さらに各メーカーさんならではの提案というか、できるようになると、もう本当に健全って言える業界にはゆくゆくとつながってくるんじゃないかなというふうにすごく、感じましたですね。皆様お話を聞いて。ありがとうございました。すみません、ちょっと時間はちょっとギリギリなので、ちょっとここで、終了させていただくんですけれども、安福社長、黒木社長、今日忙しい中ありがとうございました。で、そして大門さん本当にありがとうございました。
楽しかったです。
よかったです。いや本当にまさに楽しくやっていかないと続けられないことなんで、まさにサステイナブルなセッションができたなっていうふうに思っております。じゃあ皆さん本当にありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。And that does it for one more session here at Sake Future Summit. Thank you so much for tuning in to a very special session on a very special topic, and we'll be back with more very shortly.
And we're back.
We're back. We're back. We've changed the scenery a little bit, as you can see.
We have some new members. Not new members, they've always been here, but they've been behind the scenes. It's Nomiya-san and Imada-san who have been the bedrock of this Sake Future Summit.
Absolutely. It's thanks to these two gentlemen here and the Japan Sake and Shochu Information Center for thinking this is a good idea. That's because these gentlemen thought they were able to get behind an idea like this, and given the challenges that everybody's up against, our inability to physically get together, how could we find a way to deliver the messages that I think over 2 days everybody was eager to put out into the world, but we're trying to feel out a means to do so, and the Japan Sake and Shochu Information Center was an incredible space to do that, and the Sake and Shochu Makers Association was able to get behind an idea to putting together something like the summit. And so a huge thank you to both you gentlemen and to JSS and to the Information Center for hosting us.
We couldn't have done this without you, literally.
In every sense of the word, it would have been impossible.
And also, I think we'd all like to say a collective thank you to Justin, who's been an amazing organizer, facilitator, MC, all of the above. He has possibly not slept between now and last Friday. Thank you so much, Justin, for being the master controller to end them all, and to all of the guys that spent a lot of time here.
Pleasure. Yeah.
And the translators.
The translators.
Chris and Mary and John, who are not on
There's a big community behind us. You just can't see them.
Yeah, sorry, apologies to our Zoom got cleaned up. So if Christopher, John, if you're out there and we're playing to China via Zoom in the chaos, our Zoom got cleaned up. So I apologize if you're watching right now.
And also, I think the biggest thanks is to all of the contributors that have dialed in from within Japan and around the world. Your voices, your contribution, your stories have been inspirational, and we thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, it's just been, I like to think the summit was all about very universal themes. Yes, it was about sake. Yes, it was about shochu, but it was about all universal things. And so I'd like to think that these were all things that would resonate with not just sake and shochu enthusiasts, but anybody who just cares about their food and beverage, and so.
And also agriculture.
Yeah, I said it's all these. I said there was a through line there, and there were a lot of sort of reoccurring messages. And just so you all know, this content isn't going to disappear. Give us a couple weeks. We got to sort everything out. We got to splice everything up. But over the next couple weeks, every single program that we put together will be all uploaded and archived onto the Sake on Air YouTube channel. It's all going to be there for any time. So if there was one you missed, come back, check it out. If there was one you liked, come back and check it out. Share with your friends. If there was something that didn't click with you, come back and revisit it 6 months down the road or a year down the road.
Give us some feedback as well in the comment section. This is a platform for you, and we can learn from your feedback and your reactions to things. So let us know. And if there was a grey zone or that you needed more information on, or an area that you'd like us to investigate further, let us know, and we'll definitely put our resources into trying to make up that ground.
Yeah, absolutely. I said this was Sake Future Summit 2020. That doesn't necessarily mean there's a 2021, but in the event that the world could be a very different place in 2021 too. So even if there was, it could take a very, very different shape. Yeah. We didn't know what this was going to look like necessarily. We had an idea. Let us know what you think, and we adapted with what this year kind of threw at us, and we'll hopefully have an opportunity to adapt with whatever 2021 looks like as well. So.
Who knows what that's going to be, but I'm sure it's going to be a bright future for sake, shochu, and aomori.
Yeah, without a doubt.
That's for sure.
We're having a selection here, don't we? I mean,
yeah.
We have some shochu, we have some aomori, we have some kanpai.
Yeah.
Stuff.
Yeah,
Ready?
stuff. I said we've. Thank you so much to all of the producers that got on board with us months back, and when we told them what we were trying to do, and they said we can get behind that, and they agreed to help us make this happen. And to all of our viewers, regular podcast listeners, regular Sake on Air listeners, of course, to everybody who tuned in to the show on YouTube here, who was taking part. Thank you so much. If there's something you liked, again, share, help spread the word. The one unquestionable through line was consume more koji and consume more sake. And shochu and aomori. And aomori. Basically, all these, it's all in there. So keep doing what you do. We'll keep doing what we're doing. And thank you so much for an incredible 2 days at the Sake Future Summit 2020. And we'll go ahead and bring it to a close. Everybody, thank you. Kanpai.
Kanpai. Kanpai. Otsukaresama desu. Otsukaresama desu.
Hey, Ansan, thank you.
And kanpai to you, to the world. Thank you.
Trying to connect with the other ones. Oh, so good.
So good. So good, so good. So good, so good. Yeah. No, we're good. Well, we're good. I think we're good. Our time's up. We've done it. We'll dial in. Christopher, apologies. Thanks for and again, yeah, Chris, John, Marie, who weren't able to join us here this evening, who were put together some incredible sessions, who were getting the word out, and yeah, it was just there's too many people to thank. The whole next week we'll basically be writing thank you emails next to. It'll probably look a lot like this. It'll probably look a whole lot like this computer here and this and some sake here, and just kind of hovered over, send a lot of thank you emails over the next week. But it'll be good. It'll be good. It'll be good. Nice. I'm good.
Still online?
I don't know. Are we still on? We can cut it. You can cut it.
Bye, everyone.
We're done.
See
Bye,
ya.
everyone. Curtains closed. Curtains closed.
Bye. Yeah, because I was realizing we're still on. I was thinking we're still on here.